001. Give me 30 million, and let's part ways. In the bustling city, beneath the grand tree at the entrance of the Green Pastures Orphanage, Guyi stared at the middle-aged couple before him, then glanced at the paternity test results in his hand, taking a moment to regain his composure. Just a moment ago, he was basking in the limelight as the top streamer, and now he found himself within the pages of a novel, transformed into a genuine heir who had been lost for 20 years. Xiaoyi, we are truly your biological parents. We searched for you for 2 decades, and, at last, we have found you. The couple was overwhelmed with tears, struggling to catch their breath. Guyi merely replied, "Oh, System, Erguzi, explain the situation to me." System, young master, it's a bit of a long story. Guyi, then make it brief. System, in a nutshell, the host has an eavesdropping task, and this system is here to assist. Guyi, what the hell? After completing so many tasks and finally returning to my own world, I still end up here. Absolutely infuriating. Meanwhile, the couple standing before him had ceased their tears, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Their son had uttered only one word, yet they had overheard a conversation between him and the system. Did they hear that correctly? Gu Haoquan took a deep breath, summoning his courage to ask, "Xiaoyi, will you come home with us?" Gu Su Yi nodded vigorously. "Yes, Xiaoyi. While our Gu family may not be the wealthiest in Shangcheng, we are certainly one of the 8 prominent families. You have suffered all these years, come home with us, and we will make it up to you." After speaking, both held their breath, awaiting his response. Guyi replied, "Let me think. Erguzi, tell me what happens next. Why struggle and torment oneself when he would ultimately have to comply? As long as it was beneficial, advantageous to the clothed, could accept it." Su Yi embraced Gu Haoquan's arm, her heart racing with anticipation. It was confirmed their biological son had not spoken, yet she perceived his thoughts. Gu Haoquan was equally astonished. Although only one paternity test was presented, he had previously commissioned 10 institutions to conduct the tests, all yielding the same result. The striking young man before him was indeed his biological son. He had even sent someone to investigate his son's past. He had been stolen at birth and subsequently sent to this orphanage. At 18, he had left to seek his fortune elsewhere. Unfortunately, his luck had been rather poor, and due to fragile health, he had struggled for 5 years, achieving nothing of substance. Had he not returned to the orphanage on a whim to take a look, he might never have found him. Yet, if his son possessed any extraordinary abilities, he surely wouldn't have faced such adversity. It seemed that the individual referred to as the system held the key to the matter. System, young master, next, you will be taken home by your biological parents, living as a true heir for a few hours. After all, once you were stolen, your father, to spare your mother heartache, adopted an orphan who is now the false heir of the Gu family. Upon returning home, you encountered an exceptionally distressing incident that led your family to perceive you as a harbinger of misfortune, resulting in your subsequent neglect. You found yourself residing in a space akin to a dog's den, constantly outmaneuvered by a false heir. In a desperate bid for your parents' attention, you endeavored to become their devoted servant, striving to please every member of the household. However, your family had irrevocably labeled you as an ill-omened individual, disregarding your sacrifices and efforts entirely. A year later, you were ensnared in a plot, leading to your expulsion from the family home and a tragic demise on the streets. Upon hearing the unfolding narrative, Guyi gasped in horror. Was he truly seeking torment and demise? Gu Haoquan was left utterly bewildered. Could the system truly possess foresight? What calamities awaited the Gu family? Su Yi trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. After enduring so much hardship to reclaim her son, was he destined to perish within a year? This could not be. Her son was no harbinger of disaster. He had suffered immensely, and she would make amends, ensuring he would never be neglected. Who could possibly conspire against him? Could it be the adopted son? Guyi exclaimed in frustration. After being cast out for over 2 decades, having endured countless trials, to return home only to face calamity and be labeled a disaster? Was this truly the false heir's machination? The system responded, "Searching for plot details, please hold." Guyi retorted, "Useless thing." Both Gu father and Gu mother were visibly shaken. Could it genuinely be the adopted son scheming against their biological child? If that were the case, he must be expelled from the Gu family. Blood is thicker than water, no one should conspire against their own flesh and blood. Clearing his throat, Gu Yi said, "Well then, consider this a case of mistaken identity. You have never seen me today. If you truly feel indebted, simply grant me a sum of money. 30 million would suffice. I have no intention of returning to be a servant, to endure further torment, to court death. If you wish to compensate me, then let it be in the form of money, severing all ties." The system interjected, "My lord, you must not act thus. You need to return to the Gu family to fulfill the narrative and earn our rewards to return to our original world." Gu Yi replied defiantly, "I refuse. Whether I return or not is of no consequence. I do not wish to suffer. If that is the case, simply extinguish me." Gu mother was taken aback. Did this mean the world they inhabited was merely a book? Their biological son was a living being from another realm, destined to return home, traverse a tragic narrative, and ultimately perish, only to return to his world? How could this be possible? They struggled to accept such a notion. Gu Haokuin said, "Xiao Yi, we will provide you with the money, but you must also return with us. Rest assured, you are coming home, not to suffer. Anyone in the family who dares to mistreat you will face my wrath." Their son seemed oblivious, unaware that his parents could hear his innermost thoughts. Perhaps it was for the best, knowing would rob him of his candor. Regardless of whether their son hailed from another realm or was a being of darkness, he remained their beloved child. Back then, they failed to protect him, and that is their fault. If they cannot safeguard him in the future, they deserve their fate. However, Gu Yi remained unconvinced. "Old Gu, don't be so stubborn, just consider me dead, all right? It sounds nice, but when I return and your family faces a calamity, you won't think the same. If I don't go back, who else can be blamed for the Gu family's misfortunes?" Gu Haokuin was left speechless. His own son referred to him as Old Gu. Yet, it was true that he had not raised him. That was his own failing. But what he said, not going back, and yet calamity awaits? This implied that a significant event was indeed destined to occur. 002. To seek rebirth, one must act with kindness. Su Yi also wore a worried expression, yet she clung to a glimmer of hope. What if none of this were to happen? What if the individual referred to as the system had erred? Or, to prevent the worrying events from unfolding, Su Yi had already begun concocting various excuses. "Uncle Gu, Aunt Gu, what brings you here?" At that moment, a woman emerged from the orphanage, clad in a baseball cap and casual attire, pushing an electric scooter. Both Gu Haokuin and Su Yi turned to look, and it took them a while to recognize her as Feng Bao Bao, the youngest daughter of the Feng family. "Bao Bao, what are you doing here?" Su Yi approached with a smile. Gu Haokuin, filled with pride, introduced them with great flourish. "We came to bring our biological son home." Su Yi added, "Bao Bao, this is our son, whom we have sought for 20 years, Gu Yi. Little Yi, this is Feng Bao Bao, the youngest daughter of the Feng family, a year older than you." The couple wore beaming smiles, even radiating a hint of pride. Upon hearing the name Feng Bao Bao, Gu Yi looked up with interest. "I was scared. I thought there was another Bao Bao here. But her attire is equally disheveled. The Feng family? Are they also one of the prominent 8 families?" Erguzi, looking to Feng Bao Bao's background. "Old Gu and his wife are truly something. I haven't even agreed to go home, yet they're introducing me randomly." Gu Haokuin and his wife's mouths twitched. Truly, he was their biological son. He held nothing back when addressing his parents. However, Feng Bao Bao stared at Gu Yi, her brow furrowed in displeasure. He merely glanced at her, didn't he? It seemed he said nothing at all. Then what did she hear? Feng Bao Bao turned to the Gu couple, noticing their scrutinizing gazes. For a moment, the 3 of them were taken aback. Could they all hear Gu Yes in her thoughts? Feng Bao Bao grew anxious. "Aunt Gu, that Gu Yi yet." The portion concerning her hearing Gu Yes thoughts was abruptly silenced, leaving her unable to utter a single punctuation mark. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief. They could hear him, but he could not speak. That was reassuring. "Bao Bao, little Yi is indeed our biological son. We have already confirmed it through testing." Su Yi gently patted Feng Bao Bao's little hand. Gu Haokuin sighed. "Alas. It seems that Xiao Yi has some misunderstandings about us, and is unwilling to return home." Feng Bao Bao remarked. "So you too can." Gu Haokuin and his spouse exchanged a silent nod, affirming that indeed they could hear. Gu Yi chose to ignore them, crossing his arms and gazing skyward, eavesdropping on the gossip. "System, young master, the scoop from Feng Bao Bao is quite substantial. She came to the orphanage because, a month ago, She found a baby and could not locate the child's biological parents, so she brought the little one here. Guyi, who would have thought? She actually has a kind heart. This doesn't seem like much of a scoop at all. System. Young master, this scoop is indeed significant. The couple from the Gu family and Feng Bao turned their attention toward him in unison. What makes it so significant? Isn't it merely the case of rescuing an unwanted orphan? Speak up. Guyi, no way. Could it be that the baby is the illegitimate child of Feng Bao's father? Or perhaps the child of her boyfriend? Or the grandchild of their housekeeper? He blurted out 3 astonishing revelations in one breath. This was not merely a whimsical thought, it was a basic operation in the realm of online literature. However, the 3 individuals who could hear his musings felt their minds nearly explode. Guyi, what did you just say? Feng Bao glared at him fiercely, like a wild beast ready to roar. How could she have a boyfriend when she was still single? And as for her housekeeper, that person was entirely different from what he suggested. On what grounds did Guyi make such assertions? Su Yi hurried to soothe her. Bao. Xiao Yi didn't say anything you must have misheard. She quickly signaled to her, hoping he wouldn't catch on, as that would ruin the opportunity to continue eavesdropping. Gu Haokuan lowered his voice and said, Bao, why not listen more carefully? With only one granddaughter in 3 generations, the Feng family doted on her excessively, and her temper was not to be trifled with. If Xiao Yi had not voiced it, it would not be considered an affront to the Feng family. Indeed, Guyi had not heard what Feng Bao said. He was too engrossed in listening to the gossip. System, wrong. Young master, your reading has become muddled. There is but one truth. The baby is actually Feng Bao's nephew. Her cousin just had a son, but the child was swapped with one from a poor female college student whom her cousin was assisting. In a week's time, Feng Bao will discover the truth and, with good intentions, return the child, exposing the true nature of the female student. Originally ready to explode in anger, Feng Bao suddenly found herself at a loss for words. The baby she had rescued was, in fact, her cousin's child. Swapped with that poor student? How could this be possible? Su Yi and Gu Haokuan were equally stunned. Could this really be true? It resembled a tale they had seen in a short video. Guyi rested his chin on one hand. So this is the scoop? Based on my extensive experience in traversing narratives, it seems that with Feng Bao's benevolent nature, she may not meet a favorable end. After all, in tales of rebirth, one often acts with good intentions only to face poison, being pushed downstairs, cyberbullying, or betrayal, and then must start anew. So, are there more revelations to come? Basic operations. Do not engage. Feng Bao. What? I saved my own nephew. How could I possibly meet a tragic end? I am the sole daughter of the Feng family, spanning 3 generations who would dare to harm me? Su Yi and Gu Haokuan were equally bewildered. Is it true that good deeds go unrewarded? What absurd logic this is. System. Ah, my dear, your wisdom is commendable. The forthcoming scandal is that Feng Bao performed a noble act, yet the infant was diagnosed with Down syndrome, which her cousin already despised. The impoverished female university student, indignant, conducted a paternity test, confirming the child truly belongs to the Feng lineage. Consequently, Feng Bao incurred the resentment of both her cousin and the university student. On a dark and stormy night, she was poisoned and assaulted by a group of ruffians, meeting her end with bitterness. Guyi nodded slightly. Tisk, I observe that Feng Bao lacks discernment, constantly engaging in misguided benevolence. For instance, I would never disclose this matter to her. It is futile to advise the irredeemable. I have no desire to be silenced. System. Indeed, we must respect the relinquishment of our inclination to assist, honoring the destinies of others. Feng Bao stood there in a daze, her mind consumed by the words of that scoundrel. She sought to reclaim their biological son, only to be met with such a horrific fate. Gu Haokuan lowered his head, feeling equally disoriented. Xiao Yi's actions seemed justifiable, yet there lingered an unsettling peculiarity. Su Yi gazed at Feng Bao, unsure of how to proceed. I too do not wish for this. He has indeed given too much. Oh, why are you all still here? Whether or not I receive payment is of no consequence. I refuse to return. Guyi, having finished observing, turned back to see they were still present. This necessitates a clearer explanation. I am utterly disinclined to engage with this family of short-lived souls. Once that false young master has dealt with me, the entire Gu family will follow suit, one by one, to meet their end. Ultimately, this matter has little to do with money. I simply will not go back. Gu Haokuin felt a jolt in his heart. Is it not just an initial misfortune? Will the entire family perish in succession? Su Yi's palms were already slick with cold sweat. It is truly the adopted son who has harmed his biological brother, and he may endanger the entire family? How could this be? I have always regarded him as my own son. This cannot be allowed to happen. Feng Baobao also overheard Gu Ye's thoughts, but her primary concern was her own fate. Uncle Gu, Auntie Gu, I must take my leave for a pressing matter. Feng Baobao intended to investigate. Perhaps, just perhaps, Gu Ye's sentiments are unfounded. Gu Ye remarque it. What other matters could she possibly have? The system responded, Feng Baobao is set to uncover the truth. Alas, her intellect seems lacking. She remains unaware that since she found that child, her cousin has already dispatched individuals to follow her. Gu Yi mused, when one is on the brink of death, their actions become erratic. Let her be. Life is intertwined with death, and perhaps after her demise, she will find comfort in another realm. Feng Baobao, already prepared to depart, was taken aback. What does he mean by finding comfort in death? Surely, everyone understands that a good death cannot compare to a wretched life. However, her cousin has already sent someone to follow her. She feigned casualness as she surveyed her surroundings, only to indeed spot several suspicious individuals. Damn it, Uncle, Auntie, my car has run out of battery. Might you kindly give me a ride? Feng Baobao, change your mind. Better to be safe than sorry. If Gu Ye's thoughts bear any truth, it may just save her life. Suyi redidi acquiescit. Gu Haokuin approached Gu Yi, saying, Young master, you still doubt your parents' resolve. How about this? Return with us for a brief visit, and I will offer you a small goal. If you find the home to be different from your expectations, you may leave again. At that point, I will present you with another small goal. What do you think? His biological son had just mentioned a sum of 30 million. It appeared he had a fondness for money. With such wealth at his disposal, why not bestow it upon his own son? Gu Yi replied, Very well. The system interjected, Young master, did you not declare that you would not return, even if it meant your demise? Gu Yi responded, I do not wish for that. It is simply that he offers too much. The system retorted, A miser is a miser, no matter the justification. Gu Haokuin felt a surge of joy within, a love for money. Truly, he is my son, he mirrors me so well. Feng Baobao silently rolled her eyes, a miser, even more so than herself. Once aboard the luxury vehicle, Gu Yi said nothing, merely closing his eyes to rest. Feng Baobao was fixated on her phone, contemplating sending a message to her close friend. However, recalling Gu Ye's heartfelt words, she began to doubt her friend's reliability. After a considerable moment of reflection, she decided to reach out to her elder brother instead. Within 5 minutes, a message from her brother Feng Shanshan arrived. Baobao, why is your cousin investigating you? Feng Baobao replied, Brother, have you discovered something? Feng Shanshan continued, Baobao, are you encountering some trouble? Where are you? I will come to pick you up. Feng Baobao responded, Brother, let's discuss this in person. Come to the Gu family villa to pick me up, but do not act recklessly. The situation is rather complex. After sending the message, Feng Baobao gazed intently at Gu Yi. Why was the system silent? It had been aware when she intended to gather information earlier. Now that she was messaging her brother, it should also be informed, shouldn't it? Gu Yi remarked, Guzi, why is Feng Baobao staring at me? The system replied, Young master. She possibly. Gu Yi interjected, Guzi, be confident. She must be captivated by my charm, yearning for my physique. How utterly base. The system thought to itself, with your shabby attire, though Feng Baobao donned casual wear, it was all high-end designer. Could she really be attracted to your appearance? TSK. The host is becoming increasingly narcissistic. Feng Baobao thought. I'm not. I merely wish to hear the system's gossip. Ugh, about myself. Su Yi covered her mouth and bowed her head, pretending she hadn't heard a thing. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of pride within her heart. Her son had endured so much hardship yet still possessed such confidence. That trait was reminiscent of herself. No matter the challenges, nothing should be able to bring her down. Gu Yi exclaimed, Why has she stopped investigating? She continues to stare at me. If she keeps looking, I might just serve her cold. Phone Bao Bao quickly lowered her head, but then thought she had only been observing to see how he would serve her cold. Thus, she glanced at her phone, then raised her head again, resuming her gaze at Gu Yi. The system observed, young master, Phone Bao Bao seems to have a short circuit in her brain. She has actually used her mind a little. Instead of contacting her best friend, she has sought her brother. However, if her brother travels via the Shiyun Expressway, he may meet an unfortunate fate. Phone Bao Bao immediately lowered her head, hastily typing on her phone. Brother, do not take the Shiyun Expressway. You can have the driver come and pick me up. Please. Avoid that route. Unbeknownst to her, she had completely placed her trust in Gu Yi and the system's words. Gu Yi mused. Phone Bao Bao is neither the protagonist of a novel nor a sycophant. She is merely a cannon fodder unworthy of even her name. In that case, whether her fate can change depends on her own fortune. The system responded, regardless, young master, you are destined to indulge in a life devoid of morals. Gu Yi replied, am I truly that kind of person? Speak only the truth. The system thought, the first half of what you said sounded like human speech. The latter half was worse than ghostly whispers. Phone Bao Bao pursed her lips, infuriated, and closed her eyes. This person's inner monologue was excessively rich. Indeed, he was quite despicable. He would never find a wife in this lifetime. Su-yi gazed at the two young individuals who were lost in their meditative state, stifling a laugh. This pair of adversaries, if they could indeed spend a lifetime together, might not be such an impossibility after all. Gu Haokuin absent-mindedly touched his nose. The mischievous lad. He was still reveling in his mischievous existence, yet he found himself unable to conceal his thoughts, which had betrayed him. How many lives had he saved? Half an hour later, the car came to a halt at the entrance of the Gu family villa. The driver from the Feng family had also arrived, and Phone Bao Bao effortlessly hoisted her electric scooter onto the family's chauffeur-driven vehicle. Gu Yi mused, although Phone Bao Bao bears little resemblance to the one I know, her strength is indeed remarkably similar. A veritable Amazonian. No wonder at her age she remains unattached. Who would dare to pursue her? Just then, Phone Bao Bao's vehicle had yet to depart when she overheard these thoughts, inciting a furious desire to leap from a car. The twin sisters share boyfriend. Miss, the young master is on the line, the driver reminded as Phone Bao Bao was about to leap down. Oof, that fellow has escaped this time. But he should wait and see. She would return. Let us go. While answering the call, Phone Bao Bao instructed the driver to drive away. Gu Haokuin and Su-yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had come perilously close to their precious son, facing a beating. The youngest daughter of the Feng family was no pushover. Earlier, they thought the two could be playful adversaries, but now it seemed best to abandon that notion. They wished for their son to live a life of ease, not hardship. Chuyu Chui, come here. Upon entering the house, Su-yi called for her two daughters. She smiled and said, this is your biological brother, Gu Yi. Quickly greet him as big brother. Gu Haokuin added, indeed, this is your true brother. Gu Yi looked towards the pair of sisters seated on the sofa in the living room. They wore identical dresses, one black and the other white, seemingly designed to distinguish them. On the way back, their parents had mentioned they were twins. Due to their birth, their mother had suffered a severe illness, depleting her health, which prevented her from having any more children. It was difficult to determine whether to be grateful to them or for them. Gu Chuyu and Gu Chui approached reluctantly, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Yi. Gu Haokuin's authoritative voice rang out. Gu Chuyu, Gu Chui. Should they dare to express their thoughts as the youngest son had voiced them, he would not hesitate to reprimand them. The only twins in the household begrudgingly addressed him as big brother, rolling their eyes slightly. Father, really, if you find him, why bring him home? He looks like a pauper. Who knows if he's clean or carries germs? What if the other families find out? The Gu family would be the laughingstock. Gu was unfazed. Hello. Hey, for the first meeting, it seems they look at me with disdain. System. Host, be confident. Remove the seams. They truly look at you with disdain, and they are indeed blind to their own arrogance. Gu Chuyu and Gu Chui were taken aback, staring at Gu Yi. Who was he talking to? Yet, it appeared he wasn't even moving his lips. Gu Yi was momentarily stunned. Is there something else? Could it be that we've met before? But that seems impossible. This is my first visit to Shing City. Gu Chuyu and Gu Chuwi exclaimed internally. What is happening? They hurriedly glanced at their parents. Gu Haokuin subtly shook his head, signaling them to remain silent. Sui, holding Gu Ye's hand, smiled. They are just overly excited. We have searched for you for so many years. They thought they would never find you. Little Yi, why don't you rest for a moment while I have the kitchen prepare some meals? Is there anything in particular you enjoy? Seafood, spicy and stimulating, light, sweet, sour. Gu Yi found himself seated on the sofa, unexpectedly questioned about his dietary restrictions. I have no particular dislikes. I can eat anything. How peculiar. One would think that upon my return, I should be completely overlooked. Shouldn't I be relegated to being everyone's lackey just at a glance? Surprisingly, Lao Su is asking me so many questions. She seems like a rather amiable person. System. Host, this is the butterfly effect. Had you taken the initiative to return earlier, their attitudes would not be as they are now. Gui nodded slightly. Perhaps that is so. Su Yi's smile was fading. How could she possibly ignore Gu Yi? After all, he was her long-lost son whom she had searched for 20 years. All right, please wait a moment. I shall go to the kitchen to give them instructions. Su Yi stood up, determined to reprimand the housekeeper and maid. Anyone who dared to show Gu Yi a sour face would be expelled from this household. Gu Chu Yao and Gu Chu Wei understood. It seemed they had heard Gu Ye's unspoken thoughts, and even their parents could hear them. This brother they had found was somewhat different indeed. The sisters pushed a large fruit platter right in front of Gu Yi. Elder brother, please try this. It's freshly picked from our orchard. Elder brother, have some water. It's our spring water, slightly sweet. The sisters were exceptionally obedient, as if someone held a lever over them. Gu Yi responded, all right, thank you. This was his own home. There was no need for formality. He first drank some water, then indulged in the fruit, remaining silent throughout. Gu Haokuin was eager to hear gossip, news about his two daughters, and sitting in silence was not an option. Chu Yao, Chui, why are you both back so early? Wasn't he had said that today was the weekend and you were going shopping? Their father inquired. Gu Chu Yao glanced at her sister and pouted. You should ask Gu Chu Wei. Gu Chu Wei replied, Dad, I originally planned to go shopping with Yao Yao, but my friend Dai Rugia suddenly fell ill, and I need to visit her at the hospital. Dai Rugia was her dear friend, who had once saved her life, a fact known to their parents. If she was unwell, it was imperative that she visit her. Rugia is sick? What is wrong? Is it serious? Gu Haokuin asked hastily. Dai Rugia is ill? How amusing. She must be pregnant. Looking at old Gu's expression, he seems to have been fooled as well. TSK, TSK. No wonder those twins are so oblivious. It's clearly hereditary. Before Gu Chui could respond, Gu Ye's thoughts emerged first. Gu Chunyao and Gu Chui turned to him, utterly astonished. Dai Rugia is pregnant? She is just a recently graduated student with no boyfriend. How could she possibly be pregnant? Gu Haokuin, realizing he had been deceived, erupted in fury. Gu Chui, tell the truth. Gu Chui trembled in fear, Dad. I'm speaking the truth. Gu Yi outwardly remained silent, yet his thoughts were relentless. Old Gu's angry demeanor is quite impressive. I admire it. Gu Haokuin. This insufferable boy. I am your father. It is he who should be following my lead. Nevertheless, hearing his son praise his own handsomeness filled Gu's heart with a swell of pride. After finishing his banana, Gu Yi proceeded to indulge in strawberries, all the while engaging in a clandestine gossip session with the system. Guzi, you haven't finished the gossip from earlier. Continue. The twin siblings immediately straightened their posture, fearing Gu Yi might notice, and hurriedly pretended to be engrossed in their phones. Gu Haokuin also perked up, eager for more. Quickly, do tell. The system responded. This piece of news is rather significant. It concerns a pair of twin sisters who are currently sharing the same boyfriend. Nonsense. Gu Chuyu, infuriated, stood up. Gu Chui was equally astonished. Impossible. They both glared at Gu Yi, their eyes ablaze with indignation. Gu Yi continued munching on cherry tomatoes, oblivious. Could they possibly be suffering from some grave illness? I haven't uttered a word. Gu Chui, fuming, stamped her foot. Just now you, despite her protests. Any mention of heartfelt thoughts was abruptly muted, rendering her unable to express herself. Gu Chuyu assumed her younger sister was being deliberately obstructive and interjected. She too found her sentiments silenced regarding Gu Yi. The two of them turned in unison to face their father. Gu Haokuin closed his eyes briefly and nodded in silence. Indeed, he and his wife had endured similar experiences. Gu Yi then looked at Gu Haokuin. Old Gu, what have I done to deserve this? Could it be that they want me to stop eating fruit, thinking I've indulged too much? No wonder the Gu family is on the brink of ruin. They cannot even afford such modest fruit supplies, yet they boast of orchards and mountain springs. TSK. A staggering feast costing 500,000. Astonishing. Gu Chuyu and Gu Chu Wei stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Is the Gu family doomed? How could this be possible? They turned their gazes toward their father, only to find him wearing a sorrowful expression, silently nodding in affirmation. Gu Haokuin had just heard from Xiao Yi that every member of the Gu family was meeting their demise, one after another. Gu Chuyu and Gu Chu Wei still found it hard to accept. It must be mere fabrications from Gu Yi. He must have been misled by some dubious source, intentionally voicing his thoughts to keep them by his side. Xiao Yi, don't overthink it. They've been staring at their phones for too long. Sometimes their minds aren't quite right. Gu Haokuin hastily interjected. He turned to his two daughters, his expression darkening. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry and apologize to your elder brother. Furthermore, now that he has returned, none of you are permitted to step outside. What is there to go out for? According to Xiao Yi, that Dairugia is definitely dubious. She may have ulterior motives. The sisters were also keen to discern why Gu Yi accused them of sharing a boyfriend. How could he malign their savior? Gu Chu spoke first. Elder brother, I apologize. I was momentarily befuddled. Gu Chu followed suit. Elder brother, I'm sorry. I got engrossed in the video and was merely mimicking the performance. It was not directed at you. Gu Yi simply responded with a curt, oh. No wonder the two girls could be so easily manipulated by a mediocre man. It turns out their minds are not quite right. I shall not associate with those lacking sanity. I must protect myself from their contagion. System. Indeed, young sir. With your unparalleled brilliance, you are the unrivaled champion of the universe. Do ensure your protection. Gu Yi, of course. Gu Haokuin. That Xiao Yi's companion seems rather perceptive. The sisters were infuriated. Why did Gu Yi have the audacity to speak of them so? He himself was a mere country bumpkin, yet he looked down upon them. System. They are utterly lacking in intellect, especially the younger one. Gu Yi, elaborate further. Gu Haokuin's brow furrowed deeper, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Could his two daughters be the key to the downfall of the Gu family? System. Gu Chui visited the hospital to see Dai Rugia, who had just undergone an abortion, in a bid to protect her reputation. She falsely accused Gu Chu of causing the miscarriage and enlisted a group of actors and paparazzi to place her in the trending news. Gu Chu's mind buzzed with disbelief. How could this be? Gu Haokuin clenched his fists. Dai Rugia was indeed scheming. System. While Gu Chu was in shock, her boyfriend, who also happened to be Gu Chuyu's boyfriend, Wu Dalong, appeared. He suggested paying to resolve the situation, but required a hefty sum and warned her not to disclose anything to her family. Gu Chu decided to find a way on her own. Coincidentally, she received a fraudulent call about making a fortune in Myanmar, and she decided to go. This left Gu Chuyu utterly stunned. Wu Dalong. He truly got involved with Gu Chui. Guye, Wu Dalong. Sounds reminiscent of Wu Dalong. This so-called Phoenix man has some skill to manage both twins. Let me venture a guess. He can't possibly be associated with that group. Can he? Gu Chui fixed her gaze intently upon Gu Yi. The system remarked, My dear, you are truly astute. In truth, everything has been meticulously orchestrated by that pair of wretched individuals. They sold the younger sibling for 50 million. Upon her arrival there, she was subjected to brutal assaults, forced to endure unspeakable acts, and ultimately met a gruesome fate. The Gu family remains blissfully unaware, while the remaining twin, in collusion with counterfeiters, seeks to frame you. Today, the entire family holds you responsible as a harbinger of misfortune, claiming that trouble befell the household upon your arrival. Gu Yi continued to munch on his banana. Old Gu is about to be challenged. These twins are being manipulated by that pretentious man. If they were to meet their demise, they would surely crawl to the hospital to visit their so-called best friend. When they return to blame me, I shall not hesitate to report them. In that case, I must ensure that old Gu compensates us for our little grievances. It will be the perfect opportunity to sever ties and make my escape. The system responded, we have traversed numerous realms together, yet you exhibit no ambition, growing increasingly complacent. How disheartening. Gu Chuyu and Gu Chu Wei, sisters, felt as though struck by lightning, their minds in disarray. Especially Gu Chu Wei. The thought of being sold to northern Myanmar, and then meeting such a tragic end? Wu Dalong, could he be in cahoots with Dai Rugia? How could they betray her after all the kindness she had shown them? Gu Chuyu, on the other hand, pondered the betrayal of her boyfriend, whom she willingly allowed to benefit from her generosity, engaging in an affair with her twin sister. It was revolting. She felt a wave of nausea rise within her. The twin sisters, who shared a profound connection, exchanged meaningful glances. In this moment, they united, clasping each other's hands, their eyes offering silent comfort. Perhaps it was all a ruse. Gui might have fabricated the entire scenario, and nothing of the sort would come to pass. However, Gu Haokuin felt his legs weaken, barely able to stand, hastily sinking onto a nearby sofa. Could his precious daughter truly meet such a tragic demise? And then, would the entire family misunderstand him? Gui remained unfazed by their expressions, continuing to revel in the unfolding drama. Duo Guzi, the flaws in this narrative are glaring. How could those foolish twins not realize they were being manipulated by the freeloader? Aren't they supposed to be in sync? The system replied, women in love often experience a decline in intelligence. Their relationship was never solid. They remained guarded against one another. Wu Dalong plays the field on odd days, while keeping it low-key on even ones. If it weren't for his inadequacies, they would both likely be expecting. Gui exclaimed, what? Wu Dalong is inadequate? Whose child is Dai Rugia carrying? The system retorted, just some random patron from a bar. Even she is unaware of the father's identity, hence the decision to terminate. Gui cast a sidelong glance at the twin sisters, smirking disdainfully. With such intelligence, how dare they look down on me? The system remarked, some individuals may possess wealth, yet they are fundamentally flawed. After a brief exchange of grievances, they finally released their pent-up frustration. Meanwhile, the father and daughter trio sat nearby, their hands and feet chilled, drenched in cold sweat. At that very moment, Gu Chio's phone rang. It was a call from Wu Dalong. Gu Haokuin, with a stern expression, commanded, put on speaker. Obediently, Gu Chiyu placed the phone on the coffee table. Where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? Wu Dalong inquired impatiently. I'll be there shortly. There's south traffic on the road, Gu Chiyu replied. With irritation, Wu Dalong retorted, hurry up. I haven't eaten yet, and I'm craving Australian lobster. He ordered 10 dishes in one breath, the total cost reaching 500,000. Gu Haokuin's face twisted in anger. He wouldn't dare indulge in such extravagance himself. Yet this man, relying on others, seemed to do so habitually. Gu Chuyu, unable to bear her father's expression, remained silent, and before she could respond, the call ended. Almost simultaneously, Gu Chuhui's phone began to ring. It was once again Wu Dalong. Continue on speaker, Gu Haokuin insisted. He wanted them both to remember this moment and reconsider their disdain for Xiao Yi. Gu Chui complied. Hui, come with Yao Yao, but find a way to get in first. I miss you, Wu Dalong expressed. Guya did it. You. This voice is even worse than those online impersonators. It's nauseating. System, what a pity about the fruit and whatever water was just consumed. Gu Yi settled back, saying, then perhaps it's best not to vomit. I'm not adept at this kind of soft living. I certainly can't afford a meal costing 500,000. In a fit of rage, Gu Haokuin could no longer remain seated, abruptly rising from a sofa. Gu Chuyao, Gu Chui, what more is there to say? The twin sisters had never witnessed their father so furious, and they immediately knelt in fear. Dad, I don't understand what happened. I was deceived. Gu Chuyao sobbed, feeling utterly betrayed. Initially, she suspected that Gu Yi was scheming against them, but a call from Wu Dalong shattered her disbelief. The truth was undeniable. She had been manipulated by a penniless leech. Gu Chui cried even more wretchedly, Dad. I had no idea he was my sister's boyfriend. He told me he was single. Sobota. Sobota. She could barely articulate her distress. According to Gu Ye's thoughts, Not only had she lost her money, but she was also in grave danger of losing her very organs. An overwhelming dread surged within her, rendering her trembling uncontrollably. Gu Haokuin's face was marked by disappointment and frustration. How could he have fathered such two brainless fools? As per Gu Ye's revelations, their entire family had been ensnared by that pair of unscrupulous scoundrels. While the Gu family may not have been the foremost of the 8 great clans, they were certainly not to be trifled with. The audacity of their adversaries to humiliate the Gu family suggested a deliberate conspiracy. Moreover, this incident was merely the beginning. One by one, the members of the Gu family would meet their demise, leading to the ruin of the entire clan. This was unacceptable. He could not let them go unpunished. Yet what could he do now? Gu Yi glanced at them, suppressing the urge to laugh aloud, though internally he was reveling in amusement. Ha ha! Now you realize the gravity of the situation. If only you had been more astute from the start, perhaps this could have been avoided. Nevertheless, for those two dimwits, even their newfound awareness would be futile. As the story unfolds, they will still be drawn to the falsehoods. Eventually, they will descend into oblivion once more. The twins, sensing his thoughts, turned their gazes toward him, their eyes brimming with anger and confusion. Why was he reveling in their misfortune? Shouldn't he be warning them? Furthermore, they were not fools, now that they knew the truth. They would never again fall for the lies. Noticing the intensity of their stares, Gu Yi dismissed their concern with a thought. What are you looking at? You know the truth now, yet instead of plotting your retaliation, you simply weep. What purpose does that serve? The system chimed in. Young master I've mentioned before. Their intelligence is subpar, typical of the young ladies raised in the Gu family. Gu Yi nodded in agreement. I understand completely. Once that imposter returns, with just a few words, the entire family will be ensnared in confusion. Whatever he says will be taken as truth. The imposter will slander me as a harbinger of disaster, and no amount of explanation will suffice. Due to the prolonged presence of counterfeit goods, a profound attachment has formed with them, overshadowing me, who has just returned. Despite our blood relation, I cannot compete with the fakes that have lingered for years. The system remarked, indeed, those deserving of misfortune possess their own justifications. The twin sisters, who only judge by appearances, previously looked down upon you. Even if you were to propose a solution now, they would remain skeptical. Gu Yi responded, precisely, their perceived superiority surely grants them some means. The twin sisters felt a tightening in their hearts, overwhelmed by discomfort. Gu Yi's inner thoughts were accurate. They harbored biases against him. Initially, they were incredulous upon hearing his thoughts, and without such insight, their disbelief would have been even greater. However, this was not the moment for grievances. They needed Gu Yi to devise a plan to navigate through their predicament. They were determined to adequately compensate their elder brother. Gu Haokuin felt an even deeper sense of guilt. Thanks to this revelation of thoughts, he realized he would have been led astray by the counterfeit. Yet now, he posed a question to Gu Yi, seemingly guided by fate. Gu Chu eagerly interjected, elder brother, having spent years outside, you must possess considerable wisdom. Surely you have a solution. Gu Chu Wei was more direct, bowing thrice to Gu Yi, her sincerity evident as her forehead met the ground with a resonant thud. Despite her desperation, she pleaded with Gu Yi, elder brother, please save me. I have an unsettling feeling that Wu Dalong and Dai Ruijia are in cahoots. They must have ulterior motives. What if they intend to deceive me and sell me? Perhaps, as rumored online, to sell my organs? I am truly terrified. I beseech you for assistance. She recalled his earlier thoughts, which indicated he had a plan, but chose not to share it with them. Regret filled her. She had judged him unfairly. If she survived this ordeal, she vowed to make amends with her elder brother. Seeing this, Gu Chu knelt and emulated her sister, bowing thrice to Gu Yi. Elder brother, we were unaware of your return today and did not prepare a meeting gift. Please do not be angry. We will arrange something shortly. Our combined pocket money should amount to 3 million, all of which we will give to you. Gu Haokuin took a deep breath, recalling Gu Ye's earlier thoughts, which had motivated him to return. He had a fondness for money, which was a positive trait. If you have a solution, please share it. Father will provide you with another 10 million in pocket money. Spend it as you wish. After all, I have neglected my own son. Without your insights, I would have continued to misunderstand and mistreat you. Gu Yi, with a stern expression, retorted, What are you doing? I am merely a poor lad returned from the outside. Y pusas no expertiza. They say wealthy individuals are never foolish. It seems the Gu family is filled with simpletons. They have been so thoroughly bullied. What method is there left to consider? The Gu family still possesses an entertainment industry. Perhaps a discreet live stream could be orchestrated, crashing into the hospital to confront that despicable couple, exposing their deceit, with them bowing and offering me money. Do they truly believe I am the sort to succumb to trifling temptations? System, indeed, my lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. The narrative reveals that the counterfeit spent 50 million last month to purchase an island. How could old Gu only allocate a mere 10 million to you? Is this the attitude one should adopt when requesting assistance? Is this how one treats their own flesh and blood? They deserve to be swiftly removed from the scene. Gu Yi, what? 50 million for an island? My goodness, I can scarcely fathom it. If I had 50 million, I would be the most cheerful young man. Gu Halcoin's face turned ashen. Where did that fraud acquire such funds? Who allowed him to spend 50 million on an island? The twin sisters paused for a moment, then exchanged glances filled with ecstatic delight. Their elder brother may have a sharp tongue, but his heart is tender. They knew precisely how to proceed. Elder brother, we truly erred. Rest assured, we shall return alive and ensure that those who have wronged us face the consequences. The sisters rose and hurriedly dashed out. Gu Halcoin, concerned for them, followed suit. Xiao Yi, you should eat first. There is no need to wait for us. We? I knew it was all an act to feign generosity. System, wealthy individuals are notoriously stingy, even with their own offspring. When we dine shortly, be sure to eat heartily. You must recoup your losses. Gu Yi, naturally. Who knows, after this meal, I may find myself entirely disengaged from them. How tedious this is. Perhaps I shall take out my phone for some amusement. In a twist of fate, Su Yi found herself alone in the living room, questioning Gu Yi about the whereabouts of his father and sisters. Xiao Yi, where have your father and sisters gone? Gu Yi, without lifting his head, responded nonchalantly. I have no idea. They must be preoccupied with something significant. The twins share a soft-hearted man, lacking intellect. They're likely storming towards the hospital, confronting Dai Rugia. Huh, how foolish. Su Yi, momentarily taken aback by Gu Ye's inner thoughts, pondered the situation. Was it possible she had misheard? I'll go inquire. Dinner is soon. And we shouldn't wait for them, she declared, hastily dialing a number. Gu Yi, indifferent, welcomed the absence of the oblivious crowd, relishing the opportunity to indulge in his game. As he immersed himself in the game, the system's voice interrupted. Young master, open do baba quickly. The two fools are live streaming. Gu Yi replied dismissively, so what? What's so interesting? The system, in a state of urgency, insisted. It seems they have finally come to their senses, secretly live streaming from the hospital, confronting those two. Intrigued, Gu Yi promptly exited the game and accessed the live streaming platform. Wow, how sensational. The moment he opened the page, he was met with the scene from a luxurious VIP hospital room. Su Yi, having failed to reach her contact, emerged just in time to witness the unfolding drama, quickly opening her phone to join the live stream. What she saw left her utterly dismayed. On the screen, Dai Rugia grasped Gu Chuhui's hand, tears streaming down her face. Hui, you are my dearest friend. You must help me. I was working at a bar, and, unbeknownst to me, someone drugged me. I am pregnant. I cannot bear to part with the life within me. Yet I have an opportunity to work in an investment bank. I am at a loss. I intend to terminate the pregnancy, but one of our classmates discovered my plight. Suppressing her revulsion, Gu Chui queried in disbelief, Jia, what heinous act have you committed to find yourself in such misfortune? That is a life. How could you be so cruel? Dai Rugia, stammering through her tears, was taken aback by Gu Chuhui's response. What nonsense was she uttering? Gu Yi, unable to contain his amusement, burst into laughter. Ha ha! Who would have thought the little fool could articulate so well? Let her speak more. Su Yi was left bewildered. Xiao Yi must have been driven mad by anger. This was a live broadcast, not a scripted play. Meanwhile, the comment section was rife with vitriol directed at Gu Chuhui for her lack of understanding, her superficial sisterly affection, and even calls for her demise. In the hospital room, Dai Rugia proposed, "Hui, I have devised a plan to say you had a miscarriage, and I came to assist you. Your family has wealth and connections. Should anything arise, your parents will undoubtedly help you navigate through it." How does that sound? Gu Chui, utterly stunned, had anticipated this conversation through her brother's thoughts, yet witnessing it unfold was a different matter entirely. To think she regarded Dai Rugia as a sister, while the latter viewed her as a fool. Wealth at home does not warrant being made a scapegoat, nor should one be exploited to the point of ruin. I vehemently disagree. Gu Chui resolutely rejected the notion, asserting, "You are the victim, and I shall assist you in reporting this to the authorities, ensuring that the scoundrel faces justice." In an instant, Dai Rugia's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Gu Chui, on what grounds do you refuse?" she exclaimed. "If it weren't for your incessant flaunting of your wealth before me, I would never have taken a job at a bar, nor would I have been bullied. This is all your fault, and you must bear responsibility." Wu Dalong seized Gu Chuhui's arm, his voice brimming with malice. "Gu Chui, are you even human? It's merely a matter of taking the blame. You have the means to resolve this. Why would you report it? Do you wish to escalate matters and subject Jia to online harassment?" Gu Chui responded with a resounding slap to Wu Dalong's face. "What are you? A parasite feeding off me, daring to speak to me in such a manner? What is your relationship with Dai Rugia? Is that child yours? Why are you aiding her so fervently?" The thought of being manipulated by the two of them made Gu Chui feel nauseous. "You wretched creature, I have shown you kindness." Enraged, Wu Dalong raised his hand to strike Gu Chui. Having trained, she swiftly dodged and turned to flee. "Dalong, she's escaping. Quickly, catch her!" Dai Rugia shouted. Wu Dalong hurried to apprehend her, muttering curses under his breath. "You little wretch, refusing to drink the fine wine, you shall face punishment instead." Gu Chui was captured, and with a sense of injustice, she looked at Dai Rugia and asked, "Dai Rugia, I have treated you well. Why would you wish to harm me?" Dai Rugia laughed maniacally. "You call that kindness? That is mere charity. If you truly cared for me, why not arrange for me to be the general manager of your company? Dalong, send her off to northern Myanmar, where the brothers can take good care of her. The daughter of a wealthy family, her body is exquisite, her organs more valuable than those of the impoverished." Wu Dalong chuckled lewdly. Of course, purchasing a top-tier asset for 50 million is a bargain no one could resist. Gu Chui, now terrified, struggled vehemently. "You intend to sell me? This is illegal. I will have you arrested." Observing this, Gu Yi sighed in exasperation. Wasn't she trained? How could she be caught? Truly useless. It is curious. She seems to be secretly live-streaming. Who could possibly be guiding her in such a manner? Could there be anyone in the Gu family whose intellect rivals mine? Sui. In the live-streaming room, the door to the hospital room was kicked open, and Gu Chui stormed in. Wu Dalong jumped in fright. Yao, it's not what you think. Gu Chui is the one seducing me." Dai Rugia added, Yao, I can attest to this. Gu Chui is shamelessly seducing her brother-in-law." Without uttering a word, Gu Chuyu delivered a swift kick, sending Wu Dalong sprawling to the ground, simultaneously throwing a medical report at his face. "Adulterers, neither of you shall escape. Wu Dalong, take a good look. You have a vast wilderness atop your head." Wu Dalong snatched the medical report, glanced at it, and his face turned ashen. His body had already succumbed to various ailments, adorned with an array of perplexing symbols. Yet, what astonished him the most was the revelation of his infertility. Gui stood up in shock upon reading this. "Wow, my dear sister is quite remarkable. At a critical moment, she transforms into a hero to rescue the damsel. Moreover, she has unveiled Wu Dalong's disgrace. She is no fool." The system remarked, "Indeed, my chip is utterly astounded. I presume they were destined to meet their demise. Yet they staged a remarkable counterattack. Currently, the live stream boasts an audience of 500,000. The comments have taken a turn. Earlier, they were berating the twins, but now the ire is directed at Wu Dalong and Dai Rugia." In the hospital room, Dai Rugia panicked. "Dalong, do not heed their nonsense. They have deliberately fabricated this false report. Gu Chui, You two have gone too far. Dalong, if you sell both of them, I'll marry you, and all the money will be yours. These two fools seemed to have colluded, even understanding how to retaliate, and had obtained crucial evidence. However, it mattered not. Wu Dalong was merely her lapdog. She would keep him in check, ensuring he gained nothing in the end. Wu Dalong, his eyes blazing with fury, was utterly enraged. Yet, upon hearing Dai Rujia's words, he appeared momentarily bewildered. He burst into laughter. Haha, exactly. Gu Chuing and Gu Chui are both to be sold. I am destined to become a billionaire. Any ailment can be cured. You must bear me 10 or 8 sons. Dai Rujia suppressed her revulsion. Very well, I shall. Enough of the chatter. Hurry and fetch the money. At that moment, the live stream abruptly went dark. Gui exclaimed, "What is happening? Gutsi, what's going on over there?" The plot has indeed taken a rather chaotic turn. System, the live stream has been suspended. Please wait a few moments. Gui, it was merely suspended. I thought those brothers from Myanmar had come. Su Yi's heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally found solace. She had feared that her 2 precious daughters had truly been sold. However, her emotions were now a tangled web. She had always believed that Dai Rujia was a good girl, and her relationship with Xiao Zhe seemed promising. She even entertained the hope that they might blossom into something beautiful. Yet, she never anticipated that this seemingly virtuous girl could exhibit such reprehensible character. Her family had treated her with utmost kindness, especially her 2 little daughters. The money spent on her each year could have easily purchased a sports car. Instead of taking responsibility for her own misdeeds, Dai Rujia had the audacity to blame her youngest daughter, shamelessly placing the burden upon her. For other matters, she might have been able to endure, but this was about a miscarriage. If such a scandal were to be exposed about her daughter, the Gu family would be utterly ruined. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that such a seemingly good girl could utter those words. Su Yi felt that despite her years of experience and her ability to read people, she had been utterly deceived by Dai Rujia's facade. Suppressing her shock and fury, she approached Gu Yi and inquired, "Xiao Yi, you watched Yao Yao and Hui Hui's live stream too, didn't you? What transpired afterward?" Hadn't Gu Yi previously stated that the world is like a book, and he should know the forthcoming plot? Gu Yi replied with indifference, "I have no idea. Why do you keep asking me? I know nothing. I am crass, rude, and utterly useless. Those 2 foolish girls have received guidance from a wise figure and have learned to retaliate. Surely the wise figure has instructed them on the next steps. It's quite dull. I was waiting for them to go offline, continue the plot, and then sever ties after they receive their money." Su Yi felt a pang in her heart at her son's aloofness and the truths he had revealed. According to the narrative, she would inevitably develop a disdain for her own son, leading to his inability to accept her. What sort of plot was this? Why would a parent doubt their own child's words in favor of a foster child? After a considerable pause, the system's voice chimed in. "Young master, quickly look." That reclusive expert indeed provided them with a brilliant strategy, the 3 of them. Su Yi, quicker than Gu Yi, immediately opened her phone and saw the new live stream in progress. Gu Yi also observed that the previous suspension of the live stream was due to their report to the authorities. The police had come and arrested Dai Rujia and Wu Dalong, even uncovering a major human trafficking case in the process, with the Gu family emerging as the heroes. Seizing this opportunity, they held a press conference to clarify the rumors. Su Yi's heart, which had been so anxious, finally settled, and she watched her younger son overcome with joy. Thanks to her understanding of his sentiments, their family not only escaped calamity, but also turned misfortune into fortune. This time, the stock of the Gu family is undoubtedly poised for a significant surge, further elevating their status among the 8 prominent families. Gu Yi was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on his phone, unable to look away. How is this even possible? The plot has deviated far too much. Guzi, investigate immediately. Who is the master guiding them? System, young master, I have already looked into it. There is no hidden expert. They simply had a sudden surge of intellect and had devised a plan on their way. Gu Yi, what? Is it truly that impressive? So, their intelligence just sprouted out of nowhere. That means Gu Chuhui's earlier display of fear and her escape were merely performances for the audience in the livestream? System. Indeed, once they became less foolish, their acting skills improved significantly. Guyi turned off his phone, leaning back against the sofa, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. There must be some hidden agenda. Otherwise, how could the narrative have diverged so drastically? Sue-yi covered her mouth with one hand, stifling her laughter. Silly child. That hidden expert is you. If it weren't for hearing your thoughts, our family would be in dire straits. However, these words were not meant to be shared with Guyi, and it seemed that due to the system, they were unable to articulate them. Perhaps it was for the best, preventing anyone from overhearing his thoughts and revealing such secrets. System, I cannot ascertain that for now. Let us wait and see. However, the Gu family's first disaster has been averted, and that counterfeit will likely attempt to frame you again. Your future days will surely improve. Why are you not elated? Guyi, what does this have to do with me? What is there to be joyful about? Did you not just mention that this fellow purchased an island for 50 million? I am still their favored son, yet after returning for several hours, no one has proposed any small goals for me, allowing me to buy an island to play on. Hence, I tell you, an abnormal intellect that grows swiftly will also diminish just as fast. When that counterfeit returns, he will surely be embraced by everyone. Su-yi's heart sank. Guze spent 50 million on an island. How was she unaware of this? Who provided him with the funds? The Gu family's wealth did not come from thin air. Although her two nearby relatives dote on Guze, granting him nearly anything he desires, it had never reached such extremes. When Guze returned, she would have to inquire thoroughly. Lost in thought, Guze entered the room with Gu Chubbing. The moment he stepped inside, he rushed to Su-yi, grasping her arm. Mom, how can my twin sisters encounter human traffickers in good health? And what of Dai Rugia? Was she threatened by someone? She is such a gentle and kind person. How could she betray us? Mom, what should we do now? How can we rescue my sisters? Like a resplendent white lotus, Guze spoke amidst tears, as though the twins had already been abducted by traffickers. Gu Chubbing stood beside them, her peripheral vision catching sight of Gu Yi lounging on the sofa. Suddenly, she exclaimed with irritation, Mother, why did you bring him back? Did we not agree that even if it truly is him, we should not bring him home directly? Look at the situation now. The moment he returns, our household is embroiled in such a calamity. What are we to do now? We cannot possibly alert the authorities. If this escalates, how will we ever face anyone again? Ever since discovering that Gu Yi is the biological son of the Gu family, Guze had been reminding himself to conduct an investigation. Indeed, he uncovered the truth. That individual is a harbinger of misfortune, reeking of bad luck. In his childhood, while at the orphanage, he was mischievous, swimming in a pond during the sweltering summer, resulting in the tragic drowning of 4 children, with only himself surviving. After leaving the orphanage, anyone who showed him kindness met with ruin. Several benevolent employers had gone bankrupt due to their association with him. He had clearly communicated to his parents that such an ill-fated person should remain outside. Why bring him back? Yet they chose to disregard his counsel. And now, look what has transpired. A major crisis. Gu Yi, already vexed by the disruption of the narrative, felt he could not sever ties with the Gu family. Upon hearing such remarks, he could no longer contain his overwhelming emotions. Coldi, Gu Yi retorted. Who is this blind fool making such a ruckus upon entering? Another gullible soul duped by counterfeit news. And after the press conference, she still questions what to do. Does she harbor a grudge against the twins, wishing for them to be abducted so she could usurp the family fortune? As for that second-rate fool, who is she? What gossip surrounds her? 009, using counterfeit goods as a weapon system. Young master, she is Gu Ji's third daughter, Gu Chubbing, currently a ski instructor. Let me sort through the gossip about her. Gu Yi cast a glance at Gu Chubbing, who was of average appearance, true to her name. Cold and frosty. She enjoyed skiing? Huh. Isn't she afraid of breaking her delicate legs? At that moment, however, Gu Chubbing was utterly stunned. Did Gu Yi actually dare to insult her? He merely uttered a single sentence, followed by some nonsense about Guzi being someone. Gu Yi, you better not. Gu Chubbing pointed a finger at Gu Yi, fiercely reprimanding him. Yet, all the words that followed were lost in silence. No matter how loudly she shouted, nothing came out. What was happening? Gu Yi sat back down, not sparing her another glance. Old Sue, How did you raise a daughter who is more of a shrew than the last? What kind of upbringing is this? Old Sue was not bad-looking, and old Gu was decent too. How did they end up with such a dim-witted child? Surely they never did a paternity test? Sigh. They ought to consider it. Perhaps she has been swapped at birth. Gu Chubbing was infuriated to the point of explosion. Guye, you little brat, you will. Regarding her inner feelings, not a single punctuation mark could be uttered. She was livid. Gu Chubbing had never been treated this way before. She was ready to rush over and impose a sisterly reprimand upon Gu Yi. However, so you quickly restrained her. Gu Chubbing, look at yourself. Little Yi just returned, and it hasn't even been 2 hours. You are his elder sister, and speaking to him like that is simply wrong. Apologize to little Yi at once. I'm utterly exhausted. No wonder little Yi dislikes this family and wanted to sever ties from the beginning. With 2 younger siblings disrespecting him, he got slapped in the face. Now the third one comes along, without discerning right from wrong, and directly places the blame on little Yi. If it were anyone else, they would be furious too. Gu Chubbing could scarcely believe her ears. Mom, what are you saying? What do you mean by my younger brother? My only brother is Gu Zhe. I refuse to acknowledge such a person as my brother. Even if Gu Yi shares blood with this family, how can he, with such an unrefined demeanor, be worthy of being the eldest son of the Gu family? I simply cannot comprehend. My mother was not like this before. Gu Yi must be employing some devious trick. For instance, just now, he remained silent, but engaged in some ventriloquism nonsense. Sue, he was infuriated. Gu Chubbing, what has become of your upbringing? Is this how your father and I have raised you? Gu Yi is our biological son, your true brother. You must apologize at once. If it weren't for little Yi, the entire Gu family would be in disarray. This third daughter, has she lost her mind? Gu Chubbing crossed her arms defiantly. I won tea. Why should I apologize? I'm not in the wrong. Sue E, beside herself with anger, raised her hand to strike. At a crucial moment, Gu Zhe stepped forward, arms outstretched to shield his third sister behind him. Mother, please do not strike my sister. If you must, then direct your anger at me instead. Brother has just returned, yet he shows such disrespect towards her. This is not how one should behave. My sister only spoke those words for his own good. If it were anyone else, she would hardly bother. As he spoke, his voice trembled, tears glistening in his eyes. Should Sui persist, he would inevitably burst into tears. This was his usual tactic. Each time he resorted to it, the entire family would feel a pang of sympathy for him. The beloved son of the Gu family had indeed returned, but what did it matter? His arrival heralded calamity for the family. It would not be long before tragic news would follow. All of this was Gu Ye's fault. He was nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. Protected by Gu Ze. Gu Chubbing felt a surge of gratitude, but her gaze shifted back to Gu Yi on the sofa, igniting her anger anew. Mother, look how thoughtful and considerate Xiao Zhe is. And then look at that scoundrel. What is he even doing? Since his return, our family has been plagued by misfortune. I have always said he is a disaster. Su Yi, enraged, retorted silence. Xiao Yi is not a disaster. You are driving me to madness with your foolishness. If it weren't for Xiao Yi, I shudder to think of what our home would be like now. With tears streaming down his face, Gu Zhe pleaded, Mother, please do not be angry. It is all my fault I should have. Gu Chubbing embraced Gu Zhe, wiping his tears away. Xia Osha, you have done nothing wrong. This matter does not concern you. The fault lies entirely with that man. Guye, he is truly a shameless disaster. Our home has already erupted into chaos because of him, yet he feigns ignorance. Regardless of the circumstances, she was resolute in ensuring he would not remain in the Gu household. He must be expelled. Gu Yi took several deep breaths to suppress his fury. Leaning back on the sofa, he closed his eyes to find solace. Fool! Gu Zhe's mere words have turned her into a pawn. Am I truly a disaster? To hell with that. They cannot even comprehend the situation and choose to bicker like this. They are worse than stray dogs on the street. Gu Chubbing, insulted by the comparison to a stray dog, could no longer tolerate it. Furiously, she approached Gu Yi. If you have something to say, then say it directly. Why do you have to hide behind silence? Are you mute? A disaster is a disaster. Gu Yi did not even glance her way. You are unworthy of speaking to me. I am human. She is a creature lesser than a stray dog. Different species inherently face communication barriers. All right? Gu Chubbing was at her wit's end. She longed to strike Gu Yi, but with her mother watching closely, she could not bring herself to do it. Given her mother's current state of being so easily swayed, she would undoubtedly turn against her. Yet, how could she endure this indignity without retaliation? Gu Zhe noticed his sister's predicament and hurried over, looking at Gu Yi with a pitiful expression. "Brother, please apologize to sister. She is truly upset by you. Please refrain from causing further trouble. Our family is facing a significant crisis, and my sister is already deeply saddened." Gu Yi swiftly retreated to the sofa, adopting a posture suggestive of nausea. The counterfeit carries a foul odor that makes me feel ill. And there's a major issue at home? I wish there were. But nothing is amiss. Gu Zhe's expression changed abruptly. "Brother, are you expressing disdain for me?" Gu Yi replied, "Be confident. Indeed, I am." "Fool, how can you not see this? After living in this home for over 20 years, Gu Zhe was taken aback by Gu Ye's unabashed dislike for him. Should he not have pretended otherwise? How could he possibly retaliate? Having never encountered such a situation, he was at a loss. Gu Zhubing, witnessing Gu Zhe's distress and hearing Gu Ye's sentiments, felt her anger reach a boiling point. "Gu Yi, I demand you to put on an act. Look at what you've done." She produced her phone, revealing the news article she had just seen, thrusting it before Gu Yi. The overwhelming headlines proclaimed the abduction of the Gu family's twin daughters, Gu Chu Hui's miscarriage being blamed on her friend, and Gu Chu Yao stealing her younger sister's boyfriend. Had it not been for Gu Ye's disastrous return, how could the family have fallen into such disarray? Everything had been perfectly fine before. Gu Yi merely cast a glance at the screen. "You haven't refreshed it. Fool, why use the latest smartphone when an old model would suffice? What have I done? You expect me to take the blame? No way." Gu Zhe was astounded by Gu Ye's demeanor. A destitute wanderer for years, he had the evidence before him, yet still refused to acknowledge it. "Third sister, please do not be angry, nor blame brother. He did not intend for this. Let's wait for father to return before discussing it." Gu Chubing, incensed, retorted, "Xiao Zhe, you are far too kind. He is utterly uncouth, and I shall educate him properly today. I haven't refreshed." "Very well. Right before your eyes, I will refresh and show you." But as she spoke, her words faltered. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her phone. How is this possible? This is utterly perplexing. Gu Chubbing's face was a canvas of disbelief. Her eyes fixated on the screen of her phone, her small hands frantically swiping. Just moments ago, she had witnessed the overwhelming coverage of the Gu family's misfortunes. Yet, upon refreshing the page, everything had transformed. The Gu family still dominated the trending lists across major websites, but the content had entirely shifted. The Gu family has made a significant contribution, assisting the police in apprehending a major criminal gang. Dai Rujia and Wu Daolong had long conspired with the intention of selling the Gu family's twin sisters to northern Myanmar. Acts of kindness went unrewarded. The twin sisters were manipulated by their so-called friends, inadvertently exposing the truth through a live broadcast. The Gu family held a press conference to clarify the rumors, expressing gratitude towards the family's fortunate star, Gu Yi. The Gu family has reunited with their long-lost biological son and is planning a recognition banquet. Media outlets were abuzz with speculation about the identity of Gu Yi, all eager to glimpse this enigmatic harbinger of fortune. The more Gu Chubbing read, the more her complexion soured, as if the very sky had collapsed upon her. She had conducted her own investigations. The facts were irrefutable. Gu Yi was a harbinger of calamity. How could her father refer to him as a fortunate star? The twin sisters had triumphed through their own ingenuity. How could that possibly be linked to Gu Yi? Standing nearby, Gu Zhe noted the dismay etched upon Gu Chubbing's face, and his sense of satisfaction swelled. Gu Yi was nothing but an unwanted harbinger of disaster. He had relished his earlier triumph, but soon he would find himself in tears. "Third sister, do not be overly distressed. Brother will not comprehend, having just returned home to such turmoil. Once he learns the truth, he will surely apologize to you." Gu Zhe feigned comfort. He was the cherished darling of the family. Everything belonging to the Gu family was rightfully his. Even if Gu Yi was the biological son of the Gu family, what did it matter? He would be scorned by all, and Gu Zhe would relish in trampling him underfoot. Gu Chubbing seemed oblivious to Gu Zhe's words as she thrust her phone towards him. "Xiao Zhe, Take a look at your phone. How has the news changed? Guze dismissed her concerns, retrieving his own phone while casting a cursory glance at Gu Chubbing's screen. Sister, ours are the same. It cannot be wrong. The words lodged in his throat, unable to escape. His already narrow eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. What news was this? How could this be? Hastily, he tapped on his phone, refreshing various pages with fervor, and soon wore a matching expression of bewilderment to Gu Chubbing. How could this be? Just moments ago, while in the car, he distinctly remembered the reports proclaiming that the Gu family's 2 young daughters were doomed, that the Gu family was in dire straits, that calamity had befallen them. Now, how could there be a complete reversal of fortune? Impossible. How could this be the case? Guze, overwhelmed by astonishment, murmured in a voice that rose several octaves. Guyi sneered, "What is impossible? The Gu family hasn't suffered. Are you displeased?" Guze immediately rebutted, "Brother, how can you say that about me? I didn't mean it, I didn't." Realizing that he had inadvertently spoken his innermost thoughts aloud, Guze began to falter in his words. "We is needed. Don't call me brother so casually. I certainly do not have such a white lotus brother as you. It's quite unbearable." The pretense of the imposter is hardly impressive. They were so easily frightened into revealing themselves. However, judging by the expressions of old Sue and third brother, they certainly do not mind. After all, whatever the imposter says is deemed correct, and the entire family is being led around by the nose, one after another, turning into mindless puppets. Gu Chubbing wished to defend Guze, but upon hearing Guye's thoughts, she found herself at a loss for words. Her mind seemed to clear just a bit, and she too recognized Guze's odd behavior. The Gu family had not suffered misfortune. Should it not be pleased? Was it possible that she had truly been manipulated by Guze? Yet, little Zay was not that kind of person. Gu Chubbing was perplexed and turned to her mother. Sui approached with a stern expression and coldly stated, "Third brother, apologize to your brother." She was well aware of the rumors circulating online. If it weren't for Xiao Ye's return, both of them would have faced dire consequences. The Gu family would be finished. There is no such thing as a calamity in our family. Xiao Yi is a blessing. I have stated before that Gu Yi is a part of this family. Anyone who dares to slander him should not expect my leniency. After speaking, she cast a disappointed glance at Guze, shaking her head. Initially, when she heard Xiao Yi express such strong opinions against Xiao Zhe, she found it hard to believe. However, having observed the situation from the sidelines, she began to sense something amiss. The son she had raised as her own seemed far from simple. Guye's face remained expressionless, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. What on earth is happening? Old Sue is actually speaking in my favor. She believes I am a blessing. This is strange, far too strange. Shouldn't she trust Guze? After all, that imposter merely has to frown for her to feel immense pity, suspecting that I am the one bullying him. Sui Sikhit, her heart filled with increasing guilt. In the narrative, she was portrayed as a mother who favored her adopted son while disregarding her biological child, finding fault with him at every turn. Now that she had awakened to the truth, she vowed to compensate her biological son tenfold in the future. Gu Chubbing exclaimed, "Old Sue, how dare he refer to mother in that manner?" Fortunately, their mother could not hear his thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely be angered. Regardless, she realized that she had unjustly believed the worst of Gu Yi and owed him an apology. "Xiao Yi, I am sorry. The internet connection was poor earlier, and I failed to see the latest updates, which led to this misunderstanding." Gu Chubbing maintained a relatively good attitude. She thought that since she had apologized to her biological brother, he should forgive her. However, Gu Yi did not even glance her way, indifferent. Forced to apologize, he must be seething with resentment, thinking that I am unworthy of his apology. And what of the poor internet connection? I am deserving. She is merely a blind fool, and her entire family is as well. However, I share no connection with them. When the next time arrives, and I am wrongfully accused by counterfeiters, they will undoubtedly side with that individual. At that moment, I shall sever all ties with them and depart with my modest fortune to a faraway place. Gu Chubbing never anticipated that Gu Yi harbored such thoughts. Despite having already offered an apology, he still found fault, even berating himself as a complete fool. How dare he? His sole purpose for returning was financial gain, so let his parents provide him with the money to send him on his way. Soo-yi felt an even deeper sorrow. Her beloved son was profoundly disillusioned with their family. The mere act of trying to mend their relationship seemed utterly futile. She could not allow him to leave the Gu family. He was her own flesh and blood, and everything within the Gu family would one day belong to him. Guze, what are you searching for? Is it true that you find no joy in the Gu family's well-being? Soo-yi's irritation grew as she noticed Guze still engrossed in his phone. Guze hastily stowed away his device, his expression one of grievance as he explained, "Mother, you must believe me. I am not unhappy. I was merely observing how my sisters retaliate against wrongdoers. I feel proud of them, though I also experience a pang of fear. That detestable Guyi. If it were not for his instigation, how could you possibly doubt me? Sujimantanda esterndimina." Previously, she would have unhesitatingly believed anything he said. Yet now, Guze, regardless of what transpires in the future, do not hastily accuse anyone without ascertaining the truth. Just now, you unjustly accused Xiao Yi, and that is unacceptable. You must apologize to Xiao Yi at once. Soo-yi disregarded Guze's protests. It was imperative that he extend an apology to Xiao Yi. In disbelief, Guze was taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. "Mother, what did you say?" Soo-yi, suppressing her anger, reiterated, "I said you must apologize to Xiao Yi." Guyi, feeling wronged, thought, why must Sue repeat herself? It's not as if I'm deaf. He wore a pitiful expression, oblivious to the notion that Sue might be bullying him. Instantly, Soo-yi turned her gaze to Guze, exclaiming, "Gusha, what kind of expression is that? Have I wronged you? Upon your return, you immediately accused Xiao Yi of being a disaster. Was that not true?" She marveled at how adeptly Guze was at feigning innocence. Guze was taken aback again. How dare Soo-yi raise her voice at him? She had never spoken to him in such a manner before Guye's arrival. She had always claimed that even if her biological son returned, she would treat him with the same affection as before. It was all a ruse. Guye, why doesn't he just disappear? Despite his anger and resentment, Guze held his tongue. "Brother, please forgive me. You just returned, and then a major incident occurred at home. What an unfortunate coincidence. I shouldn't have overthought it. I was merely worried." Guze's tone dripped with sarcasm, transparent to even the simplest of minds, yet he felt unjustly aggrieved. Guyi barely raised an eyelid, dismissing the situation as trivial. "If you don't want to apologize, then don't. Enough with the nauseating platitudes. Coincidence? Who knows if this is all part of a scheme? He worried? What nonsense. If he truly cared, why didn't he contact the twins or call old Gu? Only an utter fool would believe such drivel. Yet the entire family seems to fall for it. Even old Sue. Could it be that she too is losing her wits? How could she choose to believe me? However, she shall not succeed in her schemes. I refuse to be deceived." Upon hearing Guyi insult Guze, Guchu Bing's temper flared, and she instinctively wanted to defend Guze. Yet, after overhearing Guye's thoughts, she hesitated, swallowing her words. Suddenly, it seemed Guye's reasoning held merit. Earlier, on the way back, Guze had opened his phone to reveal a crisis, intending to call their father and sisters. However, he insisted against making the calls, claiming they would only add to the chaos. Guze continually led her to believe that Guyi was the source of their misfortune. But why? Why would Guze act in such a manner? Moreover, it appeared she had genuinely fallen for Guze's narrative. But she was not foolish. Throughout the exchange, Soo-yi's focus remained on Guze, and with Guye's thoughts echoing in her mind, her anger intensified. He should apologize, yet he maintained his sardonic demeanor. How had she been so blind to his manipulation? Now, confronting him would only result in more tears and a pitiful display, which was utterly exasperating. Thus, she chose to disregard Guze and turn her attention to Gu Chubing. "Gu Chubing, did you not call your father and the others at that time?" Gu Chubing was taken aback. Her mother was furious. "Mom, I did not." Soo-yi's voice grew deeper and colder. "Why did you not? Were you not anxious?" Gu Chubing glanced at Guze, who immediately lowered his head, as if he had not seen her. "Mom, I was simply too anxious." Just moments ago, Gu Chubing had been uncertain, But now she realized that she had indeed been foolish to believe Gu Zei's deceitful words. It was he who had led her astray, yet now he feigned ignorance. Gu Yi remarked, "Indeed, being too anxious led to me being framed as a disaster. However, could it be that she harbors a grudge against those two young ones, wishing for their demise? Otherwise, even without making a call, one would keep an eye on their phone, not oblivious to the latest news." Gu Chubbing was momentarily stunned. She had intended to check her phone. But Gu Zei had been reassuring her that everything could be discussed upon returning home. She could not bear to witness such a tragic scene, thus refrained from looking. Could she be blamed for that? It was a lot for her to process all at once. Su Yi's piercing gaze felt like a tangible weapon, as if she wished to flay Gu Chubbing alive. How could you, a coach, lack any judgment when faced with a situation? Gu Chubbing cried, feeling aggrieved. Her mother had never scolded her in such a manner. She had always been her pride. Gu Zei was completely sidelined. Even his earlier sarcastic remarks failed to capture the attention of their mother and older sister. He was genuinely frustrated. Just a few words from Gu Yi had shaken the position he had fought so hard to secure. This was merely the beginning. If this continued, he would be finished. Gu Zei would not allow such a scenario to unfold. He needed to reclaim his mother's affection and interjected, "Mom, you cannot blame my sister. Neither of us believed the situation was real. We just wanted to hurry home to check. If anyone should be blamed, it should be me for not thinking ahead." Gu Yi found his words amusing. "Brother, what are you laughing at? What was he trying to achieve? Did he have to oppose him at every turn? A disaster truly was a disaster. Just returning home had brought him misfortune." Gu Yi replied, "I just thought of something amusing. Don't ask me what it is, for I shall not tell you." Just moments ago, when Gu Chubbing sought his help, he had feigned ignorance, causing her to be scolded, yet now he chose to step forward. Indeed, this green tea was no ordinary adversary. It was no surprise that the entire Gu family was ensnared by his manipulations. The system remarked, "Young master, your discerning eye truly sees through everything. I am in awe." Gu Yi responded, "Of course, if it were not for money, I would have dealt with him in an instant." Gu Chubbing turned to Gu Zei. So it was he who was aware, yet chose to feign ignorance. How infuriating. She had treated him so well, yet he toyed with her intellect. Gu Shi, suppressing his inner disgust, continued to feign distress, tears streaming down his face. "Brother, I'm aware that you harbor grievances against me. It is all my fault that you have found yourself in adversity. I am willing to depart and return our parents to you. Please forgive me." Mother has already expressed her regret for not understanding, has she not? Then I shall act with understanding for once. I will leave, allowing her biological son to remain. Surely that would suffice. Gu Yi hastily shifted away, proclaiming, "I am not your brother. We are not acquainted. Cease this charade." Is he attempting to play the fool? Retreating to gain ground? If he possesses any sense, he should leave promptly. Yet he chooses this very moment to linger. Old Su would never let go in the end. It is I who must depart. System, according to the progression of the narrative, is indeed you who will ultimately leave. Gu Yi, indeed, they're all performing. However, could it be that Gu Zei has undergone gender reassignment surgery? Such a delicate demeanor, weeping at the slightest provocation. Is he always like this? Surely the Gu family must have a reason to weep incessantly. Su Yi observed Gu Zei, listening to Gu Ye's inner musings, her own agitation mounting. Had this been in the past, Gu Zei's tearful lamentations would have compelled her to embrace him instantly, soothing him with kind words, perhaps even offering him a card to purchase whatever he desired. Yet now, with the voice of her biological son resonating within her, she realized she had been deceived by Gu Zei's performance. How unfortunate! Little Yi was correct. What manner of man weeps so? Gu Zei, what is this incessant weeping? Our family is not in mourning. Your lamentations are unwarranted. From now on, I expect you to conduct yourself with more composure. Refrain from such emotional displays. Gu Chu being added, Little Zei, mother only wishes the best for you. Do not hold it against her. Humph. Was he not just engaging in that very act of pretense? Gu Zei's tears had yet to dry as he gazed upon his mother and third sister, feeling utterly despondent. In times past, he need not shed tears. Merely feigning to cry would elicit their comforting embraces. Now, having matured, They accuse him of wrongdoing. And his third sister, how could she behave so? After being reprimanded, he had even defended her. Now, she dares to cast disdainful remarks? Wuya, ha. This is utterly amusing. The imposter is befuddled. He surely cannot comprehend why his tears hold no power now. To be frank, I too am perplexed. How have old Sue and her dim-witted third daughter transformed? Nevertheless, it matters not to me. This does not concern my affairs. Is this the fabled corner of the celestial palace? A single meal costing 3 million. Sue E, with her hand resting on her forehead, pondered how to convince Xiao Yi of her transformation. The road ahead seemed daunting. Gu Chubbing, however, stared blankly at her mother, wondering if she might be able to hear Xiao Ye's thoughts. After all, how else could her mother have changed so drastically? Previously, she had been more indulgent towards Gu Zhe than anyone else, never speaking to him in such a manner. Gu Zhe, did you hear what I said? Sue turned her gaze to Gu Zhe once more. Tears brimmed in Gu Zhe's eyes, but recalling his mother's words, he managed to stifle them. Mom, I remember. I won't do it again. He still had to wait for his father and the two foolish ones to return. They surely wouldn't favor Xiao Yi as much as their mother did. Sue E, oblivious to his thoughts, turned her attention to Xiao Yi, instantly adopting the demeanor of a gentle and loving mother. Xiao Yi, come and eat. I had the kitchen prepare a multitude of dishes. She even took Xiao Ye's hand, personally leading him to the dining room. Gu Zhe felt utterly neglected, watching the scene unfold as if the sky had collapsed around him once more. Hadn't T-Mother said that Xiao Yi had been outside for many years and might carry germs? Hadn't she expressed her fears of being infected? And yet here she was, holding his hand without a trace of disdain. Sister, Gu Zhe looked towards Gu Chubbing, seeking an explanation. Yet Gu Chubbing ignored him, insisting, didn't you say you're hungry? Come eat. Without waiting for him, she quickly followed after Sui. Gu Zhe's heart sank, feeling abandoned by his entire family. This was merely the first day of Xiao Ye's return. What would happen thereafter? If this trend continued, would he be cast out of the Gu family altogether? In the dining room, Sui purposely shifted Xiao Ye's place to sit beside her, a spot that had previously belonged to Gu Zhe. Xiao Yi, something strange is afoot. What has happened to old Sue? Is she all right? System, perhaps she has gained some sense? You'll adjust in due course. Old dog, your judgment is lacking. Have you forgotten this storyline? Even if the biological son presents surveillance footage proving his innocence, the family would still refuse to believe it. Gaining sense? More like developing a tumor. System, Xiao Yi makes a valid point. I shall observe further. As Sui served Xiao Yi, she overheard their conversation, causing her to tremble and nearly drop the bowl. Presenting surveillance footage and having the family disbelieve it. Were they truly blind? Who penned such a nonsensical plot? I refuse to be blind to the truth and will not follow that path. When Gu Zhe arrived, he found Xiao Yi seated in his place, while Sui told him to choose another seat. He felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. That was his designated spot. Even if a distinguished guest arrived, it should have remained untouched. Now, his mother had given it to Xiao Yi, instructing him to find any other seat. Was he no longer her favorite? Mom, sister, brother, you all eat. I will wait for Dad and the sisters to return so we can dine together. He sat obediently in the corner of the dining table, bearing an expression of a wronged child. Sui, somewhat irked, remarked, your father has already stated that there is no need to wait for them. He was up to his antics again, feigning grievance. How had she tolerated him so well in the past? Gu Zhe managed a weak smile. Thank you for your concern. Mother, although I have not eaten all afternoon, I truly cannot eat now. I need to see father and my sisters first. You all should go ahead and eat. Don't mind me. Gui had already begun to eat, starting with a piece of sweet and sour ribs, which tasted delightful. Hey, didn't that rascal eat his fill outside before coming back? What did he consume? Just as Sui was about to persuade Gu Zhe, she abruptly fell silent. Gu Zhe had eaten outside? She immediately glanced at Gu Chubbing, her eyes filled with inquiry. What did you two have? Gu Chubbing quickly shook her head. Nothing. I have no idea. Goodness. Their exchanged glances confirmed that mother had indeed heard Xiao Yi's unspoken thoughts. What could be the matter with Gu Zhe? When he returned, he had claimed to be starving, and she had felt pity for him. In reality, he had already eaten? And now he was saying he was tea hungry. Which statement was the truth? How had she never noticed before that he was so cunning? System, young master, the rascal treated his friends to a meal today, spending 3 million. He is already full and looks down upon this meal. He is merely saying this on purpose. Why? Is this what they call a corner of the celestial palace? Spending 3 million on one meal. What on earth did he eat? Does the Gu family have a money printing machine? 50 million for an island and 3 million for a meal. Even deities don't live this lavishly. No wonder he tries to exclude me at every turn. He wishes for me to leave so he can monopolize the family fortune. TSK. Sui giripit her chopsticks tightly. A meal costing 3 million. As the matriarch of the Gu family, she had never indulged in such extravagance. Guze still wished to monopolize the family fortune. How absurd. She turned to Guze and inquired, "Have you bought anything nice lately? Who'd you meet today?" Believing his mother was showing concern for him, Guze cheerfully replied, "Mother, I recently purchased a small island for fun. Today I didn't do much. Just met a few friends." Sui grew even angrier and asked, "How much did the island cost? Didn't you eat with your friends?" He truly had bought an island. Gu Chubbing was also taken aback. 50 million for a small island, just for leisure? Was Guze living such a carefree life? Guze replied, "Mother, please don't ask. It's just a remote little island. It didn't cost much at all. I merely met with friends for a chat. That is why I didn't eat." They had never inquired about the prices of his purchases before. Was it because their son had returned that she was reluctant to spend money? Sui insisted. "Then how much did you spend on the island?" Guze realized that if he didn't speak the truth, he would face her wrath. He timidly replied, "It only cost 50 million. Sui instantly erupted in anger, slamming the table. 50 million? Just like that? Who gave you the money? You have some nerve." With a mere gesture, a sum of 50 million is at stake, and yet one still considers it a trifling amount. Little do they realize that Guze has been indulged to such an extent. Does he truly believe that the Gu family's wealth is merely a product of the wind? Gu Chubbing hastily distanced herself, asserting, "Mother, do not look at me. I do not possess such vast sums to give him. 50 million. If she had such funds, she would have already constructed another ski resort." Gui took a sip of red wine and began to savor his steak. The quality of luxury items should be satisfactory enough. One could dine with ease. Old Su and Gu Lao San are exceptionally adept at pretense. Haven't they always splurged on counterfeit goods? Are they truly oblivious? If a counterfeit item fails to meet their standards, they simply hand over the card to purchase whatever they desire. What is this accounting before my very eyes? System, young master, that counterfeit speaks without a hint of preparation. He still possesses the dining receipts, planning to submit them for reimbursement from the Gu family company. Sui took it. Previously, she had indeed behaved in such a manner, though she had never given away such an amount. Guze still had receipts in his pocket. He intended to seek reimbursement. Who had he learned such cunning from? Gu Chubbing felt a wave of shame. She had indeed given Guze money before, as Gu Yi had rightly pointed out. Yet, she wished to argue, but found no grounds to do so. Her face ached, as if struck by a multitude of resounding slaps. Guze lowered his head, resembling a child who had erred. "Mother, this is for my elder sister. The last time I visited her company, I accidentally fell, and she provided for my medical expenses. What is it, mother? Are you displeased? If so, I shall return it." His voice trembled, yet he dared not shed tears, for Sui had just reprimanded him, and he was too intimidated to do so. His elder sister, possessing a multinational corporation, deemed this some trivial. Who, like that miserly old woman Sui, restricted her expenditures to a mere few million. This was not her own money. Did she expect to reclaim it? Gu Chubbing's face was one of disbelief. Just from a fall, his elder sister gifted him 50 million? Had she known that money came so easily, she would have visited her elder sister's company to take a tumble herself. Yet, Guze had squandered it all at once. Gui was enjoying Australian lobster, though he only took a small bite. Overindulgence would lead to fullness. The counterfeit's acting has reached new heights. He certainly does not wish to return that island. Old Sui would never allow it. That is utterly impossible. Guze is her cherished darling, and she could never part with him. Indeed, Guze harbored similar sentiments. However, Su-yi, with a stern demeanor, spoke earnestly. Xiaozhe, you are a sensible child. I have always known this. Therefore, you should return it. Mother will assist you in donating this amount to those in greater need. By performing a charitable act, you shall not encounter misfortune in the future. Guze abruptly lifted his head, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. She genuinely intended for him to return it. His money. Why should it be donated to those impoverished wretches? She harbored considerable intentions towards me. Guze could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his face like pearls. Mother, I truly adore that little island. Since you have encouraged me to engage in charity, there must be a reason for it, and I will heed your words. This was his usual tactic, one that had proven effective time and again. Guyi took another sip of red wine, presumably a 1982 Lafite, adorned with peculiar foreign inscriptions on the bottle. Doge, you must take a look. Is the Gu family on the brink of bankruptcy? Old Su is so biased towards that counterfeit Guze. Does she truly regard a mere 50 million as substantial? Su-Yi's heart raced. How could this be? She had already changed. Her two daughters were safe and sound. Could they really face bankruptcy? Gu Chubing was equally stunned. What did this mean? The Gu family was doomed. How could this possibly be? System, young master, if the original plot were to unfold, the Gu family would be entirely ruined within 3 to 5 years. However, perhaps your arrival has altered everything. As for the future, let us not dwell on that. For today, the Gu family has achieved great merit, and tomorrow the stock prices will soar, preventing bankruptcy. Guyi, your analysis holds merit. It appears old Su has a tumor in her brain to have allowed Guze to relinquish the island. Su-Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Gu family would not face bankruptcy after all. She and T lost her wits. She had merely awakened. Gu Chubing, overhearing the internal dialogue between Gu Yi and the system, found herself even more perplexed. What did this mean? What original plot? She glanced at Su-Yi, noticing her complete lack of surprise or anxiety, suggesting that mother had fully accepted the situation. Guze, you are a considerate child, always attuned to your mother's wishes. I'm truly gratified. Now, kindly hand over the information regarding that little island and the purchase documents. I will instruct my secretary to handle the withdrawal. As Su-Yi peeled shrimp for Guyi, she spoke with determination. Having seen through Guze's tactics, she was prepared to employ her own methods. Guze was utterly bewildered. How could Su-Yi dismiss him so easily? How could she, right before his eyes, serve shrimp, his favorite, to Guyi? Thank you. Old Su must have ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would she treat me so well? Shouldn't she be repulsed by my eating habits? Suyi hastidi remarket. Little remember. This is your home. In your own house, you should not act like a guest. Enjoy yourself as you please, understood? Guyi buried his head in his meal, responding with a nonchalant, all right. Oh my heavens, she must have grand designs on me. I need to be on high alert. Suyi remainit undetected, determined to change her son's perception of her. Guze, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of bitterness within him. That insufferable Guyi! How could he eat so freely, completely oblivious to the displeasure etched upon Guze's face? Mother, my brother has endured much hardship outside and has never tasted such fine dishes. However, overeating on one occasion could upset his stomach. Our family also has rules. We must not overindulge at each meal. Oh dear, have I misspoken? I apologize, brother, it was for your own good. I was wrong, please forgive me. Guze continued to speak to himself, offering apologies in solitude. This was his usual approach, one no one could counter. Yet, Guyi interjected, you melodramatic fool. Have a bit of confidence. You did misstep, but you do not eat anyway, so silence yourself. What nonsense is this about rules against overeating? While he typically eats little, he sneaks into the kitchen at midnight to indulge. The entire family indulges him, pretending not to notice, and finds him endearing. What a farce. His arrogance is laughable, and they willingly endure it. Suyi listened to Guye's thoughts and began to realize just how affected Guze's behavior was. However, all of this was necessary for the narrative, otherwise she would not have been blind to it. Since when did our family have such rules? I was unaware. Suyi said coldly. Guze hastily defended himself. Mother this. But Suyi had no desire to hear him speak. His words were repugnant to her. Enough. If you will not eat, go to the living room and wait for your father. We also have a rule about maintaining a pleasant mood during meals. Have you forgotten? She had always thought, after nurturing him for over 20 years, that even caring for a pet would evoke some affection. Thus, she had never intended to send Guze away, feeling too attached, hoping only that Guyi would get along with him. Yet now, that aspiration seemed increasingly unattainable. Moreover, according to Guye's thoughts, Guze had further roles to play. What might they entail? What could he possibly do to vie for affection? Guze could not fathom that his mother would alter the rules for Guye's sake, even going so far as to make him leave just to ensure a pleasant mealtime. Was this still his home? Was he the true outsider? System. As per the plot's progression, shortly after your meal, he will frame you for theft, such as Su Yi's exquisite pearl necklace valued at 80 million. Guye, excellent. This is splendid. Then old Su will surely be utterly disappointed in me, and I can take my leave. But before I go, I must feast a bit more. Thus, he endeavored even harder to flaunt his meal. However, to Guze, this was merely an act to provoke him. Brother, slow down. I won't compete with you for food. I misspoke earlier, and I shall refrain from speaking further. Can you forgive me? Guze refused to leave. Everything in the Gu household belonged to him. Why should he cede anything to Guyi? Guyi was indulging in sea cucumbers once again. Casting a glance at him, I remarked, "Are you akin to a donkey passing gas? For heaven's sake, keep your distance. This fellow possesses an astonishingly thick skin. Despite my insistence on not calling me brother, he insists on pestering me. Even Lao Su's words seem ineffective. He refuses to leave that counterfeit alone." Sui, feeling equally vexed, suppressed her rising anger as she recalled the unfolding events and rose to depart. She returned to her own room, discreetly activating the surveillance. Guze had once again been berated by Guyi, yet with their mother absent. The third sister was preoccupied with her incessant eating, entirely oblivious to his plight. This left him feeling even more aggrieved as he sat there, tears streaming down his face. After a laborious meal, Gu Chubbing eagerly interjected, "Let me escort you back to your room, Xiao Yi." Guyi requested the system to investigate his gossip, eagerly awaiting the results. In less than an hour, Gu Chubbing had already concluded that her younger brother Gu Yi was anything but ordinary. What plot twist! Even their mother was straying from the script, and thus she resolved to disregard it as well. Earlier, Guyi had mentioned that Guze would frame him for stealing a necklace, and she felt compelled to assist her dear brother. Guze, however, preemptively declared, "Sister, allow me to handle this." He would not permit anyone in the household to approach Guyi alone. Having returned only briefly, their mother and third sister had already altered their perceptions of him, with their mother reprimanding him repeatedly, even accusing him of extravagant spending. This was all Guye's fault. Had he not returned, he would not be in such a dire situation. He had instructed the servants to prepare, and he was determined to make Guyi pay for his actions. Glancing at Guze, Gu Chubbing felt an inexplicable surge of anger. "Do you know where Xiao Ye's room is?" she coldly inquired. Guze was momentarily taken aback. He truly did not know, as their mother had not mentioned it. However, what was the third sister's attitude? Guyi had neither spoken nor acted inappropriately, yet she was siding with her younger brother. "Sister, why are you being so harsh with me?" Guze continued with his usual tactics. Gu Chubbing couldn't be bothered to glance at him, turning instead to Su Yi. "Mother, where is Xiao Ye's room? I wish to return him now." Su Yi smiled and replied, "Xiao Ye's room is on the third floor, the one with the best light." Guze was taken aback again. His room was on the second floor, yet their mother had separated him from Guyi. Why would she do such a thing? Was she wary of him? Guyi mused, Guzi, did you see that? Lao Su is wary of me, fearing I might bully her precious counterfeit. Alas, she is overly concerned. I have no interest in that thing. Once this matter concludes, I shall make my swift exit. 014, that is my word. Gu Chubbing. Xiao Yi has once again misinterpreted his mother's good intentions. She merely wishes to protect you. What could possibly transpire in the plot that leads Xiao Yi to harbor such deep misunderstandings toward his family? How vexing. Su Yi also sighed inwardly, yet patiently explained, Xiao Yi, do not misconstrue. The room on the third floor is the best in the house. Your elder sister and second sister reside there, though they seldom return. Hence, It is quieter and more suitable for your rest. Gu Chubbing added, Xiao Yi, stay here for now. If you feel uncomfortable, we can change rooms. One must not remain silent or act as though blind. Gu Yi, however, maintained an expression of indifference, replying simply, all right, stop with the unnecessary chatter and leave me there quickly. A grand performance awaits me. Even the fakes are growing impatient. Just look at that wretched face of his, about to wrinkle like a tattered cloth. Ignored coldly by his younger brother, Gu Chubbing felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Yet, upon hearing his inner thoughts, she couldn't help but laugh. Strangely enough, he was somewhat correct in his observation. Gu Zhe's countenance was indeed quite unappealing. Su Yi covered her mouth, stifling her laughter, almost succumbing to the urge to join in. The children of the Gu family were all strikingly handsome, yet Gu Zhe was rather ordinary, being merely an adopted son. However, throughout all these years, she had never shown disdain. In fact, she adored him dearly. Yet now, it was evident, he was rather unattractive. Not only did he lack physical appeal, but his heart was also unkind. Gu Zhe, third sister, what are you laughing at? Gu Chubbing turned her head. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought of a joke. But don't ask, as it one TB funny once shared. Gu Zhe, she is deceiving me. She must be laughing at my expense. Just a moment ago, I was her most cherished brother. But now, with the arrival of her biological brother, I have become a burden. How infuriating. Then let us, third sister, accompany brother back to his room. Gu Zhe had to continue his act. Soon, he would reveal Gu Ye's true nature to everyone. Su Yi, playing along, said, you two go ahead. I will return to my room to make a call and check on your father and the others. Why haven't they returned yet? Gu Chubbing led the way, with Gu Yi following closely. The mansion was indeed magnificent, winding and intricate. Without a guide, one could easily lose their way. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at his room. Gu Yi pushed the door open, not even changing his shoes as he entered, and flopped onto the grand bed. Your family is truly wealthy. This room is significantly larger than our kindergarten playground, Gu Yi marveled. He considered himself rather adept at traversing different worlds, having experienced many realms. However, most of his roles had been as mere cannon fodder, characters with no lines who met their end almost immediately. Thus, to find himself in a legitimate grand room like this was a first. Gu Zhe observed Gu Ye's every move, a fleeting smirk of derision crossing his face. A naive bumpkin, he thought, merely a room, and he was already satisfied. If only he knew the vast fortune of the Gu family, it would surely frighten him. Brother, allow me to draw back the curtains for you, so you may behold the splendid view surrounding our abode. Gu Zhe swiftly approached the bedside and opened the curtains. In an unfortunate twist of fate, he inadvertently struck a box perched atop the headboard. The box tumbled to the floor, and from within it rolled a string of exquisite necklaces. Gu Zhe's countenance was painted with disbelief, as though he had been startled. Oh my, what is this? Brother, you, third sister, come quickly and see if this is not Mother's cherished pearl necklace. I recall that this necklace was her favorite. Father procured it for a staggering 80 million at the time. Gu Chubbing hurried over, picking up the necklace, her ire igniting instantly, and she prepared to chastise Gu Yi. Yet, as the words danced on the tip of her tongue, she hastily sealed her lips shut, refraining from uttering a single punctuation mark. What a close call! Had she not managed to restrain herself, she would have unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Gu Yi. However, when Meow Meow was at the door, she had resolved that whatever transpired next, she would stand by her younger brother. Yet, upon hearing Gu Zhe's voice, she found herself uncontrollably rushing over, nearly succumbing to a furious outburst aimed at Gu Yi. What force was it that seemed to govern her actions? Gu Zhe regarded Gu Chubbing with curiosity, inquiring, Third sister, what troubles you? Why are you silent? Why do you not reprimand Gu Yi? Their previous collaborations had always met with success. Why was this time different? Gu Yi remained sprawled on the grand bed, too lethargic to even stir. Indeed, Gu Chubbing, why does she not come to chastise me? Once the charade begins, she will undoubtedly become my unwitting accomplice, accusing me of theft and demanding I vacate this home. Even if I were to present video evidence, she would still insist that I am merely making excuses. Quickly, such a delightful drama must unfold. Gu Chu Bing clenched her fists, yearning to defend her younger brother. Yet, she felt an overwhelming force should she speak. It would surely lead to false accusations against Gu Yi. No, this could not be allowed. What to do now? Noticing Gu Chu Bing's distress, Gu Zhe felt a surge of satisfaction, believing she was merely suppressing her anger, convinced of the truth in his words. Thus, he spoke softly, "Third sister, please do not blame your brother. He has just returned and has not encountered anything of value. Mother's necklace is truly beautiful. He simply wished to admire it out of curiosity. Brother is not a thief. He is merely curious." While it appeared he was defending Gu Yi, he was subtly steering everyone's thoughts toward the notion of Gu Yi as a thief. Gu Chu Bing gazed at Gu Zhe, wishing to bestow upon herself a few resounding slaps. How had she failed to see through his true nature for so long? She had been manipulated by him for years. Little Yi was right. She had been used as a pawn. Now that she understood, she would ensure he did not bask in triumph. Gu Yi waited for quite some time. Yet Gu Chubbing did not arrive to falsely accuse him, and his patience began to wear thin. "Gu She, stop chattering by yourself and go fetch old Su," he instructed. Gu Zhe looked at Gu Yi with a concerned expression, saying, "Brother, do not worry. I will clarify everything with Mother. She will surely believe you. You're not a thief." With that, he dashed away. Once he had left, Gu Chubbing suddenly felt a sense of relief, the peculiar pressure dissipating. "Little Yi, I believe in you. You did not steal anything. You are being wronged," she exclaimed, seizing the moment. Gu Yi looked at her, perplexed. "What did you say?" The system chimed in, "Young master, she speaks from the heart. She truly believes in you." Gu Yi's face registered shock. "What? No way. What new trick is she playing? I refuse to believe it." The system replied, "I am uncertain as well. The situation is rather chaotic." Before long, Su, Yi, and Gu Zhe arrived, accompanied by several maids. Gu Zhe continued to sob, speaking to Gu Yi while simultaneously tarnishing his reputation. Gu Yi held his head high, declaring, "I did nothing. I am not afraid. Here they come. Old Su has arrived. Soon, she will be utterly disappointed in me, shouting and demanding I leave." The system noted, "That is likely, as there are cameras in old Su's room." This necklace was found there, and her reluctance to show the footage suggests she believes Gu Zhe's words. Gu Chubbing stood behind Gu Yi, sensing the strange pressure had vanished. She attempted to speak. "Mother, little Yi did not steal anything. I can vouch for him. This necklace might have been stolen by someone else and deliberately placed here." Damn it. She intended to assert that it was Gu Zhe who had placed it there, yet the words eluded her. "That Gu Zhe. He is peculiar." Gu Zhe's expression changed. "Third sister, what are you saying?" Having only just left for a few minutes, she was already swayed by Gu Yi, despite her previous disdain for him. Gu Chubbing tried once more. "I believe in little Yi. He does not even know where his own room is. So how could he know about Mother's room or steal anything?" "Mother, there are cameras in your room. If you check, the truth will be revealed." "Gu She. Gu Yi, oh my. Gusen has lost her mind. She genuinely believes me. She wants to check the footage? Isn't that my line?" As the surveillance footage was activated, the truth would inevitably be revealed. "Sister, do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Gu She exclaimed anxiously. Almost simultaneously, he reached out to cover Gu Chubbing's mouth. How could she suggest reviewing the surveillance? If they truly witnessed the footage, all his efforts would have been in vain. Why was she supporting Gu Yi? Wasn't she also quite disdainful of him? Gu Zhe was determined to prevent them from accessing the recordings. "Gu She, what are you attempting to do? I am your sister, not your servant. Do I need to report everything I say to you?" Gu Chubbing retorted. "Mother, look at Gu Zhe. Isn't he acting guilty?" Familiar with Gu Zhe's tactics, she had already positioned herself behind Gu Yi before he could make a move. In the past, she had been blind to his antics, finding him endearing each time he behaved in such a manner. Now, it seemed she was indeed foolish, just as Gu Yi had expressed in his thoughts. Had she not been quick to evade, she might have fallen under his mysterious control. Frustrated by his failure, Gu Zhe expressed his discontent. "Sister, how can you say such things about me? You know my true self, sob sob sob. Mother, what didn't he mean to isviad sobi sobi sobi?" Here we go again. The act of playing the victim had returned. Gu Yi maintained a cold demeanor, barely sparing them a glance. What on earth is happening here? Is the plot unraveling? What new scheme is Gu Chubbing concocting? If she continues to disrupt things, how will I ever make my escape? System, young master, my thoughts are quite muddled as well. Gu Chubbing felt a mix of frustration and grievance. Little Yi still misunderstood her. What could she do to convey that she had truly awakened? Su Yi, listening to her son's thoughts while observing her adopted son, trembled with rage. Gu Zhe was not merely stirring trouble and framing Little Yi. He was attempting to exert control over his own daughter and the entire family. If it were not for hearing Little Ye's inner voice, her family would have become his subservience. Little Yi, please explain the situation regarding the necklace, Su Yi gently inquired. Gu Yi, with a stoic expression, responded without much emotion, I don't know who placed it in my room. All I can say is that I did not steal it. Didn't Gu Chubbing mention that there were cameras in your room? If you were to check, the truth would be revealed, she prompted. At last, I regained my words. I thought the narrative had completely collapsed. Before Sui could respond, Gu Zhe interjected, Mother, the surveillance in your room has long been disabled. How can one view it now? Besides, brother is certainly not a thief, even if he hasn't encountered anything valuable. He wouldn't steal your most cherished necklace. He had been distracted by Gu Chubbing's interruptions, but now recalled that he had previously persuaded Su Yi to turn off the surveillance in her bedroom. What was there for him to fear? Gu Yi thought to himself, TSK, TSK, TSK. The imposter is once again tarnishing my reputation. If he hadn't repeatedly emphasized thief and claimed I had never seen anything of value, perhaps no one would have doubted me. Su Yi gazed at Gu Zhe and inquired, Do you truly believe in Xiao Yi? Gu Zhe, taken aback by Su Yi's penetrating gaze, stammered, Why yes, mother. My brother has endured hardships for so many years. He would never steal a necklace worth 80 million. Gu Yi interjected with a laugh. Ah, what a splendid $80 million necklace. He has indeed orchestrated a flawless deception. The genuine necklace of such immense value has long been substituted by Gu Zhe. The one in question is merely a counterfeit, purchased for mere 9 yuan on a bargain site. This ruse serves two purposes, doesn't it? What? Both Su Yi and Gu Chubbing were taken aback. Upon hearing Gu Ye's innermost thoughts, they realized that Gu Zhe had framed Gu Yi. They had never considered that Gu Zhe was the true thief in the household. Su Yi's face was etched with disbelief. She truly cherished that necklace, not solely for its monetary worth, but because it was an heirloom passed down from her grandmother. She had lost it during a move in her childhood and had only managed to reclaim it at an auction. Little did she expect that Gu Zhe would dare to swap the necklace. Initially, she had intended to preserve Gu Zhe's dignity by claiming that the necklace was a gift from her to Gu Yi. However now, Sui coldly commanded, Zhang Ma, bring forth the surveillance footage from my room. Zhang Ma immediately complied. Gu Zhe's face turned ashen. What was this old woman up to? Had the surveillance in his room never been turned off? Did that mean his act of substitution had been recorded? If this matter were to be uncovered before Gu Yi returned, he might still have a chance to defend himself. But given the current circumstances, with Su Yi favoring Gu Yi and Gu Chubbing being completely swayed by Gu Yi, he realized that no matter how he pleaded, they would never believe him. Gu Zhe lowered his head, his mind in turmoil. What should he do? Zhang Ma had always looked upon him with disfavor. She would not assist him. Gu Yi cast a sidelong glance at Gu Zhe. Could it be? Is the counterfeit truly frightened? Ha ha, he is indeed too young. Such trivial matters can rattle him so. He need not be so worried. In this household, no one will believe me, nor will anyone heed my defense. When that surveillance footage is revealed, even if the evidence is irrefutable, they will not believe that I am the one being wronged. I wonder if that old Zhang Ma can manage. Hurry and reveal it. I assure you, I won't utter a single word more. Signing the severance agreement and swiftly departing is the only solution. Su Yi was filled with heartache, realizing her evident favoritism toward him, yet he remained unconvinced. She vowed to perform admirably, determined not to let her own son stray from her side, nor allow that counterfeit to succeed. Gu Chubbing was equally frustrated. Was everyone regarding her younger brother's words as mere nonsense? Surely, some strange force must be at play. One must certainly conceal oneself behind one's younger brother. In doing so, one can evade the grasp of such formidable forces and assist one's dear sibling. At this critical juncture, Gu Haokuin and his 2 children returned. Gu Zhe, upon seeing them, rushed forward as if he had encountered a savior, throwing himself into Gu Haokuin's embrace. "Father, you have finally returned. I thought I would never see you again. Sobi, sobi, sobi." Gu Yi thought to himself, what a ridiculous fool. How could he say he would never see old Gu again? Does he wish for old Gu's demise in order to inherit the Gu family's fortune? Just as Su Yi felt a flicker of emotion, Gu Ye's inner thoughts instantly turned her sentiment into disgust. Gu Haokuin, initially prepared to hold Gu Zhe, quickly released him, realizing he had almost been deceived once more. Despite the sweet words, he had not even received a single phone call. The twin sisters rolled their eyes. Had this been in the past, Gu Zhe's tearful display would have moved them deeply. Thankfully, their elder brother had provided a timely reminder, preventing them from being easily swayed. Gu Chubbing frowned in discontent and remarked, "Gu Zhe, you are mistaken. It is the sisters who are in trouble, not father." Fortunately, the voice of her younger brother had clarified the situation, or else she would have fallen prey to Gu Zhe's manipulations again. Gu Zhe was momentarily speechless, unable to maintain his act of sorrow. "Gu Chubbing, why must you shout so loudly? Are you trying to embarrass me?" He had been quite anxious earlier, which had led to his mix-up. "Sisters, I am relieved to see you safe. I almost feared I would never see you again. I was so frightened that I made a mistake. Will you forgive your brother, please?" Such adept manipulation. Gu Chu pouted no. Gu Chu Wei was even more forthright. "If you want us to forgive you, then you must offer something in return. How about 5 million as pocket money?" Gu Yi exclaimed in disbelief. "What? 5 million in pocket money? Goodness, without the unit removed, I can hardly fathom it. Ah, the life of a counterfeit is truly enviable. From now on, I'll have to scavenge for my own allowance each month. I must quickly check the surveillance footage and cut ties. With 50 million, I could live quite well." Gu Haokuin turned to Su Yi, inquiring, "What has transpired? What surveillance footage?" The pair of twins also cast their gazes at Gu Yi, wondering who had provoked him in just a few short hours. What on earth is happening with their family? Before Su Yi could utter a word, Gu Zhe interjected, "Father, this is all a misunderstanding. My brother is certainly not a thief, nor would he ever steal our mother's necklace. I truly believe in him. Even if he has never encountered a necklace worth 80 million, he is not that kind of person. My brother just returned, and now we must review the surveillance footage? This implies a lack of trust, which must deeply sadden him. Father, mother, if you refuse, then it will be my fault. If it weren't for me." Gu Ye's patience had worn thin. "What kind of fool are you, incessantly whining? Hurry and review the footage. I do not wish to be unjustly accused by some counterfeit. How maddening. Is he the only one in the family with a voice? Has he become the mouthpiece for the blind? Even if they were to see the surveillance, they would not believe me. What is there for him to fear?" Gu Zhe had just been insulted by Gu Yi, and now he was being likened to a braying donkey. His face flushed with anger, tears brimmed in his eyes, ready to spill. "Brother, how can you say such things? I'm only looking out for you, even if you do not appreciate it. It is unbecoming to speak to me in such a manner. Woe is me. Father, mother, please do not blame my brother. He has endured so much hardship outside. His behavior is understandable." Gu Yi took several deep breaths, repeating in his mind, "For the sake of 50 million, I must not strike him. A moment's restraint can preserve a greater plan. I shall endure a few minutes, and then I shall never have to see him again. The system. It seems the situation is not quite as it appears." Su Yi, too, felt a headache coming on. Never before had Gu Zhe's weeping and wailing been so irksome. "Gu Zhe, enough." Gu Chu Bing could no longer contain herself, admonishing loudly, "Did I not tell you to refrain from your incessant crying and whining?" How blind had she been in the past to consider his tears as normal? Once again, Gu Zhe was scolded by Gu Chu Bing, nearly losing his composure and ready to retort. Gu Haokuin was also growing weary of the situation. "Gu Zhe, calm yourself. Dear, if there is surveillance footage, please show it at once. Xiao Yi's sentiments cannot be wrong. I have personally verified them." After uttering a few words, Gu Zhe began to comprehend. According to Gu Yi's feelings, it was undoubtedly Gu Zhe who had framed Gu Yi for the theft of the necklace. Oh, having raised a foster son for over 20 years, to claim there are no feelings would be a lie. Yet, it truly surprised him that just as Xiao Yi returned, his foster son was so eager to act. Su Yi instructed, Zhang Ma, please play in the living room. Zhang Ma promptly pressed the switch, and the surveillance video from Su Yi's room began to play on the large screen. The footage revealed a new maid sneaking in, effortlessly taking the necklace without even searching. In a particular segment of video footage, the maid entered Gu Zhe's room and placed a necklace on Gu Ye's bedside table. Another recording revealed that the maid had sent a message to Gu Zhe, who subsequently sent her a red envelope containing 520 yuan. The video concluded at this point. This time, Gu Ye was particularly proactive. As soon as the video ended, he exclaimed, "You all saw that, didn't you? I did not steal the necklace worth 80 million. It is all a scheme orchestrated by that maid. And what is the relationship between that maid and Gu Zhe? Why did Gu Zhe send her a red envelope? I believe your counterfeit son is deliberately framing me. Ha ha ha. No one can steal my lines this time, right? I've said all I needed to say. Now it's your turn to perform. Come on, one by one, play the part of the blind fool, one after the other, favoring the counterfeit. Oh, my little money. Here I come." Silence enveloped the moment at Kangxiao. Except for Gu Zhe, everyone in the Gu family bowed their heads, exerting all their effort to stifle their laughter. "Little Yi, it seems we might disappoint you." However, Gu Zhe's face turned a deep shade of anger, his body tense as he fixated on the large screen. Could it be? There truly exists surveillance footage? That old woman, Su Yi, has been deceiving me all along. Dad, Mom, I know nothing about this. It was all the maid's doing. I would never falsely accuse my brother. He is so kind, and I care for him deeply. At the crucial moment, Gu Zhe pushed the maid forward to take the blame. To him, the maid was merely a servant, someone who could be dismissed at most. Yet he could not afford to let his family down or lose their affection. Gu Yi scoffed, the donkey brays again, either whining or wailing. Which parent birthed such a creature? Truly a marvel of humanity. Why are the others silent? They are racking their brains to find a way to speak well of the counterfeit. Hiv hiv hiv. Hurry up, I'm running out of time. As the head of the Gu group, Gu Haokuan had weathered many storms and had cultivated the family's current standing. Having heard Gu Ye's innermost thoughts, he was somewhat prepared. However, confronted with the ironclad truth, he still felt as if he had been slapped in the face. How could he have failed to see through Gu Zhe, the child he had raised for over 20 years, treating him like a biological son? What he had displayed previously was merely obedience and innocence, devoid of any cunning. Yet now it appeared that all of it was a fade, a mere act. Meanwhile, he, the head of the Gu family, had been thoroughly played. Su Yi felt a pang of sorrow. She recalled every word spoken by Gu Yi from his heart, and witnessing it firsthand was shockingly painful. Before Gu Yi was fully back, she had almost daily consoled Gu Zhe, assuring him not to be sad and that she would continue to treat him as she always had. But what was the outcome? Before even entering the door, Gu Zhe had already labeled his own son as a harbinger of misfortune. A meal had scarcely been consumed when the insidious scheme of framing him had already been set in motion, even in the face of undeniable evidence. Gu Zhe persisted in his disingenuous defense. He had never raised a son in such a manner. Gu Chubbing was taken aback, exclaiming, "Gu Zhe, do you consider the whole family to be fools? The chat logs of that maid clearly indicate that you instructed her to steal items and place them in Xiao Ye's room. How could you stoop so low? I had always believed you to be pure and kind-hearted, but it appears that was merely a fade." After uttering these words, she grasped each of her twin sisters by the hand and pulled them behind Gu Yi. It was evident that the twins were also grappling with their own anguish, likely ensnared by the same malevolent force. Indeed, upon reaching Gu Ye's side, the twins found their voices. Gu Chui leaped up, shouting, "Gu Zhe, you are truly a bully. Our elder brother is our true sibling. He has just returned, and you choose to torment him. No wonder you refuse to let us view the surveillance footage. Your conscience must be pricked. You are utterly shameless. If it weren't for our brother's unwavering support, as the esteemed daughter of the Gu family, I would have been sold off and had my organs harvested, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Our brother is not a disaster. He is the blessing of the Gu family." Gu Chuyu was equally furious, exclaiming, "Gu Zhe, you dare to act without admitting your wrongdoing. You are no man. That maid is your favorite. I have even seen her enter your room, and when she emerged, she could hardly walk." Gu Yi thought to himself, "Goodness, who would have anticipated such a farce?" Can this counterfeit truly maintain such a pathetic demeanor? Could it be that the maid was merely performing for him? But wait. Why are all three of them speaking in my favor? Su Yi approached Gu Ye's side, saying, Xiao Yi, your mother believes in you. You're a good child, and you would never steal. Gu Haokuan also stepped forward, stating, Xiao Yi, your father believes in you as well. I apologize for the distress you have endured. Gu Ye's mind was in a state of disarray. What on earth is going on with this family? Could they all have collectively contracted some sort of madness? The contagious kind? They should be siding with the imposter, not believing in my innocence. Why is everyone rallying behind me? What is happening here? In the face of adversity, counterfeit goods find themselves trapped, leaving them no choice but to feign ignorance. Su Yi and Gu Haokuan exchanged a glance, both feeling an increasing sense of distress. Had they not heard their son as heartfelt thoughts, they might have wronged Xiao Yi, who is isolated and unsupported in this household, subjected to the scornful gazes of all. The very thought that he might lose the courage to hold his head high while being bullied by the servants in their absence tightened Su Yi's heart, leaving her breathless. Gu Haokuan clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Zhe. What kind of child had he raised? A heartless ingrate? Sisters Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuwei felt an even deeper sympathy for Gu Yi. Their elder brother was so pitiable, had they not known the truth beforehand. He would have been utterly devastated, with no one in the family to protect him. It was all Gu Ze's fault. He had sown discord and brought harm to their brother. Meanwhile, Gu Ze's eyes bulged in disbelief. What was happening? Had they not agreed that regardless of what transpired upon Gu Yi's return, they would stand by his side? What that promise? Had they already retracted their support? Those two foolish girls, under Gu Ye's spell, were now denouncing themselves and exposing their own schemes. This was unacceptable. They could not treat him this way. With a cry of despair, Gu Ze collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Everyone in the Gu family, save for Gu Yi, was taken aback. Gusha! What was going on? Su Yi was the first to rush over. After all, he was a child she had nurtured for many years. It was instinctive for her to be concerned when something went awry. Gu Haokuan, equally anxious, was about to step forward when he recalled Gu Yi's heartfelt sentiments. He hesitated, wishing to discern the truth before making any decisions. Gu Chubbing and her twin sisters did not even glance at Gu Ze, having already seen through his true nature and unwilling to place their faith in him any longer. Gu Yi silently rolled his eyes. So, the counterfeit has truly run out of options, resorting to feigning unconsciousness? At this moment, a bucket of cold water would surely rouse him from his charade. However, I shall keep this thought to myself. Otherwise, they might accuse me of seeking revenge on Gu Ze. Gu Haokuan was taken aback. Gu Shi was merely pretending to be unconscious? Su Yi felt a jolt in her chest, as if her face had been slapped several times. Her habitual concern for Gu Ze had once again been manipulated. Why did he resort to such deceit? Where did he acquire such cunning? Just as Gu Yi's thoughts concluded, Gu Chuwei dashed to the restroom and quickly returned with a bucket of water. In front of everyone, she poured the entire bucket, filled with ice, over Gu Ze. So cold. Which wretched soul dares to splash cold water on me? Gu Ze, feeling an unexpected chill, could no longer maintain his facade. He abruptly stood up, unleashing a torrent of vulgarities. Gu Chuwei, wishing to rebuke him, found herself inexplicably restrained by an unseen force, rendering her speechless. In an unexpected turn, she felt compelled to apologize to Gu Ze, pleading for his forgiveness. At this critical moment, Gu Chubbing rushed forward, pulling her behind Gu Yi for protection. Regaining her composure, Gu Chuwei placed her hands on her hips and indignantly exclaimed, Gu Ze, how dare you feign unconsciousness? You have wronged my elder brother, and you owe him an apology. Gu Chuyu, taken aback, soon gathered her wits and added furiously, Gu Ze, our Gu family has not raised you to act this way. Your behavior is utterly uncivilized. Gu Chubbing scoffed just a moment ago. You were mocking Xiao Yi for his lack of manners. Yet here you are. Your so-called upbringing consists of deliberately framing the true heir of the Gu family, only to play the victim when the evidence is irrefutable. After all our concern for you, treating you as our own brother, this is how you repay us. It dawned on Guze that he had indeed been pretending to faint. He could not recall how he had been splashed with cold water, causing him to forget his act. Sister, my dear sisters, please listen to me. It is not as you think. I genuinely have a headache. I was merely fainting. I don't know what happened. I just sob. Please do not dislike me. I fear losing you all. I did not frame my elder brother. I swear. Cursing under his breath, he realized the truth was out. The only option left was to continue his charade of victimhood. Gu Haokun, watching Gu Shuip, felt an overwhelming mixture of disappointment, anger, and revulsion. After years of commanding respect in the business world, this was the first time he had been so thoroughly manipulated, especially by his own son. Unable to contain herself any longer, Su Yi shouted, Guze, you have truly let me down. Apologize to Xiao Yi at once. Guze trembled, this time not feigning, genuinely startled. His mother was angry. She actually believed in Gu Yi's innocence, standing against him. Now, after having just apologized, he was expected to do it again. Why should he? No, I am not at fault. You promised. You swore you would stand by me. Why have you gone back on your word? If I am not your son, then let me leave. Why must you humiliate me like this? Covering his face, Guze turned and fled. Su Yi, taken aback, did not anticipate that Guze would disregard her words. Gusha, come back. You must apologize today. Wuye interjected. Oh, come now, spare us the theatrics. Enough is enough. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? Initially, Su Yi intended to chase after Guze and bring him back, but upon hearing her son's heartfelt words, she turned back. Xiao Yi, rest assured, I will seek justice for you. It is my failure to have properly guided Guze that has caused you distress. We repeat, but you say you haven't guided Guze properly, yet your words mirror his precisely. What grievances are you harboring? I seek tangible compensation, something concrete in my hands. Is that too much to ask? Su Yi stuttered, realizing that was not her intention. She merely wished to express her stance. Xiaoya. She turned to her partner. Gu Haokun approached and said, Xiaoya, you have just returned, and such significant events have transpired at home that your father scarcely had time for you. Here is your card, containing 50 million. Consider it a welcome gift from your father. Additionally, feel free to use any of the cars at home. Choose whichever you desire. As my son, these material provisions are a necessity, and they will certainly surpass those afforded to Guze. Gu Yi, of course, did not decline. He graciously accepted and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, old Gu. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest. Seizing the opportunity while their minds are unsettled, I must quickly accept the funds to prevent any subsequent change of heart. Yet I wonder if they can manage to deal with that maid. Otherwise, the next to bear the brunt will be old Gu. Gu Haokun's pupils widened in shock. What does this mean? What connection could the newly arrived maid possibly have with him? System. Young master, I have uncovered even more gossip about Gu Chubbing. Gu Chubbing. What? The wealthy truly know how to indulge themselves. The entire family stood in a daze, eagerly awaiting the system to divulge gossip. Yet, Gu Yi remarked, aren't you all leaving? Have they lost their minds? The counterfeit must be in tears in the room, and they're not even attempting to console it? What are they lingering here for? Surely they don't intend to reclaim the card? A mere 50 million, barely enough to buy an island for the counterfeit. With such thoughts lingering, he had already tucked the card into his pocket. Gu Haokun's family. We certainly do not wish to seize the card. We merely desire to hear the gossip. However, we cannot voice this, so perhaps it is best to let it be. Let us go, let us go. Sui annonscht. Yet her stance suggested she had no intention of leaving. We replied, understood. He barely spared them a glance before retreating indoors, shutting and locking the door. A flawless routine. Guzi, do hurry and share the gossip. Gui flung off one shoe and flopped onto the large bed. The family of 5, who had just turned away, stealthily returned. Gossip, which tale shall we begin with? Within the room, the system chimed in, Little Yi, your parents have not departed. They seem to be eavesdropping on the sounds from your room. Gui responded, did I not mention? They were merely putting on a show for me. For the sake of the counterfeit's mental well-being, they are truly committed. Let them listen. After all, I shan't utter a word. Can they really hear my thoughts? Ha ha. I am indeed quite clever. The system agreed. Precisely, young master is the most astute host in this world. The family at the door. Poor little Yi. We can indeed hear his thoughts. That heir Guzi is undoubtedly a treacherous minister. It is orchestrating the downfall of little Yi. Regardless, let's focus on the gossip. Inside the room, Guyi rolled over and said, "Do hurry and speak. I need to sleep soon." The system replied, "Certainly. Let's commence with the maid, shall we? Old Gu and old Su will not dismiss her, as the counterfeit will safeguard her. She is not merely an orphan. She is a cousin from the counterfeit's maternal side." According to the storyline, once Gu San encounters misfortune, that maid will ascend to your father's bed. Gu Haokuan. What? Guze has already contacted his biological mother, and even brought relatives from that side. To think she would ascend to his bed. Guyi remarked, "I had only surmised a fragment, for there was a passage in the book where the maid would fixate on old Gu. Yet, I had not anticipated this turn of events. Poverty indeed limits my imagination. The wealthy truly know how to play." Su, clench her fists, trembling with rage. Guze. She now suspected that he and his biological family were deliberately scheming against the Gu family. Gu Chubbing clung to the wall like an octopus. "Hurry, reveal my gossip. What does it mean when I say something has gone awry? What could possibly happen to me? A pair of twins, 2 heads and 4 eyes. What on earth is this? The troubles at home seem to be endless. My elder brother is not wrong. It is indeed quite exhilarating." Inside the room, Guyi remarked, "Let us not dwell on that. After all, no matter the magnitude of Guze's mistakes, old Gu will always forgive him. It's merely a little maid climbing into bed. It cannot tarnish their deep father-son bond. Now let's discuss Gu Lao-san. Her recent performance has led me to believe she has the potential to thrive in the entertainment industry. To earn my trust and gratitude, she has exerted herself to the utmost, only to stab me in the back at the last moment. Yet alas, I, being the clever one, am not easily deceived." Su-yi glared intently at Gu Chubbing's retreating figure. If she dared to act against her, she would not let her off the hook. Gu Haokuan was seething with rage, indignantly dismissing the notion of forgiving Guze. What a farce of father-son affection. Where was the father-son connection between us? Gu Chubbing felt a cold sweat trickle down her back, her lips twitching in distress. She was wronged. Her intentions were genuinely for her younger brother's well-being. The system chimed in, "Young master, Gu Chubbing is a skiing instructor, and in a few days, she will personally select 5 of her most talented disciples. At her welcoming banquet, 5 exceptionally gifted youths will intoxicate her and capture photos." Guyi responded, "This scene was not part of the original plot. Was it? Is it a mere offshoot?" The system replied, "In the storyline, Gu Lao-san was lifted by 5 young men and fell into a snowbank, resulting in a fracture, rendering her unable to ski again. Due to the previous plot's collapse, this has led to an alteration. Gu Chubbing could no longer maintain her stance against the wall and collapsed onto the floor. Does this mean that the changes in the plot will lead to a grim fate for her? Why? She has done no one wrong." Guyi mused, "Let me guess. Could it be that Gu Ze is retaliating against Gu Lao-san? After all, she just rebuked him harshly for favoring me, and the counterfeit is harboring resentment, leading to a grand scheme?" Gu Chubbing abruptly lifted her head, gazing at the pristine wall as if her sight could penetrate through it. Guze seeks revenge on her? After all the kindness she has shown him, after being his pawn for so many years, he would dare to retaliate against her in such a cruel manner. Gu Haokuan. Sui. A pair of twins. The system interjected, "Young master, you are still too benevolent. Even without your presence, the counterfeit would equally exact revenge on every member of the Gu family." Guyi turned over again. "There is nothing to be done. The plot is set in stone. Besides, what do I have to worry about? No one in the Gu family holds me in regard. When Gu Lao-san encounters misfortune, the counterfeit will blame me. It seems I am destined to bear the brunt of their calamities. I shall not concern myself further. I hope that next time I can successfully sever ties with them and distance myself from this realm of strife." At the entrance, the family of 5 was on the brink of collapse. Guze seeks to exact revenge upon them all. But what of the other family members? They too shall suffer the consequences. System. My lord, would you care to hear the subsequent developments regarding the twins? The ears of the twin sisters perked up. They have more to share? Wasn't everything resolved? Pray do tell. Please, elaborate. Gu had already retrieved his phone, eagerly opening the web page. I am not interested. I wish to surf the internet now. Their fates bear no significance to me. The system crashed. The group at the door was filled with restless anticipation. For the first time, they felt an overwhelming urge to storm in, seize Gu Yi by the collar, and compel him to divulge the system's secrets and all the juicy tidbits. After a moment's pause, they stealthily retreated. They did not seek out Gu Zhe, but returned to the room of Gu Haokuin and Su Yi. Gu Chubbing was the first to inquire. Mom and Dad, can you hear the beeping regarding the inner thoughts? She could not articulate it. The entire family nodded in agreement. Gu Chubbing sighed. So what is the current situation? Can Gu Zhe hear it too? Su Yi replied, he likely cannot. If he could, his reaction would have been different. Gu Chuyu added, moreover, I feel as though a strange force controls me whenever I am near Gu Zhe, preventing me from expressing my true feelings. Gu Chuyi echoed similar sentiments. Father, what should we do about that maid? Gu Haokuin, seething with rage, declared, let her leave. What purpose does it serve to keep that calamity around? Is it not enough to disrupt the peace of our household? Yet Su Yi countered, she cannot simply leave like that. The farce of counterfeit goods has once again unfolded. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, her 3 daughters were taken aback. The expression on their mother's face was truly terrifying. A rarity for her, reserved only for when provoked. Clearly, the maid named Wang Man had managed to incite her wrath. Gu Haokuin, slow to comprehend, inquired, my dear, what do you intend to do? Holding the fake necklace in her hand, Su Yi's eyes blazed with fury. She has swapped my genuine necklace. It is worth 80 million. Shouldn't she be made to compensate me? The genuine necklace had long been replaced by Gu Zhe. The thought alone sent Su Yi into a fit of rage. After nurturing a son for over 20 years, regardless of blood ties, she had always regarded him as her own. He had been raised in luxury, given everything he desired. She and old Gu had even agreed that, should their biological son return, they would still entrust the Gu family to Gu Zhe. After all, the son they had painstakingly raised would undoubtedly be superior to a biological son lost to the world, lacking any real capability. They had watched him grow and knew him well. Thus, they felt secure placing the family legacy in his hands. Yet now, Su Yi felt as if she had been slapped in the face. This necklace was not merely a matter of money. It was a treasured heirloom from her family. Gu Zhe was fully aware of its significance, yet had the audacity to stealthily switch it. He had even schemed to disable the surveillance, facilitating his deceit. If this were the sole transgression, she might have been able to overlook it. However, with her biological son freshly returned, Gu Zhe's calculated actions were unforgivable. Su Yi despised deceit, especially when perpetrated by those she held dear. Gu Haokuin nodded. Indeed, Gu Zhe had not only disappointed them profoundly, but his actions clearly demonstrated a lack of regard for them as a family. As echoed in Xiao Ye's inner thoughts, Gu Zhe would retaliate against every member of the Gu family equally. Yet they had treated him with heartfelt sincerity, selflessly giving without expectation of return. Gu Chubbing and her twin sisters exchanged glances, each silently agreeing that their mother was justified. Gu Zhe was not merely a disappointment. He was a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. If it were not for him, how could they have felt such animosity towards Gu Yi upon their first encounter? If it were not for him, Gu Yi would not have grown distant, suspicious of their every action, believing them to harbor ulterior motives. He even contemplated severing ties with his family, yearning to escape this place. Yet, he was the true son of the Gu family. This was his home. You 3 should return to your rooms and refrain from coming out, Su Yi instructed her daughters. They had earlier mentioned feeling an inexplicable force controlling them, preventing them from speaking the truth. Perhaps this was what Xiao Yi referred to as the power of narrative. The 3 sisters hurried away, even opting to stay in the eldest sister's room to avoid being influenced by the storyline and committing further indiscretions. In the living room, Su Yi and Gu Haokuin sat at the head of the table, while the maid Wang Man knelt on the floor, her makeup running down her face in tears, resembling a ghostly figure. Su Yi maintained her icy demeanor. The evidence is irrefutable. If you still refuse to acknowledge it, I will have no choice but to report this to the authorities. Wang Man was nearly paralyzed with fear repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. "Madam, please do not call the police. I truly had no knowledge of this. It was all the second young masteress doing. I swear, I am completely innocent." Gu Haoquan erupted in fury. "Preposterous. At this point, how can you still slander Xiao Zhe? He is our son. Does he even need to resort to swapping necklaces?" Wang Manman was consumed by fear, revealing the incident from a month prior when she was coerced by Gu Zhe to swap the necklace. However, both Su Yi and Gu Haoquan remained skeptical, insisting on reporting the matter to the authorities. Observing this, a maid discreetly ascended to the second floor in search of assistance. On the second floor, Gu Zhe wreaked havoc in his room, smashing everything within reach, his teeth clenched in fury. "It's all Gu Ye's fault," he seethed. "He is nothing short of a harbinger of misfortune. If it were not for his return, how could I possibly be in such dire straits? Why could he not perish in the outside world? What purpose does his return serve? What the Gu Haoquan family? Why have they not yet come to offer their solace? If it were in the past, a mere sprint would have prompted them to rush over to console me, to offer various compensations, and to coax a smile from my lips. Each one would have assured me that they would treat me as they once did. Yet now, they all seem to gravitate towards that Gu Yi, a pack of great deceivers." At this moment, a maid came to knock on the door, exclaiming, "Young master, it is dire. The madam intends to call the authorities to apprehend Man. Gu Zhe assumed that Su Yi and the others had arrived, and was about to don a look of pitiful grievance when he heard those words. Gu Zhe was taken aback, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? The Gu family is far from being an ordinary household. They belong to the elite. A mere mistake by a maid hardly warrants the involvement of law enforcement. If the matter escalates, will the Gu family's reputation remain intact?" The maid was in a state of desperation. "Young master, I'm not speaking falsely. It was Man who swapped the necklace, which is worth a staggering 80 million. If Man does not produce the genuine necklace, Madam will have no choice but to report it to the authorities." "What?" This time, Gu Zhe was taken aback. How could Su Yi have discovered that the necklace was a mere counterfeit? What did Man say? Gu Zhe inquired. The maid shook her head, replying, "I do not know." Man was weeping and wailing, and I could not hear clearly. She certainly could not speak directly. The second young master harbored a particularly vengeful disposition, employing various means to punish the servants, and she dared not offend him. Gu Zhe, infuriated, raised his hand and struck the maid across the face, exclaiming, "You useless wretch." He hurriedly descended the stairs, determined that the maid must not reveal the truth. With Gu Ye's return, he had already become a source of disdain for his family. If the incident regarding the swapped necklace were to come to light, he feared he might be cast out of the Gu family altogether. Upon contemplating this, Gu Zhe felt a surge of discontent. After years of meticulous planning, he had yet to attain anything. He could not simply depart like this. "Mother and father, if you must place blame, let it fall upon me. It was merely a moment of folly on my part that led to this mistake. Man is but a servant. She is entirely innocent. She is pitiable, burdened with the responsibility of caring for her two younger brothers. If she were to leave our household, her entire family would be unable to survive." Upon arriving, Gu Zigong was immediately overcome with tears, rushing into Su Yi's embrace. Regrettably, Su Yi sidestepped, evading that embrace. Gu Zhe found himself sprawled across the sofa, momentarily forgetting his tears. Had his mother truly rejected him? In over 20 years, she had never behaved in such a manner. Even when he felt so aggrieved moments ago, she had not come to console him. Instead, she chose to chastise the maid. Was his own suffering not the paramount concern of the Gu family? Su Yi didn't even wish to cast a glance in his direction, curtly stating, "Xiao Zhe, you still defend the maid, who has shifted all the blame onto you." Gu Haoquan scoffed. "She claims you instructed her, and that you switched the necklace." Gu Zhe's heart sank. Wang Man had actually implicated him? How dare she? Man, what are you saying? Gu Zhe stared at the maid, his eyes filled with disappointment and disbelief. "Ha! The counterfeit is at it again. Watch as old Su and old Gu are toyed with like puppets. I want to reveal to them that the genuine necklace is now adorning the neck of this imposter." Gu Yi stood at the staircase, reveling in the spectacle. In a moment of despair, Gu Zhe rushed before Wang Man. appearing utterly heartbroken as if he had been betrayed. Yet, Wang Man was resolute. Having confessed to her previous thefts of the necklace, she was ready to present evidence of Gu Zei's coercive tactics against her. Su Yi's gaze was fixed on Gu Zei, determined not to miss a single expression on his face. At that instant, she perceived Gu Ye's inner thoughts. Gu Zei, was he truly wearing the genuine necklace? How could he maintain such a pitiful and innocent facade before her? She longed to glance at Gu Yi, but Gu Haokuan gently shook his head, urging her not to look up, fearing it would frighten him and render him unable to hear anything. Struggling to restrain herself, Su Yi's eyes burned with fury when she next regarded Gu Zei. Do you still believe I should refrain from reporting this to the authorities? I can no longer bear to witness your charade. It disgusts me. But Gu Zei seemed to revel in his performance, kneeling before Su Yi and grasping her arm. Mother, it is my fault for being too lenient with the servants, allowing them to mistreat me. Yet, I cannot bear to see her suffer. I regard her as family, and she is so young. If she is apprehended, her life would be ruined. He turned to his father, pleading, Father, please say something. I know my kindness has led to this, but wasn't I taught to be compassionate? I simply cannot bring myself to act against her. After imploring Su Yi, he knelt before Gu Haokuan, his tears cascading like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Gu Yi applauded him, exclaiming, Impressive. I've encountered audacious individuals, but none with such brazen shamelessness, claiming his own kindness while gilding his own image. Unbelievable. Truly, those devoid of shame are invincible. Gu Haokuan, observing Gu Zei's sorrowful display, felt an innate urge to comfort him, a reflex honed over the years. However, upon hearing Gu Ye's thoughts, that inclination shattered completely. He raised his hand and gently patted Gu Zei's head, saying, Xiao Zei, you truly are. Suddenly, he seized the necklace around Gu Zei's neck, applying a slight force to yank it free. Gu Yi had indicated that the genuine necklace was indeed around Gu Zei's neck. Now, he would reveal it and see how Gu Zei would wriggle out of this predicament. Gu Zei, who had been sobbing with his head bowed, felt a sharp tug at his neck, and upon glancing up, he was met with the sight of Gu Haokuan holding the necklace aloft. Father? Gu was utterly bewildered. Could this be a dream? Wasn't his father meant to comfort him? Why had he instead taken his possession? Gu Yi was equally astonished. My goodness, could it be that old Gu has finally wised up? No, that can't be right. How could someone so oblivious suddenly gain clarity to uncover such a concealed necklace? Impressive, old Gu. Your keen perception is rather reminiscent of my own. Gu Haokuan, flattered by his son's praise, was left in a quandary, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Was this truly a compliment directed at him? Gu Zei, how did you come to be wearing my necklace? Su Yi, disregarding Gu Ye's silent thoughts, hurried over and took the necklace into her possession. Just moments ago, she had been racking her brain, pondering how to retrieve the family heirloom. Who could have anticipated that it would be adorning Gu Zei's neck? He truly was something else, despite knowing how much she valued this necklace. He had the audacity to swap it out. He wore it brazenly right under her nose. She catered to his every whim, striving to keep him happy. In his eyes, she must have appeared utterly foolish, willing to count the money for him even after he sold her out. Was he reveling in his triumph? The more she thought about it, the more furious she became, nearly bursting with rage. Gu Zei's mind was in disarray. Had his mother recognized it? But wasn't her eyesight poor? Mom, you must be mistaken. This isn't your necklace. He sought to reclaim it, having promised it to his mother. Yet, he also found it quite appealing, being an heirloom of the Su family, so he had worn it for a few days. Who could have guessed it would be discovered? Sui vidinet herius, holding the necklace aloft, exclaiming, How could it not be mine? My name is inscribed right here. At this point, he was still trying to deceive her. He truly regarded her as a fool, finding amusement in her predicament. Gu Zei was left speechless. Indeed, the largest sapphire bore Su Yi's name, not an abbreviation, nor in English, but the two characters of her name, Su Yi. Curse it, how had he overlooked that? So, Gusha, is what Wang Man said true? Did you let her swap my necklace? Su Yi felt as if she might vomit blood. She had poured her heart into raising a thief. Gu Zei quickly retorted, No. Mom, it's not like that. It was all Wang Man's idea. In a flash of thought, Guze could only cast Wang Manman aside as a scapegoat. She has always harbored feelings for me, and to impress me, she swapped your necklace. I was deceived as well. She claimed it was a fake. Mom, we can't allow a thief like Wang Manman to remain free. We should report her and have her arrested. Losing a mere pawn was inconsequential. Preserving his own safety was paramount. He shot Wang Manman a fierce glare, warning her that if she dared to utter another word, he would ensure she paid a heavy price. Gui nearly burst into laughter. This fool is quite clever. He initially intended to gift the necklace to his mother, but ended up wearing it himself for a few days. In those days, the necklace was snatched back. Since the truth can no longer be concealed, he might as well shift the blame. Wang Manman has become a useless pawn. The next candidate to warm old Gu's bed must be reconsidered. The system sighed, witnessing yet another plot unravel. Foolish host. Doggone it. Who do you think you will choose next? The system pondered. The young master is exceptionally astute. My mechanical mind cannot fathom. For the sake of the mission, he was determined to give it his all. Gui remarked, at least you have some sense, but I must see for myself. Meanwhile, Su-Yi heard Guye's innermost thoughts and nearly rushed over to give Gu-ze a thorough beating. He had confided in her that he had never met his biological parents and had no intention of doing so. He had also stated that he had uncovered the truth, that he had been abandoned by them. To her astonishment, it turned out he had secretly contacted his biological parents and even pilfered his own belongings for their sake. How utterly outrageous. Here she was, the esteemed daughter of the Su family, manipulated by a mere boy. If it weren't for her connection to her son, her entire family might have been deceived by an imposter. Gu Haokuin gazed at Guze, narrowing his eyes. Guze, do you truly believe this? 021, Sister Bao. You have arrived. Guze suddenly recalled something and changed his mind once more. Father, perhaps it is best not to report this to the authorities. Although I was deceived by her, I cannot bring ruin to another's life. Furthermore, if we involve the police, it will escalate the situation. Our family has just endured a significant upheaval, and my elder brother has only just returned. Those families may very well attempt to tarnish his reputation again. Each utterance was made with consideration for others, yet deep down, he was merely fearful of the ramifications of the necklace incident coming to light, which could tarnish his own standing. Simultaneously, he was keen to label Gu Yi as a harbinger of misfortune. We are remarked. The counterfeit has not forgotten to place the blame upon me. Such relentless spirit is indeed commendable. However, he is overly anxious. Neither old Su nor old Gu would ever hold him accountable. Whatever he claims, they will believe. After all, it is merely a necklace. It pales in comparison to the weight of a false son. Listening to her son's heartfelt sentiments, Su-Yi felt an immense pang of sorrow. She truly fell blind, choosing to trust a false son over her biological child. She even expressed to the counterfeit that, come what may, she would stand by Guze's side. Reflecting on her past devotion to Guze while her true son suffered alone, her heart ached with regret, wishing she could turn back time to deliver herself a few sharp slaps. Gu Haokuin was equally enraged by Guze, trembling with fury. At this juncture, he still pretended to be benevolent. Well then, let him confront this so-called good son. I shall say this one last time. Gu Yi is my true son, the blessing of the Gu family. Anyone who dares to label him a harbinger of disaster will face my wrath. With these fierce words, Gu Haokuin dismissed the maid and confiscated all that the Gu family had provided, expelling her from the household without delay. Guze hung his head, tears streaming down his face as if he had suffered a great injustice. However, his heart was already filled with resentment towards Gu Haokuin. What a ridiculous patriarch he was. An old fool devoid of wisdom. Gu Yi was merely connected to him by blood. He had never attended university nor experienced the broader world, rendering him inferior in every regard. Yet Gu Haokuin defended him so fervently, even uttering hurtful words in front of him. Why did he treat him this way? He, too, had acted for the good of the family. Previously, he had boasted of his intelligence, kindness, and filial piety. Why did he forget all that upon Gu Ye's return? At that moment, Gu Ye's thoughts echoed. TSK, TSK, TSK. Old Gu has truly lost his mind, failing to support the counterfeit. But he is merely reacting in anger. Once the night passes, he will forget everything. Boring. I shall return to rest. The system noted, Old Su and Old Gu have performed admirably. The maid will undoubtedly seek revenge on Guze. Guyi turned to walk back. She had better survive until then. Su, Yi, and Gu Haokuin exchanged a glance, saying nothing, and hurried back to their room to arrange for someone to follow the maid. Gu Shavash left neglected, forced to return to his room alone. That night, he scarcely managed to sleep, consumed by an overwhelming rage that rendered him restless. Tears streamed down his face. Yet neither parent came to offer solace. Moreover, those three insufferable girls, Gu Chubbing and her companions, failed to provide even a modicum of comfort, neglecting to offer any affectionate gestures. The flames of fury blazed within him, inciting a desire to incinerate the entire house. He resolved to devise a plan to ensure Gu Ye's complete disappearance. Early the next morning, the Gu family gathered for breakfast. Gu Ye continued to sit beside Sui, while Guze occupied a corner of the table. Gu Chubbing and her sisters deliberately distanced themselves from him, not daring to cast even a glance in his direction. They wished to avoid being ensnared by his peculiar aura, which rendered them mute in the face of injustice. In truth, they yearned to be near Gu Yi, eager to savor the juicy gossip, no, to hear his innermost thoughts. Observing this, Guze's resentment towards Gu Yi intensified, loathing him for having usurped everything that rightfully belonged to him. Just as he was about to succumb to tears of grievance, Su Yi shot him a fierce glare. Another whimper, and he would certainly face her wrath. Startled, Guze suppressed his sobs. Meanwhile, Gu Ye's spirits soared. It was no wonder that the impostors harbored such animosity towards him. Life in this affluent household was splendid, with an array of breakfast options available from dawn. If he were to leave and return to his impoverished biological parents, what would he eat? Nothing of worth, undoubtedly. The system remarked, his greed knows no bounds. Old Gu and Old Su have assured him he would not be cast out, yet he still wishes to oust you and seize the entire estate. Guye replied nonchalantly. That concerns me not. I yearn for a life devoid of servitude. I wish to recline in ease. The system fell silent. Sui cast a glance at Guze. Was his biological family truly residing in such destitution? And he had even pilfered her necklace for that woman. How absurd. She placed a meticulously sliced steak before Gu Yi. Xiao Yi, you seem to enjoy this. Take your time. There is plenty more in the kitchen. Without raising his gaze, Gu Yi simply replied, Thank you. Such kindness now may well dissipate in an instant. This family has lost their senses. When they regain their wits, it will be my turn to suffer. They are merely the impostor's parents. I have no interest in them. Su Yi's hand faltered as she served the food, a wave of guilt washing over her. Alas, she had once again disappointed her biological son, yet she could not cease her efforts to compensate for the maternal love he had been deprived of. Xiao Yi, this milk is from our family's ranch. Do give it a try. And these sea cucumbers and scallops are freshly harvested from the ocean, not synthetic. And this, as if stimulated by an unseen force. Her serving became fervent, quickly creating a small mountain of food before Gu Yi, who maintained his indifferent demeanor. Guze watched with clenched teeth, seething with hatred. Such treatment was rightfully his. Gu Yi did not deserve to indulge in it. Gu Chuyu and Gu Chuhui were disinterested in their meal, eager to hear the unfolding drama. At that moment, Zhang Ma approached and inquired, Madam, Miss Phone from the phone group has arrived. Shall I let her in? Su Yi hastily rose to her feet with a smile, exclaiming, Where is she? Please let her in. No sooner had she spoken than Feng Baobao arrived. Good morning, uncle and aunt. I apologize for intruding so early. Her gaze, however, was fixed on the array of dishes on the dining table, showing no sign of remorse. Su Yi took her small hand and cheerfully invited, Bao Bao, come and join us for breakfast. You can sit right next to Xiao Yi. Gu Chubbing, who had been seated there, quickly vacated her spot upon receiving a pointed glance from her mother. However, this arrangement meant she would be sitting next to Guze. Bao Bao, you can take this seat. I just finished eating and have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. She certainly did not wish to be seated next to that insincere Guze, especially with the pressing matter of observing the admissions process and those 5 exceptionally troublesome prodigies. Upon seeing Feng Baobao, Guze promptly stood up, saying, Baobao, I missed you so much. How long has it been since you last visited me? 022. The formidable Feng Baobao. Does he dare to bully Guyi? That would be courting death. Gu Zhe, with a shameless expression, reached out to grasp Feng Baobao's delicate hand. However, Feng Baobao shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, "What do you think you are doing?" Gu Zhe was taken aback. Sisterwa, I'm just so thrilled to see you. I mean no other intentions. Feng Baobao rolled her eyes. We are not that familiar. Why are you pretending to be so happy? Without paying attention to Gu Zhe, she directly took a seat beside Gu Yi. Guye, it's nice to see you again. Feng Baobao greeted him warmly. Gu Yi, preoccupied with savoring his shrimp dumplings, glanced up at her for a brief moment and nodded in acknowledgement. Erguzi, what brings Feng Baobao here? Was she not subjected to retaliation by her cousin? As Feng Baobao was about to indulge in a delectable shrimp dumpling, she suddenly perceived Gu Ye's inner thoughts, which prompted her to straighten her posture and lean closer to him. She was fortunate to have mustered the audacity to join him for a meal. Aside from his striking appearance and somewhat superficial thoughts, Gu Yi possessed a remarkable quality. He truly relished his food. The system remarked, "Young master, Feng Baobao is certainly not an ordinary girl. She has not faced any retribution from her cousin, for she had sent his entire family to the police station, including that cousin and the female university student." Gu Yi was drinking soup when he heard such news, nearly choking on it. She is truly impressive. Had I not heard it with my own ears, I could scarcely believe it. Pray, tell me, how did she accomplish such a feat? He cast a glance at the girl beside him. Such a petite shrimp dumpling, yet she had grown into one who devoured it. Her exaggerated motion resembled that of a witch from a comic, consuming innocent children. Two individuals find themselves in a peculiar scenario. One is casually indulging in gossip with the system, while the other feigns earnestness at the dining table, all the while eavesdropping on unspoken thoughts. However, to an observer, such as Gu Zhe, the situation appears quite differently. He is indeed not well acquainted with Feng Baobao. In fact, he harbors a strong aversion towards girls of her ilk. With an unremarkable appearance and a less than desirable physique, she lacks any semblance of gentility. Gu Zhe epitomizes the archetype of a male chauvinist, viewing all women as mere extensions of himself. In his perspective, any woman fortunate enough to encounter him should revere him, treating him as a deity deserving of adulation. Feng Baobao, the cherished darling of the Feng family, is doted upon by her 4 elder brothers, who indulge her whims without restraint. Initially, Gu Zhe sought to draw closer to Feng Baobao, yet her protective brothers guarded her with the vigilance of sentinels. However, regardless of the circumstances, a woman who is of no value to me shall not be bestowed upon Gu Yi. Mom and Dad, have I done something wrong that has upset Sister Bao? Would it not be sufficient for me to apologize to her? Gu Zhe stood behind Feng Baobao and Gu Yi, speaking in a tone of feigned grievance. Su Yi was engrossed in listening to Gu Ye's innermost thoughts, and Gu Zhe's sudden interruption made her unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. Here we go again. It was utterly exasperating. Gu Haokuan was equally infuriated. He could not fathom why Gu Zhe could not find a moment's peace. Must everyone revolve around him, catering to his every whim, for him to find contentment? He is not a girl. Why should he act all weepy and soft-hearted? How could I have been so foolish before, thinking him considerate and kind-hearted? At that moment, he heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts. This imposter must have water in his brain, the kind that even a pump cannot drain. He has always looked down on Feng Baobao, despising her figure and appearance, and resenting her for not being his sycophant. But now that he sees her getting close to me, he cannot bear it. Here he comes to stir trouble again. Next, he will probably grasp my head and attempt to dunk me into the soup pot. To escape this torment, I must endure this painful scheme, even if it means crying. Feng Baobao instantly became furious. That pretender, Gu Zhe, dares to look down upon her, disdaining her figure and looks, and yet he expects her to be his lapdog? She, the esteemed daughter of the Feng family, the cherished darling of 3 generations, is actually scorned by a mere imposter? Gu Zhe! Feng Baobao stood up, turned to face him. Gu Zhe forced a gentle smile, saying, "Sister Bao, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me." As he spoke, he had already moved closer to Gu Yi, feigning a stumble while extending his hand. Su Yi and the others, having heard Guye's thoughts, fixed their gaze on Gu Zhe, realizing he was about to act as predicted. They all stood up in unison, ready to rush over. However, in a critical moment, someone was faster than them. Feng Baobao seized Gu Zhe's head and plunged it into the freshly served soup pot. "You scoundrel! Is an apology merely words? Today, I shall teach you the proper way to apologize to Feng Baobao. You dare bully Guyi? That person can only bully himself, but not others. No way." Gu Zhe struggled desperately, tried to pull his head out of the soup pot, but he was utterly helpless. "Woe is me. Have the Gu family members all perished? Why aren't they coming to save me? That wretched Feng Baobao. How dare she bully me like this? She is nothing but a worthless servant." The group of Su Yi, who were about to rush in, all breathed a sigh of relief. They were terrified, even thinking they had arrived too late, allowing Gu Yi to be bullied. It was indeed Feng Baobao who did not falter at a critical moment. They didn't even realize that they were completely indifferent to Gu Zhe's plight, instead secretly rejoicing because Gu Yi had suffered no harm and Gu Zhe's schemes had failed. Gu Yi was astonished, quickly shifting position to allow Feng Baobao to assert herself more effectively. Wait, is she really this temperamental? The princess of the Feng family is certainly not just for show. System. Indeed, she is a girl who does not play by the rules. Catching her cousin and his entire family off guard, Gu Yi glanced at Su Yi and the others, feeling as if he were in a dream. Feng Baobao versus Gu Zhe, a legendary battle. I can comprehend that. But what about those others? They all stood up, ostensibly to assist Gu Zhe, yet now that he found himself in the soup, they merely gazed on without offering help. Su Yi and the others turned their attention to Gu Yi, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles. As long as Xiao Yi was unharmed, they were indifferent to the scheming imposter. He deserved his fate. Gu Yi, observing their smiles, felt increasingly disoriented. Are they smiling? Oh, I see. Su Yi and her companions were filled with exhilaration. At last, Xiao Yi seemed to acknowledge their genuine intentions, which was truly delightful. However, Gu Yi's inner thoughts resurfaced once more. They are merely performing for my benefit. Now, they lower their guard, but soon enough, they will unleash their fury upon me. Gu Zhe has been wronged, and they must be utterly distressed. TSK. I'm all too familiar with this ruse. As a remarkably astute young master, I shall not fall for their tricks. In the year 2023, feeling despondent, Father generously offers a compensation of 50 million. The smiles on the faces of Su Yi and the others shattered, falling to the ground in a myriad of fragments. They rejoiced too soon. Xiao Yi remained oblivious. Alas! Listening to Gu Yi's innermost thoughts, Feng Baobao glanced at the Gu family, and it dawned upon her. This entire family was a troupe of actors. While they feigned smiles at Gu Yi, they concealed daggers beneath the surface. Foolishness! If this were within her own abode, she would undoubtedly wield a few hefty shovels against them. Sister Bao, it seems Gu Zhe has become immobile, hasn't he? How outrageous! The heiress of the Feng Corporation was indeed, as rumored. She never adhered to reason. Whoever provoked her would face her wrath. It was said that she possessed a shovel seized from the countryside and had even buried an elderly housekeeper alive. She must have heard her elder brother's thoughts and perhaps even set her sights on him. Alas, to have such a sister-in-law would truly be utterly terrifying. Feng Baobao cast a glance at Gu Zhe, one hand grasping his head while the other held the soup pot. As she tossed him aside, she simultaneously slammed the pot onto his face. Gu Zhe fell to the ground, letting out a wail as he hurriedly pushed the pot off his face. Feng Baobao, do you seek that? After several coughs, he managed to utter those words. Feng Baobao crossed her arms, looking down at him from above. Imposter, the charade ends now. Just moments ago, you acted so familiar with me. Am I seeking death? Would you like to experience the sensation of being buried alive? Gu Zhe, pale as a ghost, gazed at Feng Baobao as if she were a specter. Stories of her exploits were well known in elite circles, using a shovel to bury the living, apprehending thieves until they foamed at the mouth, and single-handedly dispatching 3 ruffians with a kick. Gu Zhe had no desire to be buried alive. He had significant matters to attend to. Dad, Mom, I don't know where I offended Sister Bao. She actually came to our home to bully me. Although our Gu family does not hold a position as lofty as the Feng family, we cannot allow such indignities to befall us. Wah, damn, Mom. Please don't blame my elder brother. He said nothing. Although he may harbor grievances against me, he would never resort to such tactics. Unable to match Feng Bao's fierceness, Guyi resolved to employ his own stratagems. He feigned superiority, disdainfully dismissing this and that. Little did he realize how deep his schemes ran. It remained a mystery what means she had employed to curry favor with Feng Bao. The heiress of the Feng Corporation exhibited no patience towards him, instead using Gu Yi as a pawn. Gu Yi resumed his place, indulging in food and drink. Clearly an imposter with no utility, yet exacerbating the conflict between the two prominent families. Seizing the opportunity to sow discord, I must eat quickly. Although the earlier ruse proved futile, perhaps I shall soon be reprimanded by the Gu family, or I might take the opportunity to apologize to Feng Bao. Regardless, I can sever ties and depart from this place. This marks my final breakfast at the Gu residence. The next time I desire such a sumptuous meal, I shall have to pay for it myself. Su-yi concealed her face with one hand, bowing her head. She was at a loss whether to praise him or to scold him. In this vast world, nothing is more important than a good meal. Despite the turmoil, he remained unfazed and continued to eat. Gu Haokuan also covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. That mischievous boy, clever and unperturbed by external circumstances, he knows when to indulge. In this regard, he resembles me. Feng Bao observed Gu Yi relishing his meal. Upon hearing his thoughts, she returned to her chair and continued to eat and drink. If Gu Yi were to leave the Gu family soon, she would have to take him in. Such a remarkably talented individual must not be overlooked. Moreover, the breakfast at the Gu residence was indeed delectable. She would inquire later if they could borrow their cook for her own home. Gu Chuyu and Gu Chuwei were anxious, not wishing for their elder brother to leave the family. Yet the more they fretted, the less they could articulate their feelings. Darn it, they were inexplicably rendered speechless by some strange force. Yilot, why are you still standing there? Hurry and help the second young master up. Children tussling is hardly a matter of great significance. Su-yi cast a glance at the servants standing nearby and promptly instructed them. Gu Haokuan's face was stern. Xiao Osha, we all know you are the most sensible one. What you said earlier was correct. This was merely an accident and has nothing to do with Xiao Yi. You don't seem hungry, and you've gotten yourself dirty. Quickly return and tidy up. Stay home today and don't go out. Several servants rushed over to assist Gu Zhe. Gu Zhe, wanting to feign pitifulness, was momentarily rendered speechless by Gu Haokuan's remarks. What is that old fool thinking? His precious son was bullied by Feng Bao, and he only utters a few words? He wasn't complimenting Gu Yi, was he? Mother this. Gu Zhe, feeling indignant, looked at Su-yi, still want to play the victim. What does it mean to say that children tussle? Neither he nor Feng Bao were mere children. He had nearly drowned. Su-yi did not grant him the opportunity to speak. Xiao Zhe, it is entirely your mother's fault for not educating you properly. Remember this lesson. Do not cry so easily in the future. It annoys the girls. After saying this, she waved her hand irritably, urging the servants to escort Gu Zhe away. His morning tears had spoiled her good mood. Gu Zhe was on the verge of exploding with anger. Had Sui been possessed? Was this truly her speaking? Was she blind to his plight? After he had been so wronged, should she not comfort him? Perhaps even grant him a card for his discretionary spending to alleviate his spirits? Gu Yi wore a similarly astonished expression, unable to swallow the abalone in his mouth. My heavens! Did Lao Gu and Lao Su truly grow a brain? Or have they merely developed a tumor? Previously, Gu Zhe had stolen the necklace worth 80 million from Lao Su and framed me. They did not pursue any consequences, which was fine since only a handful were privy to it. Yet now, Gu Zhe nearly drowned, and he intentionally escalated the conflict. Do they not feel any remorse? They haven't even scolded me. Why haven't they come to berate me? Please do come. The moment you speak, I shall pack my belongings and leave. Gui took a sip of water, then turned to Gu Haokuan and Su-yi. The latter two immediately donned beaming smiles and approached Gu Yi. Xiao Yi, I hope the broth didn't spill on you earlier. Don't be afraid. It was merely an accident. Xiao Zhe is the most understanding. He doesn't blame you at all, Su, reassured. Gu Haokuan pulled out his phone and tapped a few times. Xiao Yi, it was my blunder that affected your appetite and ruined your dining experience. I shall transfer 50 million to you. Later, you can go out and buy whatever you desire. Gu Yi, what? Is the plot capable of such twists? Lao Gu's initial gesture is 50 million. I now have a modest goal. Oh dear. If this is how it is to be played, I certainly cannot sever ties. System. Materialistic host. Gu Chuyu and Gu Chu-wei, freed from their extraordinary control, exchanged glances and simultaneously pulled out their phones, proceeding with swift actions. Elder brother, for your return gift, I present you with 8 million. Elder brother, I too offer you a return gift of 8 million. As long as there is money, elder brother will not depart, so hurry up and give it. They have yet to savor the juicy tidbits that lie ahead. They certainly do not wish to perish, nor do they desire bankruptcy. Guze observed them, feeling as if the sky were collapsing upon him. Why? Why do they have a right to bestow money upon Gu Yi? That wealth belongs to him. They have all lost their senses. He must call his older sister to return swiftly and restore justice. He desires to see your demise, Gu Ye's inner voice. I too have recovered and effortlessly transformed into a billionaire. Do not speak. I implore you, do not utter a word. This family, despite their eccentricities, possesses a certain openness and generosity. It is no wonder that counterfeit goods cling tenaciously, unwilling to depart, while they endeavor to expel me. The Gu family has immense wealth. Even if he himself is not avaricious, do his humble parents from that impoverished valley not harbor desires? Upon hearing their son's heartfelt sentiments, Gu Haokuan and Su Yi were enveloped in a deeper sorrow. They had watched Gu Ze grow from infancy, nurturing him with the utmost care and providing him with the finest resources. They had always believed that Gu Ze was devoid of vanity and had no propensity for avarice. After all, he was the sole heir of the Gu family, destined to inherit the vast estate. Yet, to their astonishment, the reality was starkly different. It was the princess who exhibited the most greed. The couple found themselves perplexed, reflecting on how, over the past 2 decades, they had been blind to even the slightest indication of this truth. When did Gu Ze become aware of his biological parents? Gu Haokuan, however, is unconcerned. He will soon return to the company and revoke all of Gu Ze's positions. According to Gu Ye's heartfelt sentiments, Gu Ze, whom he raised with great care, remains ungrateful and harbors intentions of vengeance against the entire Gu family. Such a scoundrel would never relinquish the hard-won territory he possesses. Feng Bao Bao continues to eat, yet her thoughts are consumed by the good deeds accomplished by Gu Ze. Does that contemptible man still look down upon her? In a moment, I will inform the young man to attend to the matter. Gu Yi paid no heed to their thoughts. She glanced at the Gu family and said with a calm demeanor, "Thank you all, let us dine." They have contributed generously, and surely, for the sake of their generosity, I must extend a modicum of respect. With Gu Ze absent, everyone felt more at ease. Eldest brother, let's go skiing. Just now, third sister messaged me, stating that she is conducting auditions today and will host a welcome banquet in the evening, proposed Gu Chuyu. Third sister insisted that we must bring Gu Yi along to oversee the proceedings. Gu Chui turned to Feng Bao Bao and inquired, "Sister Bao, do you wish to ski? Shall we go together?" The older brother's prowess in combat is likely inferior to that of Sister Bao. With her presence, she could certainly serve as a bodyguard for them. Feng Bao Bao, already quite full, readily agreed. "All right, let us go there to digest." After saying this, she turned to Gu Yi and inquired, "Gu Yi, you surely cannot be like Gu Ze, unable to ski, can you? Who, in their leisure, would refrain from indulging in the pastimes of skiing and enjoying gossip. It simply would not do without Gu Ye's presence." Gu Yi curled his lips in amusement, jesting at the absurdity of the comparison. Who could possibly be likened to that counterfeit? It just so happened that I was passing by, eager to indulge in the spectacle and witness firsthand the true nature of those 5 remarkably gifted individuals. Gu Laosan's intellect appeared rather questionable, as she surprisingly engaged me in conversation. After a few tumbles, her mind would surely regain its clarity. At that point, she would undoubtedly blame me as a harbinger of misfortune for her fractured bones. I already possess 100 million. Hence, departing now would not result in any loss. Several individuals who heard this heartfelt sentiment all exhaled in relief. Regardless of the circumstances, it was sufficient that Gu Yi was willing to go. As for his assertion that Gu Chubbing would blame him as a harbinger of calamity, such a scenario was utterly implausible. Su Yi had also overheard this and offered no further explanation. She hurried to the cloakroom. Shortly thereafter, when she re-emerged, she was clad in an entirely new ensemble. "Mother, are you preparing to ski in Switzerland?" Gu Chuyu inquired. Su Yi responded, "I will accompany you all. I have already discussed it with the third one. I could just serve as a judge." Gu Yi nearly burst into laughter. To think of serving as a judge. Old Su is truly amusing. After all, he is merely a family member. What business does he have as a judge? System. Young master, have you forgotten? In his youth, Old Su was a world champion in skiing. Su Yi straightened her back, slightly raised an eyebrow, her face brimming with a sense of pride. "You little rascal. You underestimated your own mother." "Gu Yi, is it not a purchase? Isn't this how the wealthy operate? Money can indeed purchase anything. Sui se lipstichet in dispidiev. What to be bought? She was a genuine champion." System. Young master, this is truly not the case. Your mother possesses an extraordinary talent. Gu Lao-san, at such a young age, has already become a renowned skiing champion, which undoubtedly involves some hereditary factors. Gu Yi silently rolled his eyes. If she is so remarkable, how could she still lose track of her own son? Are you still being deceived by counterfeit products? Had I not intervened, the original owner would have ultimately met a tragic end. System. You possess the ability to converse. Su Yi felt as though she had been doused with a bucket of icy water, her heart tightening with apprehension. She too yearned to uncover the mystery of her son's disappearance from so many years ago. Yet, after years of investigation, she had unearthed nothing at all. Gu Chuyu and Gu Chui also bowed their heads in silence, acknowledging that their elder brother was indeed correct. How could their mother, so formidable, have lost her child and been so easily manipulated? Alas, let us depart, for the vehicle is already prepared. Yet it is Su Yi who leads the way, while I instruct Lao San to ready our luggage. On the second-floor balcony, Gu Zhe watches them exit, trembling with anger. Damnit Guye. Upon his return, he seized everything that rightfully belonged to me. He must perish. It is imperative that he meets his demise. Su Yi and her two little troublemakers, who usually revolve around her, have unexpectedly begun to gravitate towards Gu Yi. A group of shameless individuals, both the old and the young, all together in their folly. And that Feng Bao Bao, how dare she treat me like that? I will make sure she understands exactly who she has offended. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He smashed a precious vase in the room, valued at 5,800,000, a gift from Gu Lao-san on his birthday last year. However, he had long since replaced the original with a counterfeit. Everything within the room could be considered a mere imitation. He dialed a number. "It's me. Handle that Wong Man, and then go after the little beast of the Feng family." Yes, the target is Feng Bao Bao. She has a penchant for skiing, so let her enjoy a delightful time with Gu Chubbing. Su Yi and the others remained largely silent, eager to hear Gu Ye's thoughts. I had not anticipated that the moment he boarded the vehicle, he would succumb to slumber, remaining in a deep sleep until we reached our destination. Upon encountering Gu Yi, Gu Chubbing finally felt a sense of relief. "Mother, little Yi, Sister Bauer, and my dear sisters, you have arrived. At this juncture, we are in the warm-up phase, with the selection competition about to commence. Please take a moment to rest, or would you prefer to join in the warm-up exercises?" Everyone expressed their desire to glide on the snowy slopes. At that moment, Gu Ye's inner thoughts resonated. Doggone it, isn't that counterfeit making any moves? Since we haven't confronted Feng Bao Bao yet, and we are all out together without anyone watching him, I refuse to believe he will remain idle. The others, including Su Yi, were left bewildered. What actions does Gu Zhe wish for? Feng Bao Bao remained indifferent, confident in her swiftness, and at that moment, the young man had already set off. The system remarked, "Young master, as expected, you possess remarkable foresight. The counterfeit has indeed taken action. He intends to bring about your demise. Exercise caution, especially regarding Feng Bao Bao." 025, the orphanage's nemesis. Feng Bao Bao instantly perked up. Guze certainly had the audacity to wish for my demise. She took out her phone and sent a message to the young man, indicating that she needed to increase the stakes for Guze. Su Yi and her daughter were all taken aback. They were already aware of Guze's animosity towards Gu Yi, but they could never have anticipated that Guze would wish for Gu Ye's demise. Even more audaciously, he dared to retaliate against Feng Baobao, the beloved of the Feng family, the sole heir of 3 generations, whom even the prestigious Su family would hesitate to offend, let alone someone as insignificant as Guze. Gu Chubbing hurriedly brought over a set of documents, saying, "These are several promising talents I have my eye on. You will encounter them shortly. Could you assist me in assessing their potential?" She was gripped by an ominous premonition that Guze intended to deal with Gu Yi, possibly in connection with these individuals. She decided to show them the information in advance, for Xiaoya's system always possessed a knack for uncovering certain truths. Su Yi took the materials and approached Gu Yi, saying, "Xiaoya, you are the blessing of our family. Your judgment of character is astute. Would you take a look?" "Soon. I must call old Gu and request him to assign someone to keep a close watch on Guze." Regardless of the circumstances, Guze remains a member of the Gu family. Should he dare to venture outside, the Feng family would undoubtedly not let him off the hook. If anything were to happen to him, it could tarnish Gu Ye's reputation once more. Gu Yi merely cast a fleeting glance before firmly declining. "I shall not. I am no harbinger of fortune, so spare me your flattery." Regardless of who those 5 may be, if Gu Chubbing encounters misfortune, I would still be the one branded as the bringer of calamity. System, young master. Within this document lies an individual who has relentlessly bullied the original owner for 5 years, nearly causing the latter to lose a hand. I may lack discernment, yet I can certainly appreciate what is aesthetically pleasing. Gu Yi promptly seized the materials and began to peruse them page by page. Guzi, what is that wretched creature called? I may disregard Gu Chubbing and the others, but to bully the original owner is tantamount to bullying me. I shall ensure that he pays back in double. Su Yi gazed at Gu Yi as he perused the documents, her heart aching profoundly. What kind of life has her own son endured? During his time in the orphanage, he was bullied for 5 long years while still so young, almost losing his hand. And then she looked at Guze. From childhood to adulthood, I have personally cared for him, fiercely protective to an excessive degree. The moment he displays displeasure, I am capable of overturning the entire school. Yet, what have I ultimately gained from this? He poured out his heart and soul in selfless devotion, only to have his entire family calculated against him. Had he not heard the heartfelt voice of his own son, he would have suffered grievous harm once more. The twin sisters were equally taken aback. Their elder brother had been enduring such a wretched existence. From childhood to adulthood, they have barely managed to refrain from bullying others. As for Guze, it seems he is indeed engaged in such behavior. Feng Baobao furrowed her brow, recalling how timid Gu Yi had been previously. The system provided information. His name is Li Bo, the sole heir of 3 generations in his family. Upon his birth, his parents divorced, and he was heartlessly sent to an orphanage by his cruel father. It was not until he turned 11, when his grandfather won $1 million in the lottery, that he was brought back. Gu Yi turned to the page about Li Bo and perused the information contained therein. Has he had his face altered countless times? Perhaps his family owns a beauty salon? The system remarked, "You truly possess an exceptional eye, astute observer." Li Bo has an aunt who, having purchased fraudulent certificates, opened a beauty salon that has, over the course of more than a decade, marred the faces of over 1,000 individuals and tragically caused the demise of 30 lives. Gu Yi closed the documents and declared, "I shall embark on a skiing adventure. No further examination is necessary. For such a nefarious individual, I must act as an instrument of justice." Is he truly one of the 5 prodigies? Yes, he is acquainted with Guze, who has assisted the Li family with numerous business ventures. Gu Yi quickened his pace, eager to rush there immediately. Su Yi and the others stood frozen in place, their minds swirling in confusion. Guze has connections with such a person. Does that mean he has indirectly harmed so many people? Su Yi seethed with rage, gritting her teeth. "I shall go and investigate." Gu Chubbing hurriedly grasped her mother's arm, pleading, "Mom, please don't go over there. I have surveillance here, and with so many people at the snowfield, what if something unexpected occurs?" "Baoya, You all should go and enjoy yourselves, but please be cautious. Furthermore, they needed to quickly reach out to their father and urge him to devise a solution. Feng Baobao nodded confidently, exclaiming, "Don't worry, I am quite capable." The twin sisters followed closely behind, their mission being to eavesdrop on gossip and assist their elder brother. At the snowy venue, Gu Yi swiftly identified his target and glided over with agility. In a moment of carelessness, he accidentally collided with Li Bo. Li Bo let out a piercing scream as he sat in the snow, clutching his right hand, trembling in agony. "Quick, capture him," Li Bo commanded his subordinate. Gu Yi had not left at all. He merely circled around and returned. Li Bo removed his hat and, with a fierce demeanor, bellowed, "You little wretch. Is this a place you can casually enter? You lot, take him away. Sever his hands." Gu Yi sneered, removing his hat. "A little beast. A beggar. Ah. Are you talking about yourself?" Upon seeing Gu Ye's face, Li Bo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Gu Ye, you are still alive. You little rascal. Had I not rendered your hands useless back then, you would have come knocking at my door. You several. Seize him and force him to the ground, crushing his right hand. No, instead, shatter both of his hands completely." Li Bo rejoignit Gu Ye, and a surge of hatred welled up within him. It was this wretched little creature who had thwarted his plans back at the orphanage. He had never anticipated returning home so swiftly. Had he known, he would have ensured to rid himself of this insufferable brat before his departure. Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, his 5 underlings rushed forward in unison, seizing Gu Yi. Standing still, Gu Yi allowed them to grasp him. "Li Bo, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Having indulged in the gossip for so long, what benefits shall I receive in return? This body possesses no extraordinary abilities. To expect him to take on 5 adversaries alone would be nothing short of pretentious. System. The system has long been prepared a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it now?" Gu Yi. "Yes, open it." System. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Thunder Palm, effective for 5 minutes. Gu Yi, or Guzi, are you serious? Only 5 minutes? Is that all you have? System. If it weren't for your unpredictable actions that have disrupted several plots, would I be in such a dire situation? With no response from the system, Gu Yi had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept it. Li Bo sneered. "Gu Yi, after feasting for a few days, do you think you have become person? To bring about your demise is simpler than squashing an ant. What are you all standing there for? He is merely an orphan who sneaked in. Go after him." "An orphan?" Gu Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. "Is being an orphan a justification for bullying at will? Your grand gift has been received." Gu Yi was being restrained by 5 individuals, on the verge of being pressed to the ground. Feng Baobao hastened her pace, seething with indignation. That scoundrel Gu Yi, having been bullied in the orphanage, now faced an old adversary in his adult life, and he was no match for them. Alas, the members of the Gu family, those dramatic figures, were nowhere to be found in this critical moment. Perhaps it would be prudent to discuss with my elder brother the idea of acknowledging Gu Yi as a godson, enabling him to reside with the Feng family henceforth. The twin sisters followed closely behind, a wave of regret washing over them. When their elder brother had arrived earlier, they should have accompanied him. Should anything unfortunate befall him, and he is compelled to depart from the Gu family, their parents would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards them. Meanwhile, Su, Yi, and Gu Chubbing, engrossed in the surveillance footage, stood up in a state of heightened anxiety. Little Yi went over there alone. What should they do now? Where are the security personnel? Do your ski resorts lack security personnel? Su, Yi was in a state of desperation. Gu Chubbing, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed, "Mom, how could I possibly afford to hire a security guard? All my money has gone to Gu Zhe's meals." Su, Yi found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate anything that lingered on the tip of her tongue. She recalled that the third brother had mentioned the necessity of a 10 million investment to expand the ski resort. Yet, she had entrusted the funds to Gu Zhe. What had been the purpose of that? "I did nothing much. I merely encouraged him to step outside and clear his mind. Alas, how foolish I was in that moment. What am I to do now?" Su Yi, infuriated, collapsed onto the sofa. As the mother and daughter duo once again reviewed the surveillance footage, they were utterly astonished. At the ski resort, when Li Bo's 5 henchmen attacked Gu Yi, he suddenly unleashed one hand, striking one of them with a resounding slap. A wave of energy surged forth, and the blonde-haired thug instantly crumpled to the ground. Before the others could react, Guyi continued to unleash his formidable power. In less than a minute, all 5 of the lackeys lay on the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Li Bo's bulging eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets. How could this be? How could there be electric light emanating from Guyi's palm? What kind of advanced technology is he employing? A high-tech anti-wolf electric ball? You, Guyi, how audacious you are. Those few individuals. You cannot provoke any one of them. You are doomed. You shall spend the entirety of your life behind bars. Li Bo was engulfed by fear. He yearned to rise. Yet his legs felt weak, rendering him utterly incapable. Guyi glanced at the countdown. Only 3 minutes remained. He advanced towards Li Bo step by step, a smile playing upon his lips. It appears that you are the one who will ultimately reveal your true self. I assent to it. You are mistaken. You have no opportunity to do so. Would you like to glimpse the nature of your grand conclusion? There exists but one conclusion to the tale. After all, in your hands light 10 precious lives. As the words fell, a thunderous palm strike was unleashed, hurtling directly towards Li Bo's face. Li Bo let out a terrified scream. Before he fainted, his mind was consumed with disbelief. Guyi could never have known about his affairs. Moreover, what kind of electric device had he employed? In that fleeting moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood in shock. At the moment of the conflict, some individuals were brandishing their phones to record videos, while others even engaged in live streaming. In the live broadcast room, the viewers are in a frenzy. Is this some sort of supernatural show? Can that young man generate electricity? Could it be the legendary celestial master descending from the mountains? How magnificent! The female tycoon declared. In 5 minutes, I demand all the information on that man. Guyi effortlessly ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics. Feng Bao stood 3 meters away, utterly bewildered. What about Guyi's inner thoughts? What exactly transpired moments ago? Does he truly possess some extraordinary abilities? The twin sisters arrived rather late, missing the entirety of the unfolding events. They only witnessed their elder brother single-handedly incapacitating 6 adversaries, which left them both exhaling in relief. As long as their brother emerged unscathed, their own lives were secured. Standing before the surveillance footage, Su, Yi, and Gu Chubbing remained frozen in astonishment. Their mouths agape, as if several eggs could fit within. They had both seen it. Guyi's palm harbored a fireball, or rather, it resembled a sphere of lightning. Indeed, it was that very entity that enabled him to contend with 5 or 6 villains. Oh, dear friend, do pinch me, for I cannot believe this is not a dream. Su-Yi still found it hard to believe. Even though she had witnessed it with her own eyes, it was simply too outrageous. Gu Chubbing had indeed pinched her, and it was right on the back of her hand. Ouch! Are you serious? Be gentle. Suis éclamet, vinjink in pain. Gu Chubbing picked up her phone and perused various websites and major media apps, feeling a mix of emotions that left her uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Mom, Xiao Yi is trending topics. Su-Yi also took out her phone and, after a moment of astonishment, found herself at a loss for words. What? What should we do? She had never encountered such a situation before. Gu Chubbing suggested, why not consult our second sister? She owns an entertainment company. Su-Yi hurriedly called her second sister, Gu Chiyu, urging her to find solution. Meanwhile, at the snowfield, Guyi was already surrounded by a throng of admirers. Young man, are you a disciple of the Grand Master of Longhu Mountain? Are you not Leijianzi? Just now, could you summon lightning from your palms? Might you be a member of the National Abilities Bureau? Guyi pondered for a moment and replied nonchalantly, everyone should trust science. What I just employed was merely a form of advanced technology akin to a wolf repellent spray, specifically a wolf repellent electric orb. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Feng Bao exclaimed in confusion, am I blind? The twin sisters questioned in unison, what just happened? What did we miss? Then, I heard Guyi's inner voice. I truly managed to pull off this act of bravado. Ha ha, Guzi, your palm thunder is quite impressive. Feng Bao. Palm thunder. What kind of cutting-edge technology is that? I desire it. Guyi has decided to keep it for himself, if it comes to it. Let him be my man. The twin sisters. Cutting-edge technology? Or is it the advanced technology provided by the system? My elder brother is truly remarkable. Amidst the gathering, someone suddenly inquired, "Young man, you just mentioned that individual. With blood on their hands, how do you know this?" Gui turned to face the speaker, an older gentleman who seemed to be in good spirits. "Are you not aware? His name is Li Bo. His family owns a beauty salon. A little inquiry would reveal this, indeed. Guzi, arrange for the dirt on the Li family to be disclosed. This request is hardly unreasonable, is it? You can't just remain silent. Otherwise, I shall dismantle your brain. System, my dear, while I am unable to accomplish this, there are others who have already succeeded. Gui, who, in this world, besides myself, who possesses such prowess? The twin sisters? Could it possibly be the eldest sister? Among the 9 siblings, she is the most formidable after their father. Yet, the eldest sister has not truly returned, and she has always held affection for Guze. Would she also favor the eldest brother? You remain silent, and I shall too. Thus, she remains oblivious. System, young master, it has just come to our attention that Master Feng Guangguang of the Feng family has taken action. He initially intended to vent his frustrations on his sister, but upon receiving a call from Feng Baobao, he seized the opportunity to expose the Li family. Now, the internet is inundated with news, predominantly featuring you and the scandal surrounding your family. Guyi gazed at Feng Baobao. It seems that the cannon fodder is indeed clever. Had I known she would act preemptively, I could have simply awaited the outcome instead of putting on airs. Brother, how are you faring? Gu Chuyu hurriedly approached. Guyi coldly replied, "It's nothing." Gu Chuyi inquired once more, "Elder brother, should we call the police?" Feng Baobao raised her phone, declaring, "I've already contacted the authorities." Guyi glanced at her once more, his eyes filled with admiration. It is no wonder that the Gu family puts on such a performance before me. Why do they ask questions about such a straightforward matter? Is it not because they fear implicating Gu Ze? Among the 6 individuals, including Li Bo, none can be deemed virtuous. If the diligent police conducted even a cursory investigation, they would undoubtedly uncover the truth. Observe how Feng Baobao remains unperturbed by such matters, promptly alerting the authorities. Gu Chuhui's heart skipped a beat. She could swear that her actions were not motivated by Gu Ze. It was simply, she had grown accustomed to others taking such actions, and she had not reacted accordingly. Hearing Gu Ye's praise, Feng Baobao felt a delightful warmth in her heart. Gu Ye, are we returning now? Gu Yi, well, look at Feng Baobao's keen insight. How is it that she possesses such intelligence? As for the Gu family's pair of twins, why are they just standing there looking foolish? Are you waiting for those onlookers, as if they were observing a great gorilla? Gu Chuyao and Gu Chu Wei exchanged a glance, both feeling utterly aggrieved. They were certainly no fools. How exasperating. It is their first encounter with such a situation, and they are utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. Feng Baobao is the cherished darling of the Feng family, possessing a remarkable sense of assertiveness since childhood. Feeling aggrieved, yet unable to voice her feelings, she could only follow Gu Yi. At that moment, they heard Gu Ye's inner thoughts. I am utterly exasperated. Simply looking at those two fills me with annoyance. Gutzi, do they really think that having escaped this ordeal means they will be free from trouble henceforth? The system remarked. In a few days, they will embark on their journey into the entertainment industry, where they will inevitably be captivated by youthful charm, navigating a tumultuous romantic path. Merely surviving would be a fortunate outcome. Gu Yi silently exhaled in relief, acknowledging, if they lack wisdom, no one can rescue them. Gu Chuyu and Gu Chuyi overheard this, their legs trembling in fear, nearly causing them to collapse to the ground. How could this be? How unfortunate they both are. Alas, this simply won't do. They must call the second sister to inform her of this matter. Feng Bao also overheard, and her heart swelled with pride. Compared to the daughter of the stock price, she considered herself a true paragon of excellence. Gu Yi, you need not fear Gu Ze's retribution. I shall protect you, she said, leaning closer to him and speaking deliberately. Gu Yi, you are quite a wonderful person. Is she covering for me? What concern does she have in this matter? The system, indeed, as you previously stated, Feng Baobao has indeed been captivated by your beauty. She desires your form. She wishes to take you home and claim you as her man. The host even praises Feng Bao Bao. This system perceives her as utterly blind. Apart from possessing a modicum of beauty, what else does Guyi have to offer? He merely desires to abandon all efforts and escape with the money. Guyi gazed at Feng Bao Bao as if she were a female bandit. She must have ulterior motives. It is utterly terrifying. Who would willingly play the role of a man for Sister Bao? He quickened his pace, almost sprinting back to the office. Feng Bao Bao. Infuriating. I am drawn to his extraordinary talents. Who would covet his physique? That would be truly base. Upon encountering Gu Yi, Su Yi hurriedly approached him and inquired, Xiao Yi, how are you? Are you injured? What was the matter with that person? Why did he bully you? Gu Yi, I am perfectly fine. How could Lao Su's mind be so muddled? She can clearly see on this large screen that I have been the one tormenting others throughout. How could she possibly claim that I am the one being bullied? If it were Gu Zhe, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with joy. Su Yi's lips twitched. This child truly was impervious to affection, completely unresponsive to her concern. It is good that you are well, but pray tell, what extraordinary skill did you just employ? I came across analyses online. Gui sat to one side and said, one must trust in science. I use my palm thunder. What can I say? If I were to say it, they would surely be terrified. Sui. Palm thunder? Does it literally mean that one can unleash thunder and lightning from the palm of their hand? This son is remarkably exceptional. He possesses the ability to master such things, far superior to that pitiful counterfeit who can only whimper and wail. Upon returning from her phone call, Gu Chubbing said, I have already sent someone to handle it. Xiao Yi, do not be angry. Third sister will certainly ensure justice for you. Gu Yi merely nodded in response. However, his inner thoughts told a different story. Here we go again with another performance. Those two must have colluded, attempting to curry favor before me. I will not fall for their deceitful words. Gu Chubbing, misunderstood by her younger brother, felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Yet, she understood that some matters could not be altered overnight. Patience was required. Xiao Yi, you all should take a seat. The selection contest has already commenced. She could not allow Gu Yi to leave just yet. She still needed him to oversee things for her. Gu Yi sat at one side, munching on fruit while gazing at the large screen. Feng Bao Bao sat beside him, feigning ignorance, also indulging in the fruit, occasionally glancing at her phone screen. To her astonishment, she discovered that Gu Ye's trending topic had completely vanished. It seemed that the second son of the Gu family had taken action. Feng Bao Bao curled her lips in disdain. For Gu Zhe, they truly were going all out. The twin sisters sat in the corner, their hearts racing with anxiety, as if they had narrowly escaped death only to find themselves on the brink of another perilous situation. The selection competition prepared by Gu Chubbing was about to commence, showcasing one talented youth after another. Though Gu Chubbing appeared to be observing attentively, her thoughts were solely focused on Gu Yi. Yet, after watching 10 contestants, she still had not heard Gu Ye's thoughts, which left her in a state of desperation. What could be the matter? Hadn't he mentioned that he would be hindered by 5 brilliant young men? Why was he silent now? As the selection competition concluded, Gu Ye's voice finally resonated. Gu Laosen has already made his choice, right? Out of the 5 talented youths, 1, Li Bo, is missing, but the remaining 4 are still around. Gutzi, do you think there will be any mistakes this time? The system replied, rest assured, young master. If you don't speak, I want to either. How would she know? Gu Chubbing felt her heart leap to her throat, sensing her blood run cold. This was surely a sign of impending doom. Su Yi was equally astonished. Could it be that Xiao Yi had discovered his thoughts were being eavesdropped upon? Otherwise, why had he remained silent? Suddenly, Feng Bao Bao pointed at the information and exclaimed, Gu Yi, these few look quite handsome, don't you think? Gu Yi glanced over and replied, I thought she had a keen eye. It turns out she is just like the rest. In the bright light of day, he and his companions engage in their gaming. Feng Bao Bao, hands on her hips, exclaimed, Gu Yi, what is the meaning of your dismissive attitude? Do you truly believe you are more handsome than all of them combined? How could he dare to mock her judgment? Impossible. Who does not know that Feng Bao Bao possesses an unparalleled eye for men? Gu Yi smirked, if that is your belief. I cannot change it. What a foolish creature. Complimenting her intelligence seems to have inflated her ego. And those handsome fellows? Among them lie two prodigious talents who will soon leave Gu Chubbing in a state of disarray. System: Young Master. It appears that due to the shifts in the plot, Feng Baobao's selected two prodigies are now. Gu Ye's expression shifted dramatically. No way. You cannot be implying that they have no intention of confronting Gu Laosan? Gu Chubbing, feeling disheartened by the absence of a definitive list, pondered. What does this mean? Have my tragic fate undergone a transformation? Feng Baobao scrutinized Gu Yi, sensing that his next utterance might somehow pertain to her. Su Yi and her two daughters exhibited palpable tension. System: Young Master, fret not. The original storyline remains intact, though a minor event has been introduced. Gu Chubbing felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her. Su Yi and her daughters shared her dismay, realizing their momentary excitement had been in vain. Yet, Feng Baobao appeared intrigued, wondering what this minor event could entail. Gu Yi echoed her curiosity. What could this minor event be? Is it somehow related to the counterfeit goods? Why indulge in the trivial? Let us expedite the program for Gu Laosan. Gu Chubbing's grip on her coffee tightened, as if she were throttling Gu Yi. How infuriating! Was he truly hoping for her elder sister to suffer a fracture? Feng Baobao nearly burst into laughter. Gu Yi was indeed heartless, but well done. After all, the Gu family members are all performers, unable to discern the nature of their own theatrics. Su Yi and her daughters bowed their heads, the misunderstandings deeply entrenched, and the path to resolution seemed exceedingly arduous. At that moment, the system's voice echoed again. Young Master, do not be anxious. The two handsome fellows that Feng Baobao has taken a liking to are indeed prodigious talents. However, they are not rushing to fawn over Gu Chubbing. As they are currently occupied, you see that tent not far away? That is where they will soon dine. They are underneath the table, gaming. Ha ha! The scene was far from suitable for children. Even the system found it difficult to bear. Gu Yi, unfazed, sipped his coffee. My heavens! In broad daylight, at a snow resort, to uncover such a sensational secret? Pray, elaborate on their identities. Are they the two prodigies destined for something significant shortly? As long as it does not hinder the pressing matters at hand, these are merely appetizers. Gu Chubbing inadvertently spewed her coffee. My apologies, I stepped on something. What identities? I too wish to uncover the identities of those two individuals. By what audacity do they dare to wreak havoc on their own territory? How shameless! Should I discover who they are, I shall ensure they face the consequences. Feng Baobao's eyes widened in astonishment. Could she witness a live broadcast? How thrilling! System: Their identities hold great significance. One is named Wang Wanwan, a university classmate of Gu Zhe. The other is Zhao Zhizhi, a childhood companion of Gu Zhe from kindergarten. Gu Yi, they are both connected to the counterfeit matter? Then, in this incident involving old third Gu, Gu Zhe must also be implicated, correct? Gu Chubbing had originally intended to peruse some materials, but, upon hearing his words, she instantly lost the desire to do so. She recalled that not long ago, when she announced the selection competition, Gu Zhe had introduced her to several acquaintances, including Wang Wanwan and Zhao Zhizhi, as well as Li Bo. Caught up in thoughts of Li Bo bullying Gu Yi, she had forgotten this detail. Was it possible that Gu Zhe had orchestrated everything from the very beginning? But why? Before Gu Ye's return, he had been so genuinely kind to him. He was always welcome at her ski club, often bringing numerous friends along. On several occasions, he even monopolized the competition venue she organized, and she had said nothing. Su Yi also turned her gaze toward Gu Chubbing. Upon seeing her daughter nod slightly, her inner fury ignited. Gusha! The decision to host the selection competition had been made before Gu Ye's return, known to the entire family. Had Gu Zhe already started plotting against Old Third at that time? If his actions were born out of fear of being neglected or cast aside upon Gu Ye's return, it might be somewhat understandable. But to have initiated his schemes, even before, that was truly incomprehensible. One ungrateful wretch. After decades of dedication, it felt as though she had nourished a dog instead. System: It has been confirmed that Gu Zhe is indeed involved. He had previously introduced 3 talented individuals to Old Third Gu, who then engaged 2 others. However, now Gu Zhe has issued orders to those 3 to toy with Old Third, and even Feng Baobao. Gui glanced at Feng Baobao, his lips twitching. I can understand Gu Zhe's revenge against Feng Baobao due to the humiliation he suffered this morning. Yet, his prior scheming against Old Third truly baffles me. Regardless, I am indifferent to these matters. I shall head over to that tent to savor some fresh, warm gossip. Do carry on. I shall take a stroll over there. With a casual wave, Gui embarked on his way. Initially, his pace was moderate, but it soon quickened. Stupid legs. Move faster. If I arrive late, I may miss everything. Su Yi was the first to regain her senses and followed suit. Regardless of Gu Zhe's motives, she would not permit her daughter to be bullied. And as for Feng Baobao, she was the beloved daughter of the Feng family. Should anything happen to her, the Gu family could not afford the repercussions. Feng Baobao had already rushed to Gu Ye's side. Gu Yi, I shall also take a look over there. Is someone attempting to bully me? We shall see if they possess the capability. Gu Yi remained indifferent, thinking, those fools who wish to bully Sister Baoer will likely find themselves buried alive soon. Feng Baobao nodded slightly. Despite Gu Ye's sour expression and foul demeanor, he had an uncanny ability to read people. Gu Chubbing hurriedly followed suit, even initiating a live broadcast. Was Gu Zhe plotting against her? She would ensure Gu Zhe trended on social media. Gu Chuyu and Gu Chuwei did not rush after them. Instead, they quickly called their second sister. Second sister, there is a significant event at the ski resort concerning our third sister, who has just started a live stream. Gu Chuyu announced. Gu Chuwei added, second sister, please have someone keep an eye on it. We cannot allow the live stream to disappear. This pertains to our third sister's life-changing moment, as well as to Sister Baoer. Gu Chuer, who had just boarded a flight, was now seething with rage. What on earth is going on? I just had Gu Ye's trending topic removed, and now the third one is at it again? Gu Zhe has already stated that Gu Yi is a calamity. Why do you refuse to heed this? How many troubles must arise before you understand? 029. The entire internet is hunting down infidelity. He and him are trending. Gu Chuwei trembled in fear and hurriedly explained, elder sister, it is not as you think. Our elder brother is not a harbinger of misfortune. He is indeed the fortune of the Gu family. Were it not for him, both Yao Yao and I would have already been sold. Gu Chuyu also wished to speak in support of Gu Yi, but before she could utter a word, the other party erupted in anger. You two, silence at once. I embarked on my journey through the entertainment industry at the tender age of 18, encountering a myriad of bizarre and extraordinary characters along the way. Gu Yi, having roamed the outside world for many years, has long mastered the art of feigning pity and eliciting sympathy. You have all been deceived by him. I am currently occupied with a business trip, but I shall return no later than the day after tomorrow. Just wait and see how I deal with him upon my return. Without granting the twin sisters an opportunity to speak, she abruptly hung up the phone and even turned it off. Gu Laoer was still seething with anger. Had it not been for the need to sign a sweet girl, she would have returned home to confront Gu Yi, that good-for-nothing. A lucky star? Ha! In my eyes, there exists only one brother, Gu Zhe. Initially, I contemplated acknowledging that brother out of familial ties. Yet, it seems I should not have taken him back. On the snowfield, if Gu Yi were to hear Gu Laoer's words, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. He was troubled by the lack of opportunity, longing to venture forth with a few small goals and revel in leisure. The return of Gu Laoer was akin to receiving a pillow when one is drowsy. However, at this moment, he is resolutely advancing toward that tent, accompanied by Feng Baobao and followed by the Su Yi mother-daughter duo. Guzi, why are Lao Su and the others following me? She has always been so close to me, not even exceeding 100 meters. System, my dear, I truly cannot comprehend this. Either they possess intelligence, or they're merely suffering from a tumor. However, I wonder how they will react upon seeing that grand revelation. Gu Yi, what else could I do? Naturally, I exclaimed in surprise, and then forgave those two gentlemen. After all, they are both prodigious talents introduced to me by Gu Zhe. Gu Laoer, though somewhat unhinged nowadays, still places great importance on skiing talent. Moreover, it was introduced by Gu Zhe. One simply cannot disregard his reputation. Hearing this, Feng Baobao glanced back at Gu Chubbing, whose face was a canvas of fury. Impossible. I shall not let the two wretches within escape my grasp. Not only the two of them, but even those 5 so-called genius seeds will not be spared. Feng Bao could not comprehend Gu Chubbing's expression, merely sensing that she was once again putting on a performance. After all, compared to Gu Chubbing, she preferred to place her trust in Gu Yi. Sui, absolutely not. If Lao San dares to forgive those two calamities, I will make her leave the Gu family. Gu Yi has already reached the edge of the tent. Guzi, where shall we begin? I suddenly thought that I should perform a good deed, such as enhancing their fame and propelling them into trending discussions. The system, young master, your strength has grown considerably. You can now lift a corner, and then. Before the prompt could finish, Gu Chubbing had already moved with remarkable speed, reaching a corner of the tent, lifting a flap, and inserting her phone inside. Gu Yi, what on earth? What is she up to? Like a phantom, approached with an air of mystery and said, Gu Yi, there are sounds within that are not suitable for children. So, would you care to watch the live broadcast? She unlocked her phone and held it up before Gu Yi. Gu Yi. The woman walks with an eerie silence, her voice hauntingly low. It seems she intends to instill fear within me, seeking to possess my very being. How utterly despicable. Feng Bao clenched her fists, wishing she could cover his mouth to silence his incessant prattling. Yet, upon reflection, it was futile. He had not uttered a word. Su Yi and her daughter were already engrossed in their phones, though they stifled their laughter, barely managing to suppress their amusement. Xiao Yu was indeed overthinking. Feng Bao's quest for a partner resembled a bustling market where one eagerly rummages through the produce. He and Feng Bao were, without a doubt, a pair of delightful adversaries. Gu Yi stepped back a few meters, retrieving his phone to watch the live stream. In an instant, the number of viewers had surged to 5,000. Where's this? There are two men inside? Is this something we can watch for free? Can it really be broadcasted? Isn't this the live stream of the Gu family's three daughters? Who is she revealing information about? The barrage of comments surged wildly, and the number of viewers in the live stream had reached an astonishing 50,000. Gu Chubbing is not merely a skiing aficionado. Her filming techniques are also exceptional. During her live broadcasts, she skillfully shifts perspectives, alternating between capturing the subject's faces and diverting the viewer's gaze. This diverse array of maneuvers ensures that her streams remain unimpeded while providing a visual feast for the audience. Gradually, many attendees of the welcome banquet became aware of the live stream and soon gathered around. Who are the individuals featured? Wang Wanwan and Zhao Zhizhi. Are they both out of their minds? They even dare to speak of humiliating and bullying Boss Gu. They have an accomplice as well. Find Sun Guangguang. How utterly shameless. Expose their true nature. Let us all come together to assist. At first, everyone merely pointed and whispered, but soon panic ensued, and they collectively exerted their efforts to lift the tent. The two individuals still engaged in the struggle within were instantly drained of color, terrified. What are you doing? Get away. You are invading our privacy. The two of them maintained an odd posture, still shouting. Gu Yi remarked, TSK, TSK, TSK. Two little beasts. What is the point of playing like this? However, did Gu Laosan really broadcast their antics? Even if the Gu family has discontinued their live broadcasts, how will Gu Laosan explain this to Gu Zhe? Does she truly not possess a shred of common sense? Gu Chubbing aimed her phone at the two, her expression icy as she spoke in a low voice. How dare you conspire against me on my own territory? What explanation do you have? One is entirely indifferent to the matter of Gu Zhe. This time, I must prove myself to Gu Yi, making him fully aware that I am irreconcilable with Gu Zhe. Upon encountering Gu Chubbing, Wang Wanwan and Zhao Zhizhi were utterly intimidated. Yet, the facts lay bare before us. No matter what they might say, their arguments were utterly indefensible. You possess such audacity. Who instigated you to act in this manner? Su Yi rushed forward, her voice laced with fury. Feng Bao kicked the table aside, ensuring that everyone could witness the unfolding drama more clearly, urging them to capture photographs and videos for better angles. I am Feng Bao, the very person you just spoke of. Now, tell me, what are your plans for your demise? Wang Wanwan and Zhao Zhizhi had no intention of betraying Gu Zhe, for they believed that denial was their safest course. However, upon seeing Feng Bao, they were struck by astonishment. Was this truly the infamous darling of the Feng family? renowned for her eccentricity? Rumor had it that her methods of dealing with adversaries were quite peculiar. In this ski resort, they could very well end up as ice sculptures. At this point, they no longer cared about being exposed or apprehended. Their only concern was to preserve their lives. Gu Yi observed the scene with astonishment, realizing the formidable influence of Feng Baobao, as she had managed to instill such fear in the two individuals that they appeared as if they might freeze into ice sculptures. Wait, something doesn't add up. Why haven't they separated yet? Could it be that 030, blood pressure skyrocketing? She is merely putting on an act. System. Could it be that she is suffering from heat stroke? Gu Yi. Could it be that she has suffered heat stroke? A unified chorus echoed. Gu Yi clasped his mouth, stifling a laugh that threatened to erupt into a braying guffaw. Su Yi and her companions, however, were utterly dumbfounded, unable to regain their composure. They had thought those two men shameless, unwilling to part even under scrutiny, but the truth was far different. Yet it was rumored. It was rumored that such a condition could be life-threatening. No? Should we speak up or remain silent? Feng Baobao, unfazed by the chaos, brandished a whip she had procured from who knows where and lashed out at the two men. Crack, crack, crack. The three sharp sounds of the whip echoed, eliciting anguished cries from the pair, their wails reminiscent of a banshee's lament. The onlookers recoiled in terror, some covering their eyes, unable to bear the sight. The young lady of the Feng family was merciless. After 3 lashes, blood was drawn. Stop. I'll speak. Isn't that enough? Wang Wanwan was the first to yield, revealing, it was Gu Zhe who instructed us to deal with Gu Chubbing. Gu Chubbing's pupils dilated in shock. You're talking nonsense. Gu Zhe is my brother. He would never do such a thing. Gu Yi raised an eyebrow, resting his chin on his hand. Well, it seems Gu Laosan has stopped pretending. Gu Zhe is indeed her brother, while I am merely a worthless fool. Even now, she still defends Gu Zhe. Alas, if only she were to discover the truth after such an event, she might actually believe it. The moment she can't accept it, she'll become a mere shell of herself. According to that narrative, I would become the harbinger of calamity for their family, and then I could take my leave. It's a pity that such a storyline does not unfold. Gu Chubbing trembled with rage, snatching the whip from Feng Baobao's hand and delivering harsh strikes upon the two men on the ground. You shameless wretches, tarnishing others' names. How could Gu Zhe treat me like that? I am his sister. He is not that kind of person. She wasn't biased towards Gu Zhe. She aimed to expose his true character before everyone present. Zhao Jiji, having been struck multiple times, fainted only to awaken in pain. Teacher Gu, you must believe me. What I'm saying is the truth. We have evidence. Both our phones contain recordings and screenshots. Vong Von interjected. Gu Shi is a fraud. He instructed us a month ago. However, the plan to deal with Feng Baobao was only communicated this morning. Help, we're freezing to death. Please confess. This Gu Laosan, when driven mad, was no different from Feng Baobao. Feng Baobao approached, seizing their phones, and indeed found the evidence they claimed. I'm truly on the verge of losing my mind. Come, help me ascertain whether this is the evidence. Feng Baobao brought the 2 phones to Gu Chubbing's livestream. She deliberately slowed her pace, enticing everyone online to partake in this sensational news. Wasn't this akin to the tale of the farmer and the snake? Just yesterday, the news reported that the true son of the Gu family had been found. The Gu family, reluctant to part with their faux son, refused to let him go. As a result, this situation has become quite the spectacle. Hadn't they begun plotting this a month ago? Was this counterfeit attempting to usurp the true heir's inheritance? The drama of a wealthy family's struggle for assets was unfolding. Indeed, fascinating. Through the live stream, Su Yi witnessed the overwhelming evidence. She instinctively clasped her head, feeling dizzy as if she might faint. Fortunately, her twin daughters were there to support her. Gu Yi observed the scene with an air of detachment, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. The system chimed in. Young master, isn't old Sue's blood pressure rising? Aren't you going to check on her? So many eyes are upon you. According to the plot, you ought to perform admirably. Leaning against her daughters, Su Yi heard the system's voice and felt a surge of hope. Even if Gu Yi was merely putting on an act, she found solace in it. He was her biological son. She dared not hope for his immediate forgiveness, yet any sign of softening would be a blessing. She then perceived Guye's thoughts. Guzi, you are unaware of the cunning and deceit inherent in humanity. Old Sue's elevated blood pressure? That is merely a ruse. She has mastered this tactic. In the storyline, the counterfeit bullies the true heir, and if the true heir displays any sign of grievance, she employs this very strategy. The true heir, overly concerned with familial ties, finds himself ensnared. Suis éclamet internally, hai unjust. I feel even more aggrieved than my own son. I truly feel faint. The twin sisters exchanged puzzled glances. Is mother truly feigning dizziness? Was it all an act before? Meanwhile, Gu Chubing's live stream remained suspended. Feng Bao, undeterred, raised her phone and boldly declared, I will report this to the police. Who can provide more evidence? I will pay. The onlookers, eager for the unfolding drama, flocked to her side. Gu Chubing's associates also called for an ambulance, assisting the two men away. As for the other two awardees, she ensured they were sent to the police station for questioning. Gu Yi, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, remained unfazed. Guzi, where's Gu Zhe now? Su Yi mustered her strength to say, Xiao Yi, come with your mother. We shall discuss this matter at home. Gu Yi nodded in agreement. All right. Returning home would surely lead to old Su collapsing in tears over Gu Zhe, believing every word the counterfeit uttered. If anything went awry with Gu Lao San, the counterfeit would undoubtedly blame her misfortune on him, especially since he was present. They would share a motherly bond, while I would be the sole scapegoat. Oh, what a twist! Finally unable to restrain herself, despite her throbbing headache, Su Yi shouted, Gu Yi, I am your biological mother, and you are my true son. No matter what occurs at home, I will undoubtedly stand by you. You mustn't overthink this. She could no longer remain silent. This troublesome boy constantly viewed himself in such a negative light, as if devoid of reason. Gu Yi stared at her in bewilderment and replied simply, Oh, this truly is the most ludicrous jest I have ever encountered. She is my biological mother? She is on my side? The moment the false son weeps, her world collapses, and with a mere act of kneeling, it transforms into me bullying the pretender. Goodness gracious, the words flow more melodiously than a song. But does she find this amusing? Listening to Gu Ye's inner thoughts, Su Yi felt a tumult of sorrow and indignation within her. Previously, her heart and mind had been consumed solely by the false son. One cannot entirely blame her biological son, after all. He had been absent from her side for many years. Su Yi resolved firmly. She would confront Gu Zhe and demonstrate her truth before Gu Yi. Gu Yi and she boarded the vehicle heading home. Guzi, what have you discovered? Has Gu Zhe seen the live broadcast and realized the truth has been exposed? Is he now at home practicing his tears? Su Yi clenched her fists tightly. Gu Zhe, he truly possesses a cunning mind. A few minutes later, the system's voice echoed. Young master, Gu Zhe is currently in the car heading home, but he appears disheveled, haggard, and his face is swollen. Gu Yi became even more smug. Of course, it is I who can predict the future. The imposter has already made ample preparations. When old Su and Gu Lao San confront him, he will perform even more convincingly. Su Yi was so enraged that she could scarcely breathe. Gusha, he truly is something else. Knowing full well his deceit has been unveiled, instead of seeking to make amends, he plots to deceive his entire family. She would never allow him to succeed. The system interjected. Young master, it is not as it seems. Gu Yi dismissed this with indifference. Then what is it? Has he found a scapegoat? Sui, a scapegoat? In light of such irrefutable evidence, could he truly find one to take the fall? How painfully enlightening. Gu Chuyu and Gu Chu Wei, the two sisters, were equally astonished. Gu Zhe is truly cunning. How had they failed to notice this before? The evidence of him orchestrating the bullying of their third sister is visible to the entire internet. Having reached this extent, could he still seek a scapegoat? They must not allow him to succeed, and they now harbor doubts about whether their previous near-miss was also connected to Gu Zhe. At this moment, the voice of the system chimed in. Indeed, he has sought a scapegoat. However, it is regrettable that Feng Bao has intervened personally, rendering it unnecessary. Su Yi and her daughters all breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that it would not be needed. Guze should brace himself for a thorough reckoning. Guye inwided. Is there any other news? The system replied. This morning, Guze was ordered not to leave the house, but the moment you departed, he went out. Guye shrugged. That's merely basic behavior. Old Sue and Old Gu treat him so well that when they say he's not allowed to go out, it's just a ruse, mere words. Another possibility is that they are indeed close to Guze, advising him to rest at home. Sue exclaimed, that's not the case. I truly punished him to stay home. I wasn't deceiving you. Guyi urged continue. The system continued. Guze left home, intending to report to the elder of the Gu family, Gu Chuyan. His island has been reclaimed by Old Sue, and the money has been returned to you. He feels aggrieved. Moreover, he intends to complain about the Gu family members who had previously aligned with you due to his folly, seeking support from Gu Chuyan. Although Gu Yu was resting his eyes, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Gu Chuyan, the eldest of the Gu family, the domineering female CEO, the one who is even more formidable than Old Gu, the one who gifted Guze 50 million to play with an island? The system affirmed, indeed, that is the female CEO. We is Sikofud, Himepe. Guze S #1 sycophant. So what now? Has he found her? What does she plan to return a deal with me? I truly hope she comes back. I do not wish to risk my life in this wretched place. He was taken aback. Guze was actually seeking out the eldest daughter to complain? Gu Chuyu and Gu Chuwi grew anxious compared to their parents. They all feared their eldest sister. She was truly the eldest sister in every sense. Anyone who crossed her would face severe consequences. Perhaps, if the eldest sister returned, their brother would indeed face hardships. Alas, the system remarked, Guze has not yet found Gu Chuyan. He was intercepted midway after leaving the Gu residence. Guye's eyes flew open, brimming with excitement. Intercepted? Who possesses such audacity? Could it be Feng Baobao again? Earlier, it was Feng Baobao's younger brother, Feng Guangguang, who exposed Li Bo. This time, it appears to be similar. The system clarified, young master. This time it was Feng Baobao's elder brother, Feng Shanshan, who orchestrated it. His business empire far surpasses that of the Gu family, a figure of immense influence. Feng Baobao's experiences with the Gu family have left him quite displeased. In merely 5 minutes, he had grasped the entire sequence of events surrounding the true and false heirs of the Gu family. The decisive and resolute young master of the Feng family took matters into his own hands, ordering someone to capture Guze. Gui felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. What a remarkable character Feng Shanshan is. Is there such a persona in the narrative? I am particularly fond of such formidable individuals. Sui felt a surge of excitement. Several times, she thought that Guze might escape once more. If it were her eldest daughter taking action, she would undoubtedly refrain from punishing Guze. She sincerely hoped that her daughter could hear her son's heartfelt sentiments, for then, she would no longer pretend to be oblivious. System. Young master. There is no such character in the plot. He is merely a supporting role. Guyi expressed a hint of disappointment. Then what significant news does he possess? Several of them were eager to hear about Guze. Yet Guyi found himself captivated by Feng Shanshan, which was quite unacceptable. Elder brother, please do not be upset. Third sister will not let Guze off the hook. Gu Chuyu hastily interjected. Gu Chui added, indeed, even if third sister cannot subdue him, Sister Bauer will certainly not spare him. Sui vikli remarket. Neither your father nor I will let him off lightly. I have already conveyed everything regarding this matter to him. Guyi cast a glance at the three of them, his expression still one of indifference. He reclined against the back of the chair once more, resuming his repose with closed eyes. Who is feeling upset? Which of her eyes perceive my anger? Guzi, do take a look at where Guze is at this moment. Brother Feng from the Feng family will surely ensure he has a good time, won't he? Sui and her daughters let out a sigh of relief as they finally mentioned Guze. They eagerly anticipated witnessing how that little scoundrel was dealt with by the young master of the Feng family. The system. Guze was brought into a dark, abandoned factory. The young master of the Feng family was truly considerate, having summoned 3 burly men to ensure Guze enjoyed a splendid feast. Moreover, he thoughtfully recorded a video for Guze, allowing him to relish the experience later and fill in any gaps. In an instant, Guye's eyes sparkled with excitement. This elder brother of the Feng family is truly remarkable. He embodies both a warm-hearted gentleman and a domineering CEO. What else is there? What other qualities does Guze possess? Sui isn't the young master of the Feng family, famously known as a mere money-making machine, solely engrossed in work. Gu Chuyu and Gu Chuwi. I am at a loss for words. Nonetheless, there is an unmistakable sense of delight, even a strong urge to laugh. Yet, I must suppress this laughter, fearful of being discovered by my elder brother eavesdropping on his innermost thoughts. System, oh young master, you truly are a mischievous boy. At first, Guze struggled, but eventually he began to relish the experience. However, he remained a mere insignificant figure, utterly powerless. By the second encounter, he was howling in distress. By the third, he had fainted several times, believing he was on the brink of death. Once all was completed, the young master of the Feng family intended to remotely command the three burly men to deliver a thorough beating to Guze. From beginning to end, he said nothing, allowing him to guess for himself. Gui pressed his lips together, inwardly laughing like a pig. Ah! What a painful realization this is. Just now, I thought they were merely rehearsing in advance for the performance. It turns out it was something else entirely, which puts my mind at ease. Upon hearing her son laugh, Sui felt a surge of joy within her. Yet, the mere thought of Guze filled her with revulsion. She wondered where he had learned such behavior, consorting with men without a care for the consequences. Gu Chuyu and Gu Chuwi reveled in their secret delight. Guze had been caught red-handed, and it was none other than the eldest of the Feng family who had exposed him. This time, he was surely doomed. Gui chuckled to himself for a moment, preparing to drift off to sleep. However, the system suddenly blared an alarm. Young master, there is danger 2,000 meters ahead. Gui jolted upright. What does this mean? Is the plot collapsing completely? Am I going offline? Surely not. Sui gritted her teeth, vigorously massaging her temples. Why was he so pleased? What could it possibly mean? Come on, let us together embrace destruction. The twin sisters straightened their backs, their hearts racing with trepidation. What a shocking turn of events. This was not the first time they had heard Guye's innermost thoughts, and they now suspected that Guze was behind the mischief. Did he not wish for their elder brother's demise? He must already be aware of the happenings at the ski resort, especially after being dealt with by Sister Bao's older brother. All of this would surely be attributed to Guyi. The three women were engulfed in anxiety, eagerly anticipating the system's voice. After what felt like an eternity, the system finally spoke again. Young master, you are overthinking. The plot will not collapse so easily. Do not entertain such fanciful dreams in the future. Why was the response so swift yet failed to steer toward a positive direction? How vexing. What a waste of a chip's potential. Gui closed his eyes once more, striving to calm his mind. If it is not the collapse of the narrative, then what is there to fear? A bit of danger is even preferable, as it serves to affirm my status as the harbinger of misfortune. Come on, let us together embrace destruction. Sui exclaimed in horror. What do you mean by together embrace destruction? Your son has just returned. He is yet to experience a life of joy, and I will not allow him to perish so easily. The twin sisters were so frightened that tears streamed down their faces. Elder brother, could you not think of something more positive? The system sighed. Are you certain you do not wish to make change? If not, the probability of you becoming a vegetable is as high as 80. What? Gui could no longer maintain his composure. I am your host. Are you truly going to stand by and watch me become a living corpse? Sui, disregarding her thoughts, quickly pretended to faint. Stop the car, hurry. I feel nauseous. Gu Chuyao cried out in alarm. Mother, what is wrong with you? Gu Chui shouted. Turn around quickly. This road is ominous. The driver, bewildered, slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Gui was left dumbfounded. Is Sue not pretending? She seems genuinely dizzy. That silly girl is even more amusing, claiming the road is inauspicious. How would she know which road is fortunate? Sui replied, I'm not pretending. I truly feel dizzy and a bit nauseous. Gu Chui scoffed, I am not a silly girl. It is elder brother who is the foolish one. The system interjected. Stopping the car does not alleviate the danger. Gu Yi, exasperated, demanded, quick, find out who orchestrated this accident. Suddenly, Su Yi's mind cleared, and she focused intently on eavesdropping on her son's thoughts. The system revealed, "We have discovered that the Wang and Zhao families are behind the incident. The affair involving Wang Wanwan and Zhao Zhizhi has not only trended on social media, but has also attracted the attention of the police, which will soon implicate their entire families. The wrath of the two patriarchs has fallen upon you. They intend to send you all to the underworld." Gu Yi retorted, "They are truly audacious. The Gu family is no longer just a lower middle-class family. We have achieved great merit this time. Damn it, while I can choose my own demise, I refuse to let others dictate my end. Erguzi, please check which route we should take." Sui Iklamet, Wang, and Zhao families have united, daring to force us onto the same path. Such audacity. Stealthily, she retrieved her phone and messaged Gu Haokuan with the chill in the air. The Wang and Zhao clans should be on the brink of bankruptcy. Thanks to my dear son. Without his heartfelt insights, the fate of us women would have been dire. The twin sisters, witnessing their mother's message, felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. Their mother was merely being cordial with their elder brother, but her methods were indeed ruthless. As for their father, when provoked, the smaller families under the phone clan would crumble effortlessly. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Young master, it is advisable to take the Urxiankyo route." Gu Yi, having just sipped water, nearly choked. "What? Urxiankyo? The very road where even tricycles can race wildly? Sui Inuit, Perpliet. What kind of road is that? I've never heard of it." The twins quickly searched online and were astonished by the bizarre visuals they encountered. An elderly gentleman in a tricycle had been stopped by a traffic officer, and their conversation was utterly hilarious. The system interjected, "Do not underestimate that road, young master. It is precisely because affluent families like yours never traverse it that you can avoid calamity." Su Yi thought, disregarding the oddity of the visuals, survival was paramount. However, how to concoct a plausible excuse? Gu Chui suddenly suggested, "I've heard that the scenery on Urxiankyo is quite lovely. Why don't we take that route?" Gu Chui nodded in agreement. "Mother, if we take that road, the speed won't be too fast. You shouldn't feel too dizzy." Su Yi sighed with relief and turned to her son, asking Gu Yi, "What do you think?" Gu Yi responded nonchalantly, "I'm indifferent." They seem to have an uncanny ability to turn misfortune into fortune. Perhaps their timing is fortuitously erratic. Suidim Just. Foolish boy. It's clearly his own talent for fortune that we are merely benefiting from. She waved her hand, urging the driver to accelerate. Throughout the journey, Gu Yi slept soundly, indifferent to the scenery. Upon disembarking, he stretched lazily. "Erguzi, what's the situation inside?" Gu Chui remarked, "Elder brother has revived. That's wonderful." Gu Chuyu added, "We were worried the entire way, yet he seems so carefree. I admire him." The system announced, "Gu Zhe has returned home, and he has summoned Gu Chuyun as well. The domineering female CEO is quite formidable. Even old Su and old Gu must heed her words. Everything online has reached Gu Chuyun, and her anger is palpable." The three women exchanged glances, shivering involuntarily. Gu Chuyun was particularly partial to Gu Zhe. They wondered if she could hear Gu Yi's thoughts. If not, they would be in grave trouble. Gu Chio's legs felt weak, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. This time, they were truly in dire straits. Gu Chui, will my elder sister kill me? I am so foolish that I almost got sold. Gu Yi, finally, a formidable character has arrived. Isn't this just perfect for me? Sui, why is he not afraid at all? Gu Chui, it's all over. My elder brother intends to leave home again. Gu Chu Yao, what is destined to come cannot be evaded. In the living room, Gu Zhe is kneeling on the floor, his face bruised and battered, a patch of hair forcibly torn out, and blood still stains his visage. Gu Chuyun sits in the main seat, her heart aching at the sight of him. Gu Zhe, tearfully imploring, says, "Elder sister, please do not blame my brother. He is not at fault. It is those people who cannot bear to see the Feng family prosper, deliberately setting traps for us. If you do not acquiesce to my plea, I shall not rise." Gu Chuyun, filled with fury, retorts, "What do you mean it has nothing to do with him?" As soon as he returned, our household fell into calamity. What disastrous presence he is. Is the entire family blind to this reality? Can they truly not see it? Xiao Zhe, rise quickly. There is no need for you to speak in his favor. Look at how he has wronged you. Why are you so naive, my dear? Your kindness is simply overwhelming. Alas, it seems that Guyi truly possesses remarkable skills. He has managed to bewilder his entire family into a state of utter confusion. Even my dearest younger brother, having been bullied to such an extent, still stands by him. How infuriating! Soon, they would return, determined to unveil Guyi's true identity, exposing the deception to all and ensuring that everyone was aware of the trickery they had fallen victim to. Gu hurriedly exclaimed, "Elder sister, please do not speak in such a manner. Both father and mother have declared that our elder brother is the family's good fortune. Whoever dares to call him a misfortune shall not escape father's wrath. Curse that Guyi! What does it matter if father and mother stand against you? What of elder sister and those two little miscreants? They are all united, yet they are no match for elder sister." 033. Can she not hear the voice of her heart? As Su Yi and the others entered, they all bore witness to the unfolding scene. Guyi sneered. What a display of sisterly affection and brotherly devotion. According to the original narrative, I should have been the one most devoted to Boss Gu. She toils late into the night, and I would prepare medicinal meals for her. Even when she collapsed from exhaustion, I would vigilantly keep watch by her bedside. Yet, all these accolades were usurped by Guze. No matter what I did, she found fault, believing I could never measure up to Guze. I held this so-called elder sister in high regard, striving to prove myself, only to further incite her disdain. Ultimately, I found myself confined, deprived even of a meal. Is that not the case? The system interjected. My dear fellow, must you harbor such animosity? It is all in service of the plot. There is no alternative, Guyi replied. I am not angry truly. I merely feel, to hell with that insipid sister of mine, blind and ignorant. I shall not cater to her. Upon hearing Guyi's heartfelt lament, Su Yi was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Her son had sacrificed so much for Xiao Yun. Yet what was the outcome? Xiao Yun, like herself, remained oblivious, absorbing nothing. In contrast, Gu Zhe, who contributed nothing, reaped all the rewards. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui quickly positioned themselves behind their elder brother, knowing that their elder sister would not show him compassion, but they would treat him well. Moreover, to be truthful, they had to take this stance. Otherwise, they would soon fall under some overpowering influence. Kneeling on the ground, Gu Zhe watched as Su Yi and the others returned, indifferent to him, which only fueled his anger. Gu Yi, he had seriously underestimated him. Just by associating with those old hags, little scoundrel, he had managed to turn misfortune into fortune. He had meticulously orchestrated everything, yet gained nothing, leaving himself battered and bruised. Gu Qian, following Gu Ze's gaze, spotted Gu Yi first. She immediately stood up, fixating her glare upon her so-called younger brother. Indeed, he bore the Gu family resemblance, his features and aura strikingly similar. Alas, these were mere facades. The Gu family lacked a hypocrite like Gu Yi. Mother, what is the matter? Gu Qian turned to Su Yi, noticing her ashen complexion, which caused her expression to shift dramatically. Su Yi waved her hand dismissively. Xiao Yun, I am fine. I was merely startled by today's events. I wanted to tell you. However, before she could finish her sentence, Gu Qian turned and shouted at Gu Yi. Gu Yi, you are nothing but a harbinger of disaster. Su Yi immediately positioned herself in front of Gu Yi, asserting, Xiao Yun, what are you saying? Xiao Yi is not a disaster. Gu Chuyun, seemingly driven to madness, retorted, what do you mean he is not a disaster? In just 2 short days, I have learned everything that has transpired in the Gu family. He has just returned, and now the younger ones are suffering. Even the second ski resort has encountered trouble. Now, he has even caused Xiao Zhe to be bullied. Surely, mother must be losing her mind. In times of yore, each incident and every detail would have been instinctively perceived by her, without the need for explicit words. Yet now, she seemed utterly blind, swayed by partial truths. Su Yi's heart felt as though it were shattering, her fury palpable. Xiao Yun, I have stated before that Xiao Yi is not a calamity. On the contrary, he is our family's blessing. I care not for your opinions. Anyone who dares to label him a disaster shall be cast out of this household. What on earth is happening? Did not the heartfelt words of Gu Yi reach the ears of her eldest daughter? Gu Chuyan gazed at her mother, equally astonished. Mother? What are you saying? You would sever ties with a mere stranger, merely connected by blood, whom you have only just rediscovered. Mother, have you lost your senses? You were never this irrational before Gu Yi returned. You have never worn such a ghastly expression, as though stricken by a grave illness. Is this not the clearest evidence? Su Yi's anger intensified. Gu Chuyan, the truly irrational one here is you. Reflect upon it. Do you not harbor prejudice against Xiao Yi? The entire family can hear his heartfelt thoughts, yet only the eldest daughter remains deaf to them. Observing the tumultuous exchange between mother and daughter, Gu Yi smirked. Old Su seems to be fully immersed in her role, convinced she is a model mother. She would argue with her own flesh and blood, her most cherished daughter, all for the sake of a stranger like me, even threatening to sever their bond. Alas, such extremes are unnecessary. You are family. I am but an outsider. Suyi. Gu Chu Yao. Eldest brother is mistaken. Mother is quite serious. Gu Chu Wei. Eldest brother still does not grasp mother as current state. She is genuinely enraged, and the consequences could be dire. But what of the eldest sister? Her countenance was a mask of unyielding fury, devoid of any other expression. Could it be that she truly could not hear her brother's thoughts? This could spell disaster. If she were to hear, she would uncover the truth. Mother, something is amiss. These are not words you would utter. It must be Gu Yi, that harbinger of misfortune, who has clouded your judgment. Ignoring Su Yi, Gu Chuyan turned her gaze back to Gu Yi, her eyes ablaze with fury. You vile wretch, I care not what measures you have employed. As your elder sister, it is my duty to educate you. Before her words could fully escape, she delivered a swift kick towards Gu Yi. How could her mother, who cherished her so dearly, contemplate severing their bond? This must surely be Gu Ye's cunning scheme to sow discord. And her beloved twin sisters stood with him. This would not do. She could not lose her family. Gu Yi stood there, seemingly stunned into silence. Here it comes. The ruse from this morning may not have borne fruit, but now it is finally coming into play. After this kick, I must extract 10 or 8 properties from her. A mere small goal? I have already set my sights higher. Wealthy, attractive, and carefree. I shall indulge in a life of leisure, indifferent to the trivialities of that so-called elder sister and familial responsibilities. What right does she have to claim authority over me? Has she ever truly been my sister, even for a day? She is merely a counterfeit of sisterhood. Su Yi was taken aback. Gu Chuyan, stop this at once. With that kick, Xiao Yi would undoubtedly leave home and never return. Xiao Yi, you must run. Su Yi wished to protect Gu Yi, yet she found herself immobilized. Looking down, she realized it was Gu Zhe clinging tightly to her legs. Mom, please don't be angry. You're ill, and anger will only worsen your condition. You wretched child, you shall not assist Gu Yi. The elder sister was a formidable black belt in Taekwondo. That kick could leave Gu Yi severely injured, if not worse. Even if he were fortunate enough to escape with his life, he would surely find himself bedridden for months to come. His return had stripped her of everything, exposing her to humiliation and even jeopardizing her loyal followers. For all of this, Gu Yi must pay a steep price. Su Yi was seething with rage, nearly reaching her breaking point. In the past, she would have felt deeply moved, but now, having uncovered Gu Zhe's true nature, she felt nothing but disgust. Gu Shi, let go. Su Yi struggled fiercely, but Gu Zhe clung to her leg with unwavering determination. At a crucial moment, it was Gu Chuyu who pushed Gu Chu Wei. Only then did Gu Chu Wei realize the gravity of the situation and rush to embrace Gu Yi. Almost simultaneously, Gu Chuyun's kick landed squarely upon her. Ah! Gu Chu Wei cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground with Gu Yi in her arms. Gu Yi was suddenly embraced by Gu Chu Wei and fell to the ground. His instinct for self-preservation kicked in, and in the moment of impact, he rolled to avoid a more dire fate. How infuriating! Has Gu Chu Wei lost her mind? Why does she choose this moment to act so irrationally? My ploy, which I didn't get to use this morning, is now utterly wasted. As he lay on the ground, his inner turmoil erupted. Gu Chu Wei was overwhelmed with anguish, feeling a whirlwind of resentment, indignation, and anger. Sister, please calm down. Have you forgotten what Mother said? Driven to the brink of exasperation, she decided to confront Gu Chubbing for the first time, unafraid of the consequences, even if it meant facing punishment. If not for her sister's impulsive actions, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Reflecting on her past biases against her brother, she recalled how she had ultimately benefited from his heartfelt intentions. Back then, their parents had scolded her, and she had been unwilling to heed their advice. Why, then, could her rational sister not accept the praises from their family regarding their brother? Gu Chuyu rushed over. Hui, are you all right? Sister, you are being too impulsive. We are family. Is it really necessary to resort to violence? In that moment of urgency, she had to push her younger sister away to shield her from harm. She had not anticipated that her elder sister would act so violently. Gu Chuyu felt even more wronged. Sister, was that meant to teach our brother a lesson? Did you intend to harm him? My leg is broken. I have always been in good health, yet you've injured me so severely. What if it were our brother? He has suffered for so many years. If you had kicked him, he might not have survived. Her fear of her sister was intertwined with admiration. She had never seen her sister lose control like this, especially not against family. The strange force that had overtaken her sister made Gu Chuhui suspect that Gu Zhe had influenced her, perhaps even manipulated her. Tears streamed down Gu Chuyu's face as she lamented. Hui, you must be in so much pain. If it were brother, he would be severely injured. Sister, how could you act this way? You've always cared for us. What has changed? They were not biased against their brother, had he not returned. Both she and her younger sister might have been sold off to Myanmar, losing their very lives. She had claimed to understand everything. So why was she still oblivious to the peril that had nearly befallen her and her sister? Gu Chuyun stood frozen in place, her twin sister's accusations leaving her utterly bewildered. Was Gu Yi truly a harbinger of misfortune? Yet, with so many events unfolding, how could he not be? Before his return, the Gu family had not experienced such turmoil. And yet, Gu Zhe has already conducted thorough investigations and reviewed extensive research materials. There should be no issues at hand. Could it be that he is truly mistaken? Su Yi abruptly pushed Gu Zhe aside and hurried to Gu Yi, her face etched with concern. Xiao Yi, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Mother called for a doctor, urging you not to be afraid. With trembling hands, she hastily dialed a number. Gu Yi sighed, saying, I am fine. You should tend to Gu Chui instead. I detest being indebted to others. Yet there truly are those unafraid of peril who are willing to take the fall for me. Gu Chui ought to undergo a brain examination to ascertain the size of the tumor within. Meanwhile, Gu Chui, shedding tears of injustice, heard Gu Ye's thoughts and suddenly felt a sweetness in her heart, as if she had consumed honey. Could it be that her elder brother has accepted her? That kick was not in vain after all. Gu Chuyu was taken aback, her heart swelling with joy for her sister. Her elder brother's ploy had inadvertently been employed by her sister. Su Yi managed a wry smile, expressing, Xiao Yi, thank you for your concern for your sister. This could be considered a case of fortune arising from misfortune for Xiao Hui. Witnessing this, Gu Chiyun's anger flared up once more. Mother, what are you all doing? Xiao Zhe has been harmed by Gu Yi to this extent, yet you all remain indifferent to his plight. Just now, I failed to strike Gu Yi. What injuries could he possibly have sustained? You turn a blind eye to Xiao Zhe while showing concern for Gu Yi. Have your eyes truly become blind? Some still claim that Gu Yi is not a harbinger of misfortune. I cannot bring myself to believe it. Before Gu Ye's return, Xiao Zhe was the cherished darling of the household. Yet, in merely 2 days since Gu Ye's arrival, all of Xiao Zhe's affection has been usurped. This is utterly unjust. Gu Zhe collapsed onto the ground, blood streaming from his head. This was a result of Su Yi forcefully pushing him, causing him to collide with the edge of the table. Elder sister, please do not be angry. I am fine, he implored. I do not blame my elder brother for my injuries. He did nothing wrong. It is all my fault, my utter inadequacy. If I possessed any capability, we would not have brought shame upon our family. Wiping away his tears, he inadvertently smeared the blood across his face, rendering him even more pitiable. That wretched woman and those 2 little wretches are truly blind. From the moment they entered, they did not spare him a single glance, nor did they utter a word of concern. Now, calling the family doctor is solely for the sake of Gu Yi, not for me. Fortunately, I summoned my elder sister back. Otherwise, I would have surely fallen victim to relentless bullying. That despicable Gu Chuhui had rendered Gu Yi utterly paralyzed with fear, leaving him completely unaware of how to evade the onslaught. Had it not been for her intervention, Gu Yi would have been irreparably harmed by now. Is she employing a strategy of self-sacrifice to attract Gu Ye's attention? After narrowly escaping being sold to northern Myanmar last time, did she genuinely believe she had evaded disaster? Su Yi watched Gu Ze's performance, her heart plummeting to the depths. Had it not been for hearing Xiao Ye's inner thoughts, Xiao Yun's current reaction would undoubtedly mirror her own. The entire family has been deceived by Gu Ze. They are truly blind to the truth. It was he who orchestrated everything, yet he feigns pity to elicit sympathy, even going so far as to shift the blame onto Xiao Yi. Su Yi had always believed that her personal guidance would mold Gu Ze into a good child, regardless of their lack of blood relation. However, she has now come to realize the grave error in her assumptions. Some individuals are inherently malevolent. Such traits cannot be altered. Gu Yi rose from the ground, casting a disdainful gaze upon Gu Chuyun, the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Gu Chuyun, are you certain you comprehend the entirety of the situation? Ergo, investigate this domineering female CEO of the Gu family for me. I sense misfortune looming over her. Gu Chuyun, upon hearing Gu Ye's words, took a few steps forward and seized his collar. Gu Yi, what did you just call me? Who do you think you are, daring to utter my name so casually? Since her earliest memories, no one has ever displayed such audacity. Gu Yi responded with a cold smirk. Who am I? I am the legitimate son of the Gu family. Everything that belongs to the Gu family will one day be mine. What calling you by your name? You are but a dog in my service. The 8 prominent families have always favored sons over daughters. This is an undeniable truth. What of Gu Qian's prowess? The realm she has built will ultimately be handed over to the rightful heir of the Gu family. And am I not the legitimate firstborn? He is willing to inherit the family fortune? Quick, draft a will. Sui. Has Xiao Yi come to his senses? He no longer wishes to leave the Gu family, and is even willing to inherit the family assets. Oh heavens, truly, the heavens have blessed us. The Gu family is saved. Gu Chuhui's eyes sparkled with joy. Her elder brother has awakened, realizing his own standing. This is splendid. The pain she endured was worth it if it led to her brother's enlightenment. Gu Chuyu was so overwhelmed with happiness that she was brought to tears. As the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family, he is indeed the future heir. Even in the face of their formidable elder sister, he possesses such courage. Meanwhile, Gu Ze, kneeling on the ground, was struck dumb. Gu Yi, he actually spoke to Gu Chuyan in such a manner. Ha ha, splendid. This is truly wonderful. By provoking Gu Chuyan, Gu Yi can forget about being the cherished son of the Gu family or some laboring dog. He is even less than the stray dogs on the street. It was truly worth the effort to create such a magnificent opportunity for him. At that moment, Gu Chuyan, gripping Gu Ye's collar, was utterly flabbergasted. Gu Yi uttered but a single sentence and thereafter fell silent. What then did she hear later? A sinister premonition stirred within her. And to confirm her suspicion, she continued, Gu Yi, are you so arrogant? I am to work for you. Mother, did you hear that? Gu Yi has just returned and is already plotting to seize our family fortune. Does such a person even deserve to be considered a son of the Gu family? What a fool. In front of the entire family, he dares to voice his ambitions. With such petty schemes, does he truly believe he can contend with me for the family assets? Huh. Yet Su Yi smiled. Xiao Ye's awakening brings me great joy. My heart is elated. When your father and the 3rd brother return, I must share this delightful news with them. Such a momentous occasion must be celebrated by the whole family. Gu Chuyan was taken aback. Mother, what? What are you saying? He has returned solely for our family fortune. His intentions are nefarious. Did you not say before that if a biological brother returns only for the Gu family's assets, you would never acknowledge him as your son? Now you have heard it with your own ears. How can you still support him? Gu Ze was equally bewildered. What did that wretched Sui mean? Had she already resolved to bequeath the entire fortune to Gu Yi? On what grounds? She has always claimed that she raised him herself, that his abilities far surpassed the ordinary. Only she could elevate the Gu family, and in the future, the Gu family would belong to her. Damn Gu Yi. What means has he employed to alter Su Yi's perspective? Su Yi looked at Gu Chuyun, exasperated. Xiao Yun, are you foolish? Xiao Yi is my biological son. He is the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family. The rule among the 8 noble families is clear. The legitimate eldest son inherits the family business. How can that be seen as malicious intent? This is entirely normal. It is a rare occasion that Xiao Yi has agreed to inherit the family assets. We must act swiftly to solidify this matter. When old Gu returns shortly, we must insist that he draft a will. It should be clearly written in black and white to prevent any future disputes. Gu Chuyun exclaimed in fury, Mother, this is unjust. What will become of Xiao Zhe? Did you not previously assert that only Xiao Zhe is your son? Gu Zhe felt an overwhelming surge of anger within. Yet, as the elder sister spoke in his favor, he found no need to intervene directly. Elder sister, please do not be upset. Mother speaks the truth. It is my elder brother who is the true son of the Gu family, and everything belonging to the Gu family rightfully belongs to him. As he spoke, tears cascaded down his cheeks, his sense of grievance so profound it felt as if he were on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this, Gu Chuyun's heart swelled with both anger and compassion. Gu Yi remarked, that imposter is whining again, truly a pitiful creature, in the pursuit of inheritance. He has revealed his true colors at such an early stage. Unfortunately, the domineering female CO remains oblivious to the truth and still harbors doubt. What old Su just articulated sounded convincingly genuine. However, I, for one, find the meager assets of the Gu family rather unremarkable. After all, it won't be long before the Gu family meets its demise. What, then, is there for me to inherit? Shall I inherit box after box of ashes? I merely wish to provoke the female CEO a little. Su Yi felt as if a bucket of icy water had been thrown over her. Her previously exuberant spirit was instantly extinguished. Xiao Yi was merely speaking casually. However, with his presence, the Gu family would not face ruin. This vast fortune must rightfully belong to him. Just as Gu Chuyun was about to speak to Gu Zhe, she overheard Gu Ye's words. Yet, she continued to gaze at him, realizing that he had not uttered a single word. Could it be that what she heard was his innermost thoughts? What does he mean by that? What does it signify when he says that being devoted to family will lead to ruin? Is the counterfeit referring to Gu Zhe, who is vying for the family fortune? He need not vie for it. The Gu family's fortune rightfully belongs to him. At this moment, Gu Ye's inner voice echoed once more, Guzi, have you found out yet? Speak swiftly. I am eager to witness how the domineering female CEO was outmaneuvered by Gu Zhe. I shall take a moment to clear my mind, concoct a cunning plan, and once I achieve a few minor objectives, I shall swiftly make my escape. What trivial family fortune is worth the trouble? Whoever desires it may take it for themselves. Gu Chuyun was taken aback, her hands trembling involuntarily as she hastily released Gu Ye's collar. What on earth were you just saying? She wished to inquire of Gu Yi, questioning his strange words. However, the subsequent utterances were inexplicably muted. After several attempts, she realized she remained unable to articulate her thoughts. Observing this, Su Yi felt a weight lift from her heart. Their leader could indeed hear Xiao Ye's inner voice, which was truly wonderful. Xiao Yun, remain calm. Xiao Yi is your dear brother. Take a moment to untangle the relationships at play here, Su Yi said, stepping forward to draw Gu Chuyun closer to her side. Mother, Gu Chuyun attempted to retort, yet she suddenly felt her mind clear significantly. Matters that had previously eluded her comprehension now came into focus. It was at this moment that the system's voice emerged. Young master, we have already located the information. Tomorrow, Gu Zhe will return to visit his biological parents, and out of concern for his safety, Gu Chuyun will accompany him. Upon arriving in that remote mountainous area, she discovered a pregnant woman consuming yellow talisman water in an effort to bear son. She was taken aback and hurriedly intervened, spilling the talisman water. Gu Yi remarked, another instance of misguided goodwill. Is she perhaps trapped in the mountains, serving as a mere vessel for reproduction? Gu Chuyun gasped in disbelief. Su Yi grasped Gu Chuyun's hand, repeatedly reassuring her with a glance. Do not speak. We can all hear. Soon you shall understand the situation. The system continued, Lu Yi. Your understanding is rather simplistic. That pregnant woman is the sister of Gu Zhe's second aunt from her maternal side, and she is currently Gu Zhe's stepmother. Enraged, the stepmother reported to Gu Zhe's biological father, who then confronted Gu Zhe, insisting that Gu Chuyan offer compensation and an apology. Being the domineering CEO she is, Gu Chuyan sensed the gravity of the situation and hastily fled in her car. However, Gu Yi interjected. Yet, Gu Zhe has no intention of letting her off easily. He feigned pity and misled her back into his clutches to serve as a stepmother. Gu Chuyan was astounded. What nonsense was this? Gu Zhe was not that kind of person. He was her own younger brother. Sui, however, cast a sidelong glance at Gu Zhe, narrowing her eyes. That little wretch could do anything. The system chimed in with laughter. But that is still not entirely accurate. Young master, you hold Gu Zhe in too favorable a light. At that time, Gu Zhe told his father that Gu Chuyan was quite affluent and exceptionally capable, akin to a phoenix in the mountains. However, he did not wish to commit a crime that would endanger his entire family. Yet he devised a plan to render Gu Chuyan mad. Then, when his family took her in out of kindness, the situation would be entirely different. We acclaim it. Gu Zhe is truly a remarkable talent. I'm almost awed by his ingenuity. What a brilliant scheme to take in a mental patient. Surely, that cannot be lawful. 036. So this is the scheme orchestrated by Gu Yi. As his thoughts echoed, Gu Chuyan could no longer contain herself, her indignation erupting forth. Gu Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? You, the domineering female CEO, was incensed. Not only had she heard Gu Ye's thoughts, but she also realized that her mother and two younger sisters could hear them as well. No wonder they were all so biased in his favor. This was indeed Gu Ye's stratagem. In an attempt to align himself with his mother and sisters, he even fabricated a woeful fate for himself. That wretched scoundrel. Such a person is utterly unworthy of being the heir of the Gu family or even of existing in this world. He is a harbinger of calamity. Even if God himself were to intervene, her opinion would remain unchanged. Gu Yi took a small step back, scratching his ear, wearing an expression reminiscent of an elderly person engrossed in their phone on the subway. Did I say anything? Are you out of your mind? No wonder they say to never provoke a domineering female CEO. Even if she appears as cold as ice, when she truly loses her composure, she could rival a shrew. TSK. Thus, I shall not be like the original plot, playing the sycophant for her. Nor shall I reveal to her that misfortune is soon to befall her. Within a week, she shall become a complete madwoman. I am no saint. Just because we share blood, does that mean I must treat my sister well, expecting her to reciprocate? The original character acted that way, and what did it yield? People at times must be a tad selfish, placing oneself first, ensuring that life is not lived in vain. Gu Chuyan, having overheard the latter part, felt her mind become a chaotic jumble, as if it might explode. What does he mean by becoming a madwoman? Does he truly believe such a thing could happen? Why you wait? Turning towards Gu Zhe, she snatched him up before their eyes. Little Zhe, they may disregard you, but your sister will take care of you. This family? We need not return. Su Yi hurriedly followed. Xiao Yun, wait a moment. Listen to your mother, Xiao Yun. Gu Yi mused. What is she saying? Oh, I see. Old Su must be telling her that they are all acting in collusion, merely to make me obedient and remain within the Gu household, preserving the family's facade. Gu Chuyan, that foolish girl, should hurry and tend to her dear brother, for he shall let her experience a fall from grace, a taste of life from paradise to hell. Upon hearing this, Su Yi abruptly halted her steps. Her eldest daughter was not in a sound state of mind. Her interjection would be futile and might only sow seeds of doubt in Xiao Yi. After all, the relationship had been precariously mended. She could not afford to ruin it. Xiao Yi, you must be hungry. Let us return home to rest. I'll have the kitchen prepare a meal. Old Ba, the family doctor will arrive shortly. Ensure he takes good care of old Jiao. After making these arrangements, Su Yi rushed to the kitchen. However, Gu Yi did not depart. Instead, he settled onto the sofa, observing the pale-faced Gu Chuehue. Hey, calling Hui Hui a fool without wisdom. Don't get overly sentimental in my presence. It serves no purpose, do you understand? As for that family doctor, Never mind, I shall keep him. He reclined on the sofa, eyes closed in repose. What family doctor? Merely a lecherous pervert. Isn't he? I truly cannot fathom how the minds of the wealthy operate, failing to recognize such blatant truths. Gu Chuyi was still reveling in the delight of her elder brother speaking to her, but upon hearing the latter part, she nearly fainted. A lecherous pervert? What could that possibly mean? Gu Chuyi hurriedly got up and dashed to the kitchen. Mom, I wish to have braised pork, I must tell you. No, I can't let her find out. In the living room, a young girl lay on the floor as if waiting for death. A handsome young man rested with his eyes closed, appearing to be asleep. Erguzi, where have Gu Chuyin and Guze gone? I hope they can bring me some amusement. And what a phone bao. She must surely provide me with a delightful surprise, right? 037. Would you grant me forgiveness? It must be done this way. Gu Chuyi suddenly opened her eyes, her heart racing wildly. Sister Bauer is no ordinary heiress. If she provokes the young princess of the Feng family, Guze will undoubtedly find himself in a predicament. She hurriedly took out her phone and scrolled through the web page, only to be met with disappointment. There was nothing at all? How could this be? Yet, no matter how she searched, she could find no relevant information. Even the news regarding the incident at the ski resort involving her third sister had vanished. This immediately reminded her of her second sister, Gu Chuyu, the public relations expert of the Gu family, who also held a deep affection for Guze. Alas, with her second sister taking action and her eldest sister's assistance, it would indeed be no simple task to topple Guze. Gu Chuyi silently turned off her phone, now awaiting news from her brother's sycophant. System, little master, have you forgotten? Guze is quite attached to this family. He fears that if he leaves, you might administer some form of retribution. The domineering female CEO has just placed a call to the second branch of the Gu family, suppressing all news regarding Guze on the internet. Guyi, has Feng Bao never played the role of a domineering female CEO? She is not the kind of person who would behave in that manner. The system, Feng Bao, known for her unconventional tactics, deliberately compelled the sisters Gu Chuyin and Gu Chuyu to part with their money. In this instance, she profited a staggering 50 million. Guyi nearly leapt up in astonishment. Feng Bao is indeed an extraordinary woman. Her brother dealt with Guze, and she also secured a considerable amount of money. This is truly a remarkable dual achievement. She is undoubtedly a woman I have high hopes for. Her future is promising. System, promising future? Gu Chuyi sighed, feeling that her efforts had been in vain. At that moment, four maids returned, carrying Guze. Guyi merely cast a fleeting glance upon hearing the commotion. Truly, he was as resilient as a cockroach. He had endured 3 bouts of torment from 3 burly men, suffered another beating, and even inflicted wounds upon himself. Yet he still managed to persevere until now. Indeed, one cannot help but acknowledge the protagonist of the narrative, radiating an aura of brilliance. Gu Chuyi remarked, "Elder brother speaks wisely. However, I must refrain from laughing." Guze fixated on Guyi, harboring an intense hatred for him within. Curse that wretched scoundrel. Had he not returned, how could I have been subjected to such humiliation? He merely cast a glance at himself. Is he blind or mute, that he fails to recognize the importance of self-pleasing? He cast a glance at the servant, who then positioned him before Guyi. Guyi pretended not to notice his thoughts. As his heartfelt words fell, Guyi's sobbing voice resonated. "Elder brother, do not feel guilty. It is my own inadequacy that has led to this predicament, causing you to be embroiled in my troubles. Yet, fear not when father returns. I shall assist in clarifying the matter for you. Please forgive me, elder brother." The servants observed Guze, their eyes brimming with compassion. The second young master, despite his own distress, sought to comfort the eldest master. His kindness was truly remarkable. The eldest master had just returned, and calamities had befallen the household. Yet the madam still favored him, declaring him a harbinger of good fortune. Madam has truly gone too far. It was just a short while ago that she held such affection for the second young master. Alas, Guyi did not even glance at Guze, coldly stating, "Do you acknowledge your mistakes?" Guze replied, "Elder brother, I truly was wrong. Please forgive me. I shall behave well in the future." Foolish one, to be so easily deceived by his own performance. Huh, With such a lack of intellect, he dares to vie for family fortune? Truly a delusion. Gu Yi nodded. Very well, then. You shall bow to me 3 times, and then slap yourself 10 times. Only then will I grant you my forgiveness. Gu Zhe was taken aback. Elder brother, what are you saying? Is he out his mind? Which of my words truly acknowledge my fault? Gu Yi retorted, what's wrong? Can't comprehend? Or do you still believe you are blameless? Tears streamed down Gu Zhe's face as he looked at Gu Yi with pitiful eyes, as though he were the victim. Gu Yi curled his lips. So it was all mere pretense earlier. You do not believe you are at fault. Then why perform for me? Letting those 4 old onions think you are magnanimous while I take on the role of the villain? The 4 old onions, the maids, looked bewildered. The second young master seemed to have a point, but the eldest young master is not that kind of person. Gu Zhe clenched his lips, grinding his teeth as he glared at Gu Yi. Cunning wretch. He is scheming against me. Gu Yi suddenly felt playful, leaning forward to confront Gu Zhe. Fake. I know you are an honest child, and since you feel you have erred, I shall assist you in acknowledging your mistakes. As soon as he finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and unleashed a flurry of slaps across Gu Zhe's face. The sound of slapping echoed throughout the entire living room. Ha ha ha. This is truly satisfying. Foolish creature. Did you truly believe I would remain a docile target for the original owner? Each time you come before me to act, I shall endure in silence. That is unacceptable. I, for one, relish all good things, but I cannot endure suffering, nor can I be bullied. If you present yourself to me, I must respond appropriately. With such thoughts in mind, he increased the force of his blows. Gu Zhe was utterly unprepared for Gu Ye's audacity and the sheer force of his strikes. By the time he realized what had transpired, Gu Ye had already finished. Fake. Your skin is truly thick. My hand aches from hitting you. Well, I shall not hold it against you, for you are not truly a son of the Gu family. Blaming you would be futile. I am weary. You may leave. Gu Yi flexed his wrist and reclined back on the sofa. Gu Zhe's face had swelled to the size of a pig's head, his head buzzing and utterly dazed. He had been struck by that mud-legged Gu Yi, and he dares to disdain him. The 4 old onions, the maids, were equally astonished. The second young master had been struck by the eldest young master. The second young master was the family's treasured darling. The eldest young master had just returned and had yet to establish his footing. How dare he? Lying on the ground, feigning death, Gu Chuhui remarked. Elder brother strikes splendidly. It sounds utterly delightful. Who are you, possessing such audacity to dare strike the eldest scion of the Gu family? At that moment, a man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses approached, bellowing at Gu Yi with great ferocity. Gu Yi cast a fleeting glance at him. Is this the perverse and lecherous fellow? Egutsi? What kind of perverse and lewd behavior is this? Please enlighten me. Gu Zhe replied, Dr. Zhao, please do not be upset. This is my elder brother, who has just returned, and there has been a misunderstanding between us. It is only natural for an elder to educate his younger sibling. Could you please attend to my sister's leg injury first, and do not mind me? However, Dr. Zhao grew even more incensed. That calamity, Gu Yi, Gusha, your kindness has rendered you vulnerable to the bullying of a rustic. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact that he has harmed you in such a manner is utterly unacceptable. The head of the Gu family has bestowed kindness upon me, and I cannot allow his dignity to be tarnished. Today, I shall take it upon myself to administer a well-deserved lesson to this ungrateful wretch. Dr. Zhao raised his hand, aiming a strike towards Gu Ye's face. Gu Yi, with his arms crossed over his shoulders, remained seated, utterly unmoved. Did old Gu owe him a favor? Guzi, first tell me how they became acquainted. System, my lord, I have stumbled upon a golden egg while indulging in gossip. Gu Yi, please go on. I feel nauseated. You, with the surname Zhao. How dare you strike my son? I shall put an end to you. Before Dr. Zhao could deliver his slap, he was struck on the head by a blow, causing him to collapse onto the ground, his hands instinctively cradling his head. It turned out that it was Su Yi who had arrived. Dr. Zhao touched his head, only to find his hand stained with blood. This not only left him feeling vexed, but also filled him with a furious embarrassment. Sui, I'm unable to assist with that. In a fit of rage, Mr. Zhao spoke without restraint. Su Yi was utterly taken aback. She could hardly fathom that the usually refined and cultured Dr. Zhao could utter such words. Gu Yi was taken aback. What on earth happened to old Sue? I recall that in the narrative, she held the family doctor in the highest regard, adhering to his words with unwavering obedience. At a critical moment, he unexpectedly struck Mr. Zhao, and astonishingly, it was for my sake. I find myself somewhat perplexed by this. Her erratic behavior is rather excessive. I even believe that her character had truly undergone a transformation. As for you, Ere Guzi, the thoughts of this Zhao are laid bare. Swiftly reveal his dark secrets to me. This individual has piqued my curiosity. Upon hearing Gu Ye's inner voice, Su Yi regained her composure and directed a flurry of strikes towards Dr. Zhao. After all, it was Gu Zhe who initially recommended you. Out of pity, I took you in. To put it candidly, while you may be referred to as a worker in my household, the truth remains, you are but a servant to my family. The servant dares to strike the master, and you no longer feign civility, resorting to insults against me. Indeed, one must not extend pity to anyone. My compassion has been squandered on a succession of ingrates. Xiao Yi is not mistaken. As a wealthy individual, I am indeed akin to a blind man, incapable of distinguishing between good and evil. Dr. Zhao recognized his misstep and was engulfed by a wave of regret. Su Yi was truly ruthless in her youth. She was an athletic prodigy, and at this moment, I found myself utterly defenseless. Madam Gu, you have misunderstood. That was not my intention. Both you and Mr. Gu are my benefactors, and my actions were for your own good. That Gu Yi is a harbinger of calamity. Ever since his return, misfortune has befallen your household. Furthermore, young Master Gu Zhe is gravely injured. Please, cease your attack and allow me to assess his wounds. The only recourse left for me was to invoke Gu Zhe as a shield. However, I had not anticipated that mentioning Gu Zhe would only serve to inflame Su Yi's fury further, prompting her to strike with even greater ferocity. She swiftly broke one of Dr. Zhao's arms and misaligned his recently repaired nasal bone. Gu Zhe, in a state of utter panic, cried out, "Mother, please stop. Dr. Zhao saved my life. He is my savior." He merely misunderstood. My elder brother struck me as a form of discipline, believing I was being bullied. Mother, what would I do without Dr. Zhao's care? Woe is me. Su Yi, that wretched woman, has truly lost her mind. How could she have resorted to violence against Dr. Zhao for the sake of someone as unsophisticated as Gu Yi? Without Dr. Zhao, who would attend to her medical needs in the future or care for old Gu? Curse that Gu Yi. What methods did he employ to compel Su Yi to do so much for him? Gu Yi sat aside, observing everything with a cold detachment, as if none of this concerned him. Is the lecherous pervert truly the savior of the counterfeit? Old Gu is also the benefactor of this deviant. The relationships here are rather intricate. Ergo, have you found anything? Su Yi, having caught wind of Gu Ye's thoughts, paused her actions, unwilling to overlook any detail. After all, it had been a long time since she had felt such anger. She was now breathless and sat down to catch her breath. Gu Zhe, you better be quiet for now. I will deal with you later. Little Yi had already stated that Dr. Zhao was indeed a lecherous pervert, far from the refined persona he portrayed. It was due to Gu Zhe's introduction that she had invested her time and resources to shelter him. Perhaps all of this is inextricably linked to Gu Zhe. Gu Chuyao and Gu Chuhui perked up their ears. Having previously misjudged men, they now found themselves entangled with another deviant, their familiar family doctor. Both felt a chill run down their spines, sensing they had narrowly escaped another deception. Dr. Zhao's real name is Zhao Deong. He was originally Gu Zhe's middle school physician. Once his true nature was revealed, he was reported by a female classmate and subsequently dismissed. Later, he hid in the countryside and became a veterinarian. Gu Zhe, having encountered a significant mishap, spent 5 million on a watch and a haircut, fearing reprimand from his family. He feigned illness. However, feigning illness would surely be uncovered by the family doctor. Thus, he sought out Dr. Zhao, and through some manipulation, the lecherous man became Gu Zhe's savior. At that time, Gu Zhe was particularly favored, and the lecherous man subsequently became the new family physician of the Gu family. To have a veterinarian serve as a family doctor, such a Gu family should have met its downfall long ago. Sui, a veterinarian? Gu Zhe is truly remarkable. He is secretly cursing his entire family. Gu Yi, a veterinarian? The beastly kind? In the narrative, Gu family's sick son was once treated by him and subsequently fell out of favor with the family, even being diagnosed with a mental disorder by the veterinarian, nearly confined to a psychiatric hospital. Gu Chuyun, who had the best relationship with the sick son, didn't notice anything amiss. System, let me investigate this. Sui. The underling's capabilities are truly lacking. Is there even a need to investigate this? Gu Chuyuan. Hurry up, Gu Chui. My leg no longer aches, but if I can't partake in this gossip, I might as well be incapacitated. Gui, you little fool, with such abilities, how can you even hope to exchange skills for me? Sui nodded slightly. Exactly, what a waste. System, I found it. There really is such a plot. Why Gu Lao Lu was misunderstood is because, oh my goodness, Gu Yi, don't be so dramatic. You're the professional gossip system. You need to be more composed. System, because Gu Chuyun was also bullied by this veterinarian, yet due to her prideful nature, she could only endure in silence. Sui. Gu Chuyuan and Gu Chui. Gu Yi, doesn't Gu Zhe know what happened when the veterinarian treated the family? Given the veterinarian's previous conduct, I find it hard to believe he is unaware of any deceit. Sui, what is this? All part of Gu Zhe's scheme? Gu Chuyu and Gu Chui. The eldest sister is so confused. She has suffered herself, yet refuses to protect her younger sisters. Our perception of her has completely shattered. System, young master, you are truly astute. Gu Zhe is intentionally orchestrating this. After all, with his psychopathic tendencies, he does not regard his sisters as sisters at all. Gu Yug, how disgusting. I feel nauseated. The counterfeit goods have been exposed. He desires to take charge now. Sui abruptly stood up, her voice filled with fury as she shouted. Gu Zhe, her fists clenched tightly, her whole body trembling with rage. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, aware that this might very well be part of Gu Zhe's scheme, hearing it with her own ears rendered her unable to accept it. Why on earth? Hadn't she treated him well enough? She could swear, even towards her own flesh and blood, she had never been less devoted. Moreover, Gu Zhe harbored such vile thoughts regarding her daughters. This was utterly horrifying, even making her feel nauseated. Gu Yi, who had been ready to enjoy the spectacle, was startled by her outburst. What is wrong with old Sue? Could it be? Gu Shi responded. Mom, what is the matter? That wretched woman. What was with that look and tone? Did she wish to end his life? She had remained silent when Gu Yi struck her. But now, what had provoked her to roar at him like this? Zhao Daong stood up, shielding Gu Zhe from behind. Madam Gu, surely you aren't losing your senses? Gu Zhe was severely injured, and she was ignoring that to yell at him for the sake of an outsider. Sui kicked out, sending him sprawling to the ground once more. To hell with your delusions. I am not mad. It was you, the quack, who has intentionally wronged me. You are the outsider here. When has it ever been your place to meddle in my family's affairs? My dear son is not a calamity. You are fired. Get out at once. But be prepared, for I shall hold you accountable for every deed you have done. How could he possibly harbor prejudice against Gu Yi? Was it not Gu Zhe who incited him? A despicable lackey. He was the one responsible for ruining her daughters. He must pay the price. Zhao Daong trembled in fear, madam. You cannot dismiss me like this. You cannot treat me so. He had merely spoken a few words in support of Gu Zhe. How could that warrant dismissal? In the past, Madame Gu would not only refrain from anger, but would have rewarded him. What had changed so drastically? Now she intended to dismiss him and investigate his previous actions. What had he done? Could it be? No, it was impossible. Gu Zhe had previously mentioned that those two sisters, one a prideful businesswoman, the other nearly estranged from her family, had never said a word. If he were to leave the Gu family, where else could he possibly go? Would he return to the countryside as a veterinarian? During his years with the Gu family, he could easily earn tens of thousands from a single consultation. Sometimes, if the master was in good spirits, he would receive rewards, and once he even earned a staggering 100,000 in fees. That was equivalent to a year's income for an ordinary person, achieved merely by uttering a few flattering words. Such a lucrative position was rare indeed. Gu Zhe was equally taken aback. He even disregarded the pain coursing through his body and knelt on the ground, fervently pleading for Zhao Daong. Mother, this doctor is my savior. He remained utterly loyal. Gu Yi sneered coldly. Though I don't know how old Su suddenly became sharp-witted enough to suspect that sleazy veterinarian. But I still think she won't actually investigate thoroughly. After all, the counterfeit goods can't do without the vet. That effeminate man colluded with the vet and even swapped out old Gu's favorite bronze antique. Let me see. That bronze antique was worth a small fortune. It was old Gu's intended birthday gift for his mother-in-law. TSK, TSK. No matter how vigilant you are, it's hard to guard against thieves within a household. Su Yi heard this, and the fury in her heart blazed even fiercer. Without letting him finish, Su Yi angrily rebuked. Gu Zhe, shut your mouth. Someone, please expel this individual with the surname Zhao. No, wait. Call the police. He has stolen the property of the Gu family. Zhao Daong has completely lost his senses. Madam Gu, I took nothing. How could I have committed burglary? You cannot wrongfully accuse me in such a manner. Gu Zhe was utterly infuriated. No one is allowed to harm Dr. Zhao. Su Yi, with a cold expression, replied, Gu Zhe, what are you saying, Gu Yi? Is this counterfeit no longer pretending? He desires to take charge now. Surely, old Su must feel an immense pride within, for she has awaited this day for quite some time. Observing her well-raised son exuding such regal authority, she must find a sense of satisfaction, or so it seems. Su Yi? Proud? Satisfied? I want to give Gu Zhe a good slap. Gu Zhe realized he had spoken out of turn and hastily amended his words with tearful remorse. Mother, please compose yourself. Dr. Zhao merely spoke some fair and impartial words. You shouldn't dismiss him, much less call the police to fabricate baseless charges against him. Mother, with our family encountering successive misfortunes, who knows how the other prominent families are mocking us behind our backs? If this matter escalates, our family's dignity will be utterly compromised, becoming the laughingstock of society. As he finished speaking, his gaze flickered toward Gu Yi, only to find him maintaining an aloof and indifferent demeanor, as if entirely detached from the situation. A surge of fury rose within Gu Zhe. Disaster. Gu Yi was nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. His return was destined to bring ruin upon him. What is this counterfeit staring at me with those beady little eyes for? As soon as he opens his mouth, he is bound to cast blame upon me. Were it not for the desire to secure additional votes, I would have already struck him. Su Yi sneered. Gu Zhe, remember this. At no point is it your place to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs. Jiang Guma, I am still alive, yet Gu Zhe, a mere counterfeit, dares to wield power and influence? What a farce it is. Aunt Zhang had long since reported the incident to the authorities and now entered with several security personnel from her household. They swiftly silenced Dr. Zhao, subsequently binding him and taking him away. The entire affair unfolded in mere minutes, executed with remarkable efficiency. Gu Zhe had never witnessed such a spectacle before. He found himself utterly speechless in that moment. How could this possibly happen? What madness has possessed that old hag? Has she truly gone mad? Gu Yi, old Su has truly impressed me this time. I had thought she might be deceived by the counterfeit. Yet to my surprise, she possesses her own intellect. If she truly manages to endure until the end of the narrative, I shall gladly bestow upon her the title of goddess. Su Yi, you little rascal, I shall demonstrate to you my true prowess. The twin sisters breathed a sigh of relief. They shared the same sentiment as Gu Yi. Their mother was indeed magnificent. No matter how Gu Zhe attempted to deceive her, she remained unfazed. Gu Zhe, given the multitude of events that transpired today, it is only fitting that you provide me with an explanation. Su Yi's tone shifted as she settled into the sofa, radiating an aura of authority. No longer merely the doting mother, but rather embodying the stature of the family matriarch. Gu Yi, oh my goodness. Complimenting her weight has made her even more agitated. She still recalls the incident at the ski resort and is now seeking retribution. TSK, TSK, TSK. Old Su, you truly have impressed me. Hearing her son's thoughts, Su Yi felt a surge of pride. Oof, you little rascal, just wait and see. Meanwhile, Gu Zhe, kneeling on the ground, felt utterly bewildered. Surely he had not misheard? The audacious woman was demanding an explanation from him? She actually believed the rumors circulating online? What on earth was happening? In the past, no matter how grave a situation he had created, as long as he feigned pity and played the victim, everything would resolve itself. But now, none of that seemed to be effective. It must be Gu Yi, who, while appearing indifferent, was secretly undermining him. That despicable woman. She had actually heeded his advice. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Gu Zhe concocted his response. Mother, I was wrong. I am simply too inept to contend with those individuals. I was coerced by them. They claimed to possess the Feng family's business secrets. And if I did not comply with their demands, they would ruin our family. At that time, my elder brother had not returned, and I thought of finding him, not wanting him to suffer alongside us. My third sister is capable and would not be bullied. I was merely playing a role. I truly did not anticipate that matters would escalate to this extent. As he spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Snot and tears mingling in a most unseemly display. Gu Yi watched the performance, internally erupting with laughter. Ha ha! The counterfeit's acting has indeed improved. Business secrets of the Feng family? Is he attempting to make me die of laughter so he can inherit the Feng family fortune? Those insignificant clans could hardly know the secrets of the Feng family. Isn't it Gu Zhe himself who is privy to those business secrets? If memory serves, he even exploited that knowledge for profit, right? 040, how generous. A sum of 8 million is offered at once. Upon hearing Gu Ye's heartfelt confession, Su Yi could no longer contain the fury that surged within her. With a resounding slap, she struck Gu Zhe across the face. Gusha, the evidence is irrefutable. Yet you continue to weave lies. I have witnessed it with my own eyes, and even those few individuals have confessed it in person. Gu Zhe is still able to concoct various excuses, and even goes so far as to cast aspersions on Gu Yi. Had it not been for hearing Gu Ye's heartfelt voice, would I not have been toyed with to death by this false son? Gu Zhe continued to weep inconsolably, pouring forth his feelings of helplessness and grievance. Suddenly, he was caught off guard by a resounding slap from Su Yi, leaving him utterly bewildered. Mother? You struck me. The old scoundrel can no longer maintain the facade, can they? For so many years, she had not even scolded herself, yet now, she found herself striking her own face over trivial matters. Astonishingly, she did so even in front of Gu Yi, even if one meticulously orchestrates every detail. What does it matter? Feng Bao and Gu Laosan, after all, have encountered no repercussions whatsoever. The news circulating online has also been retracted by Gu Lao heir, and the Feng family has not taken any action against the Gu family. Why does that wretched person continue to persist? Isn't she merely seeking an explanation for her beloved son? Curse that Gu Yi! What purpose does his return serve? Why did he not perish outside? Su Yi fixed her gaze upon Gu Zhe's face, missing not a single expression that flickered across his features, including the fleeting glimmer of hatred that momentarily shone in his eyes. How could one possibly conceal anything from a child nurtured for over 20 years? It is astonishing that he harbors resentment toward himself. Gu Zhe, over the years, I have indulged you far too much. You even scheme against your own family and dare to deceive me. Perhaps you should return tomorrow to visit your biological parents. Your father and I have located them long ago. However, we refrained from mentioning it, concerned that it would burden you with excessive thoughts. Did Xiao not mention that Gu Zhe would visit his biological parents tomorrow, potentially involving his elder sister, Xiaoyan? It is imperative that I take the initiative to observe what schemes may be unfolding between this adopted son and his biological parents. Furthermore, I must ensure that my eldest daughter does not descend into madness. This matter requires thorough discussion with old Gu, and ideally, we should include Xiaoya in our plans. Gu Zhe, covering his face in astonishment, exclaimed, Mother, do you not want me anymore? The old scoundrel actually intends to drive me away? She had clearly stated before that, even with a biological son, she would never leave, and that everything concerning the family was hers. Yet, merely 2 days have passed, and she has changed her mind. For such a trivial matter, she is willing to expel herself? When did she embark on the investigation of her biological parents? Entirely unaware of it herself? To what extent has she delved into this inquiry? Has she uncovered any plans concerning her family? Has any action already been taken? A multitude of questions surged forth, yet he had to endure the pain coursing through his body while continuing to perform before the old scoundrel. Gui was equally taken aback. Did I hear that correctly? How could Lao Su bear to let his cherished beloved return to meet his biological parents? Isn't she most afraid of such occurrences, even dreading that Gu Zhe might return and never come back? In the original narrative, Gu Zhe took the initiative to visit his parents, albeit in a furtive manner. Yet now, it is astonishing that he was compelled to return by old Su. Guzi, please show me what exactly they are up to. This path seems rather wild. I find myself quite perplexed. System, please hold on. We are currently conducting a check. Su Yi discreetly exhaled in relief and said, Aunt Zhang, please take Gu Zhe to the hospital immediately. In the past, she would have gently soothed Gu Zhe with patience, but now, the mere thought sickened her. If she harbored such sordid thoughts about her own daughters, what of herself? At such a tender age, his mind was cluttered with an array of colorful debris, even thoughts related to men. It was too much to bear. Contemplating it further would surely make him nauseous. Gu Zhe, in a state of distress, exclaimed, Mother, I refuse to go to the hospital. There are far too many people, and the risk of infectious diseases is greater. I simply cannot go. I am the young master of the Gu family. If word gets out, how will others perceive me and our family? The elder brother has just returned. This matter does not concern him. If I were to face criticism, which hospital should I go to? If one encounters an acquaintance, where shall one place their dignity? Moreover, as a distinguished young master of the Gu family, how could I possibly descend to the level of mingling with the common folk? Has the old hag lost her senses? What does she truly desire? Guyi, oh dear. This imposter is truly cunning, always dragging me into his words. If I were to remain calm, he would likely be infuriated. I initially felt at peace, yet now I find myself stirred with a hint of anger. Alas, this slight irritation, though not monumental, seems unlikely to dissipate easily. Upon hearing her son's vexation, Su Yi felt even more troubled. Gu Zhe, in the future, when discussing your own matters, please refrain from involving Xiao Yi. He owes you nothing, nor has he ever erred in any regard. Quite the contrary, he has endured countless hardships during his years of wandering. She is my own flesh and blood, yet you have been living a comfortable life in his stead for over 20 years. Similarly, having been by my side for 2 decades, I am acutely aware of the significance behind your every action. I am not yet in the twilight of my years, so do not presume that I can be easily deceived. As long as one perseveres and consistently supports Xiao Yi, allowing him to experience genuine maternal love, he will undoubtedly be willing to accept himself. Gui stared blankly at Su Yi, as if gazing at an odd individual. How remarkable! I had thought that Su had changed, but alas, I was deceived. Her sweet words flowed effortlessly from her lips. Su Yi sighed, finding the situation quite challenging. Despite her earnest efforts, the outcome remained unsatisfactory. Gu Zhe, his face a canvas of disbelief, exclaimed, Mother, I did not. You misunderstand me. You know me better than anyone. Unfortunately, he had no chance to utter another word as Zhang Ma approached and struck him, rendering him unconscious before having him taken away. The twin sisters were also carried off to the hospital, and after some contemplation, Su Yi decided to follow them personally. Xiao Yi, will you accompany me? Su Yi approached the door and turned her head to inquire. Gu Yi waved his hand dismissively. I shan't accompany you. I am famished and wish to dine. These capricious individuals might very well conspire against me again, especially that counterfeit, who was reprimanded by old Su today and subsequently subjected to old Su's dubious inquiries. It is inevitable that they will set traps for me in the future. Su Yi sighed. Very well, you may eat first without waiting for us. By the way, today's events must have startled you. Your mother has bestowed upon you 8 million. Purchase whatever your heart desires. Being happy is paramount. The sudden windfall, particularly in alignment with his innermost wishes, instantly brightened Gu Ye's mood. Well, thank you. Gui managed to smile before turning elegantly away. Haha, has old Su finally gained some sense, or is it merely a brain tumor? She is truly remarkable. It's as if she can hear my unspoken thoughts, knowing my desires and fulfilling them instantaneously. If only she were my biological mother, how splendid that would be. Simply fabulous. Ha ha. As Sui reached the door, A smile involuntarily crept across her face. A new thought struck her. If words proved ineffective and actions fell short, why not employ wealth? The power of money surpasses personal ability. The twin sisters mused. Brother's preferences are delightful. Henceforth, we shall strive to earn money solely for him. If brother is happy, the entire family rejoices. With that, Su-yi departed with her family, while Gu-yi proceeded to the dining hall. However, the mere sight of pickles and steamed buns on the table momentarily stunned him, as if he had returned to his original world. What does this signify? Gu-yi glanced at a maid, one of those who had just brought Gu-zhe inside. She unabashedly shot him a disdainful look and retorted coldly, "Isn't he just an illegitimate child raised outside? Does he truly believe himself to be a scion of a prestigious family? Having something to eat is already a privilege." She then busied herself with the sumptuous dishes from the kitchen, taking a seat at the opposite end of the table, ready to indulge. Guye, is she looking down upon me? This servile wretch. Let me see how large her face is. Can it fit in a pit? In an instant, Guyi perceived a fleeting shadow, followed by the sound of a plate shattering on the floor and a maid's terrified scream. A gust of wind brushed against his cheek. Everything transpired too swiftly for Guyi to fully comprehend. He found himself alone in the vast dining hall. What on earth is happening? Was that voice just now from Feng Baobao? But I didn't even catch a glimpse of her face before she vanished. The system interjected, "Young master, Feng Baobao possesses extraordinary prowess. I am utterly in awe. She has effortlessly carried the maid and is already at the entrance, now digging a grave." No sooner had the system's words faded than Gu-yi transformed into a blur, disappearing from his seat. Where has my host gone? Such a substantial presence. Vanished. Doggone it. Hurry here. I invite you to witness a free live burial. Gu-yi sprinted with the speed of a 100-meter dash towards the entrance. There, Feng Baobao had already excavated a pit and unceremoniously discarded the maid into it. She seized a bucket from the garden and began pouring water into the grave. Where did you learn this from, Baobao? Wuye inweed it. In the realm of literature, it seems there are no limits, Feng Baobao replied, her focus unwavering as she stirred the soil, not bothering to turn around. I acquired this knowledge from a peculiar book. My household staff are thoroughly obedient to me. What do you mean by no limits? I have never heard of such a thing. Gu-yi felt a wave of relief. Feng Baobao was self-taught, which was reassuring. Before long, Feng Baobao completed her task. She dusted off her hands and, with a swift kick, roused the maid from her faint. The maid, having been overwhelmed by fear, had fainted earlier. Now, upon awakening to the sight of the imposing Feng Baobao and Gu-yi, she appeared utterly bewildered. Miss Feng, this is the Gu residence. You cannot treat me this way. Gu-yi, you little wretch, save me. If second young master returns, he will not spare you. I am his cousin, not just any ordinary maid. Before she could utter another word, Feng Baobao stuffed a foul sock into the maid's mouth. Guye, should you encounter any insolent individuals in the future, simply call me. Regardless of their standing, you hold a higher status. It is unacceptable for you to be bullied. I would look down upon you for that. Feng Baobao wiped her hands on the maid's hair and glanced at Guyi. He inhaled sharply, recognizing her fierce determination. Indeed, Feng Baobao is quite formidable. Fortunate she did not meet an early demise. Her words suggest she is willing to stand by my side as a subordinate. Ah, how intriguing. Is she merely drawn to my charm and employing a roundabout strategy to approach me? Feng Baobao caught his unspoken thoughts, and a crack appeared in her confident grin. Who is drawn to you? How infuriating. Although he may possess a certain charm, he is not one to be deemed superficial. I have yet to dine. Feng Baobao strode into the room with purpose. Guyi cast a glance at the maid, a relative of the counterfeit, and thought to himself that he had to test the waters. He squatted down, removed one shoe, and began to strike the maid's face with it. The sound of slaps echoed as he delivered a barrage of blows, transforming her round face into that of a swollen pig. Her nose was crooked, blood flowed profusely, and tears streamed down her cheeks, merging into a visage too grotesque to describe. Your skin is rather thin. My shoe's sole remains intact, he remarked with a TSK. Perhaps you should learn from your cousin. Now that is what one calls a thick skin. Alas, it seems you have no future left. If it weren't for Feng Baobao's arrival, I would have unleashed a swift kick just now. How dare this little servant insult me as a bastard? She truly believes herself to be something special. Having donned his shoe once more, Guyi departed with an air of indifference. The maid, enduring a wave of nausea, indignation, and excruciating pain across her face, glared at Guy's retreating figure, bitterly spitting blood before collapsing. Yet, not a soul came to her aid. In the dining room, Feng Bao had already begun to feast, not waiting for Guyi. He shook his head slightly, observing, not picky, quite easy to please. Hearing this, Feng Bao, with an oyster in her mouth, inquired, Guyi, where has that counterfeit brother of yours gone? Has your mother dealt with him? Guyi's lips twitched as he sat across from her. The counterfeit had gone out, unwittingly offending someone, resulting in a body covered in injuries. The family doctor had been dismissed, and the counterfeit was now at the hospital. Feng Bao laughed. So, do you find that person impressive? Guyi asked. Who? Feng Bao replied. The one who was offended by the counterfeit? She gazed at him with wide eyes, much like a puppy waiting for praise from its master. Guyi, however, thwarted her expectations, mediocre. After all, it was merely a beating. I could do that too. If only a video of the counterfeit battling 3 formidable men were to surface, that would be something impressive. Feng Bao could not fathom this. And even if she had the video, it would soon be suppressed. The smile vanished from Feng Bao's face. This fellow must be doing it on purpose. What could he possibly know? He looks down upon her, and she vowed to deliver a resounding slap to his face. Continuing to eat, Feng Bao seized the opportunity to check her phone. By the time the meal concluded, a notification chimed. Young master, quickly check the trending topics. Guyi looked at the trending topics and exclaimed, What the? Feng Bao truly is a remarkable talent. She actually conceived such a method. The entire internet is flooded with the counterfeit's absurd videos. No matter how formidable Gu Lauer is, even his financial prowess has its limits. Ha ha ha. Finally receiving Guyi's praise, Feng Bao reclined with satisfaction, swinging her legs. Now you recognize my prowess, don't you? Guyi, what plans do you have for tomorrow? I would like to invite you for a shopping outing. Feng Bao seized the opportunity to extend her invitation. His abilities are astonishing. I shall personally escort him to the phone group. Guyi, still engrossed in his phone, blurted out, that's a different price. Do not presume that having accomplished something entitles you to rewards. I am not one to be swayed by such tactics. If I do not speak of it, nor does she, then I remain unaware of her achievements. Feng Bao, he is discussing money with me? Truly a straightforward boy. 5 million, and you are assured for a day. What do you say? Feng Bao opened her phone and initiated a direct transfer. Guyi, observing the bank notification, mechanically turned his head and squinted. I am a law-abiding citizen. I do not engage in such illicit services. 500,000 for a day? Such a price. He was still contemplating when another 100,000 was credited. Feng Bao stood up. I too am a law-abiding citizen and have no need for illicit services. This is merely a deposit. Should the service prove satisfactory, I shall double it. Guyi, with a stern expression, you had best keep your word. Internally. Sister Bao, please accept my utmost admiration. It is my pleasure to serve you. Feng Bao, this guy, appearing aloof on the surface, is internally so self-indulgent and carefree. System, young master, it seems you may not accompany Feng Bao tomorrow. As they hurried back, Gu Haokuan and Gu Laosen called out, Little master, you truly are your father's lucky star. Just now, father and your third sister went to the bureau for tea. Guyi responded with confusion, pondering, tea? Is it the kind of tea I think it is? Gu Laosan interjected, Isn't having tea a sign of gaining recognition from the higher-ups? With a beaming smile, Gu Haokuan grasped Guyi's hand and recounted the events. It turned out that Gu Laosan had struggled to resolve an issue, prompting their father to intervene. Following the Gu family's significant contribution previously, they were granted a personal audience with the director. The investigation regarding the ski resort incident led to the unexpected resolution of a serial murder case. The director was elated and promised to assist the Gu family in securing a real estate investment project. If all went well, money would be a trivial matter, and the Gu family's standing among the 8 great families would improve. Guyi was taken aback, reflecting, I did nothing and this grand achievement simply fell into my lap? Have I turned my fortunes around? Looking back at the original owner's life, they had always been a sycophant for the Gu family, bullied by imposters, only to meet a dire fate. Yet, here I am, defying the odds and thriving, earning the title of Lucky Star. I suspect the original owner had their luck siphoned by the imposters. Gu Haokuin remarked, "Silly child, how can you say you did nothing? If it weren't for your ability to hear thoughts, our family would not have escaped a tragic fate." Gu Chubbing pondered, what would happen if one day my brother discovered we eavesdropped on his thoughts? Gu Yi inquired, "Do you truly believe I have contributed something of value?" Gu Haokuin nodded vigorously, "Of course. You are my son, my lucky star. This is your merit." Gu Yi scoffed internally, "Just talk, where's the money?" He thought, if the imposters take credit, that old fool might end up giving away half the Gu family's fortune. Expecting a response from Gu Yi, Gu Haokuin was instead met with his son's thoughts, causing his face to redden. The boy had endured so much hardship. He desired wealth, for money brought him confidence and security. "Very well, little Yi, you have achieved great merit, and your father shall reward you. However, I am currently short on funds, only able to offer 20 million. Rest assured, within 3 days, I shall provide you with another 50 million. If you fancy a little island, buy a few for fun. Do not hesitate to spend. For your father's money is your money." With a smile, he began transferring funds to Gu Yi. Gu Yi managed a smile reminiscent of a reward, thinking, "Old Gu, you are too polite. At least this old fool has some sense, sparing me from voicing my desires. Today's earnings total 34 million. Truly, one should not overexert themselves. Such effort does not yield wealth." Gu Haokuin was left bewildered. 34 million? Does he have other sources of income? Gu Chubbing shook his head. "I am unsure, perhaps so." Feng Baobao was left in a state of astonishment. Gu Yi's ability to earn money surpasses even his own expectations. His daily allowance barely reaches 1 million. "By the way, Xiao Yi, mother just sent a message saying that she intends to take you out tomorrow. Gu Zhe wishes to visit his biological parents, and mother suggested a trip to help you relax." Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yi replied, "No, I won't go." Before he could finish his statement, Gu Chubbing hastily interjected, 9 million. "Mother said that if you go out, that's your allowance, and there might be more upon your return." "Xiao Yi, what were you about to say?" Gu Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. "I mean, there's really nothing pressing, so I suppose I can go." I wanted to refuse. It's just that old Sue is offering too much. I'm a normal person. I can't ignore such a fortune. Gu Chubbing pressed her lips together, struggling to suppress a laugh. Mother truly understands Xiao Yi. This tactic works wonders. Gu Haokuin remained silent. If that brat and Feng Bao had a fateful connection, it would be his fortune as well. Gu Chubbing dared not express any dissent. That night, Gu Yi slept soundly and even dreamt beautifully. In his dream, he had nothing to do and was indulging in songs. Oh, singing karaoke. As dawn broke, Gu Yi changed into casual attire and boarded the family's chauffeur-driven car, heading out with Su Yi. As before, he closed his eyes to rest. He fell asleep as soon as he got in and only opened his eyes when they were nearly there. I wonder how Gu Chui is doing. I wouldn't dare ask. That would make me seem like the family sycophant. If it weren't for her shielding me from a blow, I wouldn't care at all. Su Yi, sensing his thoughts, felt warmth in her heart. That little rascal was not as indifferent as he pretended. Xiao Yi, Xiao Hui's injury is nothing serious. She'll be discharged in a month. When we return, I'll take you to see her when you have time. The little rascal values his pride. He should take the initiative. There is nothing shameful in front of his own son. Gu Yi kept his eyes closed, dismissively waving his hand. As long as she is alive. The expendable character who should have exited the stage already is still alive. She is quite fortunate. Me visiting her? Do you think I would be her sycophant? Don't be ridiculous. Su Yi. This is a gradual process. It won't be easy. Feng Bao gazed out the window and asked, "Is that Gu Zhe and Gu Chuyin in the car ahead?" Knowing Gu Ye's temperament, she refrained from saying much and began to rest her eyes, soon drifting into a light slumber. Having just heard his thoughts, she quickly roused herself to observe the unfolding scene. Sui replied, "Indeed. Just the mention of Gu Zhe makes me uneasy, especially when I recall how he used to hide behind his daughters and act spoiled. Disgusting. Last night, After conferring with Lao Gu, it was decided that for the time being, Gu Zhe could not be expelled. Keeping the troublemaker within sight allows for better vigilance. Furthermore, with Gu Ye's capabilities in play, they would be well prepared for any malevolent schemes Gu Zhe might attempt. Gu Yi cast a glance, then leisurely rested his hands behind his head, stretching his long legs. The counterfeit's reputation and well-being have suffered significant blows. This unfolding drama is bound to be more devastating than before. Let Gu Chuyin, that colossal fool, brace herself for the impending storm. Guzi, please investigate the enemy situation ahead. Su Yi clenched the hem of her garment, her heart racing with anxiety. What schemes is that scoundrel Gu Zhe concocting? Is it more insidious than before? Feng Bao slightly lowered her head, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. That dark-haired witch, Gu Chuyin, had long been a thorn in her side. Seeing her face adversity fills her with delight. Moreover, it appears that she and Gu Yi are indeed in sync. He would rather be a mere spectator than lend a hand to his so-called elder sister. Well executed. Is this what they call the simple and kind-hearted rural folk? The system announced, in 3,000 meters ahead, the vehicle will enter the village. It is surrounded by mountains on all sides, and there is but a single muddy dirt road leading out of the village. The counterfeit goods have kept me awake all night, and I have made dozens of phone calls. My target, aside from the originally planned Gu Chuyin, also includes you. Gu Yimu maintained a nonchalant demeanor, akin to a calm and composed leader. However, damn, that old Su, she is quite the character. I truly owe her and her ancestors my gratitude. I should have been more educated. How naive of me. A mere few million, and I acted as if it were a monumental affair. Now it seems I cannot go offline. I must bravely face the impending calamity. His emotions fluctuated intensely, likely at a peak. Su Yi, upon hearing her son's thoughts, felt an overwhelming regret. She had never anticipated that Gu Zhe would harbor ill intentions towards Gu Yi, even plotting against him throughout the night. In such dire circumstances, their escape seemed more difficult than ascending to the heavens. She hastily retrieved her phone to send a distress message to old Gu. Feng Bao was, however, quite exhilarated. She had brought a shovel along, which might indeed prove useful. Gu Yi need not have been so agitated. He had promised to protect him, and he certainly would. In a critical moment, even if it meant carrying him away, they would outrun danger like a flash. Yet, observing him behave as if he were an otherworldly deity, while internally he was galloping with 1,000 wild horses was, to Feng Bao, rather amusing. The system remarked, "Young master, please remain calm." Gu Yi, eyes closed, interrupted before it could finish, unleashing a torrent of frustration. "What the hell? You useless piece of garbage. After all these years of following me, you couldn't provide me with a single decent skill? What is this palm thunder? Its effectiveness is even shorter-lived than yours. It's only good for show for a brief moment. If he could simply collapse the narrative and log off, Gu Yi would undoubtedly find his composure restored. But alas, that was not an option. It was akin to a scene from a film where, despite being a ghostly figure, one still had to eat, drink, relieve oneself, and endure suffering. Damn! Su Yu quickly turned aside, her hands trembling as she sent out her message. It was all her fault. She had thought that bringing him along would allow him to see through the counterfeit schemes, never realizing that it would instead lead to his peril. Feng Bao pondered. Where did he learn such foul language? The system responded, "I am searching high and low. I will surely present the young master with a commendable skill. Just wait and see." Gu Yi scoffed, "Useless. I'd rather believe in encountering a ghost in broad daylight than trust your grand promises." The vehicle came to a halt, prompting Su Yi to hastily exit and inhale the fresh air. Feng Bao followed suit, her gaze drawn to the dilapidated courtyard in the distance, and suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization. "Aunt Su, is this the home of the counterfeit's biological parents? No wonder they are reluctant to return, always resorting to devious schemes. This place is worlds apart from the Gu family. It's no wonder he would be disinclined to come back. Sui Sikit, lamenting, alas. I never anticipated that his biological parents would endure such a miserable existence. It was precisely for this reason that I felt increasingly reluctant to allow Gu Zhe to return and suffer. Yet, I could never have imagined that my well-intentioned actions would ultimately bring misfortune upon the entire family. Guyi was the last to descend, donning a baseball cap, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, oblivious to the identity of his opponent. The air is quite pleasant. The impoverished mountains and treacherous waters often give rise to a peculiar populace. The entire village comprises merely over 30 households. Yet the Gu family resides in solitary seclusion at the foot of the mountain. Is this a case of social isolation? Absolutely not. That is because it is convenient for them to engage in shameless acts here. Suyi. Feng Bao Bao. It seems I have stumbled upon a chance to achieve great merit. Gu Chuyun stood not far away, listening to Gu Ye's innermost thoughts, her heart simmering with frustration. He was once again employing his peculiar tactics to persuade their mother with his elaborate fabrications. Mother, she approached, you should come inside with us. It was imperative to distance their mother from Gu Yi, ensuring she could not hear his thoughts. Only then would he be free from his manipulative influence. However, Su Yi pushed her hand aside and instead wrapped her arms around Gu Ye's. I will go over with Xiao Yi. If anyone inquires, you can simply say we are merely business partners of the Gu family. Gu Chuyun felt an even greater surge of anger. Mother, what are you doing? Xiao Zhe cannot choose his origins. Is this something to be ashamed of? Must he still conceal his identity? If it were in the past, Mother would have long been by Xiao Zhe's side, fearing that he might be taken away by his biological parents. Gui truly possesses remarkable skills. In just a few days, he has managed to transform Mother into an entirely different person. Su Yi, with a frosty expression, retorted, you still remember that I am your mother. What is this attitude? If one were unaware, they might mistakenly believe you are my mother. Feng Baobao interjected. Indeed, they profess their filial piety towards their parents, yet they scold them as if they were mere dogs. Guyi remarked, Old Su truly is something. Why does she even bother discussing this with that utter fool? It is utterly unattainable. That counterfeit Gu Zhe will undoubtedly be the first to introduce us, especially emphasizing our considerable wealth. Gu Chuyun remained wary of the Feng family. She could only seethe in silence at Feng Baobao's words. Yet, Gu Ye's heartfelt expression compelled her to unleash her pent-up emotions. Gu Ye, regardless of your antics, I must assert that Xiao Zhe is a good child. He diligently upholds our family and would never engage in such actions. He is merely tarnishing the reputation of his brother. Gui did not even spare her a glance. Oh, what a fool. Hurry and take a look at your so-called good child, who is already introducing us to his parents. Ah, by the way, there is a pregnant woman in their household currently consuming black talisman water. Oh, benevolent fool. Rush forth and offer your help. Su Yi was taken aback, hastily glancing ahead, her pupils trembling in shock. That imposter was indeed remarkable. Feng Baobao smiled and said, Gu Chuyun, your eyes are not deceiving you. Take a look. However, Gu Chuyun was utterly unconvinced and turned to return to Gu Zhe's side. Before she could utter a word, Gu Zhe exclaimed, Big sister, these are my original parents. Just moments ago, I spoke with them and Mother, along with my elder brother and sister Bauer, came to visit them. Gu Chuyun's expression shifted dramatically. Xiao Zhe, have you already introduced them? Gu Zhe innocently nodded. Yes, Sister Bauer is the daughter of the Feng family, still unmarried and without a suitor. As for Mother and my elder brother, Gu Chuyun promptly interrupted him. That's enough. To her astonishment, Gu Yi had indeed spoken the truth. Gu Zhe had inadvertently revealed their identities. A man with a limp gazed hungrily at Feng Bao, his eyes glinting with malice. Beside him stood a disheveled old woman, stout and broad, who leered at Gu Yi, exposing a set of crooked yellow teeth, her grin more lascivious than that of the man. And then there was Gu Zhe's so-called biological father, who had the audacity to fixate on Su Yi, his throat working as he swallowed repeatedly. Was this truly the simple, kind-hearted villager Gu Zhe had described? She could not comprehend why Gu Zhe would act in such a manner, yet she was certain that he was not the person Gu Yi envisioned. She could never misjudge this brother. He was indeed a good child. Big sister, are you all right? Are you tired? Gu Zhe suggested. Let's step inside for some water. By the way, there's a pregnant woman at my home, and she is about to give birth soon. Oblivious to Gu Chuyun's rising anger, Gu Zhe took her small hand and led her toward the courtyard. She heard the voices of her heart, yet stubbornly chose to dismiss them. Gu Qian came back to her senses and smiled. Xiao Zhe, you are truly considerate. Despite having raised her voice at a moment ago, he remained unfazed. Unlike at home, where he would appear aggrieved. After all, this was not the Gu family, but rather Gu Zhe's domain. Should he display any signs of displeasure, his relatives might find themselves in a precarious situation. Just earlier, Gu Yi had struck a nerve, leaving her feeling as though she had been slapped in the face. In retrospect, a resolute young person like herself had nearly been swayed by Gu Yi, let alone her mother. Gu Zhe, with his innocent and charming smile, said, "Big sister, you are praising me again. How embarrassing. How naive. Did she truly believe she could be so easily deceived? Right in front of those old geezers. She had the audacity to shout at her. She must be on Gu Ye's side, thinking she could fool her. Did she really think her good temper was limitless? Since that old hag wanted to drive her away, she would show them a thing or two. Let the Gu family learn that inviting a deity is easy, but sending one away is far more difficult." Gu Zhe took a few steps back, turned to shout at Su, Yi, and the others. "Mom, big brother, Baora, you should come in too. I've introduced you. They won't make things difficult for you. Concealing one's identity? Impossible." This family was no pushover. They delighted in the company of well-dressed, affluent city dwellers. Not far off, Gu Yi smirked. "Old Su, your beloved son is indeed a remarkable example of filial piety." Those so-called relatives of his were no less formidable than Hannibal during a famine. After Gu Zhe's introduction, their gazes towards us had completely shifted. Su, he heard his thoughts and felt even more terrified, her legs trembling. That rebellious son of hers. "I will make sure to discipline him properly." We had responded. "Oh, discipline a counterfeit? You should pray that you all make it out alive first." Sui was taken aback. Did the counterfeit really include herself in the scheme? Was she walking into a trap? Feng Baoer said, "Aunt Su, let us go." Su, he was reluctant. She wanted to turn around and leave. However, Gui held on to her as they moved forward. Did old Su really think she could escape at her age? One doesn't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. How could one emerge without stepping inside? Feng Baoer looked at Gu Yi and sensed an aura of authority that made him seem larger than life once he regained his composure. Su, he took several deep breaths, repeatedly assuring herself there is nothing to fear. Her son was with her. Even if trouble arose, she would stake her life to ensure her son emerge alive. She owed him a debt that could never be repaid and could not allow him to perish here. After repeating these affirmations, she felt her inner turmoil subside, not only devoid of fear, but instead invigorated with strength. Upon reaching the courtyard, Gu Zhe's biological father promptly shut the wooden door. Gu Yi stood there, observing a pregnant woman in the center of the courtyard, her head shaved, drinking from a dark, murky liquid. Noticing the two chipped bowls on the table, it was evident that the woman had consumed more than just one bowl. What on earth is happening? That foolish Gu Qian. Why didn't she intervene to stop the pregnant woman? Isn't she the one with an overflowing maternal heart? Gu Qian was also fixated on the pregnant woman, having just witnessed her gulp down 3 large bowls of the dark liquid. Gu Zhe had informed her that this local folk remedy could guarantee a male child. Everything unfolding was in perfect alignment with Gu Yi's inner thoughts, without a hint of deviation. Gu Qian initially intended to intervene, but recalling Gu Yi's inner voice, which indicated that her good intentions had led to a tragic outcome, she hesitated. For reasons unknown, a sense of fear began to creep in. Upon hearing Gu Yi's thoughts once more, her anger surged anew. What was there to fear? Gu Yi was merely using such tactics to manipulate her. Had it not been for his inner voice, she would have rushed to assist long ago. With this in mind, she dashed forward, snatching the bowl from the pregnant woman's hands and forcefully smashing it to the ground. "Stop drinking. You're already pregnant. Consuming this will endanger your child." The pregnant woman was startled, taking a moment to regain her composure. "You shameless wretch. Who are you to steal my blessed water? What kind of vixen are you? Husband, come quickly. This shameless woman is bullying me. She doesn't want me to have a son." The pregnant woman collapsed to the ground, clutching her belly, and began to wail uncontrollably. Gu Qian ignored her cries and fervently educated her, explaining that the gender of a child is determined by genetics, not by talismanic water. Furthermore, she emphasized gender equality urging her not to solely focus on bearing son. In any case, she rambled on, yet the pregnant woman paid her no heed. Guze returned from the restroom to witness the scene. "Big sister, what is happening?" Gu Chuyun recounted the situation to him, her anxiety evident as she stomped her feet. "Xiaoze, you must tell her that what I said is true." Guze stood there, seemingly in a daze, motionless. Gu Chuyun grew more frantic, turning to Su Yi. "Mom, you tell her what I said is all true." She believed that if just one more person stood by her side, the tragedy foretold in Gu Yi's inner voice could be averted. With little hope placed on Feng Bao, she could only rely on her mother. Gu Yi thought to himself, the big fool is indeed following the narrative path. She would never anticipate that her well-meaning intervention would lead to this pregnant woman's fate. Guzi, didn't you say the plot had escalated? What is the current situation? Su Yi took several steps back, hiding behind Gu Yi. "Xiao Yun, you're mistaken." She can clearly hear Xiao Yi's inner voice. And everything that just transpired has been substantiated. Xiao Yi speaks the truth. However, she stubbornly refuses to heed reason, insisting on her own self-destructive path. Now, she wishes to drag herself down with her. It seems this eldest daughter is no longer worth keeping. Gu Chuyun was taken aback. "Mother, you. Just say a word, please." "Gu Yi, it must be you." She unleashed a torrent of curses at Gu Yi, yet the latter part of her words was muted, her voice utterly failing her. Surely, events could not unfold as he claimed. He must be employing some underhanded tactics. She was not confused. She was striving to save her mother and the entire Gu family. Feng Bao sneered. "Gu Chuyun, what are you barking about? Are you afraid?" It was evident that those of the Gu family related by blood to Gu Yi could hear his thoughts. Yet this Gu Chuyun, clearly lacking the intellect of those others, remained obstinately deluded, even going so far as to insult Gu Yi. Such a person, it was no wonder Gu Yi disregarded her well-being. If one had a sister like this, one would also choose to ignore her. If she did not engage in self-destructive behavior, she would serve as the perfect lesson. Gu Chuyun, brimming with indignation, retorted, "Feng Bao, you are speaking nonsense. I am not afraid. What is there for me to fear?" Feng Bao pointed to the pregnant woman on the ground, stating, "But she is bleeding, isn't she? 045, if you do not act recklessly, you shall not face dire consequences. You deserve it." Gu Chuyun swiftly turned her gaze, and with just that single glance, an icy chill of terror surged through her entire being, her pupils dilating in sheer disbelief. How could this be? The pregnant woman seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. I didn't lay a finger on her. She collapsed onto the ground like a hysterical shrew, rolling about and shrieking at the top of her lungs until she ended up in this state. Su Yi turned deathly pale with fright, whispering in horror, "Xiao Yun. What? What should we do now? The plot has escalated, and the retaliation from the counterfeiters will be even more intense and ferocious." At first, she didn't think much of it, but now it's clear this is far more troublesome and terrifying than anticipated. Gu Chuyun's mind is a tangled mess. How could she possibly know what to do? "Mom, I did not request your assistance in articulating a statement. Why do you refuse to comply?" In a moment of desperation, the so-called domineering female lost her composure, resembling a petulant child as she raged at her own mother. Feng Bao crossed her arms, openly mocking. Is this the legendary domineering CEO? TSK. When faced with adversity, she lashes out at her mother. I must say, it's quite unimpressive. What do you think, Gu Yi? Gu Yi nodded and said, frankly, to be honest, it's really not good at all. In the original plot, once Gu Chuyun realized something was amiss, she hastily fled. Instead of returning to her own apartment, she rushed straight back to the Gu family. Just like before, she vented her anger on old Su and her younger sisters. Old Su, thinking his eldest daughter was under immense stress, pitied her and kept trying to console her. In truth, she was nothing but a fool. Sui. In the original narrative, was she also scolded by her eldest daughter? After spending considerable time with Gu Ze, has she long since disregarded her own mother? Gu Chuyun, you are an adult. Handle your own affairs. Do not resort to shouting at me over trivial matters. I am not your servant. Since this eldest daughter turned 18 and entered the Gu Corporation, she indeed displayed extraordinary brilliance. Within less than half a year, she already exuded the commanding aura of a leader. At the time, I merely felt gratified and didn't dwell much on how she bossed around all the siblings at home. But now, looking back, I realize how utterly blind I was. Having been by Gu Zei's side for so many years, how could the eldest daughter remain unaffected? Gu Chuyin listened to Gu Ye's inner thoughts while enduring Feng Baobao's mockery and her mother's reproach. The fury within her erupted like a volcano. Gu Yi, you have no right to speak to me in such a manner. Our family owes you nothing. Why must you return and create such chaos and disturbance? Mother, do not be deceived by his treachery. His methods are unscrupulous. He harbors jealousy towards both me and Xiao Zhe, and he wishes to undermine our family. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Yi had already raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to her face. Silence. Gu Chuyin, if you possess the capability, then bear the consequences of your actions alone, and do not tarnish Xiaoye's reputation. This is my final warning to you. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding the bond of mother and daughter. The eldest daughter must have lost her mind, completely deceived by Gu Zhe. If she could not hear Gu Ye's inner thoughts, she might have had an excuse to absolve herself. Yet, she clearly perceived them and still chose to self-destruct, ultimately refusing to acknowledge her errors, instead attempting to tarnish Xiao Ye's reputation. How could she have raised such a thoughtless daughter? Gu Yi exclaimed, "Oh my heavens! Old Su has struck Gu Chuyin again, and this time, her performance is so convincing that I can hardly detect any flaws." Alas, that foolish Gu Chuyin seems utterly terrified and is still seeking a scapegoat. Guzi, show me what happens next. Gu Chuyin was left reeling from the blow, her ears ringing, and her hatred for Gu Yi deepened. Mother, you will surely regret this. I shall prove to you that you are all mistaken. If it weren't for those underhanded tactics, how could this have transpired? Before she could finish her thoughts, Gu Zhe hurried over to shield Gu Chuyin. Mom, please do not strike my elder sister. It is all my fault. Whatever displeasure you harbor, direct it towards me. Gu Chuyin felt a swell of emotion within her. Indeed, her beloved younger brother, raised under her care, was so distressed at her suffering that he was on the verge of tears. Unlike that vile Gu Yi, who was resorting to some insidious manipulation. Who is afraid? She is not frightened, nor is she seeking a scapegoat. It is Gu Yi who orchestrated all of this, and yet he dares to blame her. What more could possibly happen? With Gu Zhe by her side, she would surely come to no harm. Sui paid no heed to Gu Zhe, her focus entirely on Gu Ye's voice. Feng Baobao appeared equally exhilarated, eagerly anticipating Gu Chuyun's impending retribution. The system's voice resonated. Little master, Gu Chuyun will soon be faced with a stark reality. Her most cherished brother will devise a means to compensate the Gu family with a pair of twin sons. Huh? Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback. What sort of operation is this? Am I truly so uneducated that I cannot comprehend? Sui. Feng Baobao. Gu Chuyin also heard this and immediately erupted. Gu Yi, you damn it. Regarding the inner thoughts, she could not articulate anything. He was employing tricks again. Xiao Zhe would never treat her that way. His sycophant claimed that not a single punctuation mark would emerge. Gu Yi glanced over. What now? I haven't said anything. Gu Zhe looked back at Gu Yi, pondering something, yet remained silent. Xiao Zhe, do not pay him any mind. Let us leave. Gu Chuyin tugged at Gu Zhe, eager to depart. She believed that as long as she distanced herself from Gu Yi, everything would return to normal, free from his influence. However, Gu Zhe stood his ground, pulling Gu Chuyin back. Elder sister, we cannot leave. We have caused such a significant ruckus. Where does she think she can go? Gu Chuyin was momentarily taken aback. Why can't we leave? Without reason, her right eyelid twitched uncontrollably and by some strange impulse. She cast a glance at Gu Zei's biological parents, not far away. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, it made her feel as though she were being scrutinized by a malevolent spirit. Then she heard Gu Zhe pitifully say, "Big sister, that pregnant woman is actually my stepmother. She was expecting twins, but now the babies are gone. My biological parents are not to be trifled with. They just scolded me and demanded that I find a way to compensate them for their 2 sons. Big sister, I beg you, would it be too much to kneel before you?" Before he could finish his plea, Guze had already knelt before Gu Chuyun, tears streaming down his face, looking as forlorn as a small puppy caught in a storm. Gu Chuyun, however, stared at him as if struck by lightning. Xiao Zhe, what are you saying? Big sister doesn't understand. I did not push that pregnant woman. She brought this upon herself, losing her children. How could he utter such words? When she was his own sister, how could she be expected to compensate for 2 sons? Most astonishingly, Guze truly seemed to echo Gu Ye's sentiments. How could this be possible? Gu Chuyun felt as if she had been slapped awake from stupor. Internally, Gu Ye uploaded. Bravo. Is Gu Chuyun still pretending to be oblivious? It was merely that she had taken someone else's precious elixir, and the pregnant woman, in a fit of rage, lost her children. Surely, she cannot fathom how to compensate for the sons now. She thought of, that is to say, to give 046, to be a little wife to the father of counterfeit goods just this once. Ha ha, the thoughts within that counterfeit mind are truly revolting. No wonder they could escalate revenge. They are indeed quite the talent. System. Young master, however, I find this matter somewhat challenging. It appears that Gu Chuyun has countered, and she seems to have developed some intellect as well. Gui Scorford, impossible. Erguzi, do not forget that Gu Chuyun is excessively indulgent towards a counterfeit. The imposter kneels before that foolish individual, employing his charmingly pathetic techniques. If that does not suffice, the imposter will soon resort to a ploy of self-inflicted suffering. Just wait and see. Gu Chuyun will undoubtedly acquiesce willingly. Once the objective is achieved, she intends to return and conduct a genetic test, ensuring that her 2 sons are exceptionally intelligent. Just imagine. A domineering female CEO entangled with an old man in a passionate embrace. That scene is truly revolting. It makes one want to retch. After fortifying her mental resolve, Gu Yi remained expressionless, merely a bystander. However, those observing Su Yi were utterly astonished. Initially, Su Yi did not comprehend what Guzi meant by compensating the twin sons. Yet, upon hearing Guze's words, a sense of foreboding enveloped her. Subsequently, upon listening to Xiao Ye's inner thoughts, she felt a wave of dizziness, teetering on the brink of collapse. How could Guze, with such a malevolent disposition, entertain such thoughts? Even if he intended to take advantage of the situation and extort a substantial sum from Gu Chuyun, he would not be as infuriated as he is now. And what about Xiaoyan? Would she truly agree to Guze? Though she harbored immense prejudice against Xiao Yi and lacked respect for herself, even displaying such disdain towards her younger sisters, she was nonetheless her own flesh and blood. It pained her to witness her daughter being treated like a servant, subjected to the whims of such individuals. Feng Baobao covered her mouth with one hand, yet her large, expressive eyes betrayed her amusement. Who would have thought that Gu Chuyun would find herself in such a predicament? She was determined to relay the day's spectacular events to her elder brother. It turned out that avenging her brother required far less effort than anticipated. Amir Guze was all that was needed. Gu Chuyun felt as though her entire worldview had collapsed. What did Gu Yi say? Guze would make her the stepmother of Guze and even bear children for the Gu family? How could that possibly be? Gu Zitsai would never engage in such actions. He simply couldn't face his biological parents with an explanation truly at his wit's end. Kneeling on the ground, Guze wept until his eyes swelled, rendered speechless by his anguish. With an imperceptible glance toward his parents, they surged forward in unison, their voices erupting in furious roars. Are you Guze's sister? You have caused me the loss of 2 sons, and you must compensate for it. If it weren't for your meddling, my sons would not have been lost. The master has indeed foretold that our family will undoubtedly welcome a pair of sons in this generation, destined to become the wealthiest and most influential officials in the future. We are indifferent to the consequences. You have caused us to lose our son. If you refuse to compensate us, we shall confine Guze and prevent his return. The unreasonable elderly couple clutched Guze, intent on dragging him into their home. Guze sobbed, gasping for breath. I want to go back. You never raised me. You're not my parents. Let me go, please, let me go. Big sister, please save me, I implore you. Mother, have you abandoned me? Mother, you allowed me to visit them. I have obeyed your words, mother. Gu Chuyun paused for a moment, then hurriedly grasped Gu Zhe's other arm, holding on tightly. Let go of Xiao Zhe. He is my biological brother, and what you're doing is illegal. I did not push a pregnant woman. That is unrelated to me. I can compensate you. Just name your price, and I shall pay. Although she feared that Xiao Zhe might be taken from her, Gu Chuyun felt a surge of joy within. Gu Yi had misjudged the situation. Gu Zhe did not plead to become a concubine for his father, nor did he wish for her to bear him twin brothers, nor did he resort to any ploys of self-sacrifice. Moreover, she could offer money. This matter did not necessarily hinge upon keeping their son. Mother, come quickly. Xiao Zhe is about to be taken away. Gu Chuyun looked towards Su Yi. Her mother had been ensnared by that wretched Gu Yi and held a misunderstanding towards her. Yet, that was inconsequential. She would clarify everything later. At this moment, however, her mother would surely assist her, for she cherished Xiao Zhe even more than she did Gu Chuyun, reluctant to see him leave the Gu family. But Su Yi stood still, exhaling softly. Xiao Yun let go. Gu Chuyun thought she had misheard. Mother? What did you say? Was her mother suffering from some form of senility, unable to comprehend her words? Surely, even if she didn't understand, could she not see? Gu Zhe, her most beloved youngest son, was on the verge of being taken away. Gu Zhe was equally stunned. Had the old hag truly forsaken him? Had all his careful plotting been in vain? His biological parents were equally astonished. According to Gu Zhe's account, that old hag would agree to anything, save for allowing them to keep Gu Zhe. Yet now, the situation seemed to have shifted. Gu Zhe could not return just yet. He still had many unfinished matters and belongings to retrieve. If he failed to do so, their family would be doomed. Su Yi's expression turned serious. Xiao Yun, I understand your bond with Gu Zhe, but do not forget this is Xiao Zhe's home, and those people are his biological parents. Even if this escalates to the police or the court, their son must ultimately be returned to them. Could the counterfeit not act the part of suffering? Then she would accompany him in his performance. Though she yearned to cast that person out of her home, she understood that to let him leave would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Based on her understanding of Gu Zhe, the more she displayed such behavior, the more likely it was to unsettle him. Experience truly speaks volumes. While old Su claims to be reluctant to let Gu Zhe go home, deep down, she is entirely unwilling to part with him. Su Yi, little Yi, you misunderstand me. However, I am currently unable to articulate my thoughts. Let the misunderstanding persist. Fang Bao Bao Senset Shometing Amit, as Su Yi appeared to be harboring ulterior motives, yet she found herself momentarily at a loss for clarity. Gu Chuyun observed her mother and heard Gu Ye's unspoken sentiments. An unsettling realization dawned upon her. Something was indeed awry. Her mother could never bear to send Gu Zhe home. It was simply inconceivable. So at this moment, big sister, has mother truly forsaken me? Yet, I have only returned to visit once, and in doing so, I have caused my biological parents to lose their son. He is their dearly cherished twin, a bond that transcends monetary value. Big sister, I do not blame you. You cannot fathom the hardships endured by the impoverished masses. All of this is my fault. I am utterly useless. What purpose does my existence serve? Death seems preferable. Suddenly, Gu Zhe pushed away his biological parents, distancing himself from Gu Chuyun, and hurled himself toward the wooden door. At that moment, Su Yi dashed forward, swiftly pulling Gu Chuyun to her side and shielding her behind her own form. Little Zhe. Gu Chuyun instinctively reached out to intercept Gu Zhe. Yet, before she could utter another word, a sharp pain pierced her mind, compelling her to turn and flee towards her vehicle. Gu Yi, what is happening? Is she going back for cash? 9 lives. 9 lives indeed. Su Yi, what cash to take? Haven tea gifts already been given away in abundance. Feng Bao Bao. I can't shake the feeling. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the chaos, Gu Chuyun dashed forward, her 18-centimeter heels clacking furiously against the ground. To describe her as merely sprinting 100 meters would be an understatement. It resembled a frantic escape from the depths of a forest, as if her body raced ahead while her spirit lagged behind. Gu Zhe, oblivious to the impending wall, caught sight of the scene unfolding. In the midst of everyone's gaze, Gu Chuyun leapt in her car, slammed the door shut, and locked it with determination. She turned around, homeward bound, quickly. Gu Chuyin nearly roared in frustration. If it weren't for her mother's timely intervention, she would have remained lost in a haze of turmoil. Cursed Guze! Upon regaining clarity, she realized the truth. Just as Gu Yi had suggested, Guze was willing to feign a tragic end to compel her to compensate his two twin brothers. How infuriating! Here she was, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Gu family, a formidable and commanding CEO, reduced to a pawn for a counterfeit, entangled with that decrepit old man. The mere thought made her stomach churn. The driver, momentarily stunned, instinctively engaged the engine and made a swift turn. Through the window, Gu Chuyin caught a glimpse of Gu Yi and, in a fit of frustration, slapped her own face twice. Gu Yi, her true brother, had been subtly warning her of the danger, striving to rescue her from the brink. Yet, instead of being swayed by his intentions, she had allowed herself to be ensnared by Gu Ze's machinations, nearly plunging into an abyss. Brother, rest assured, sister shall return with a grand gift for you. On the other side, Gu Yi, witnessing the entire debacle, felt utterly bewildered. What on earth? Forgive my lack of education. I can only exclaim in wonder. Gu Chuyin, that foolish girl. She truly played this way? I had assumed she would retrieve cash or some valuables from the car to compensate that imposter Guze. Yet witnessing her dive into the vehicle, had the door not been closed, she would have likely leapt in, shouting, "Drive! Drive! How could I have not foreseen this?" She actually ran away. She disregarded her brother's well-being, forsaking both money and the prospect of children. How absurd. She even glared at me, striking her own face. What could that possibly mean? My head is spinning. 9 lives. 9 lives indeed, having been in this narrative for several days. Gu Yi had never felt as disoriented as he did now. Su Yi, having observed the entire affair and listened to Gu Yi's inner thoughts, was equally perplexed. Was Xiao Yun? Was she finally awakening to the reality? She realized Gu Ze was deceiving her, hence her reckless flight. But what did it signify when she struck her own face in front of Xiao Yi? Could it be? Could she be regretting her actions? Feng Bao narrowed her eyes, radiating fury. How infuriating! She had sensed something amiss with Gu Chuyun earlier, suspecting that she was either retrieving cash from the car or making her escape. And what happened? Her intuition was indeed correct. Bah, coward! Out of deference to Su Yi, Feng Bao refrained from expressing her disdain more harshly. Was Gu Chuyun not utterly infatuated with Gu Ze? That worthless pretender was on the brink of despair. Yet she dashed away without a second thought. If that imposter truly met with misfortune, would she not place the blame on Gu Yi? A scheming vixen. Bah. Meanwhile, Gu Ze had feigned a reckless dash towards the wall. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Gu Chuyun running back, and a wave of smug satisfaction washed over him, prompting him to slow his pace. He believed she must have returned to the car to retrieve her black card. After all, he had already lodged a complaint upon their arrival. The island he had purchased for 50 million had been returned by his mother, and even the pocket money from his elder sister was no longer secure. Yet, at that moment, Gu Chuyun appeared lost in thought, offering no response. Now that he was on the verge of despair, she must surely be returning with money to appease him. He chuckled to himself. He knew that, deep down, Gu Chuyun harbored feelings for him. Her intentions had never been pure. However, when he witnessed Gu Chuyun enter the car, only to see it speed away like a mad beast, leaving behind a cloud of dust, he was left questioning his existence. What was happening? Wasn't he Gu Chuyun supposed to return with money to save him from his plight? He had anticipated her handing over the cash, allowing him to morally manipulate her into bearing a child for his father. Now all of that had been dashed to pieces. His biological parents had rushed halfway to intercept Gu Ze, but their attention was diverted by Gu Chuyun's peculiar actions. After glancing back, the three were left dumbfounded. What was this all about? Gu Ze had not shared any of this with them. Su Yi was the first to regain her composure, saying, "Gu Ze, you are such a perceptive child. I have always known it. Your elder sister cares for you deeply, and you wouldn't want to put her in a difficult position. Since your biological parents wish for you to stay, I understand that they truly love you. That reassures me." In her hurried exit, she only had 10,000 yuan in cash, urging them not to look down upon it. After placing the money down, she grasped Gu Yi with one hand and Feng Bao with the other, turning to flee. With the eldest daughter having bolted, what purpose remained for her to linger? According to little Ye's sycophantic assertions, should the situation escalate, their lives would be in grave danger. Her own demise mattered little, but she could not endanger her biological son, little Yi, nor could she afford to jeopardize Feng Bao, who was invaluable to the entire Gu family. Gu Zai's eyes widened in disbelief. That wretched woman truly intended to abandon him as well. Such a delusion. In an instant, he forgot all his injuries and charged forward like a madman. He had intended to embrace Su Yi, but in his fervor, he stumbled and fell to the ground, clutching Gu Yi instead. Big brother, could you wait a moment before leaving? I want to treat you to a meal. Parents, have you not prepared the meal? Hurry and bring it out, so that my family can have a bite before we depart. Mother, this is my heartfelt gesture. Please do not reject me. You are right. Dear sister is not at fault, and I completely understand. Mother, if you leave without having a meal, it would mean you have not forgiven me. I truly cannot bear to face you. Sobbing uncontrollably, Gu Ziyuan's acting prowess reached its zenith, with tears streaming down his cheeks like pearls, evoking an utterly pitiful sight. Any normal person, upon merely catching a glimpse, would undoubtedly feel a pang of compassion. That wretched woman, had they not already taken precautions against me? Now that they have stepped on my territory, they must adhere to my rules. Do they think they can simply walk away? Absolutely not. She dares to offer a mere 10,000 yuan in cash to dismiss me? Even a beggar would not accept such a paltry sum. The entire Gu family belongs to me, and I disdain such trivial matters. Gu Yi and Feng Bao, neither of them shall escape. In a moment of frustration, Su Yi firmly rejected Gu Zai's insistence, exclaiming, "Let go of me. You truly lack understanding. Given the situation at home, how can I possibly eat? You should keep the food for yourselves." The thought of a meal only brought forth the apprehension that Gu Zai would tamper with the dishes. As hinted by Xiao Ye's inner voice, even a sip of water from their household would ensnare them here indefinitely. With a swift kick, Gu Yi pushed Gu Zai away and rolled up his trousers. What a fraud. Do you intend to carve flesh from my leg to simmer in your pot? He was incensed, feeling betrayed that Gu Zai would seize this opportunity to harm him. What a pathetic creature, mimicking the antics of women. With those long nails, does he plan to indulge in manicures, only to later mar my strikingly handsome face? Su Yi turned her gaze, her heart aching for Xiao Yi. Your leg. Gusha, why did you intentionally harm Xiao Yi? Apologize to him at once. She felt utterly helpless, having never anticipated that Gu Zai would resort to such actions against his own son at this moment. The damage inflicted by mere fingernails had left Xiao Ye's leg gushing blood, a sight that pained her deeply. Yet, Gu Zai covered his mouth with both hands, sobbing, "Mommy, I didn't mean to. I was just so scared that you would leave." He turned to his older brother, pleading, "You won't hold this against me, will you? I'll treat you to a meal. I'll apologize. How about that? Apologize? Very well. Then stay and dine with us." A simple movement of the chopsticks would ensure that Gu Yi could never return. Feng Bao began to stretch her wrists, contemplating how to bury this fraud in the ground. Gu Yi responded, "All right, let us set the table. Come forth, second dog. Showcase your skills. I'll be damned if this fraud doesn't reveal himself today. He might think I'm a fool. He believes he is the reincarnated pitiful wretch from those female narratives, enduring bullying while rationalizing it, ultimately suffering in silence. To hell with that." Su Yi interjected. Xiao Yi makes a valid point. In her fixation on securing an apology from Gu Zai, she had neglected the principle of retribution. Feng Bao gazed at Gu Yi, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. He still has a grand surprise up his sleeve. Hurry, let me witness your display of bravado. The last thunderclap was impressive, albeit short-lived. Oblivious to Gu Ye's thoughts, Gu Zai excitedly stood up, calling for his parents to arrange the dining table. He had carelessly allowed Gu Chu-yun to escape earlier, but that was of little consequence. That dim-witted individual was easily manipulated, and he had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. With Su and Feng Bao swayed by Gu Yi's influence, he felt assured of his success. "Mom, big brother. Sister Bao, please have some water." Gu Zai limped over to refill their cups. Su Yi and Feng Baobao's gazes were fixed upon Gu Yi, their indifference towards the counterfeit goods palpable. The system chimed in, "Young master, I have arrived. Through my relentless efforts, I have secured a superior reward for you, a golden light spell. Its effect will last for half an hour. You may use it with confidence." We responded. The golden light spell? Is it the same one I know, the one used by the celestial master of Longhu Mountain? Indeed, young master, use it boldly. It is absolutely authentic. A smirk spread across Gu Ye's face. The notorious crooked-mouthed Dragon King had emerged. I recall that this family of counterfeiters is hardly virtuous, particularly that wretched old hag. That ancient crone has been responsible for the demise of 5 sisters of counterfeit goods and has trafficked 7 women into the village, selling off the sons born to them and killing those who could not bear children. How could such a beast still be alive at the last page? Is there no justice? No moral order? Upon hearing this, Su Yi covered her mouth in horror, her eyes wide with fear. Could Guzei's family truly be drenched in blood? Feng Baobao exclaimed, "There are always places where sunlight does not reach. Gu Yi, it's your turn to show off. Let me see this so-called golden light spell. It sounds rather impressive. I want to learn it." Guzei had prepared everything. The entire family of 4, including the recently bereaved pregnant woman, emerged from the house. They all stood surrounding Gu Yi and the others, their faces adorned with eerie smiles. Guzei declared, "Everyone, please sit down and eat. Do not be shy. Do not refuse a toast, and instead drink a punishment. You ought to be grateful, yet here you are, showing disdain." This family of ruffians, accustomed to hard labor, had also dabbled in peculiar professions. It was no exaggeration to say they possessed the strength of oxen, and their skills were not to be trifled with. Gu Yi and his companions, having lived lives of luxury, were no match for them. Su Yi stepped in front of Gu Yi and said, "Guzei, let us forego this meal. How much do you want? I shall pay you again." Despite her son's newfound prowess, she could not shake her apprehension. What if Guzei was a creature more beastly than man? Feng Baobao interjected, "Guzei, at this point, there is no need for your pretense. The food you offer reeks. Even pigs would turn their noses up at it." Yet Guzei persisted in his charade. "Mother Baobao, you have lived in the city since childhood, indulging in a life of luxury. You know not the ordinary existence of the lower class. Moreover, this spread is what my parents can only afford during the new year. You may dislike or disdain it, but you must not insult the sincere intentions of my family." No sooner had he finished speaking than the old man Gu approached. "You wretched scoundrels! You think you can look down upon others just because you have a wealthy father? Were I to possess a wealthy father, I would never allow the likes of you to survive. The recently escaped scoundrel has cost me 2 sons. This is a blood debt. My son Guzei, despite past grievances, has invited you to dine, and you still refuse to show gratitude." The wretched old hag approached once more, emitting a sinister laughter. "Ha ha ha. Little Zei, I find that handsome young man quite appealing. Grandmother likes him. Let him stay and keep me company. I am in good health and can bear you 2 more little uncles. As for the eldest son, that old harlot is quite suitable. I shall leave her to you. As for that little scoundrel, little Zei, you may endure him for now, and when you are finished, send him over to Old Wu next door." Ha ha! The decrepit old woman made her arrangements, covering her mouth with one hand as she reached out toward Gu Ye's face with the other. Su Yi, feeling a wave of disgust, attempted to intervene, but was swiftly pulled behind by Feng Baobao. "Aunt Su, you are blocking Gu Yi." Gu Yi remained still, uttering, "Heaven and earth, the mysterious sect, the primal essence of all things, I shall cultivate for eons to attain divine powers." 049. Do you refer to the golden light mantra as a cutting-edge technology that radiates golden light from every pore? As Gu Ye's voice faded, and resplendent golden light radiated from his being, the old crone's hand reached out, only to be abruptly repelled by an inexplicable force, sending her soaring into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Ouch! The old woman let out a piercing scream, after which her entire body became immobile. Alas! Her veins were severed, leaving her with nothing but a breath of ghostly essence. She turned her gaze towards Gu Yi, her dim, aged eyes wide with horror. That fair-faced youth was astonishingly a monster. Guzei stood rooted to the spot, utterly paralyzed. Gu Yi. Gu Yi was emanating a radiant golden light? What trickery was he employing? Su Yi was equally astonished. Was her son a celestial being? She had only heard tales of divine immortals in her childhood, where only the great Luo golden immortals possessed such qualities. Feng Baobao's eyes sparkled with fragmented golden light. Heavens! Is this the golden light spell of Gu Yi? It appears incredibly powerful. How I wish he could impart his knowledge to me. You, Gu Yi, what on earth are you doing? You have hurt my grandmother. Gu Zhe shouted vehemently at Gu Yi, demanding that he remove the advanced technology from his person immediately. Indeed, it must be that Gu Yi has procured some cutting-edge technology from somewhere. During our last outing at the ski resort, did he not flaunt some sort of power-generating device, leading everyone to believe he possessed extraordinary abilities? It even made its way into trending topics. Feng Baobao suddenly burst into laughter. Gu Zhe, I am utterly at a loss for words at your foolishness. What black technology are you even talking about? Ha ha ha. That which is false is indeed false. How can it be compared to that which is true? What an astonishing display of advanced technology. Even if this world were merely a book, the premise would not be so profoundly high-tech, would it? Such foolishness. Gu Zhe found himself ridiculed once more by Feng Bao, intensifying the ire that simmered within him. That worthless scion of the Feng family was utterly devoid of understanding. Gu Yi had never bestowed upon her a semblance of a smile, yet she persistently aligned herself with him, even to the detriment of her own well-being. On her own territory, she dared to utter such audacious words. A fool with long hair but short-sightedness, she would soon find herself compelled to grovel at his feet. However, Gu Zhe was acutely aware that he could not afford to shatter his carefully cultivated persona, so he suppressed his anger and continued to play his part. Sister Bao, as a city dweller, you are indeed well-versed in many matters. However, I feel compelled to caution you that some things are easily deceptive. Shielded by your brothers, you lack awareness in this regard. This foolish woman, utterly enamored by Gu Ye's flashy trinkets, is worshipping him to an absurd degree. And as for her disdain for men, it is clear she cannot survive without one. Feng Bao rolled her eyes dramatically, too disinterested to engage him further. Gu Yi interjected, Gu Zhe, you are absolutely right. One must trust in science. Since you are so well informed, why not come and test my high-tech innovations? The lessons imparted to the purveyors of counterfeit goods by Bayer's elder brothers seem insufficient. Otherwise, how could he still stir up such turmoil here? Wretched creature. Soon, I shall reveal my true form. Before Gu Zhe could approach, his biological father had already brought over a dozen burly bullies from the village. It is that fraud. He wielded some glowing electric baton and harmed my mother. The three of them hailed from the city, and the vehicle behind them belonged to his family. Brothers, let's charge together. The women in the city are exquisite, and it is said that everything there is pristine. Let us, my friends, indulge ourselves for a while and relish the experience. With a commanding shout from the leader, a group of over a dozen individuals, wearing grotesque smiles, surged toward Gu Yi. Feng Baobao tugged Su Yi back a few steps, urging, Gu Yi, take them down. Gu Zhe covered his mouth, collapsing on the ground, weeping and crying out, please, don't do this. He is my older brother. He merely enjoys playing pranks. He is not a bad person. Brother, run quickly. Don't look back, just run. Father, my brother only accidentally harmed Grandma. He meant no malice. Woo-woo-woo. Hee-hee. Gu Yi. Oh, Gu Yi, don't you enjoy putting on airs? Sure. My dear father has bestowed upon you a dozen esteemed brothers, allowing you to indulge to your heart's content all at once. However, Gu Yi remained motionless, standing amidst a dozen burly men, each wielding machetes, axes, iron rods, and hammers, local agricultural implements that appeared exceedingly cumbersome. If such tools were to strike an ordinary individual, even a gentle blow could result in a grievous injury. Yet, as they all descended upon Gu Yi with their full might, oh dear, my hammer, my hoe, my axe. After a few breaths, these strong men erupted in terrified cries. The tools in their hands had all turned to scrap metal, while Gu Yi, whom they had collectively besieged, remained unscathed. In an instant, cold sweat flowed down the faces of all the strong men, dripping heavily onto the ground. This was dire. Could it be that they had encountered a supernatural being from the mountains? When their great-great-grandfather's grandfather was still alive, he spoke of mystical beings residing in the mountains, radiant in their luminescence, impervious to blades and firearms, immortal, and possessing the power to obliterate the very heavens and the earth. Are you human or monster? The burly man at the forefront stammered, retreating several steps in trepidation. Guyi smiled and replied, "Have you finished? Then, it is my turn." Before his words had fully left his lips, he suddenly struck, unleashing a blinding brilliance that illuminated the entire clearing. Su Yi shielded her eyes with her arm, while Feng Bao bowed her head. "Ah, help, mother!" A dozen strong men were struck by a beam of golden light, one after another soaring through the air, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries, before crashing heavily to the ground, causing the very earth to tremble. Gu Zhe was utterly dumbfounded, his face a mask of disbelief. Could Gu Ye's astonishingly advanced technology truly possess such power? It seemed impossible. That is certainly not some form of black technology. It resembles more of an extraordinary ability. But how could that possibly be? He is an illegitimate child raised outside. If he possessed such extraordinary abilities, how could he have endured so much suffering? Guyi gazed at Gu Zhe, slowly advancing towards him, looking down from a higher vantage point. "Imposter, it is your turn." Gu Zhe suddenly raised his head, pleading, "No. Brother, please don't kill me, brother. I am not." Guyi stepped down forcefully on Gu Zhe's leg, precisely on the very spot where Gu Zhe had previously inflicted harm upon him, exacerbating the pain. "Ah!" Gu Zhe let out a piercing scream. Guyi remarked, "So it turns out, your bravado is merely skin-deep. However, I have yet to fully indulge myself." He once again placed a foot upon Gu Ye's other leg, applying a slight yet forceful pressure. "Ah! Gu Zhe's screams resonated with a peculiar rhythm that elicited a strange sense of amusement. Guyi remarked, "If I were to tread the same path as before, in 3 days I would face the grim fate of a shattered right leg. Now, I shall allow this imposter, Gu Zhe, to experience such a sensation. Yet, it feels somewhat inadequate. After all, he refers to me as Big Brother, calling me repeatedly. I must reciprocate in kind." Thus, a brilliant flash of light erupted, and Gu Zhe was propelled skyward, nearly reaching the sun's embrace. Subsequently, he plummeted in a free fall, crashing through 3 thatched cottages, leaving a sizable, human-shaped crater in his wake. Guyi smiled faintly, yet it still fell short of the mark. She continued her approach towards the old man Gu and his 2 companions, who were now huddled together, trembling in fear. A family ought to be united in harmony. Wouldn't you agree? 050, be more confident. That's exactly who she is. Ah, oh my goodness. Gusha, are you trying to drive me to my demise? 3 elderly individuals were sent flying into the sky, subsequently stacking atop each other with Gu Zhe. Guyi clapped his hands, and with a mere thought, the golden light surrounding him dissipated. "Oh, not bad at all. A mere basket, is it? Quite effortlessly manageable. I shall indeed observe how the aura of counterfeit goods will illuminate him." The only 2 individuals standing amidst the crowd, Su Yi and Feng Bao, gazed in bewilderment at the scene before them. Could it be that Guyi single-handedly defeated all 17 or 18 of them? It was merely a casual display of skill. "Waiting no exertion whatsoever." Feng Bao exclaimed, "This ability is truly remarkable. I hereby declare that Guyi is under my protection." Su Yi trembled as she withdrew her phone from her pocket, answering the call. It was Gu Haokuan inquiring about the situation. However, Su Yi's mind remained in a daze. Leaving her unable to articulate much, she merely urged him to arrive swiftly. "Xiaoye, are you injured?" Su Yi approached with a visage full of concern. The dazzling golden light had been too blinding for her to dare to open her eyes during that moment. It was possible that her son had sustained an injury. "Guyi, no, isn't Lao Su supposed to inquire with Gu Zhe, that counterfeit? That is her most cherished son. Is she not reluctant to see him depart from the Gu family, unwilling to have him remain here to endure hardship?" "Su Yi, Xiao Yi, I am relieved that you are all right. Let us return home. Your father and the others will be arriving shortly. We can leave this in their capable hands. Why bother with Gu Zhe? Does he wish for his own demise? Had it not been for the purpose of uncovering the mastermind behind the scenes, I would have sent him away long ago. Guyi was utterly astonished. Is he leaving just like that? Does she truly care nothing for Guzei's well-being? Perhaps he has been left incapacitated. Moreover, I have caused such a tremendous calamity, yet she does not chastise me. For instance, she could have said, I am cursed by 8 generations of misfortune, that I should have ended my own life long ago, or simply told me to get lost. Indeed, the best course of action would be for me to disappear, perhaps even to provide myself with a sum of money, thereby severing our ties once and for all. Suyi. How could one's own son be deemed a scourge? Why would one choose that counterfeit when there exists such a splendid prodigy? Who would desire that harbinger of misfortune instead? What other options are there? Guzei has finally located his biological parents, and it was indeed their family that attempted to harm us just moments ago. Rest assured, your father has arrived with the police. They will manage everything adeptly. Without further ado, I seized Guy's hand and made our way back. The driver, terrified, fainted on the spot, prompting Feng Bao to kick him back to consciousness. Su-yi shot him a disdainful glance, berating him for being utterly useless, fainting at the slightest trouble. Clearly, Guzei's recommendation was far from satisfactory. He would be dismissed upon our return home. The vehicle sped away, leaving the unfortunate souls behind, disregarded. Having finally extricated himself from the predicament, Guzei struggled out of the house only to witness the Gu family's car departing. That wretched person, you truly intend to leave? Guzei clenched his fists in rage, striking the ground with such ferocity that even when one hand was drenched in blood, he could not bring himself to cease. He had an incessant feeling that matters ought not to have unfolded in this manner. Yet, he could not comprehend where precisely things had gone awry, leading to such a cataclysmic upheaval. That wretched Su-yi, who once cherished him like the apple of her eye, even fearing he might not return after visiting his biological parents, had now cast him aside. Even after being struck by Guyi, she showed no concern for his plight. And Guyi? Guzei narrowed his eyes, convinced that Guyi must have a formidable backing. Otherwise, a mere illegitimate child could not possess such prowess. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, an enraged roar erupted from the other end. Guzei, you useless piece of trash. Put aside your trifling thoughts and refrain from behaving like a jealous woman. Immediately return home and accomplish the task at hand. Gusha, terrified, dared not utter a single word, repeatedly acquiescing as he respectfully ended the call. Before long, a multitude of police cars arrived, escorting the individuals away. Guzei spotted Gu Haoquan. However, no matter how fervently he called out, the latter remained engrossed in his phone conversation, utterly disregarding him. In desperation, Gu succumbed to unconsciousness. This time, it was not an act. He truly fainted from the pain. In the Gu family vehicle, Guyi gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, his spirits palpably elevated. By the way, Herr Guzzi, your intelligence was erroneous. Is this how it concludes? Was-it had said that the plot was to escalate? The system. My dear, I never anticipated this. Gu Chuyun has suddenly become astute. She has now returned to the Gu family. Guyi, returned to the Gu family? She does not embody the persona of a strong woman, having left home at the tender age of 18, never to return. The system. I am uncertain about the situation. She even had her belongings moved back to the Gu residence. By the looks of it, she seems intent on staying for the long term. Guya's lips twitched, not leaving. She has decided to stay. How will Guzei transform her into a madwoman? And how will he manage to disconnect her in the future? Not right, not right. Let me think. Could it be that she is? Su, what on earth is happening? Guyi, surely, I cannot be contemplating an alliance with Guzei to conspire against myself. Can I? System, young master, be more confident, it is certain. Guyi, indifferent, there is still half the duration of the golden light spell left. I'll conserve it, so I can continue to show off in the future. No wonder the battle concluded so swiftly. It turns out this was the plan all along. How miserly. Su-yi listened intently, her head bowed and lips pursed to suppress her laughter. She had already received a message from Xiao Yun, who confided in her and expressed complete trust in Guyi. The reason for her return home was to make amends with Xiao Yi, even preparing a luxurious car as a gift for their meeting. However, It was unfortunate that Xiao Yi had misunderstood once again. Feng Bao Bao. Gu Qiyun's mind lingered, yet he still did not log off. How infuriating. He had yet to avenge his elder brother. However, could Gu Yi still utilize the Golden Light spell? One must learn independently. As they passed through the city center, Feng Bao Bao expressed a desire for Gu Yi to accompany him on a shopping excursion, and they alighted from the vehicle ahead of schedule. The Gu residence was adorned with the latest model of a sports car, parked gracefully in the courtyard. Upon seeing it, Su Yi praised Gu Qiyun for her discerning taste, assuring her that Xiao Yi would surely appreciate it. Mother, I apologize. I heard everything from the very beginning, but I simply could not accept it. However, I now genuinely believe that Xiao Yi has my best interests at heart. I misjudged him, Gu Qiyun confessed, tears streaming down her face. Su Yi, relieved, remarked at last, "You have found your way back. I was terrified you might frighten me to death." Gu Qiyun continued, "Mother, I have only just realized that whenever I am near Gu Zhe, an inexplicable force clouds my judgment, preventing me from thinking clearly, compelling me to protect him blindly. It was only when you brought me back to Xiao Ye's side that I regained my clarity." In a hurry, Su Yi suggested, "Let us visit the hospital to see those two younger ones. Their words seem to resonate with your own." Shortly after the mother and daughter departed, Gu Qiyun's younger sister, Gu Qiyu, returned home, only to find the entire family absent. After exchanging a few words with the butler, she took the sleek sports car and set off, intending to shop for gifts to make amends with Xiao Zhe. This evening, I will be summoned to a company for drinks. Feng Bao Bao escorted Gu Yi to the headquarters of the phone group, heading straight to the 38th floor's executive office area. Gu Yi remained silent, inwardly rolling his eyes. The wealthier individuals tend to be more miserly, and Feng Bao Bao is no exception. Upon disembarking, she headed directly to the office building, passing by an ice cream vendor without indulging in a single scoop. As a distinguished heir of the Gu family conglomerate, do I not possess any sense of dignity? System, young master, you are indeed a scion of a prominent family, but indulging in ice cream. Is that truly appropriate? Gu Yi, what is so bad about it? Is the young master not human? A man remains a boy until death. Haven't you heard this before? The system. Consider my earlier indiscretion as a mere triviality. Does that suffice? Feng Bao Bao took out her phone and messaged her assistant. Order 99 of the most expensive ice cream from the renowned Asha in the bustling city. Pack up all the snacks that the little boy enjoys. Assistant. Does Miss Feng have an illegitimate child? Holy shit. Quickly inform the elderly madam. Upon arriving at the office area, Feng Bao Bao introduced to Gu Yi, "This is the executive assistant's office. That is the core technology department. And over there is the administrative zone." Gu Yi instantly transformed into an overbearing CEO, radiating an imperious aura that extended 5 meters and 8 centimeters, casting disdainful glances everywhere to demonstrate his contempt for all things. In truth, Air Guzi, in an effort to compel the host to indulge in gossip without being detected, discreetly interspersed snippets of gossip-laden text, akin to invisible advertisements, while also employing a scrolling display. In the CEO's assistant office, there are a total of 8 original names, all of whom are remarkably handsome young men. What peculiar inclinations does old Feng possess? Is it not typical for an elderly man to indulge in the pursuit of a harem? Feng Bao Bao's forehead was etched with dark lines. This is something I must inquire about for my mother. The leader of this group was also a child from a modest family in his youth. However, as his family fell into decline, he forsook the path of indulgence and diligently pursued his studies to achieve success. Very inspiring indeed. Feng Bao Bao raised her eyebrows with pride, remarking, "Of course, one must consider whose discerning gaze this is. Oh my, is there a story here?" Old Feng did not establish a harem, yet this young man has managed to do so. Aside from him, he has gathered the other 7 into his fold, unbeknownst to them. This is truly a master of time management. How impressive. Feng Bao Bao instantly bristled with indignation. Isn't this slapping me in the face? System, hey, how's the gossip in the office? Isn't it delightful? What else is there? Gu Yi has become addicted to gossip. Hurry, hurry. Feng Bao Bao took a deep breath and reassured herself, it's nothing to worry about. It is merely an issue of individual employee conduct, which does not pose a threat to the interests of the group, and is unlikely to lead to any grave consequences. At that moment, Guye's inner voice echoed once more, "Oh my goodness." In the administrative office, a new and youthful recruit has arrived, embodying a curious blend of naivety and charm. His immediate superior has taken a fancy to him, making several attempts to claim him, yet has been unsuccessful in his pursuits. In a bid to coerce him into submission, the superior has offered him a mere salary of 3,000, while deceitfully reporting to others that it is 5,000. However, the recruitment at the phone group offers an impressive 8,000. Am I in the wrong place? This appears to be a laborer's pen, not a royal harem. Poor little pink sea turtle, unable to escape the clutches of its superior. Tonight, it will be summoned to partake in a drinking session, after which it consumed a peculiar blue beverage, leading to an explosive revelation that propelled the phone group into the trending spotlight. The stock price of the phone family has plummeted. Women, upon reaching their 40s, become as fierce as tigers. In the world of business, men must also tread carefully. Phone Bao Bao paused her steps, casting her gaze towards the administrative district, fixating on the heavily made-up elderly woman, her teeth clenched in fury. Fortunately, she had brought Guyi to the group. Otherwise, the Feng family would have been in grave peril. She promptly relayed this news to her elder brother. "Guyi, what happened?" Feng Bao Bao gazes intently. Is she truly eyeing that young male, Turtle? Goodness, the heiress of the conglomerate is vying for the affection of a youthful gentleman against an older woman. Should this news be exposed, it would undoubtedly dominate the front-page headlines for an entire decade. Urguzi, how did I put it? Feng Bao Bao was initially infatuated with my physique. Upon realizing my indifference towards her, she indignantly sought out a substitute. How despicable. Feng Bao Bao. I'm certainly not. This way, please. Feng Bao Bao, suppressing her anger, made her way toward the office. It would be best not to join in the gossip. She feared losing control and burying everyone in the office. After some contemplation, she once again urged her elder brother to conduct a thorough investigation of all the executives within the group. What do you think? The scenery here is quite splendid. Isn't it? Feng Bao Bao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, the bustling city sprawling beneath her. Guyi approached as well, nodding slightly. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. His gaze fell upon the luminous screen, where scrolling text captured his attention. Remarkable indeed. Before he could finish his heartfelt words, a knock reverberated through the office door. Feng Bao Bao furrowed her brows and, in a displeased tone, commanded, "Come in." The assistant entered, laden with bags, and said, "Miss, these are the items you requested." Feng Bao Bao waved her hand dismissively. "You may leave." Once the office door was closed, Feng Bao Bao held up a large bag of snacks and remarked, "Guyi, I appreciate your efforts. These are all for you to enjoy." Guyi, without hesitation, accepted the offering and took a taste, replying, "Thank you." A gesture of excessive kindness often conceals ulterior motives. These trivial snacks, intended to flatter young boys, surely cannot be meant solely for me. Based on my years of observation, it seems they are intended for some illegitimate son of the Feng family. Urgu, with nothing to occupy his time, hastily indulged in the gossip surrounding those young masters. As Feng Bao Bao was about to lose her temper, the mention of indulging in her brother's gossip piqued her interest once more. The system interjected, "Young master, there is no time for idle gossip. You have encountered trouble." Guyi responded, "There is no need for alarm. Have I not faced my fair share of troubles? Have counterfeit goods returned, trailing all the way to this place?" Feng Bao Bao. How could Gu Zhe, in a state of unconsciousness in the hospital, have managed to arrive here? This is truly a miscalculation. When we were in the mountains, we should have buried them all alive. The system replied, "No, young master. Gu Lao Air and Gu Chu have arrived." As soon as its voice faded, someone burst in. "Guyi, you little bastard. How dare you bring such misfortune upon Kos?" Gu Chu burst in like a gust of wind, raising her hand to strike his face. Guyi remarque it. When dealing with fools, it is best to resort to the most primal method. If you can act, do not hesitate to speak. He was poised to retaliate with a kick. However, Feng Bao Bao's speed surpassed his by a fraction, with a swing of shovel. She sent Gu Chu crashing to the ground. "Oh no!" Gu Chu exclaimed in agony, her face pressed against the earth, blood gushing from her nose. Feng Baobao placed a foot firmly on her back, clutching her hair. Who is this madwoman daring to wreak havoc on my territory? If it weren't for her sudden appearance, my brothers would have enjoyed their harvest. Upon seeing Feng Baobao, Gu Qiyu trembled in fear. In her fervor to defend Xiao Zhe, she had forgotten this was Feng Baobao's domain. Feng Baobao, let me go. I will trade an important piece of information with you. Gu Yi thought to himself, I was all set to show off with a dazzling spell, but missed the opportunity. Perhaps next time. Yet I must admit, Feng Baobao's speed is truly impressive. I am in awe. What significant information does Gu Laoer have? Let me see. This is indeed quite intriguing. 052. Sister Bauer is furious. Bury her. In an instant, the vast office descended into a profound silence, where even the sound of breathing could be discerned. Feng Baobao fixed her gaze intently upon Gu Qiyu. The information they had exchanged undoubtedly harbored some hidden intricacies. Gu Qiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Ye. Not a single word escaped his lips, yet she could distinctly hear the sound of his voice. Could it be? Goodness. She finally understood why her elder sister had scolded Gu Yi so vehemently that very morning, only to speak in his favor moments ago. Indeed, even their parents and all three younger sisters seemed to share this sentiment. Gu Yi is truly adept at manipulation. Even the astute and intelligent elder sister has fallen under his spell. I am curious to hear what he has to say. Gu Yi is engrossed in his entertainment, completely oblivious to the reactions of the two women. Gu Qiyu is the president of the summer entertainment company under the Gu Group. In the past few instances when I made headlines, it was she who intervened to shield Gu Zhe from the storm of public scrutiny. This morning, I displayed my prowess. And unbeknownst to me, an enthusiast of drones captured the moment, catapulting me back into the limelight, which consequently placed Gu Zhe once again in the crosshairs of criticism. Unfortunately, Gu Qiyu lacks the financial means to suppress the trending topic, and Gu Haoquan does not provide her with funds either. Neither old Su nor old Gu has shown concern for Gu Zhe's well-being, nor does Gu Qiyu care about the counterfeit products. Gu Qiyu is absolutely furious. Upon learning of my presence here, she stormed over to confront me. She truly possesses remarkable connections. Does the phone group also have her informants? Moreover, this informant turned out to be none other than Li Defa, the chief executive assistant to the president himself. Feng Baobao. There are actually spies planted by the Gu family within my own territory? Does that mean others' homes have it too? If not for bringing Gu Yi along, I wouldn't even know my house was being robbed. Gu Qiyu's face was filled with astonishment. Has Gu Yi been cultivating immortality on some remote mountain all these years? Damn it. He was well aware that he had orchestrated the trending topic himself. Hardly surprising, as the Gu family already knew. Yet astonishingly, he had even uncovered that Li Defa was his informant. This matter is known only to myself, while the rest of the Gu family remains oblivious. Damn it. Guye, hold your tongue. How could he possibly expose his own sister in front of Feng Baobao? The status of the Feng family is incomparable to that of the Gu family. Is he trying to get himself killed? However, what is peculiar is that all subsequent words were silenced. No matter how hard she exerted herself, not a single word could escape her lips. Gu Yi turned his head, his face radiating a bright disdain. Are you out of your mind? I have not uttered a word. If not for the dictates of the plot, I would be at a loss to comprehend how the Gu family, a collection of seemingly mindless individuals, managed to infiltrate one of the 8 prominent families. That foolish Gu Qiyu, seeking to exchange information with Feng Baobao, is entangled in a scandal involving a certain Wang San, a minor assistant who embezzled 8 million. How absurd. Is it merely a trivial matter? Does she truly regard Feng Baobao as a fool? Gu Qiyu was utterly astonished. How could he possibly be aware of this news? Has he sent someone, or perhaps a specter, to surveil my every move? If the matter concerning Li Defa was merely a coincidence, then this incident undoubtedly harbors some ulterior motives. Gu Yi, please refrain from speaking. Gu Qiyu's voice trembled. What on earth does he intend to do? Does he not realize that Feng Baobao is no ordinary heiress? Having been caught by her, and with such glaring evidence against him, she would never let him off lightly. Now, he dares to speak of such things. Does he truly wish to witness his own sister being buried alive? Gui, do not call me by my name. We are not acquainted. She has fallen into Feng Baobao's hands, and at most, she will be buried alive or sent to the police station, merely losing some face. In any case, within a few days, she will be dealt with by that Li Defa. Gu Qiyu suddenly interjected. I implore you. I beg you to save me. I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistakes. Please, do not speak any further. He must already be aware of my plans to marry Li Defa abroad. However, this matter cannot be disclosed. If it were to leak, I would be utterly exposed. Gu Yi glanced at Feng Baobao. Feng Baobao, I do not know her. Do as you wish. Just moments ago, when you were about to strike me, did you ever contemplate that such consequences would ensue? Why should you be afraid? Just because you implore me does not mean I am obliged to forgive you. Had it not been for Feng Baobao seizing my moment of bravado, I would have gladly sent you flying out of the floor-to-ceiling window to soar alongside the sun. Gu Qiyu, what does he mean by that? I am indeed his biological sister, bound by blood ties. Yet he does not merely choose to stand idly by in my time of need. He even harbors a desire to bring about my demise. That illegitimate bastard. Who gave him the audacity? Feng Baobao devoured the entire scandal, deftly operating her phone with one hand to relay the news to her elder brother. Only when Gu Yi spoke to her did she snap back to reality. Grabbing Gu Qiyu by the hair, she yanked her up abruptly. Gu Yi, I'm going to loosen some soil. Care to join me? Gu Yi, great. Loosening the soil. This is about planting people. No, planting vegetables. This is my favorite show. Feng Baobao smiled and said, let's go. That brat Gu Yi may act all high and mighty on the surface, but deep down, isn't he just another one of my admirers? Puffed. Men, they too speak with forked tongues. Gu Qiyu shrieked in terror. Feng Baobao, you can't do this to me. Let me go. I'll tell you something else. Quickly, you must. Feng Baobao grabbed a thick gag and shoved it straight into her mouth. If you can't speak properly, then shut up. If it's no good, I'll donate it to those in need. Gu Yi, that sounds like a plan. Gu Qiyu. Gu Yi, just you wait. I will make sure mother and father see your true colors clearly. Feng Baobao possesses a private elevator that descends directly to a secluded garden on the first floor. With her shovel wielded with supernatural mastery, she can excavate, enter, and irrigate the entire process in a mere 5 minutes. Gu Yi silently raised his thumb in admiration. Magnificent. Indeed, this must be emphasized in bold uppercase letters. Remarkable. This is exceptionally professional. Feng Baobao said with a proud arch of her brow, brushing the dirt off her hands. We achakit unkindly. Ha ha ha. What a mere matter of skill. Gu Qiyu glared at the two of them, her teeth clenched in frustration. Gu Yi, do you possess any conscience? You caused Xiao Zhe to lie in a hospital, facing the possibility of amputation. Doesn't your conscience ache? Gu Yi shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor indifferent. Your Xiao Zhe has merely lost the use of his lower body. I, on the other hand, have lost familial ties. What a foolish thing to care for that imposter at such a time. Gu Qiyu thought bitterly. Tomorrow, she would marry Li Defa abroad, and on the very night of their wedding, she would endure 20 hours of brutal beating, leaving her unable to live without a colostomy bag for the rest of her life. She would be trapped with that beast, who would take full control of her company, reducing her to a living corpse, all while maintaining a fade of a devoted husband, occasionally live streaming to sell products. Within half a year, she would be tormented to the brink of madness, and if she ever managed to escape, it would be only to find refuge with kind strangers. Just like her dear sister, whose fate mirrored her own, both taken in by the benevolent. 053. What kind of miraculous physician is this? The mysterious power is truly astonishing. Gu Qiyu felt as though the sky had collapsed. That wild child claimed that she would be betrayed by the man she adored, leading to a fate too tragic to bear. How could that be possible? He had no comprehension whatsoever of Defa's true character. Such an extraordinary and virtuous man was simply beyond Gu Ye's capacity to understand. Domestic violence? What preposterous nonsense. De Vere is so kind-hearted that he wouldn't even harm an insignificant ant. Gu Yi, you bastard. Just you wait. I will definitely expose your true colors. Gu Qiyu shouted hoarsely, resolutely refusing to be deceived like her elder sister. She was determined to expose how Gu Yi had misled the entire family. When the time came, the Gu family would sever all ties with Gu Yi, ensuring he could no longer thrive in the bustling city. "Someone help! Save me!" Desperate for assistance, Gu Qiyu began to call out, only to be met with silence, as not a single soul was present. Her cries were in vain, no matter how loudly she shouted. Meanwhile, Gu Yi and Feng Baobao exited the office building, only to behold Gu Zhe seated in a sports car. Feng Baobao was utterly astonished. Wasn't this imposter supposed to be lying in a hospital bed on the verge of amputation after being beaten by Gu Yi? "Gu Yi, what is the meaning of this?" She fixed her gaze upon Gu Zhe and inquired. Gu Yi replied, "I am at a loss as well. The protagonist's halo is indeed powerful, and the force of the narrative is formidable. At that time, I intentionally dealt a crushing blow to the counterfeit, as Gu Qiyu had just mentioned. The counterfeit might very well spend the latter half of its life in a wheelchair. Yet, astonishingly, this tenacious creature, akin to a cockroach that refuses to be eradicated, has reappeared before me, and to my surprise, it is behind the wheel of a luxury car. As Gu Zabine intended to drive away, he spotted Gu Yi and Feng Baobao, prompting him to alight from his vehicle. "Brother, what a coincidence to see you here." He approached with a light-hearted gait. Gu Yi remarked, "You haven't lost a limb yet. You truly have a strong constitution." Gu Zhe swiftly shifted into a fa ade of innocence. "Brother, please don't say that. It hurts my feelings. Although you dealt me quite a severe blow, nearly resulting in amputation, I bear you no ill will. In fact, I consider it a blessing in disguise, as I encountered a miraculous doctor during my hospital stay. His extraordinary medical skills healed me, and through this experience, I have also made the acquaintance of a significant figure. Henceforth, our Gu family shall rise to prominence as a prestigious lineage. I have always believed that I am far from an ordinary individual destined for greatness. Just moments ago, as I regained consciousness in the hospital, the doctor informed me of the necessity to amputate my limb, a notion I found utterly unacceptable. Perhaps the heavens sensed my fervent desire and bestowed upon me a divine healer, a veritable angel in human form. What of Gu Ye's peculiar skills? He is utterly incapable of effecting any change upon himself. Gu Yi scoffed, "Then I must wish you sweet dreams come true." Guzi, have any new characters emerged in the storyline? Feng Baobao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The power of this world is truly remarkable. Yet, it remains a mystery as to which fool crafted such a script, where a counterfeit can assume the role of the protagonist. And what of that miraculous doctor? Who could they possibly be? Are they truly more formidable than Gu Yi? It all feels rather peculiar. Gu Zhe slightly squinted his eyes. "Gu Yi, he truly does not put on any pretense at all. Sister Bao, I have heard that my second sister is here. Have you encountered her? Brother, I am aware that you harbor disdain for me. However, I must remind you that my elder sister shares a blood tie with you. She is your dear sister. I implore you, do not cause her harm, if you would be so kind. Gu Yi, before us, there's no need for you to put on an act. Isn't it exhausting? Feng Baobao, there is no need to search any further. Gu Qiyu is suspected of stealing confidential documents from the phone group and has already been apprehended by me." Gu Shi exclaimed, "Impossible. Zista Baoya? There must be some misunderstanding here. I am aware of the close bond you share with my elder brother, especially considering his strained relationship with our family. However, it is unjust for you to direct your ire towards my second sister merely to defend him. Brother, you should at least say something to her." Gu Yi had no desire to listen. He raised his foot and delivered a swift kick. How bothersome. Gu Zhe knelt on the ground, feeling as though his knees might shatter. "Elder brother, please do not strike me. I shall leave at once. Is that not sufficient? My elder sister gifted me a sports car. I initially intended to take you home with me, but it seems wiser to forego that plan. I shall take my leave now." Fearing that Gu Yi might inflict further harm upon him, he hastily limped into the car and departed. Feng Bobo remarqued, "Gu Yi, is Gu Chuyun's mind unhinged? Haven't you already discerned the truth? Yet you still purchase items for Gu Zhe?" Gu Yi shrugged, remarking, "The members of the Gu family are all afflicted, flaunting counterfeit goods and luxury cars. Does he think I covet them? I am certainly not one to be financially constrained." Feng Bao had to attend to company matters, so she sent her private driver to escort Gu Yi back. As soon as he entered the door, Gu Chuyan, still adorned with an apron and beaming with a smile, approached him warmly and greeted, "Xiao Yi, you're back. Are you tired? I personally took to the kitchen to prepare a delightful feast for you. Unsure of your preferences, I decided to make a little extra of each dish." Gu Yi, "Oh, indeed. I am a striking figure endowed with both beauty and intellect. Gu Chuyan indeed harbors ulterior motives towards me. Having just gifted Gu Zhe a sports car, she now prepares meals for me, believing that by offering a few dishes, I would be swayed by a sense of familial warmth and subsequently become her devoted admirer." Gu Chuyan was utterly taken aback. When did she ever send a luxury sports car to Gu Zhe? When had she ever bestowed such extravagant gifts upon counterfeit goods? She hurriedly dashed into the courtyard, only to discover that her sports car was missing. She quickly summoned the butler, exclaiming, "Where's my sports car?" "Butler, miss, the second young lady has left." Gu Chuyan was infuriated. "You just let her go without a word. I never stated that anyone is permitted to touch that vehicle." "Butler, you did not." Gu Chuyan. She immediately attempted to call Gu Zhe, yet no matter how she tried, the call could not be connected. "Curse that Gu Zhe. That is incorrect. Gu Zhe is not in the hospital. The doctor is not going to amputate his limb, is he? How could he possibly drive a sports car then?" Gu Yi descended from the upper floor, and Gu Chuyan hurriedly explained, "Xiao Yi, I have purchased a sport car for you. However, your second elder sister had an urgent matter and, unaware that the car was intended for you, drove it away. I also heard that Xiao Zhe is currently using that vehicle. Once the car returns, I will undoubtedly reclaim it for you." Gu Yi looked at her as if she were an imbecile. "I don't need it. She must take me for a fool. A sports car supposedly bought for me, yet allowed to be taken by someone else. Let me ponder. Good heavens, Gu Chuyan is truly ruthless. She took the initiative to purchase a sport car for me. There must be some sinister modifications within the vehicle, just like the recurring trope in films and television dramas, where the car explodes shortly after driving off." Gu Chuyan. "No, it wasn't like that. Truly not. Xiaoya, when we were in the mountain village, I suddenly realized I'd been deceived by Gu Zhe. I misunderstood you before and wanted to make amends, which is why I bought you the car. But then Mother and I went to visit our younger sisters at the hospital, and everything got tangled up in misunderstandings. Just now when I tried calling Gu Zhe, his phone was completely unreachable. When he returns, I'll make sure to teach him a proper lesson. Gu Yi, no need for explanations. It matters not to me. A few sweet words could never placate a gifted yet devoted follower. Gu Chuyan was merely dreaming. Whereas the counterfeit goods gone, Guzi. Gu Chuyan slightly lowered her head, yet perked up her ears attentively. The system whispered, "Young master, that imposter is quite capable." He went to Gu Chuyan's office to retrieve the materials, precisely the ones for the bidding. 54 million, 10 million pocket money? Is that sufficient? Perhaps an additional 50 million is in order. Goodness. Gu Yi, are you certain it's for materials? Not for theft. You are a worthless being. One must approach tasks with diligence. The system responded affirmatively, acknowledging the act of theft. We achakit unkindly. On the day of my return, by a twist of fate, the Gu family achieved a significant accomplishment. The government secured a project for them, with all materials meticulously prepared, rendering the bidding process merely a formality. Little did I anticipate that counterfeit goods would set their sights on this project. However, I suspect that Gu Chuyan deliberately allowed this to transpire. After all, such a crucial asset should have been safeguarded in a safe or similar secure location, not something that counterfeiters could easily acquire. Just moments ago, they lamented about being deceived by counterfeit goods, recognizing my worth, and offered apologies along with home-cooked meals. She hastily entrusted the grand project to counterfeit goods, and even to a luxury sports car. Does she not hold me in high regard? Does she believe that trifles can earn my genuine affection? Gu Chuyan clutched the hem of her garment, trembling with fury. Gusha, he possesses an audacious spirit. How did he miraculously recover? And who incited him to commit theft? She disregarded everything else and swiftly turned to flee. However, shortly thereafter, she returned. Xiao Yi, it suddenly occurred to me that an important document was left at the company. Could you and your sister go retrieve it? Gu Yi forcefully shook off her hand, as if repulsed by something unclean. I shall not go. What significant documents? Hadn't she already delivered them to Guze? Now, allow me to pass. Is it not merely an attempt to make me bear the blame? And as for the sister, I do not possess such a sister. I cannot afford it, nor do I wish to. Gu Chuyun perceived his inner voice, and a wave of regret and guilt washed over her. From a moment she first encountered Xiao Yi, her preconceived dislike manifested in suppression and scorn. She even boldly declared in his presence that she had but one brother, Guze. Despite hearing his heartfelt intentions and recognizing that he had deliberately chosen such means to assist her, she remained obstinate in her disbelief. Now, when she suddenly sought his help and he was reluctant, it was entirely understandable. Were she to experience such prejudice, she knew she would never forgive the other party throughout her life. Yet, at this moment, had it not been for Guye's presence by her side, she might have failed to reach Guze. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved her phone and tapped a few times. Guye's phone chimed, and upon opening it, he discovered an astonishing transfer of 10 million from none other than Gu Chuyan. What could this possibly mean? We observed her. What trickery is she planning now? Could it be that she intends to pay me first and then accuse me of extortion? Guam Chuyun really explained Shia República del Yemen y arbo no ulterior motivas. It is merely a small allowance. If you find home lacking in interest, why not accompany me for a leisurely outing? What do you think? The domineering female CEO humbly pleads, lowering her stance to an extreme degree. Guyi, an allowance? 10 million. Back when I first returned, I would have considered this quite substantial. Yet she squandered 50 million on purchasing an island for that counterfeit, while before he could complete his inner monologue, another 50 million arrived in his Alipay account. Gu Chuyun, Xiao Yi, this is the sincerity of your elder sister's apology. Why don't you consider purchasing a small island for some leisure? I had originally intended to give it to him, but wanted to wait until the whole family was present to boost his prestige. Now that he's clearly dissatisfied, there's no point in waiting any longer. Gu Yimian forced a faint smile. Let's go then. I'm certainly not acting as her lackey, much less some pathetic sycophant. As for me, I simply have an appreciation for modest financial gains. Gu Chuyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Modest financial gains indeed, with 60 million being considered mere pocket change. Truly his own younger brother, possessing such grand perspective. Upon arriving at the president's office of Gu Corporation, Gu Yimian hastily took a seat on a nearby sofa. Having left in such haste while wearing only flip-flops, he nearly lost them during their rapid transit. Gu Chuyun immediately began rummaging through drawers and cabinets, but the more she searched, the more cold sweat beaded upon her forehead. It was gone. The documents I had securely stored in the safe have inexplicably vanished. Aside from the most recent resort project, there are also other confidential files belonging to Gujia. The safe's password is known solely to me. How could Guze have accomplished this? Gui cast a glance at her demeanor and, with a feigned air of curiosity, inquired, So have you found it? Gu Chuyun stamped her feet in distress. Lost? All the important documents are gone. Guyi replied calmly, Isn't there surveillance footage? Gu Chuyun regained her composure and promptly instructed her secretary to retrieve the surveillance footage. However, just moments before, a power outage had occurred, resulting in the complete loss of all monitoring visuals. Gu Chuyun collapsed into the chair, pondering the uncanny coincidence of the power outage occurring just at that moment. Guyi remarked, What a remarkable stroke of luck. It is undoubtedly a counterfeit, intentionally so. Guzi, could you please investigate and ascertain the whereabouts of that item? Gu Chuyun promptly pretended to continue searching for items, while in truth, she was eavesdropping on the murmurs of her heart. The system finally emitted a sound. Young master. The counterfeit is hidden in that small black room. He was just about to leave when he heard a noise and hurriedly concealed himself. Guye Inuit. A small black room? What sort of place is that? Gu Chuyun must possess some peculiar penchant. Otherwise, why would he have prepared such an item? The system remained silent, merely emitting a crackling sound, reminiscent of poor reception or an impending power failure. Guyi muttered, What a useless contraption. Hearing this, Gu Chuyun hurriedly interjected, I still have one place left to search. I must have forgotten it. Xiao Yi, could you assist me? That door is rather heavy, and I find it somewhat difficult to open. Gu rose, saying, while considering the 6 million I've invested, what door could possibly pose a challenge for me? Approaching the unremarkable door, he delivered a powerful kick, shattering it effortlessly. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from within, clutching his head and screaming in terror, attempting to flee. With a casual kick, Gu sent him sprawling to the ground. Gusha, how? How did you come be here? Gu Chuyun inquired with astonishment. Gu replied, of course, I came to steal something. Don't be so surprised. What you two pretending for? I won't mind, as I've already acquired the money. Gu Chuyun, this is a grave misunderstanding. I certainly did not hand anything over to him. Gu Zhe lay on the ground, blood streaming from his nose, and he had lost 3 of his front teeth. Dam Guye. Everything was supposed to unfold according to his plan. Yet he had to show up and ruin it all. He was indeed out to thwart him. Oh dear, my elder sister, my tooth. It truly hurts. With one hand covering my mouth and nose, I weep inconsolably. However, Gu Chuyun remains unmoved, abruptly pulling me up. I then hide behind Gu Yi, sternly questioning him. I demand to know, what are you doing here? I once believed that I would, as in days of yore, abandon all reason and disregard everything the moment he shed a tear. Here stands Gu Yi, his own younger brother, unafraid of any peculiar powers. Gu Yi exclaimed dramatically, Gu Zhe, what is it that you are concealing under your arm? Have you come to pilfer something? Gu Chuyun should really stop acting. Her skills leave much to be desired. However, since she is so passionate about performing, I shall certainly add some intensity for the both of them. Let me see. Now that she has uncovered the truth, can she still bear to kiss her dear brother? 055, are you out of your mind? She has sold counterfeit goods. Gu Chuyun swiftly seized the bag, hastily retreating behind Gu Yi. As the bag was opened, her eyes widened in disbelief. Inside lay treasures worth over 100 million, gold, silver, and jewels, along with her private records, crucial client information accumulated over her years of service, and the materials for the current bidding. All contained within. Gusha, have you pilfered my belongings? Gu Chuyun fixed her gaze on Gu Zhe, filled with an intense desire to strike him down. How blind she had been in the past, utterly unaware of his ferocious ambitions. Indeed, he even possessed his own safe. Gu Zhe was caught off guard as his belongings were snatched away, a surge of irritation coursing through him. What on earth was wrong with Gu Chuyun? She had already gifted him a sports car. How could she still harbor doubts about him? Was she not afraid that I might grow furious and never speak to her again? It must be Yi Gu's instigation, poisoning Yun's mind against me with malicious gossip. Otherwise, in Shi Yun's eyes, there would only be me. How could suspicion take root? Elder sister, how could you speak of me so? My heart is utterly shattered. Woe is me. With one hand clutching her face and the other pressed dramatically to her chest, she carried on as though grievously wounded in both body and soul, teetering on the brink of demise. Witnessing such an affected display, Yi Gu could no longer suppress his laughter. Ha ha, this is beyond absurd. Such theatrics, tell me, have you undergone some manner of transformative procedure? Gu Zhe's expression instantly shifted, his face paling in disbelief. How dare this bastard mock him? If it weren't for him, would he have ended up in such a predicament? Elder brother, why do you speak to me in such a manner? You nearly incapacitated me, yet I bore you no grudge. However, dear brother, what brings you to the company? I am aware that you have stated you are the true heir of the Gu family, with everything belonging to you. However, this belongs to my elder sister, and the secrets of the Gu family are contained within. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely feel that since your return from abroad, our family has encountered numerous issues. Perhaps our elder brother, being too kind-hearted, has been misled by those with ulterior motives, leading him to come here and investigate. At this point, he hastily covered his mouth. My dear elder sister, I do not imply that our elder brother has stolen any secrets. I simply, before he could finish his sentence, Gu Chuyun rushed over and swiftly delivered a sharp slap to his face. Following this, she quickly retreated behind Gu Yi. Gu Zhe, do not attempt to sow discord here. I implore Gu Yi to join the company. He is my dear brother, and he has no need to steal anything. Everything here rightfully belongs to him. Once, before Gu Zhe shed a tear, he would have eagerly knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Now, with a clearer mind, He has come to realize that Gu Zhe has always treated him like a mere puppet, despite her constant insistence that she harbors no intentions of sowing discord. Every word she utters serves to incite animosity within herself towards Gu Yi. Gu Zhe's face is etched with disbelief as he inquires, "Elder sister, you struck me? What have I said wrong? Why are you hitting me? Woe is me. How despicable." She actually claimed that everything here belongs to Gu Yi. For so many years, she had always claimed that everything she possessed was rightfully hers. Indeed, that illegitimate child Gu Yi, through some inexplicable means, had completely bewitched Gu Chuyun's mind. Even Gu Yi himself was slightly taken aback. What new scheme is Gu Chuyun plotting now? Last time, for Gu Zhe's sake, she nearly beat me to the point of hospitalization. Now, disregarding the blood on his face and unmoved by his tears, she instead suspected him of theft and even slapped him hard across the face. These days, I find myself increasingly perplexed by the ways of the Gu family. However, they shall not deceive me with their pitiful theatrics. I have witnessed their foolishness, cruelty, and venomous nature within the pages of that book. As Gu Chuyun listened to Gu Zhe's pathetic pleas and perceived Gu Ye's inner thoughts, she felt her fury reaching unbearable intensity. "Gu Zhe, this is for your own good. Please clarify why you are in my office. You have opened my safe, stolen numerous items, and concealed them in that room. The combination to the safe, the room in question, these are matters known solely to me. You must clarify everything, otherwise do not blame me for sending you to the police station. To accomplish all this by oneself is certainly not solely for Xiaoye's benefit. If it were indeed Gu Zhe who orchestrated everything, then he must have discreetly placed numerous spies right under my nose. In the presence of this counterfeit, are we not rendered nearly utterly exposed?" Upon contemplating this, Gu Chuyun felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Gu Yi, with his arms crossed, looked down at Gu Zhe and remarked, "Imposter, how dare you feign innocence here? If you don't confess, I'll report it to your sister on your behalf." The imposter would never admit it anyway. Might as well call in a tech expert to restore the surveillance footage. But then again, even if Gu Chuyun saw the recording, she probably wouldn't send him to the police. The bond between siblings runs deep, and besides, Gu Chuyun didn't actually lose anything. Gu Chuyun's heart swelled with remorse and regret. Her own younger brother had gone to such lengths to help her, exposing the imposter's true nature. And what had she done? From the very beginning, she had cursed him as a bastard, threatened to beat him to death, even demanded he be cast out of the Gu family. How blind she had been, deceived by a fraud for so many years. If not for Gu Ye's intervention this time, she would still be dancing to the imposter's tune. Gu Zhe glanced between Gu Chuyun and Gu Yi, his mind reeling. Had the siblings truly reconciled? Gu Chuyun harbored such profound doubts about herself that she even contemplated turning herself into the police. In the past, Gu Chuyun would never have been so heartless. "Dear sister, I merely wish to surprise you. Those words you spoke, I truly know nothing about." Despite her unwillingness to acknowledge it, what could she possibly do to herself? The surveillance is already broken, and there's no one else here. Sending myself to the police station wouldn't really affect me. Gu Yi, the counterfeit goods are certain there's no evidence. Even if we go to the police, nothing can be done to him. Gu Chuyun has always trusted his words. Surely she must be wavering now. Gu Chuyun was seething with rage. She turned and left, instructing the technical department to restore the surveillance footage as Gu Yi had suggested. When the video was finally retrieved, Gu Zuru was utterly thunderstruck, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Elder sister, this is all fabricated. Someone must be deliberately framing me. Don't we have the technology now to edit and manipulate videos? I'm not. I didn't do anything." Gu Zhe still stubbornly refused to admit. Gu Yi curled his lips into a smirk. What a stubborn tongue indeed. What exactly does Gu Chuyun intend to do? Could she truly have the audacity to send Gu Zhe to the police station? Gu Chuyun's fury blazed uncontrollably as she seized the baseball bat, bringing it down with savage force upon Gu Zhe's hand. A blood-curdling scream erupted, more piercing than the cries of a slaughtered swine. 056. The sports car blunder. What a slap in the face. Gu Zhe exerted himself in feigning misery and portraying a pitiful image, utterly oblivious to the fact that Gu Chuyun would retaliate against him. He writhed in agony on the ground, howling in distress. Wretched woman, that contemptible Gu Chuyun, having been brutally struck by Gu Yi, her face marred with blood, she received not a single word of concern, nor any soothing gesture to comfort herself. Moments ago, she had delivered a slap to her own face, and now her wrist lay fractured. It was baffling. She had lost nothing, and had already provided her explanations. Yet he remained unconvinced. As Gu Chuyun gazed upon Gu Zhe's pitiful state, she felt not an ounce of sympathy, but rather a deep sense of regret gnawing at her insides. For all those years, an inexplicable force had held sway over her. Each time she dared to exercise even a modicum of rationality or doubt Gu Zhe, her mind would inexplicably tilt in his favor, especially with Xiao Ye's return. Had her mind not been ensnared, how could she have been provoked to the point of nearly harming him? Now that she had thoroughly struck Gu Zhe, a slight relief washed over her mind, and her heart felt an undeniable exhilaration. Gu Zhe, whatever you have to say, take it to the police. Gu Qian picked up her phone and personally dialed the number. Gui took a small step back, utterly stunned. Oh my heavens! The female CEO has lost her mind. Not only has she called the police, but she has also physically assaulted Gu Zhe. The strength behind that recent strike surpassed even the force with which she kicked herself that day. Let us applaud her. Upon hearing the heartfelt sentiments of her younger brother, Gu Chuyun was utterly moved. Xiao Yi finally recognized his true feelings. She was resolute in her belief that, sooner or later, he would willingly acknowledge her as his sister. However, alas, a dashing young man like myself, possessing both intellect and charm, would never be deceived by such feeble ploys. They are both addicted to theatrics, so let them perform to their heart's content. After all, I have already secured a little fortune. As for anything else, it holds no significance. Gu Chuyun nearly lost her footing. I was elated. Gu Zhe fell to the ground, seething with rage as he gritted his teeth. Gu Yi, why must you sow discord? Did not my parents say that we are a family? If you cannot accept me, you could simply express it directly. Why resort to such despicable tactics? Gu Yi, is your mind filled with filth? I am a genuine young master, while you are but a counterfeit, a mere thief. We are family. Yet what daydreams occupy your mind? Who truly cares for such a family? It is utterly exasperating. I only made this special trip out of consideration for a small sum of money. I have no inclination to engage in any schemes of discord. Guzi, please investigate promptly who is responsible for allowing counterfeit goods to come and steal. Perhaps I may discover a new way to depart from the Gu family. Gu Zhe, Gu Yi, I am certainly not a thief. Gu Chuyun rushed over, her demeanor fierce as she exclaimed, Gu Zhe, you could deny it all you want, but you have stolen the sports car I purchased for Xiao Yi. Gu Zhe stood there in bewilderment, responding, Elder sister, were you saying? That was the gift you bestowed upon me. Gu Chuyun promptly retorted, Nonsense. I did not present you with a gift. That was merely a token of appreciation I acquired for Xiao Yi. The second one has departed, and you have taken it away from him. Gu was utterly disheartened. His second sister had sent him a message, stating that the sports car was a gift of apology from their eldest sister, urging him to come to the phone group's building to take it away. Now Gu Chuyun had the audacity to claim it was not a gift for him, but rather intended for Gu Yi. By what right? Why does a wild offspring like Gu Yi deserve a sports car? Gu Yi was also taken aback. Is this truly a gift for me? How generous of the female tycoon. Gu Chuyun gazed at Gu Yi, her face adorned with a beaming smile. Xiao Yi, I still have the invoice here, along with a greeting card that I haven't delivered yet. Look, the sports car was indeed purchased for you. However, there was a mix-up, and it was taken away by my sister, who prefers to remain anonymous. Gu Yi glanced at the items she held. They were indeed meant for him. I disdain items that have been touched by counterfeit hands. They are too tainted for my liking. How filthy could those counterfeit items be? What if he tampered with the car in some way? My life holds considerable value, and I cannot afford to be reckless. Gu Chuyun's lips twitched slightly as she replied, Very well. I shall arrange for the car to be returned shortly. You can purchase one for yourself. Choose whatever you desire. Do not hesitate to spend. The money of your elder sister is, after all, your money. Gu Yi initially intended to simply suggest giving money, but upon witnessing Gu Zhe's eyes nearly bulging with fury, he deliberately stated, Very well then. Gu Chuyin felt a surge of delight within. Dear Xiaoye, you truly are a wonderful brother to your sister. Accepting your gift is sufficient. Taking that first step is all that matters. Gu Zhe was utterly devastated, exclaiming, Elder sister, why must you treat me this way? I am truly innocent. Did you not once declare that I am your only biological brother? Have you forgotten? Have you truly forgotten? Before he could finish his words, Gu Chuyun struck again with her stick. Silence. You wretched creature. If not for the control exerted over my own mind, how could I possibly utter such words? Naturally, my funds should be bestowed upon my beloved younger brother, not a traitorous thief. Gu Yi remarked, when the female tycoon becomes ruthless, there are indeed no falsehoods. However, such extremes are unnecessary. I recall that statement. Her only true brother is Gu Zhe, and I have no regard for any sibling ties. Wu Chuyun hastidi interjected, Xiaoye. Do not heed Gu Zhe's provocations. My sister is burdened with her own dilemmas. Gu Yi waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. There is no need for further elaboration. Without another thought, he rose and departed. Gu Chuyin remained to address matters concerning Gu Zhe, instructing the driver to escort Gu Yi home. Upon his return to the Gu residence, Gu Yi was met with the sounds of his second brother's weeping and curses. Gu Yi and Feng Bao have conspired against me, burying me alive. Were it not for Li Defa's timely rescue, I would have perished without ever seeing you again. This life was saved by Defa. I intend to marry him. Meanwhile, Su Yi and Gu Haokuan sat nearby. Their brows furrowed, yet neither uttered a word. Upon seeing Gu Yi enter, the two hurriedly rose to greet him. Xiao Yi, you have returned. Come, take a seat. Are you tired? Su Yi grasped his hand. Xiao Yi, that is your second elder sister, and the one beside her is. Gu Haokuan was introducing. Upon seeing Gu Yi, Gu Qiyu instantly rose to her feet, her eyes wide with fury. Gu Ye, how dare you return? I am your elder sister, and yet you conspired with outsiders to take my life. Do you not possess a shred of conscience? Li Defa has bestowed upon me the gift of life. I intend to marry him, and you shall not hinder my decision. She is eager to hear what Gu Yi will have to say in his heart. Su Yi and Gu Haokuan were both waiting for Gu Ye's heartfelt words, while secretly observing their second daughter. Surely, she could hear them, couldn't she? In the midst of a heated confrontation, Gu Yi, arms crossed, regarded Gu Chuyu with a bemused expression akin to that of someone observing utter folly. Gu Ye, you recklessly invaded the phone group, yet you expect to challenge me on Bauer Jia's territory? This predicament is of your own making, and I shall not bear the consequences on your behalf. You ought to express gratitude to the Feng family for merely burying you alive rather than delivering you to the authorities. As for your choice of whom to wed, that remains your prerogative. There is no need for my approval, nor will I impose any restrictions. Yet, when she deliberately sought me out to strike, did she not contemplate that she is my biological sister? She has never struck Feng Bao. Instead, she was buried alive. What does she have to do with her biological sister? Isn't this a blatant form of moral coercion? Alas, it is truly regrettable. Morality is indeed my weak point. If she wishes to marry Li Defa, then let her do so. And she even asked me not to obstruct her? When did I become so overflowing with kindness? In the realm of being overly kind, I find myself lacking as well. Gu Qiyu gazed intently at Gu Yi, and after he finished speaking, the voice in her heart fell silent. She turned to her parents and discovered their faces were filled with astonishment. Could it be that they had heard Gu Ye's innermost thoughts? But why is it that one cannot hear it oneself? Well, it seems that Gu Yi is indeed frightened. Just a moment ago, he was at the phone group, all alone, daring to engage in underhanded dealings. Now, in the safety of his home, shielded by his parents, he lacks the courage to act. Gu Yi, you are nothing but a cold-blooded creature. I am your elder sister, and my actions, even when they may seem harsh, are ultimately for your benefit. In the presence of others, your foremost duty should be to defend me, rather than assist in my mistreatment. At present, you are merely offering me half-hearted support, and I fear that when the time of my wedding with Defa arrives, you will only seek to create a disturbance. Your behavior is truly disheartening. Gu Qiyu pointed an accusing finger at Gu Yi, her voice rising in indignation. Gu Yi remained silent. swiftly retaliating with two resounding slaps that sent her spinning in place for 18 revolutions before she ultimately collapsed onto the ground. Guye, how could you? How could you strike me? She covered her face with her hands, her head buzzing, and the grievances in her heart could lift the roof off the Gu family home. Guyi gazed down at her, his expression earnest and solemn. What is the matter with hitting you? Does one need to choose an auspicious day for such an act? I am your dear brother, and my actions, though seemingly harsh, are ultimately for your benefit. After all, your earlier demeanor was nothing short of disgraceful, a true reflection of shrew. Such behavior, if made public, would bring shame upon our family. Had it not been for Feng Baobao's intervention at that moment, I would have acted sooner. Since they deny me the chance to depart peacefully, I must seize the opportunity for myself. It is far better to take action than to engage in idle chatter. Is it not? Should I wait until her wedding to create a scene? What grand illusions does she entertain? Li Defa has been dismissed by Feng Baobao. The charges against him, when combined, undoubtedly reach a staggering height of 2 meters and 80 centimeters. Feng Baobao merely exerted a slight effort, and Li Defa, on his knees, pleaded for mercy, surrendering his entire fortune to reach an amicable resolution, thus avoiding the depths of imprisonment. As for his marriage to Gu Chuyu, that is undoubtedly destined to be. However, as for the wedding, that is merely a fantasy. In a moment of desperation, he would reveal his true nature. Indulging in the worst vices, infidelity, domestic violence, and a penchant for gambling. Gu Haokuan's face turned ashen, having navigated the entertainment industry for years. The second daughter had encountered a plethora of men. Among her 9 daughters, he had always felt most secure about this second one, believing she would not fall prey to romantic folly and would undoubtedly find a worthy partner. However, it now seemed he had gravely misjudged the situation. Gu Chuyu, I disapprove of this marriage. The heartfelt sentiments of Xiao Yi had never been overlooked. He would never allow his daughter to wed such a man and squander her life. Su Yi was equally alarmed, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Yu, your father and I only wish the best for you. That man is unreliable. Just moments ago, the couple had realized that their second daughter could not hear their youngest son's thoughts. Yet, upon her return, much of what was said had been muted. This implied that during her time at Feng's group, she could indeed hear them. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not consent to this union. Gu Chuyu, in a fit of distress, covered her face with her hands, weeping and exclaiming, Mom and Dad, what are you saying? Did you not see? Gu Yi is outrageous. He struck me and called me a shrew. You have all been deceived. Those accusations are fabrications he has orchestrated. That F.A. is my savior. I have known him for many years, and I know him better than anyone else. I wish to marry him without any dowry. I have my own company and can support myself. You must trust me and not believe Gu Yi, who has only been back for a few days. It seems the illegitimate child raised outside has indeed schemed, using this telepathic trick to bewilder my parents into losing their senses. No wonder Xiao Zhe has fallen from grace. Even my biological daughter cannot compete with Gu Yi. Gu Yi thought to himself, she has known that scoundrel for 12 years. How they first meet? Oh, right. Gu Lao Air was cornered by thugs in an alley, and the scoundrel came to her rescue. She will never realize that it was all a scheme orchestrated by the rogue, including several such incidents that followed. Old Su and Old Gu's opposition to the marriage would only invite the scoundrel's retaliation in the future. Alas, the virtues of the Gu family ancestors are nearly depleted. Gu Haokuan. Suyi. Gu Chuyu rose from the ground, her gaze fixed on Gu Yi, seething with fury. Gu Yi, someone like you deserves to dwell in filth for eternity. The F.A. is an ambitious man, unlike you, who only knows how to rely on others. Gu Yi retorted yes. Yes, you are absolutely right. Ambitious? Living off others, freeloading, rife with ailments, I truly cannot compete. Su Yi raised her hand and struck Gu Chuyu. Gu Chuyu, if you dislike Xiao Yi, you can keep it yourself. Xiao Yi is my biological son. He is not that kind of worthless person. He is my lucky star. Marry who you wish, but now you must leave. Having given birth to so many daughters, I find it difficult to part with any of them. Yet, if one insists on pursuing a path of self-destruction, there is little I can do. It is indeed challenging to dissuade someone intent on their own demise. Despite my earnest attempts to steer her away from the flames of folly, I must also contend with the repercussions inflicted by that scoundrel. Gu Haokuan, with an air of indifference, remarked, second daughter, Xiao Yi is the heir of the Gu family, even if he is reliant on his parents. He possesses the means to do so. The legitimate son of the Gu family is not comparable to any ordinary individual. If you choose to marry such a person, then so be it. Bear the consequences yourself. Gu Qiyu was utterly incredulous. Her mother, who had always cherished her, would resort to violence. And they even openly acknowledged Gu Ye's familial standing. Mother and father, I shall make you aware of Gu Ye's true nature. You will come to regret your choices. Gu Yi deliberately allowed her parents to overhear his malicious intentions, revealing his sinister scheming. 058. Let Gu Yi rise to prominence. Gu Qiyu, with her bag in hand, ran out in tears. As she got into the car, she received a call from her secretary. President Gu, you must check the trending news. Ignoring her tears, Gu Qiyu glanced at her phone, only to feel as though she had been struck by lightning. Xiao Zhe had been caught stealing and sent to the police station by her sister, and it was trending. Had her sister lost her mind? Just as Gu Qiyu returned, Gu Qiyu hastily alighted from the vehicle, blocking her path with an air of indignation. Elder sister, how could you take Xiao Zhe to the police station and falsely accuse him of theft? Xiao Zhe has never endured such hardships throughout his life. You must release him at once. What on earth is happening, sister? He is the most cherished by the family, and the allowance he receives is enough to fund an entire film. Gu Qiyu spotted Gu Qiyu and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap that landed perfectly on the same side of her face. Gu Qiyu, how brazen you have become. You drove away in my sports car, claiming it was a gift I bestowed upon Gu Zhe. Gu Qiyu was overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks. Oh dear sister, is it merely a vehicle that warrants such violence towards me? Moreover, for whom else would you purchase a sports car if not for Xiao Zhe? She has completely lost her mind. Gu Qiyu trembled with anger. I spent my own money to buy a sports car. Why would I give a counterfeit? Of course. It is for my beloved younger brother, Gu Yi. You foolish being, why do you continue to revolve around that counterfeit? In due time, you shall reap the consequences of your folly. Gazing at her younger sister before her, she was reminded of her former self. It is utterly ridiculous to forsake a brother of blood relation in favor of a mere imposter. Gu Qiyu widened her eyes, even questioning her own hearing. Elder sister, are you confused? Do you realize what you are saying? Xiao Zhe is truly our younger brother. Gu Yi is nothing but a harbinger of calamity. Ever since his return, there has not been a single day of peace in our household. You. Her words were abruptly cut short by 3 resounding slaps from Gu Qiyu. Get out. Gu Yi is certainly not a harbinger of misfortune. Rather, he is a blessing to the Gu family. Leave at once. And should you come to regret your decision in the future, do not return to weep and wail. No tears shall be shed until the coffin falls. Gu Qiyu saw in her the reflection of her former self, wishing fervently to cast her into the abyss of despair, believing that only then would she comprehend Gu Yi. Gu Qiyu had never encountered such an elder sister. She was left in a state of shock. The demeanor of her sister mirrored that of their parents. Could it be that she too has heard Gu Ye's innermost thoughts? What a wretched woman she is. To have dominion over the eldest sister is nearly tantamount to possessing the Gu family itself. Eldest sister, you and your parents have been thoroughly brainwashed by Gu Yi. Just wait. I shall ensure that you all come to regret this. Enduring the pain etched upon her face, Gu Qiyu drove away. She made a phone call and commanded the paparazzo named Dahe amplify Gu Ye's scandal, ensuring it saturates the entire internet. Gu Yi, relying on dubious methods, has successfully brainwashed all the members of the Gu family. As the sole enlightened individual within the family, she bears the significant responsibility of salvaging her clan. Gu Yi is known for his penchant for ostentation. Let us allow him to bask in the limelight. A wild child, unacquainted with the grander world, will reveal his true nature once he becomes overconfident. Gu Qiyu sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of her nose. There must be a formidable figure behind Gu Zhe, possessing a peculiar ability to manipulate minds. The foolish second son. She had thought everyone else was intoxicated while she remained sober. Upon returning home, dinner was just being served. Xiao Yun, have you resolved everything? Gu Haokuan inquired. Gu Qian sat beside Gu Yi and replied, Mom and Dad, it's all taken care of. Gu Zhe has been detained for 15 days, and I've revoked all his positions in the company, placing him on the blacklist, prohibiting his entry. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It's fortunate that Xiao Yi accompanied you. Otherwise, critical business secrets might have fallen into the wrong hands. Gu Qian nodded and smiled at Gu Yi, saying, Xiao Yi, I'm truly grateful to you this time. Here is a check for 30 million. Do consider purchasing a new car. Do not hesitate to spend. He had a fondness for money, and she happened to have it. Gu Yi, maintaining a stoic demeanor, accepted the check. Thank you. In just a few short hours, I have amassed 90 million. One cannot deny that the wealth of the affluent seems to arrive with the wind. For the sake of this money, I can linger in this household a little longer. Gu Haokuan and the others exchanged glances, suppressing their laughter. How innocent and kind-hearted Xiao Yi is, openly admitting his love for money without any pretense. Su Yi asked, Old Gu, what has become of Gu Zhe's biological parents? Is there another motive for Gu Zhe being in our family? Gu Qian inquired as well. Could there be others urging Gu Zhe to undertake different actions? Otherwise, how could he have thought to steal my information? Gu Haokuan remarked that Gu Zhe's relatives could not withstand scrutiny. The revelations were startling. They were implicated in serious crimes. An evasion was impossible. As for the puppeteer pulling the strings, their identities remained unknown. Gu Yi quietly ate, refraining from joining in their conversation, though his mind was racing. Gutzi, have you gone on holiday? It has been quite a while. Even if you uncover nothing substantial, you must inform me. The family subtly slowed their eating, fearful of missing any developments. After a considerable time, the system finally responded. Young master, please quell your anger. I have returned from maintenance. Upon receiving my first command, I have indeed uncovered information. There is a hidden hand manipulating Gu Zhe, though it may be part of a concealed plot. The data is encrypted, and I have only deciphered portion. It currently indicates the mastermind has some connection to old Gu's biological father. Further details remain inaccessible for now. What? Gu took a sip of water. Old Gu's biological father. Could it be that old Gu is akin to Gu Zhe, a false heir of the Gu family? The true heir returns from abroad to reclaim what is rightfully his? The system replied, it is quite possible. Many narratives unfold in this manner. Gu Haokuan nearly choked. He was indeed the biological son of his father. Gu Yi cast a glance at Gu Haokuan, narrowing his eyes as he continued to let his thoughts wander. Perhaps, he pondered, old Gu had taken a mistress or two, or even more, resulting in several illegitimate offspring who were now conspiring together to claim a share of the family fortune. This is an essential plot for the affluent. Is it not time to vie for the family fortune? I must seize the moment and swiftly secure my little fortune. Otherwise, my family will be doomed, and I shall end up with nothing. Gu Yi pondered, could it be that old Gu's father is a son-in-law? Now, they want to tidy up their affairs. Before he could finish his thought, Su Yi suddenly spewed a mouthful of soup from her nostrils. Oh dear, what happened to you? Gu Haokuan hurriedly wiped her off. Gu Qian was so choked that she rolled her eyes. That heir Guzi cannot be straightforward. Allowing Xiao Yi to continue guessing like this will leave us all in a state of utter absurdity. 059, oh my, have I become so popular? I'm topping the trending charts. There was a flurry of chaos around the dining table, yet Gu Yi remained remarkably composed. What has happened to them? Could it be that they're conspiring behind my back, plotting something against me? Just now I confronted Gu Lao, and only then did they remember to settle the score with me? Gu Yi hastily took a large bite of abalone and sipped a generous amount of soup. I had a feeling they would act as if nothing was amiss. It turns out they were waiting right here. This small sum of money is already in my possession, and there is no way I would return it. If they attempt to drive me away, I shall not look back. Gu Haokuan and a few others hurriedly came to a halt. That little rascal is thinking of running away from home again. How could that be allowed? Su Yi asked, Xiao Yi, have you had enough to eat? Let us venture out for a breath of fresh air. The nightscape of the bustling city is quite splendid. Gu Haokuan remarked it, Xiao Yi. Although you just confronted the second elder, do not dwell on it excessively. Her mind is clouded, and she deserves such rebuke. We all understand that your intentions are for her benefit. Gu Qian added, Xiao Yi, regardless of the circumstances, this home will always belong to you. Whoever dares to cast you out shall be the one to depart. Gu Yi responded with astonishment. Erguzi, after your return for repairs, you should be able to restore that authenticating function of sincerity, correct? Quickly now, ascertain whether their intentions are genuine. Yes, and I do it quite well. Isn't Lao Gu the biological father of Gu Lao heir? The system, assessment complete, all are genuinely. Gu Ye's face was filled with terror, as if he were gazing upon three grotesque creatures with tumors in their minds. I can't take it anymore. I must step outside for some fresh air. Their family is far too terrifying. How can it be that a remarkably astute and handsome man like myself is unable to unravel their schemes? How infuriating! Gu Haoquan and the others all exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. They generously provided him with 80,000 yuan as pocket money, allowing him to indulge in a few snacks of his choice. The driver then transported him directly to the 4S dealership to purchase a vehicle. I must swiftly acquire the car. I cannot afford to be without a means of escape when the day arrives that their true nature is revealed, he thought to himself. I have always preferred to maintain a low profile. Thus, I shall forego the flashy supercars and instead opt for a subtle yet commanding G-Class. System. Oh, the irony of seeking a low-profile G-Class. The top configuration of the G-Series here requires nearly 10 million. After purchasing a car, Gui ventured out to explore the streets on his own. He also acquired the latest model of the Banana 10086 Pro Max, the top-tier version, for merely 38,000. Gazing at the abundant zeros in his bank account, Gui marveled. Indeed, there are moments when money seems inexhaustible. Reflecting on his earlier years as a corporate drone, he recalled how he refrained from adding an egg to his grain pancake for breakfast and how he hesitated to buy instant noodles in bulk. The cheapest and thinnest ham sausages were his only choice. During festivals, indulging in milk felt like a luxury. He only dared to purchase powdered milk priced at 8 yuan and 8 cents, a bag that would expire within a week if not consumed. A tear, though non-existent, was wiped away from the corner of Gu Ye's eye as he forced a radiant smile. At last, this overwhelming fortune has come to me. One must believe in the light. Driving a luxurious car, listening to melodious tunes, and cruising down the bustling streets is truly exhilarating. However, before long, my phone rang. Hello, who is this? The original owner had no friends nor any creditors. As for the Gu family, Gui didn't even possess a single contact number. Then, the voice of Gu Chuyun echoed. Xiao Yi, it's your elder sister. Here, that's my number. Please save it later. I'm calling to assure you not to worry about the online rumors. It's just the second brother acting irrationally. Gui had not been online, thus remained oblivious to the events transpiring. Oh, the car halted at a traffic light as he pulled out his phone to check. What the heck? Am I really that popular now? I'm trending in the top 3 searches. Back in school, I was always at the bottom of the list. The true young master. A scheming bitch framing an innocent faux young master Gu Yi. Get out of the wealthy family inheritance battle in the aristocracy. Gu Ye's shameless tricks in the hastily edited video. Gu Yi was depicted using a palm thunder spell and a golden light incantation. Both recent events, nothing particularly unusual. However, what was truly shocking was that they had even edited footage of the original owner being bullied while working years ago, twisting it to portray the original owner as the bully. Some accused him of being ignorant of wealth, using underhanded tactics for money, and having a disgraceful character, labeling him a calamity. Others derided him for lacking shame, hiding behind his parents as a member of the adulting generation. Gu Yi rested his chin on his hand, seemingly contemplating the nation's future. With such significant attention, if I were to disregard it, wouldn't that merely exacerbate the situation? Gu Yi exited the webpage and initiated a live stream. He understood the allure of spectacle. The title of the stream read, Gu Yi invites you. If you haven't seen wealth, stay away. Dominating the trending list, the influx of viewers was staggering. As the stream commenced, over 1,000 people flooded in. Is this Gu Yi, the true young master of the Gu family? who utilizes lightning cannons and golden light. You're quite audacious. If you've never seen money, what do you know about it without your real parents? I may not have seen wealth, but here I am. So what? Guyi swiftly removed those who claimed to have never encountered wealth. The barrage of comments momentarily paused, only to erupt into chaos. What the heck? Are you for real? So what if you were the true young master of the Gu family? You weren't always the true young master. Why weren't you this audacious back then? He was indeed audacious. He bullied others. With an inherent disdain for the affluent, compounded by Gu Heir's deliberate attempts to incite anger, the comments section exploded. Anyone who claimed to have never seen wealth was promptly removed. As for those who insulted him, he allowed their comments to remain. After all, negative attention is still attention. Those critics only added to the heat. Within a mere 5 minutes, the viewer count surged to 50,000. With the audience flourishing, Guyi felt it was the perfect moment to reap the rewards. In this world, one's identity and face are self-bestowed. The 50,000 viewers of my live stream have implicitly acknowledged their familiarity with wealth. Haven't they? Indeed. Ha ha. Guyi was doubled over with laughter, exclaiming, "After all this time, aside from empty boasts, you haven't even managed to conjure a single cent in gifts, have you? And yet you claim to have seen money? Ha ha. Are you attempting to make me laugh myself to death so that you can inherit my extravagant possessions? I just happened to purchase them, and they weren't overly expensive. The top configuration merely cost 999 Daluo." He was about to continue when Gu Haoquan, Su, and Gu Chuyun all sent messages. "Xiao Yi, come home. Father will resolve this matter for you. Xiao Yi, they are all envious of you. Xiao Yi." Most of the audience in the live stream are bot trolls by the second brother. Do not be deceived. Just as Gu Laosan was about to send a message urging Guyi to end the live stream and not stoop to their level, he glanced at the live stream and his eyes widened in shock. 060, one can play it this way as well. In the live streaming room, a relentless barrage of virtual gifts cascaded down the screen. Beers, lollipops, hearts, flowers, and even extravagant items like airplanes, luxury cars, and grand estates. Gu Laosan felt as if his eyes were deceiving him. He rubbed them vigorously, only to confirm that he had not misperceived the spectacle. This is truly astonishing. Mr. Gu hurried to the hospital to show his younger siblings the remarkable achievements of their elder brother. Gu Haoquan and others gazed at the large screen, exchanging bewildered glances. ISN T Xiaoya's live stream filled with naysayers? Could it be that the second one has come to a realization, employing such a method to cheer up Xiao Yi? Stop dreaming. Her mind is consumed by that scoundrel. She won't awaken to reality until she falls into the pit. Guyi gazed at the live stream, yet his expression remained one of disdain. It was precisely this demeanor that sent the comments section into a frenzy. The aunts and uncles should rally together, for that young man has become exceedingly arrogant. Let us deliver him a resounding slap in the face. How outrageous! He mocks us for being unable to afford gifts. Yet he has never truly witnessed the essence of what a gift entails. He has never encountered wealth. A mere G-class vehicle is insignificant. Let us collectively fund the acquisition of the G-class factory. Guyi curled his lips, portraying the crooked-mouthed Dragon King Prince. You truly are remarkable. Although your pockets may be cleaner than your faces, I am truly in awe of your extravagant disposition, akin to that of the affluent. Tomorrow, even the mere cost of a breakfast egg has been generously offered, which has left me utterly moved to the point of tears. He bowed in gratitude before the screen, gazing at the Gu family collective in a live stream. He typically expressed himself through heartfelt words rather than mere speech, truly exhibiting restraint. We are indeed proud to be relatives of Xiao Yi. The barrage of comments was utterly incensed. What a true young master. He is still neglected. How dare he mock us? He has never encountered such a plethora of gifts, and yet stubbornly refuses to acknowledge it. He is insulting the wealthy. Is there any affluent gentleman willing to deliver a resounding blow to his face? The frenzy has ensued. The fans have been driven to madness by Guyi. When one side is in distress, support rushes in from all directions. How absurd! When a single cry rings out, the wealthy from all corners come rushing forth. Before long, romantic carriages flashed by one after another, followed by grand estates of true love, alongside an array of unique gifts. The entire live stream room was ablaze with gifs and a flurry of comments. The Gu family collectively rose to their feet, all eyes fixed on the live broadcast, applauding fervently. Impressive. Xiao Yi must undoubtedly be a commercial prodigy. Who knew it could be played this way? As Gu Lao Air freshly returned to the office, opened the live stream, his face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Is this the live broadcast initiated by Gu Yi? Is this a case of spending 100,000 yuan to manipulate reviews? The number of viewers in the live stream has already surpassed 200,000. They are not merely contrarian. They must be suffering from some profound affliction. What is the big deal with the negativity? Did I ask him to elevate Gu Ye's popularity? Why are his followers not reporting him, not continuing to criticize him, but instead offering financial support? Where did this money come from? Did they rob a bank? Gu Lauer screamed frantically, immediately dialing his secretary's number. After a torrent of emotionally charged words, the secretary, with a choked voice, replied, President Gu, our Z has been wronged. They have already exerted considerable effort in their accusations, and some have even reported him. Our Z has not spent a single penny on gifts. Gu Lauer roared in fury. What did you say? Do you take me for a fool? So many people are criticizing, yet I have not witnessed it. If they did not send gifts, then who is responsible for those gifts? The secretary, stifling the pain of her eardrums being pierced, wept softly. Oh, Mr. Gu, those are all fans. Some of the individuals in the live stream possess certain connections that prevent Mr. Guya's channel from being shut down. Our supporters may have expressed their discontent, yet there are far more who remain silent. While our followers did not shower gifts, the affluent patrons generously bestowed even more. They have the means to be capricious, and we are left with no recourse. Mr. Gu, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Incompetence. A bunch of incompetents. Immediately reach out to Dahe and continue to seek scandalous information about Gu Yi. He relishes the limelight, so I shall ensure he receives it abundantly. Let Haizi connect with him directly and confront him. Dam Guye, he truly possesses some cunning tactics. In addition to deceiving his parents and garnering favoritism from his elder sister and younger siblings, he has now managed to mislead a multitude of netizens. Having navigated the entertainment industry for so many years, what kind of demons and monsters have I not encountered? With such limited skills, he has no reason to fear. Let him continue to flaunt his arrogance. The higher he soars now, the more devastating his fall will be in the future. The secretary gazed at Gu Ye's live streaming room, wiping away tears with fervor. How could this even garner fame? What was she even doing as a beleaguered secretary? The earnings from a single live stream could equate to her annual salary. Gu Yi whistled at the lavish gifts pouring in from the audience. He expressed his gratitude to all the generous patrons, encouraging them to light up the display, and follow him. The influx of enthusiastic supporters was indeed promising. With a single live stream capable of yielding upwards of 100,000 or even 800,000, had this been the past version of himself, he would have been overjoyed. Yet now, within the Gu family, even the casual pocket money received was in the tens of millions. Purchasing a mere snack would still involve a few thousand in spending. Alas, the income from live streaming barely amounted to his trivial funds. Suddenly, a flurry of comments filled the screen, requesting to connect live. Gu Yi collected his thoughts and remarked, Connecting live? That comes at a different price. The comments erupted once more. That generous patron just gifted you so many items. How can you still demand a different price? With such a narrow perspective, how can one claim to have encountered wealth? You have utterly tarnished the reputation of the Gu family. I shall report him and ensure he is expelled from the realm of live streaming. Brothers, remain calm and composed. His penchant for seeking the spotlight will inevitably lead to his downfall. The accusations circulating online will eventually reveal his true character. Is it truly the case that one wishes to connect with the young heir of a wealthy family despite lacking financial means? As soon as he finished speaking, 50 rockets flashed across the screen. Gu Yi, welcome, number one brother. Let us connect. Gu Lauer propelled himself into the spotlight, courageously confronting challenges by going live. The fool must have been quite agitated as he arranged for a direct confrontation. Let him bring it on. I am curious to see what tricks he will employ. After all, I find myself with ample time on my hands, and while this sum of money is merely a pittance, Who can resist the allure of wealth? Upon successfully connecting, I found myself engaged with a man, a middle-aged fellow, evidently accustomed to the bottle. His voice was hoarse, and he wasted no time before unleashing a torrent of profanity. You little brat, now that you've hit it big, have you forgotten about Brother Zhao from back in the day? He patted the bills in his pocket and added a few more words. Back in the day, when you pilfered from the widow at the train station, you simply pulled up your trousers and fled. When the widow's paramour came knocking, it was I, your Brother Zhao, who bore the brunt of it for you. Do you remember what you said back then? Gu Yi rested his chin on one hand, resembling a dedicated host attentively listening. 061, driving a luxury SUV, losing control and laughing uncontrollably. I am utterly amused. The live chat exploded in excitement. Is this what they call a wealthy heir? Ha! At the entrance of our village, there lies but a fatherly bond between Wu Laer and him. No wonder, upon returning to the affluent family, he was so eager to harm the false young master. If this scandal had been unveiled sooner, what would remain for him? Surely, the head of the Gu family must have witnessed this. Why has he not hastily severed ties? Just a moment ago, they were arrogantly mocking us for our lack of financial experience. Now, however, they find themselves in a foolish predicament. As a barrage of comments surged wildly, an array of gifs illuminated the entire screen. Gu Qiu gazed at the live broadcast room, finally curling her lips into a satisfied smile. Gu Yi, are you feeling bewildered now? You have resorted to deception to manipulate the entire family, and I find myself with no alternative but to resort to such measures due to your coercion. However, rest assured, when you are inevitably cast out from your home, I shall certainly provide you with 250 yuan for sustenance. The Gu family was left in utter bewilderment. Su Yi's palms were clammy with anxiety. What shall we do now? The second sibling has gone too far. This must be her orchestrated campaign, deliberately slandering Xiaoye. Gu Haokuan picked up his phone and instructed his secretary to keep this matter under wraps, promising to deal with the second issue more thoroughly later. Gu Chuyun hurriedly exclaimed, Father, we should not suppress the matter. Instead, we ought to let the fervor escalate. Both the husband and wife were taken aback. Xiaoyan, you cannot possibly still believe in that imposter. Gu Zhe, Su Yi could comprehend the situation. After all, Xiaoyan had not heard many heartfelt confessions and could not fully place her trust in Xiao Yi. At this juncture, if this matter were not suppressed, how could Xiao Yi possibly face others in the future? Gu Haokuan was beside himself with rage. I had intended to host a welcome banquet for Xiao Yi on the 15th of next month, inviting all members of the 8 prominent families. If this continues, my own son will be ruined. Upon hearing Gu Ye's heartfelt sentiments, he became increasingly convinced that everything transpiring in Gu Ye's life was a deliberate attempt to tarnish his reputation. Regardless of which world he hailed from, in this realm, he unequivocally remained his own beloved son. Gu Chuyun became anxious, imploring her parents, Please, let me finish. I wholeheartedly believe in Xiaoye. He could not have possibly committed such an act. It is precisely for this reason that we must amplify the discourse, allowing him to retaliate in front of the entire internet. Have you forgotten? Every time counterfeit goods slander Xiao Yi, he is always able to mount a powerful counterattack. What slander and allegations are these? The more one conceals them, the more the people will become suspicious. We must make a grand revelation, ensuring that everyone knows Xiao Yi is innocent. For many years, the dark secrets of the Gu family have largely been suppressed by the second son. However, this time is different. A biological brother must not be subjected to such indignities. Gu Haokuan and Su Yi, the couple, suddenly realized. Indeed, Xiao Yun is absolutely correct. I have complete faith in Xiao Yi. He will undoubtedly find solution. Gu Haokuan promptly instructed his secretary to elevate Xiao Ye's visibility and purchase traffic. Gu Yi rested his chin on one hand, his expression remaining serene and indifferent. Ah, dear friend, should I indulge in that fruit of the Zhao family? What advantages might I reap? The system promptly responded, My esteemed lord, you have finally seen the light. The benefits are indeed manifold. For instance, the duration of the Thunder Palm can extend from a mere 10 minutes to a grand 100 minutes. The Golden Light spell may last for an entire day, and there exists the tantalizing possibility of acquiring new skills. Gu Yi exclaimed, Connect me to the fruit. Immediately, the system began to relay various details about the individual on the line. The viewers in the live stream could hardly contain their anticipation. Guyi, why the silence? Are you feeling guilty? You must provide everyone with an explanation, or we shall escort you to the police station to seek leniency on your behalf. Do you recall how the innocent and naive faux young master was sent away? Just imagine this could be your fate, and you must be trembling in fear. Ha ha ha, driving a luxury vehicle, trembling in fear. Ha ha ha, you are making me laugh to tears. Guyi took a sip of his refreshing drink and languidly remarked, "The gentleman on the line is named Zhao Daxiao, age 38, a vagrant. He bears 3 prominent black moles on the right side of his mouth, each adorned with a solitary black hair. His upper body is bare, while he dons bright red shorts, devoid of any undergarments, and on his feet are discarded red slippers. Ahem, is this your zodiac year? You are currently seated in a derelict factory upon a tattered yellow sofa, with a 3-legged table before you. Upon that table rests a bottle of milk tea, which you just procured for the exorbitant sum of 8 yuan. This marks your first and last cup of milk tea in life. Allow me to take another sip." The barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily halted before erupting once more. Ha ha, the guilty scion of a wealthy family has begun to play tricks again. This is a voice connection. The person on the other end cannot even see him. Yet he is attempting to weave an illusion. What nonsense about the police capturing him. Does he believe he is some arcane master? Come now, Zhao, do give him a sound thrashing. Yet, the man on the line remained utterly speechless, staring at his phone with eyes wide in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he finally bellowed, "Guyi, just because you possess wealth does not make you superior. How dare you investigate me? Do not forget how I instructed you during your time at the Green Pastures Orphanage. What is happening?" Guyi, upon hearing his own voice, was indeed taken aback. How could he react in such a manner? Although he had returned to the affluent Gu family, as the He had mentioned, he was not favored therein. What audacity propelled him? Furthermore, how did he articulate these details so clearly? Could it be that the He had betrayed me? Guyi set down his drink and continued, "This is my fault for not being sufficiently detailed, so let us proceed. Zhao Daxiao, you were born and within 3 days caused your grandfather's demise. At 3 years you brought about your grandmother's end, and at 9, your father's. Your mother, terrified, abandoned you at the gates of the orphanage and fled. A kind old man, sweeping the streets, found you and took you in, allowing you to reside near the orphanage. From the age of 10, you developed an infatuation with widows, often sneaking peeks as they bathed and clandestinely creeping into their beds, a frequent occurrence. At the tender age of 15, I inadvertently caused the death of my adoptive father through sheer exasperation. Subsequently, I resorted to bullying orphan children to scrape by, and when times grew dire, I sought solace in the company of widows, only to find myself incarcerated. I have lived for 38 years, with half of my festive dinners spent behind bars. You mentioned the theft at the widow's abode. In truth, it was your doing, and I merely happened to pass by that day, becoming the scapegoat. Your third toe on the right foot has been afflicted with a fungal infection, which has regrettably spread to its neighboring digits. Presently, your pockets hold 30,000 yuan in cash, a deposit given to you by a paparazzo named Ahe, with the promise of an additional 20,000 upon the successful framing of me. However, I must inform you, your efforts will be in vain, for the police will soon apprehend you, compelling you to confess to your myriad crimes over the years. Tomorrow, you shall face the grim reality of your fate. Trembling in fear, as his words echoed, the sound of police sirens blared from the other end of the line. 062. Is Guyi a formidable figure in the realm of the mysterious arts? At that moment, Zhao was taken aback, hastily rising to his feet and glancing back, only to find several police vehicles stationed below, with officers already making their way up to apprehend him. Panic ensued. After years of evasion, he had never experienced such a frantic state. Guyi, you are my savior. I beseech you. I implore your assistance. I will bow in reverence. I will disclose to you a grand secret. I shall offer you 100,000. Will that suffice? I confess, it was indeed I who pilfered from the widow's abode. It was not you at all. I merely accepted money from others to frame you deliberately. Surely this will suffice. Please, help me. I beg you. Zhao De fell to his knees, relentlessly bowing his head until his forehead bled. He was now filled with profound regret. Gui must possess extraordinary fortune. Not only is he the scion of the esteemed Gu family, but he is also a transcendent being. How foolish of me to have offended such a significant figure over a mere few thousand. If he could foresee my plight, he undoubtedly possesses a means to extricate me from this predicament. The barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily ceased before erupting once more. My goodness, Gui appears to have genuine prowess. Oh my, please forgive my ignorance. I only know to exclaim, oh my. Does this mean everything Gui stated earlier was indeed true? He hadn't even seen the face of the person opposite him, yet he spoke with such accuracy. I have a friend near that factory. I just spoke to him, and he confirmed that the police are indeed arresting people. Oh dear, this is no ordinary young master. It seems a celestial master has descended. So the lightning cannon he utilized, radiating with golden light, was no facade. That was true skill. Master, please accept my humble bow. I wish to seek your wisdom. Master, grant me a reading as well. I am open to any fortune. The earlier scornful comments had now shifted entirely. Instead of derision, there are now expressions of reverence and an outpouring of gifts. The entire Gu family stood in unison, their eyes wide as they collectively gasped. Gu Haokuin's voice trembled. My son is truly remarkable. Everything he just said was indeed accurate. Having previously worried that Xiao Yi would be wronged and vilified across the internet, they can now proudly hold their heads high. Su Yi wept tears of joy, knowing her son was like her, not the type to be easily bullied. That Zhao fellow, who had earlier been so defiant, must now feel utterly foolish. What was the second son thinking when he brought such a person into their midst, making it public knowledge? She would have to have a serious talk with him later. Gu Qian nodded slightly. Mother and father, did I not say that Xiao Yi would find a way to counterattack? With this surge of attention, the other 8 prominent families will think twice before crossing our Xiao Yi. They will need to curry favor with him. Is my own brother not far superior to that imposter? I was indeed blind and foolish to have looked down upon my own brother for the sake of such a person. What a fool I have been. At this moment, the second sister must be seething with rage. She has meticulously plotted so much, only to end up shooting herself in the foot. However, there is little she can do, as the entire family is urging her to reconsider, yet she insists on pursuing her self-destructive path. Gu Haokuin's phone rang, and he glanced at Su Yi, saying, "It's a call from my father-in-law. He must be inquiring about Xiao Yi." Su Yi replied, "I will speak with him. If my father does not acknowledge this grandson, I shall sever our father-daughter relationship." Gu Qian's phone also rang, revealing it to be a call from the 6th sibling. Xiao Yi has gained notoriety, and now the entire family is paying attention. To avoid being ensnared by such peculiar forces, it is imperative that I remind my sisters. Gu Laonyo observed this scene and abruptly stood up, kicking over everything within reach. Gu Yi, what tricks are you playing now? Who is behind this? Who is fueling his notoriety and scripting this drama? She was beside herself with rage. Gu Qiyu felt herself on the verge of a breakdown. Just moments ago, everything was fine. How could the person on the line have been apprehended so suddenly? What kind of fools has DeHay employed? She immediately dialed her secretary, unleashing a torrent of frantic commands. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and investigate this matter. The secretary, on the verge of tears, replied, Gu Zong. It appears that Gu Yi is genuinely formidable. He has already uncovered our plans. Just look at the live stream. Gu Laonyo felt a jolt of dread, sensing an ominous turn of events. Yet, she dismissed the thought. How could things possibly unfold this way? In the live stream, Gu Yi continued to wear a crooked smile, saying, Zhao Daxiao, you are guilty of multiple heinous crimes, with 8 murder cases on your hands and 5 orphans trafficked. Your sins are grievous, and retribution is at hand. I shall not save such scum. Furthermore, there is something I have yet to disclose. Behind DeHay, there lies a mysterious woman. As for her name, I shall not reveal it directly. You may relay the message, but you 1T have the chance. Perhaps that woman is watching the live stream right now. So I will take this opportunity to inform her. Old fool, if your brain is addled, seek medical help, preferably a psychiatrist. Do not resort to such tactics against me. I disdain to retaliate. For within 3 days you shall be wed, and that shall be your retribution. Gu Laonyo glared at the live stream, her fury boiling over as she screamed. "Ah, Gu Yi, you little rascal, so you knew all this while. You are deliberately opposing me, trying to embarrass me. How could you, my own brother, treat me this way, underestimating my discernment in men? You shall see that my judgment is unparalleled." Just as Gu Yi finished speaking, the voice of the police could be heard from Zhao Daxiao's side. He had been arrested. Gu Yi bowed to the screen, saying, "Thank you, diligent officers. Do not let this scum escape." The police responded, "Comrade Gu Yi, we thank you on behalf of the masses." Gu Yi humbly accepted their gratitude before hanging up. Now that the truth has been revealed, it is time for everyone to return to their respective homes. Before the live stream concluded, the barrage of comments erupted fervently. Gu Xiao received commendation from Officer Shu Li. "Oh my ye, Gu Xiao has achieved a great feat. Congratulations to Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, will we be online again? I wish to beseech for a child. Gu Xiao, I wish to bear your offspring." Gu Yi could no longer endure the spectacle and waved his hand to terminate the live stream. Upon reviewing the data in the background, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This venture yields profits with astonishing swiftness. In such a brief span, an astounding sum of 1.68 million had been credited." While he was diligently examining the figures, he received a call from Gu Chubbing. "Xiao Yi, it's your third sister. You must return home immediately. Do not stop for anyone along the way. Hurry, hurry. The second brother's temper will not rest easily." 063, Madame Gu has quite the scoop. An hour later, Gu Yi's vehicle came to a steady halt in the Gu family garage. After ending a call with Gu Lao-san, Gu Yi instructed the system to select the optimal route. Navigating smoothly back home, Gu Haokuin, accompanied by his wife, daughter, and a dozen servants, emerged in unison to greet him. "Little Yi, you're back. Did Lao-san call you?" "As expected, Lauter sent someone to intercept your car. Rest assured, I will deal with that rebellious daughter properly." Gu Lauter was thoroughly berated. The servants lined up on either side as Gu Yi walked past, bowing respectfully and collectively exclaiming, "Welcome home, young master." Gu Yi strode forward with impressive long strides, exuding an aura of unparalleled confidence, his striking features adorned with a gaze that seemed to look down upon the world. The air around him crackled with an undeniable presence. "Erguzi, how do I appear? Do I exude the aura of a returning warrior?" The system enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. "Young master, you are remarkable." Gu Yi felt a sense of satisfaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Old Gu, old Su, I'm perfectly fine, no need to worry," he said as he approached them. Gu Haokuin watched his son flaunt his charm, replaying all the unpleasant matters in his mind before managing to suppress a laugh. "As long as you're fine, that's what matters." Su Yi added, "Little Yi, we all watch your live stream. Are you truly a master of the mystical arts?" Gu Chuyin gazed at him in admiration. "Little Yi, you are truly the pride of your sister. My phone has been bombarded with calls. All the prominent families wish to invite you to lunch. You are indeed the lucky star of the Gu family. Ever since your return, we have become the talk of the town among the 8 great families." Gu Yi responded with a playful smirk, "You must believe in science. The notion of being a master of the mystical arts is merely superstition." Gu Haokuin and the others fell silent. "Which of your eyes saw us believing that?" They eagerly leaned in, awaiting his thoughts. "Indeed," Gu Yi exclaimed, "Who the hell believes in science? The culmination of science is metaphysics. As for being a master of the mystical arts, in this world, I am the ancestor of the mystical arts. The members of the 8 great families wish to treat me to lunch. How much can one really eat? And how much can one spend?" Suikowood Hermot, struggling to stifle her laughter. "Still so fond of money. This trait truly comes from me. No doubt he is my son." Gu Haokuin cleared his throat with effort and said, "Little Yi speaks wisely. We must believe in science and avoid superstitions. You've worked hard. Go rest for now." Gu Yi raised a hand and patted Gu Haokuin on the shoulder. "Old Gu, you truly understand. So easily deceived. No wonder his mother can effortlessly coax him into donating money." Gu Haokuin suddenly widened his eyes. What? What donation? Had he truly stumbled upon his own secret? Su Yi was equally taken aback. "What donation? Little Yi, do enlighten us." Gu Chuyun observed the 2 elders. Gently shaking her head, Clearly, little Yi is tired. It's unrealistic to expect him to share this now. It will be better to wait until tomorrow morning. When Gu Yi returned to his room, Gu Haokuin and the others wore solemn expressions. Su Yi exclaimed, "Your mother must be quite muddled. When the child went missing, she incessantly berated me for my ineptitude, urging me to find the child without respite. Now that the child has returned, she remains utterly silent and instead blames me for sending a counterfeit to the police." The mere thought of the call she received from the old lady made her seethe with anger. Gu Haokuin quickly interjected, "You know, my mother has never favored me. Her previous displays were merely for show, and I suspect the same applies now. The immediate priority is to understand Xiao Ye's feelings. What does that donation mean? I am well aware of my mother's tendencies. Xiao Ye just returned and has already made headlines. I've mentioned it to her, yet she hasn't uttered a single word. She must be plotting something." Gu Chuyun furrowed her brows tightly. Whatever her intentions, the old lady cannot be allowed to deceive us again. I believe she will come knocking at our door by tomorrow morning. I've never had a fondness for her, and while her treatment of me is of little concern, should she dare to harm Xiao Yi, I will not stand for it. The three reached a consensus, resolutely determined to protect Gu Yi. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion was peacefully slumbering on the grand bed. Having endured sufficient hardship in his past life, he was unwilling to suffer even a modicum of distress in this one. Being a wealthy heir, he intended to lead a leisurely life and reap rewards without effort. At 8 in the morning, Gu Yi, nearly dozing off over breakfast, thought, "What on earth is that old woman doing here so early? It's preventing me from catching up on my sleep. Guzi, play me the latest gossip about her. The juicier, the better." Just 10 minutes prior, Su Yi had personally roused him from sleep, citing the impending visit from old lady Gu. Always prone to morning irritability, Gu Yi, who usually awakened only when his temper subsided, was on the verge of losing his composure. Yet, understanding his temperament, Su Yi had presented him with 5 million in pocket money, which reluctantly coaxed him out of bed. Now, upon hearing Gu Ye's sentiments, they straightened their posture. The old lady's gossip, Gu Haokuin was exceedingly eager to learn more. However, they awaited the arrival of the old lady without any substantial revelations. Dressed in traditional attire with her hair pinned up, old lady Gu's face was lined with wrinkles, and her gaze scrutinized those around her with a disdainful flare of her nostrils and squinted eyes. Gu Yi sat the farthest from her, feigning interest in his phone, though in reality, he had succumbed to sleep. After exchanging a few words with Gu Haokuin and scolding Su Yi, old lady Gu's gaze fixated on Gu Yi. Yet, after waiting for an eternity, he did not approach to greet her. "Is this how low our family's standards have fallen, taught to disregard by you two?" The old lady slammed the table, nearly sending the teacup crashing to the floor. Gu Yi, blissfully asleep, was jolted awake by the commotion, reigniting his morning irritability. What does that old woman think she is doing? He mused. Who does she believe she is, barging into my home and disrupting my sweet dreams? She, that old scheming woman, has deceived the elder, donning him with the green hat no less than 8 times. How can she still have the audacity to claim the title of matriarch of the Gu family? Is this truly the case? Gu Haokuin, in a surge of emotion, sprang to his feet, his face a canvas of disbelief. With 9 siblings in total, the matriarch has betrayed the elder by taking on 8 lovers? What does that imply for him? Could it be that he is not the biological child of his father? This is utterly preposterous. Should this revelation come to light, would the Gu family not become the laughingstock of the aristocracy? Su Yi, who had already struggled to find slumber, had spent the night mulling over the matriarch's scandalous behavior. Upon hearing such revelations, her eyes widened in shock, her fatigue instantly vanishing. That wretched old woman, who is hardly a paragon of virtue herself, dares to admonish others. Gu Chuyun, resting her chin on her hand, mused. So, who truly is the legitimate heir? In a surprising turn of events, Grandma Gu adorned her husband with 8 distinct green hats, each one uniquely different from the others. Madame Gu gazed at the utterly astonished expressions of her youngest son's family and felt a deep sense of satisfaction within. Among her 9 offspring, it was this 6th son who was the most easily managed. Each time she displayed her anger, he would cower in fear. 6th son, You have reached an age of maturity, and your children have all grown into adulthood. How can you so readily consign a child you have nurtured for so many years to the police station merely because of a so-called biological connection? She spoke with a fierce glare directed at Gu Yi, as if she intended to devour him whole. Gu Yi let out a cold laugh, thinking to himself, that wretched old hag, has she come to support the counterfeit? Although old Gu is not excessively filial, he does harbor a certain respect for this mother of his. Now that she has spoken, he surely cannot feign ignorance. Reprimand is imminent. Perhaps she will even invoke some family punishment, demanding I kneel or something of that sort. Gu Haokuan, having sensed Gu Ye's inner thoughts, quickly straightened himself and interjected, Mother, what are you saying? Xiao Yi is my own flesh and blood. After enduring so many hardships while lost for years, of course, I will show him favoritism. Moreover, Gu Zhe has committed such a grave error. My actions are for his own good. Sending him away will serve as a lesson, preventing him from causing greater mischief in the future and bringing disgrace to our Gu family. Ah, my dear Xiaoya, you may not have anticipated this, but not only will I refrain from punishing you, I shall also support you. In due time, you shall come to realize that as my son, you have indeed encountered extraordinary fortune. Su Yi added, Mother, do you not often say that we have spoiled Gu Zhe? We must concede that we were indeed mistaken. Gravely so. Therefore, we are now permitting him to enter and endure some hardship, precisely as you suggested, you old harlot. After committing such shameless deeds, how dare you feign innocence before us? Xiao Yi is our own flesh and blood. Not a single hair on his head shall be harmed. Gu Chuyun, grandmother, Gu Zhe has stolen so many things from me. If it weren't for Xiaoya's assistance, our Gu family enterprise would have been doomed. Xiaoya is truly our lucky star. Hasten to unveil more sensational stories. Let the elder sister listen. How did the old woman manage to place so many green hats upon the heads of that unfortunate old man? Truly, she is a remarkable character. Lady Gu cast a furious glance at the three of them, instantly igniting her wrath. Impudence! You all are truly audacious. I merely uttered a single phrase, and you have prepared a multitude of responses in anticipation. You certainly are exemplary sons. Gu Yi, old Gu and old Su are truly brave. After all these decades, they dare to speak so boldly. That old woman performed quite well, using her anger as a facade to force old Gu to submit. Soon enough, when she opens her mouth to request a donation, he will undoubtedly acquiesce. I recall that on their wedding night, she employed the very same tactic. Subsequently, the old man resorted to underhanded means and sought out a courtesan while she indulged in a night of pleasure with another man. TSK, TSK, TSK. Gu Haokuan. Xiaoya possesses remarkable discernment. Over the years, the elderly lady has consistently employed this tactic to solicit money. According to Xiao Yi, the lady's first illegitimate son is surprisingly none other than the elder brother, the individual I hold in the highest regard. The one who wields the financial authority of the company is, astonishingly, not the son of my father. Su Yi's pupils trembled in shock. What a cunning old lady. To execute such a scheme on the very night of their nuptials. Yet, how could such a shrewd gentleman, the old master, remain oblivious to it all? This is utterly unreasonable. Gu Chuyun felt as if her worldview had shattered into countless fragments, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Her uncle, not even the biological son of her grandfather, held such authority over the company's finances. I have long desired to sever ties with him, yet due to our connection, I found myself utterly powerless. Now, however, the situation has changed. He is no longer one of my own, and I need not fear him any longer. Gu Haokuan took a deep breath and said, Mother, you are already in your 70s. It is not worth your anger over such trivial matters. If anything were to happen to you, it would only bring you suffering. You must find out who that scoundrel is. Perhaps the counterfeit orchestrated by Gu Zhe was indeed his arrangement, and he almost attempted to steal the company's confidential documents. Su Yi, Mother, it's early in the morning. Please refrain from expressing anger. There's nothing to worry about. Allow me to arrange for your return. Gu Chuyun remained silent, tacitly acquiescing to her parents' actions. Gu Yi what? Lao Gu and Lao Su surprisingly did not relent. Instead, they even issued an eviction order. Oh my, Those two are quite remarkable. I wonder how that old woman will handle this situation. Madame Gu was instantly taken aback. She had initially believed that her outburst had frightened them all, rendering their faces pale with fear. The grandson she had just reunited with appeared to be a rather unimpressive character, so much so that upon encountering her, he was rendered speechless. However, it now seemed that the situation was not as she had presumed. Gu Haokuan, Sui, you two are truly remarkable. How could you possibly drive me away? Moreover, Guye, are you rendered mute? I am your beloved grandmother, not some ancient witch. Upon seeing me, are you incapable of uttering a single word? Guyi suddenly raised his head, forcing out a smile that was even more grotesque than a cry. Indeed, it is rather terrifying. So I have encountered the old monster? Ah. She actually admits to being an old witch, quite self-aware indeed. If she weren't an old witch, who could be so audacious as to place so many green hats upon her man, and each one unique? Ha. Gu Haokuin felt his blood pressure rising. For a fleeting moment, his head buzzed with disbelief. 8 green hats, each distinct. How dare the old woman? How could she possibly have the audacity? If the old master were to find out about this, then... Sui gazed at the old lady Gu, her eyes filled with terror. How could someone so unattractive and frivolous ever capture the old master's attention? Which of the 8 green hats is it? It is imperative to investigate thoroughly. No, wait. What if one's own man is not a family-oriented individual? Then it shall be settled. Drive out the other 8. And let no one attempt to monopolize even a fraction of the estate. Gu Chuyun gazed at her mother, their thoughts intertwined in perfect harmony. The Gu group, having flourished under her father's stewardship, had gradually transformed into a prominent force among the illustrious 8 families, a testament to her own contributions. If her father were not the true heir of the Gu family, it might pose some complications. However, there was no cause for concern, for little Yi was always there. Regardless of the circumstances that might arise, she felt confident in her ability to navigate through them. Madame Gu, in a fit of rage, clutched a teacup tightly and hurled it towards Gu Yi, exclaiming, "You wretched bastard, a child deprived of both father and mother. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. You return with your underhanded tricks, brandishing your lightning cannon one moment, and the next, adorned in a dazzling array of gold, while pretending to be a master of mysticism on a live stream. Do you aspire to claim everything belonging to the Gu family? This wild child is merely lost in a dream. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." As the teacup loomed near, Gu Yi slightly shifted his body to evade it. In the same breath, he dashed forward, confronting the old woman, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon her. "You wretched old creature! Whom do you dare to insult with your accusations of parental absence? My parents are right here. Daring to insult me on my territory and even contemplating to strike me? Who granted you such audacity? I may not display my might, but do not presume me to be a pushover." When confronted with a frail relic of 70 or 80 years, Gu Yi hesitated to squander the effectiveness of his golden light spell, believing that mere physical prowess would suffice to subdue this elderly gentleman. "Sui, Xiao Yi struck my shrewd, domineering, and unreasonable old wife. Well done, especially that kick, which was executed with utmost clarity. The imprint of the shoe on the old man's face still lingers. Gu Haokuan, could it be that Xiao Yi has truly mastered some techniques atop a mountain? Such seemingly simple moves, when executed, are anything but ordinary. Gu Chuyun, at last, this little rascal has abandoned his tactic of feigning injury. Just a moment ago, I feared he would resort to his old tricks once more." Grandma Gu, too, was taken aback. She never anticipated that Gu Yi would have the audacity to strike her, berating her ancestors for generations. Now, she clutches her head with both hands, writhing in pain upon the ground. "Gu Haokuan, are you truly dead? Your son is hitting me. He is attacking me. Are you blind? That little wretch. You must make him stop at once. Hurry, I feel as though I might perish. Oh, my front tooth." The old woman's wailing echoed through the air, her heart ablaze with fury towards Gu Yi, a fire potent enough to engulf the entire Gu family villa, burning fiercely for 3 days and nights without extinguishing. Gu Yi, however, was more ruthless. He delivered a kick that fractured her posterior and struck her newly altered nose, rendering it askew. Ha ha! The old lady, now 78 years of age, has not only undergone facial enhancements, but has also opted for a cosmetic procedure to augment her posterior. She publicly asserts that she has never undergone any cosmetic surgery, claiming to be a natural beauty and now experiencing a rejuvenation of youth. Old Gu and old Sue must have been utterly foolish. They could never have anticipated that I would employ such a tactic. I have inflicted such severe injuries upon that wretched old woman, resulting in fractures and the necessity for her to undergo extensive surgical procedures. By the time it is all said and done, her 9 offspring may scarcely recognize her. In the realm of noble families, this constitutes a grave calamity, a flagrant act of rebellion, surely deserving of divine retribution. Thus, even if they speak to me sincerely and forgive me, determined not to cast me away, it is certain that Lady Gu would never consent to such a notion. Since the intention is to drive me away, one must carefully tally the accounts. Is it not true that this modest sum shall soon be within reach? The 8 children of the Gu family are not the biological offspring of the patriarch. The fierce battle for the family fortune among the affluent is still unfolding, and it is conceivable that in the end, nothing may remain. I must seize this opportunity while I can, to gather my share and then depart to a distant place. The young master has come to indulge in life's pleasures. The woes of poverty are unbearable, and the young master cannot endure even a morsel. Upon hearing such sentiments, Gu Haokuin and his companions exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain whether to indulge in the gossip or to intervene. They were well aware of the numerous endeavors the elderly lady had undertaken. They remain unaware of the multitude of projects that have been undertaken, a veritable transformation akin to magic. It is thanks to Xiao Yi that the old woman has been reverted to her original state. However, while he no longer needs to resort to deceptive tactics, his proactive approach has indeed caught them off guard. What an impressive scheme. They never anticipated that one could employ such tactics to extricate oneself from the Gu family. Su Yi and Gu Chuyun gazed at Gu Haokuin, the head of the family, awaiting his decision. Gu Haokuin initially contemplated intervening, but hesitated, even covering his face with one hand, as if to obscure his vision. Perhaps he himself is not truly of the Gu lineage, and all of this turmoil is the doing of that troublesome old woman, since she has never held him in high regard, and he has endured countless silent grievances without recourse. He finds solace in the fact that his son can now act on his behalf. Gu Chuyun remarked, "It seems my father has truly begun to think." Su Yi added, "Indeed, that old fellow has learned to be clever." Gui had been engaged for nearly 5 minutes, yet no one had come to intervene, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that I have triggered a hidden plot? Why has no one come to stop me? Guzi, check quickly. Am I about to fall into a trap? Gu Haokuin thought. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Su Yi said, "Oh my dear son, you have worked hard. I shall reward you for your efforts shortly." Gu Qian remarked, "Well done, dear brother. I will send you a red envelope soon." Before the system could announce anything, a woman rushed in, frantically shouting, "Stop! You must cease this at once." As the woman attempted to push Gu Yi aside, he had already retreated several steps. The hefty woman, weighing over 200 pounds, missed her target and instead fell onto the old matriarch. Gu Zhaodi, are you trying to crush me? Get off me," the old matriarch bellowed, while simultaneously releasing a loud fart as a result of the impact. Gu Zhaodi scrambled to her feet, ignoring her mother, and pointed an accusing finger at Su Yi, exclaiming, "Sixth sister-in-law, are you blind or deaf? Your son has struck our mother, and you stand idly by watching. Sixth brother, you must divorce her at once. Our Gu family cannot harbor such a disloyal daughter-in-law." Su Yi, hiding behind Gu Haokuin, appeared startled. "Sister, how can you so casually demand a divorce? If your eldest sister-in-law were to compel you to divorce, would you acquiesce?" Gu Zaodi Fumet, Sui, you are speaking nonsense. My husband is an only child. I have no elder sister-in-law. I shall not stoop to your level, you country bumpkin. Gu Haokuin, stop pretending to be mute. How do you intend to handle this matter? Gu Haokuin straightened his posture and replied, "Gu Zhaodi, do I need to submit a report to you regarding my decision? Our mother has stated that daughters are liabilities. without the right to meddle in family affairs. Do not forget that. Gu Zhaoti's eyes filled with fury. Gu Haokuan, what? What are you saying? I am your elder sister. How could you possibly speak to me in such a manner? What is happening? In the past, Lu would always heed my words. Even if I urged him to divorce, he would hesitate, yet never oppose me. What has changed now? Guye, you are nothing but the illegitimate child raised away from the family. You must realize that if you do not take responsibility for this matter, your parents will be driven to divorce because of you. Gu Zhaoti then turned her gaze towards Gu Yi. Gu Yi thought to herself, Gu Zhaoti. Just hearing that name evokes disdain, yet she dares to strut around the Gu household. Let me discern her true nature. Is she truly the beloved daughter of the old Master Gu? Goodness, she even dares to incite a divorce between old Gu and old Su? Her biological father, is merely a beggar by the roadside. Gu Yi had yet to finish his gossip when Gu Zhaoti, in a fit of anger, kicked over the chair beside her. Gu Yi, stop pretending to be deaf and mute. You Gu Haokuan bellowed, old hag, be quiet. You've disrupted our juicy gossip just when it was getting interesting. Little Yi, unfazed, continued to indulge in the gossip, urging his father to listen if this fat hag was indeed the offspring of the old master. Su Yi glared fiercely at Gu Zhaoti, finding her insufferable. Little Yi should deliver her a lightning bolt to send her away. Gu Chuyun assessed Gu Zhaoti, her eyes sparkling with shrewdness. She had previously thought her family was composed of handsome men and beautiful women. Yet, the uncles and aunts were an assortment of oddities. Now she understood. They must all be illegitimate children. Little Yi, expose her. Gu Yi sneered at Gu Zhaoti. You're so filial. Your mother fainted, yet you didn't take her to the hospital? The names of the Gu family children were all chosen by the old lady. The fact that this fat hag is called Zhaoti is merely because, among the 8 illegitimate children, her biological father is a beggar. Let me take another look at her father's situation. Gu Haokuan's eyes widened. Gu Zhaoti's father was actually just a beggar? What was wrong with her mother, that she could even stoop so low? Su Yi exclaimed in shock. The old lady had grand ambitions in her youth. She even set her sights on a beggar? Or is there more to the story? Otherwise, why would she give her sister such a name? Gu Chuyun mused. So, she is merely an illegitimate child without any backing. That makes things even easier. Gu Zhaoti turned to her mother, only to find that she had indeed fainted. A glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes as she remained unperturbed. Then turned to Gu Haokuan. You, our mother came to visit you and your son, and look at what you've done to her. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Enough of your explanations. Now give me 50 million. I will ensure this matter is handled discreetly, so father remains none the wiser. Her mother fainting was perfectly timed, saving her the trouble of negotiating with her. Once she secured the funds, she would call her elder brother to take care of it. Is it just about the money? Shouldn't this be an opportunity for me to leave the Gu family entirely? An illegitimate child without any backing is all about money, completely disregarding her mother's dignity. System. Young master, Gu Zhaoti's husband is a small-time thug who recently lost 30 million gambling on the island. If she fails to raise the money for his release, she will be cast out by her in-laws. Once she secures the funds, she'll fly straight to the island, indifferent to her mother's fate. Gu Yi, the old lady's request for donations to a charity is also for Gu Zhaoti's benefit. She isn't favored, so how could the old lady assist her? Gu Haokuan felt as though his mind was struggling to keep pace. After several deep breaths, he managed to regain a semblance of clarity. Today, the elderly matriarch came seeking donations, ostensibly to benefit Gu Zhaoti. However, given that Gu Zhaoti was not favored, it seemed implausible that the matriarch would actually allocate any funds to her. A conundrum indeed. Su Yi remarked, the elderly woman's schemes are endless. Erguzi, hasten to explain what is truly happening, urged Gu Zhaoti, unable to contain her impatience. Old Lu, what do you mean by merely watching our mother faint? Hurry and bring me the money. What are you dawdling for? We must act swiftly to save her. As for that illegitimate child, Gu Yi, who had caused Gu Zhe to end up in the police station, her elder brother would handle that matter. Once she rescued the man, she would settle the score with old Lu. Gu Haokuan replied, our family has a doctor, the one our mother trusts most, so there is no need for your intervention. Gu Yi interjected, is old Gu doing this on purpose? that veterinarian tending to his mother. How amusing, I must say. Old Gu is quite the flair. A smirk crept onto Gu Haokuin's face. The boy was underestimating him. He promptly instructed the butler to make arrangements and then cast a glance at Gu Zhaodi. If there is nothing more, you should leave. Our household does not welcome you. Gu Zhaodi, feeling desperate, retorted, What do you mean, old Lu? Our mother is gravely injured. You cannot rely solely on a family doctor. She must go to the hospital for professional treatment. If we only use a family doctor, how can I secure the money? Without it, I am at risk of divorce. Su Yi chimed in, Gu Zhaodi, have you forgotten? The matriarch stated that her life or death is of no concern to you. Gu Chuyan recalled, Indeed, Gu Zhaodi, the matriarch has always favored males and despises you the most. When you married, you demanded a hefty sum of 80 million, claiming you would sever ties with the matriarch. Now, you are asking for such a large sum again. Could it be that you fear divorce if you do not receive it? Little Yi had already voiced such sentiments. Thus it must be true. Su Yi was taken aback. Is it possible? Just moments ago, you claimed no one could force you into divorce. Was it all just an act? Continuously pressuring others about divorce while being unable to safeguard your own marriage. How ironic. After associating with such a worthless individual, you have brought this upon yourself. Seeing her hope of obtaining money evaporate, Gu Zhaodi collapsed onto the ground, wailing like a market vendor in distress. Oh heavens, why is my fate so tragic? Grandparents, please look. They're driving me to despair. Woe is me. Old Lu, your beloved son has been sent to the police station. He is a calamity, having struck the matriarch, and you remain indifferent to her plight. In any case, if the money was unattainable, no one would have an easy time of it. Gu Yi, that rascal actually mentioned counterfeit goods? How can he manipulate the storyline from behind bars? Gu Haokuin and Su Yi felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Was the old lady and Gu Zhaodi's confrontation also orchestrated by the counterfeit scheme? Gu Chiyun hastily dispatched a secretary to gather information, certain that she had overlooked something crucial. At this moment, the system chimed in. Gu Zhaodi is hardly favored, and indeed, the old lady harbors disdain for her. Yet, fortune has unexpectedly smiled upon her this time. Upon learning of Gu Zhe's detention at the police station, she feigned concern and visited him. When the counterfeit incident inadvertently revealed her true origins, she sought out the old lady, resorting to threats and coercion for monetary compensation to avert disaster. Gu Yiso, she is now aware that she is not of Gu lineage. System, strange individuals are arriving. If she fails to secure the funds, she may resort to drastic measures. 067. With 12 concubines, 4 of whom met untimely ends, and 9 who betrayed him, Gu Haoqian stormed in with 4 black-clad bodyguards. Upon seeing Gu Zhaodi on the ground and the indifferent demeanor of Gu Haokuin's family, he was instantly engulfed in fury. Lu, what on earth are you doing? Gu Haoqian's voice boomed, reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. Gu Zhaodi, recognizing her elder brother, hurriedly rose from the ground, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, Brother, you must stand up for our mother. That calamity, Gu Yi, has brutally harmed her. I intend to take her to the hospital, yet Lu insists on having their family doctor attend to her. We all know the character of that so-called doctor. In an instant, Gu Haoqian was consumed with rage. He cast a glance at Gu Haokuin before fixing his gaze upon Gu Yi. You are Gu Yi, the so-called metaphysical master who has been dominating the trending topics? Lu, if you cannot manage your child, I, as your elder brother, shall intervene. You dare to harm your own mother? That little scoundrel truly has the audacity. Gu Yi met Gu Haoqian's stare, a smirk curling on his lips. What nonsense about being a metaphysical master? Are you displeased? Gu Haoqian, aged 60 yet well-preserved and appearing 50, was a man cursed to bring misfortune upon his wives and children. His first wife died after giving birth to twins. His eldest daughter, merely 3 months old, also perished under his shadow. Fearing for his son's safety, he sent him to be raised by the matriarch, unencumbered by familial ties. He indulged in a series of marriages, having cycled through 12 wives. Yet, due to his unfortunate fate, he had not a single illegitimate child. Gu Haoqian intended to reprimand Gu Yi, but his expression suddenly shifted. Gu Yi remained silent, yet he could hear his own voice resonating. Could it be? Gu Haokuin, Su Yi, and Gu Chuyan were all taken aback. How could this be? Gu Haoqian could hear Gu Ye's thoughts. Until now, the matriarch and even Gu Zhaodi had been unable to perceive Gu Yi's inner voice. And now, Gu Haoqian could? Lu, you. He had just spoken, yet like the others, while he could hear, not a word escaped his lips. Gu Haoqian approached, stating, "Elder brother, you are unaware. The bloodline of the Gu family is uniquely extraordinary. If one were merely mediocre, they would certainly not bear the Gu name." Gu Haoqian was momentarily stunned, gazing at his younger brother, his mind a tumult of confusion. What did he mean by that? Gu Yi was his biological son. So could he possess such an unusual ability? Did this imply that his own son was not truly his? Nonsense. Lu, you were inept back then, losing your son, and now you allow him to dabble in such dubious practices. In any case, you cannot discipline him. Let me take charge. The words Gu Yi had conveyed through his thoughts must have been instigated by Gu Haoqian. Even if it isn't true, a few coins spent on hiring some paparazzi would suffice to uncover the whole story. After all, I'm not the least bit afraid of such so-called scandals. My identity as the head of the Gu family stands firm, rendering me rather unassailable. Gu Yi laughed. Then come on, let me see what feeble skills you possess. This old man, half buried in the ground, still believes he can live to 99 and create a miracle of longevity. System. This person is rather amusing. His latest gossip is indeed explosive within the entertainment sphere. Gu Haoqian, hurry up and spill. Just how explosive is it? Let me witness it. Gu Chuyan, uncle has 12 little wives, but several of them have passed away. Can there still be gossip about the deceased? Gu Haoqian's eyes widened in astonishment. Gu Yi, you better shut your mouth. Do you believe that I? Gu Yi retorted. Haven't I been silent all along? This old man must be suffering from late-stage dementia. Guzi, let me hear just how explosive his gossip is. System, he has changed his 12 little wives in total. The first 4 he caused to perish, while the remaining 8 survived. Gu Yi, what do you mean by survived? Is there some other green hat that obscured his aura of wife-killing? System, young master, you are indeed perceptive. It is truly thanks to the green hats. Gu Haoqian, the old lady puts a green hat on the old man, while her son is also wearing one. Is this not poetic justice? Gu Haoqian, impossible. This is all nonsense. My little wives love me dearly, and they would never betray me. System, even if you tell him this now, he would not believe it. His only good son has arranged for each of his little wives, and after arranging them, he brought in the old man. It is precisely because of this green light that those little wives manage to keep their lives. Gu Yi, what? It can be played this way? Does this mean that the old man's good son indirectly saved the lives of the old man's little wives? What a twist of fate. So, before he could finish, Gu Haoqian was livid. Gu Yi, you're talking nonsense. My wives. Beep. What he meant to ask was whether his little wives truly loved him and would never. Little brat. His eldest son, over 40 and still unmarried, had no interest in women. How could he possibly be attracted to his little wives? Although he did not believe it in his heart, he still felt a wave of despair. Gu Yi chuckled. Old man, you must be hallucinating. Why not hurry home and take some antihypertensives or a fast-acting heart remedy? At this moment, if he returns home, he might catch a glimpse of his good son, that uninterested fellow, currently engaged with his 12th little wife. He. By the way, this little wife is in good health and might conceive. One can only wonder if it will be the old man's son or grandson. Gu Haoqian's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. After much effort, he finally found this young wife, who bore a striking resemblance to his first spouse. Despite the 42-year age gap between them, true love is independent of age. An age-defying romance requires one to forget the years that separate them. She would never betray him. He was certain that Gu Yi, this calamity, was intentionally trying to distract him. Someone seize this brat. Gu Haoqian would never fall for the tricks of this disaster. Inside, Gu Zhaodi felt a surge of delight. With Gu Yi captured, the 6th brother would have to pay. Gu Yi stood there, unyielding. All right, this time it's my turn to show off, isn't it? If I exert myself a little more, my goal will be achieved. Achieved. Before the last word could escape his lips, a shadow darted past, followed by a shovel slicing through the air. In this scene, Bauer leads Gu Yi to a feast. Gu Yi, who had previously been filled with bravado, now sits on the sofa, his excitement completely dissipated. I swear to the heavens, I genuinely wish to put on a show, to take down Gu Haoquan and his 4 bodyguards. After all, no one would know. That old man is not of the Gu lineage. Quite the contrary. He is the eldest legitimate son of the Gu family. If I were to strike that elderly woman in him, he would surely cast me out. However, Bauer, indeed, the figure wielding a shovel, was none other than Feng Baobao. She had come to witness the spectacle involving Gu Yi, just in time to witness Gu Haoquan's audacity in trying to bully him. Thus, she took action. Gu Haoquan, being older and portly, exuded an odor reminiscent of age. Feng Baobao, assaulted by the unpleasant scent, stifled her disgust and dug a substantial pit, wasting a bit of time in the process. "Old bai, how dare you bully Gu Yi? He's one of my own, understand?" Feng Baobao took a total of 8 minutes to complete what she usually accomplished in an average of 3, feeling quite displeased. She then delivered 2 swift kicks to Gu Haoquan's aging visage. Gu Haoquan stood there, dazed, pondering the collapse of his world. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Gu Haoquan, along with the family, ventured into the courtyard, observing Gu Haoquan, who had been unceremoniously toppled in the garden. They nearly burst into laughter. "Old Six, are you just going to stand there?" Gu Zhaodi, realizing the situation, rushed over to find her elder brother sprawled on the ground like a fallen onion, utterly dazed. That is Feng's heiress, a formidable presence among the 8 prominent families. Did she just claim that Gu Yi is her person? The wildling had returned and already secured a significant ally. Gu Haoquan glanced at her, then at his brother on the ground, saying, "Zhaodi, do you wish to be buried alive as well?" Gu Zhaodi, now pale as a sheet, trembled as she replied, I don't want that. I absolutely do not. What has 30 million or 50 million? I must survive to spend it." She was acutely aware that she was not even a true child of the Gu family. If Old Six discovered this, she might be cast out herself. Surviving was paramount, for good fortune would follow. Realizing this, Gu Zhaodi turned and fled, tumbling as she went, losing a shoe in her haste, not caring to retrieve it. Gu Yi watched her retreat, letting out a helpless sigh. Wasn't she in love with that gambling man? And now she runs off? But just moments ago, she was so resolutely portraying the dutiful daughter, disregarding her mother. Don't run away. If she runs so fast, she might be seeking rebirth. Gu Haoquan interjected. Puzzled, rebirth? Is Zhaodi facing death? Gu Haoquan jolted back to reality, exclaiming, "Old Six, release me." Before Gu Haoquan could respond, Feng Baobao landed another kick, retorting, "Stop spouting nonsense. Was it not you who sought to bully Gu Yi? Are you courting death and still failing to comprehend?" Having said that, Feng Baobao approached Gu Yi and affectionately wrapped her arm around his shoulder. "Gu Yi, I am Sister Baobao. From now on, should anyone dare to bully you, simply mention my name. Do you understand?" Gu Yi found himself enveloped in her embrace, a peculiar sensation washing over him. Truly, it is not that I cannot defeat Feng Baobao. After all, I am no novice, capable of vanquishing all with a single golden light spell. A true gentleman does not engage in disputes with women. System, the master is wise. Consume 3 more melons, and I assure you, a magnificent gift will be bestowed upon you. Feng Baobao feigned calmness as she released her grip, secretly anticipating his newfound skills. Gu Haoquan and Su exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. "Thank you, Baobao, for saving Xiao Yi once again." Su expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Feng Baobao's timely arrival, Xiao Yi's pretentious act would have succeeded, likely forcing him to leave this home. Gu Haoquan wore a beaming smile, saying, "Baobao, please take a seat. You must be exhausted." Gu Haoquan, am I blind, or are they deaf? I am indeed the elder brother of Lao Lu, yet I find myself being bullied by Feng Baobao. They show no concern, and instead praise her as if she has achieved a great feat. Feng Baobao replied, "No need for that. I came to invite Gu Yi for an outing. Your family Gu Laojiu is getting married today, and the ceremony is quite grand. However, it seems that by now, we may have missed the feast." Gu Yi exclaimed, "Gu Laojiu is getting married? And there's a wedding ceremony? A grand one at that? How vast the stage, How great the embarrassment one can incur. Guzi, is there any new gossip over there? Gu Haokuan. The second brother truly brought this upon himself. Having clearly heard Xiao Ye's heartfelt sentiments, he still chose to leap into the abyss. Sui. There are moments when she experiences regret. Gu Chuyun. Within 3 days at most, the second brother will undoubtedly return on his knees, pleading for Gu Ye's forgiveness, even begging him to save her. She has already regretted enough, yet she shows no sign of learning from her mistakes. Feng Bao Bao. A new revelation? New gossip is fine too. It saves me a trip. At this moment, the system's voice echoed. The new gossip will be updated at midnight tonight. Gui exclaimed, useless thing. Gu Haoqian had no desire for gossip. He merely felt a sense of breathlessness. Lao Lu, quickly pull me out. Hurry up. Do you truly wish to witness the demise of your beloved elder brother? And what of our mother? How is she faring now? I long to see her. Gu Haoqian now yearns to return home. Perhaps it is the embrace of the earth that has awakened his senses. He feels a certain clarity in his mind and wishes to see his beloved wife once more. What if, just what if, what Gu Yi spoke was indeed the truth? What do you mean by dear elder brother? The first illegitimate child born to the esteemed matriarch, Madame Gu, is none other than Gu Haoqian. What claim does he have to being a true elder brother? Ha ha, Gutzi, Ted. How would the old Gu react if he were to discover that this old Deng is not his biological elder brother? If only that old Deng knew he was not the biological son of the Gu family, would he be so frightened as to lose control? Gu Haoqian, what? What illegitimate child? What is referred to as the first wild child? Guye, you. Gu Haokuan, you ought to manage your son properly. What on earth is he saying? Gu Haozan felt a rush of panic. Though he could not comprehend the reason, he sensed his heart racing to his throat. Everything he possessed now was derived from the Gu family. Without it, what would he amount to? Gu Yi remarked, old Gu, you see, he's lost his marbles. I haven't uttered a word. Gu Haokuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Yi said nothing. Old Deng, no, Gu Haozan is merely experiencing auditory hallucinations. Su, he turned to Feng Bao Bao. Bao Bao, he seems to have some issues. We mustn't allow ourselves to be deceived. Should we not remove him from the equation? Gu Yi interjected, Sister Bao, let him linger a while longer since it took her so long to ensnare him. Just as Feng Bao Bao was about to respond, Gu Haozan's phone rang. Gu Yi took a glance of video call. Surely, it cannot be a setup for a blackmail scene. Let old Deng watch the video instead. There's no need for a trip. 069, domestic violence on the wedding night? Help. Gu Haokuan operated Gu Haoqian's phone, directly projecting onto a large screen. In the video, two completely naked young individuals were engaged in the endeavor of procreation. Gu Haoqian stared at the screen, his aged eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. What Gu Yi expressed in his heart turned out to be true, but how could he possibly know? Was it also true that he claimed to be a wild seed? No, that is absolutely inconceivable. Gu Yi let out an unrestrained laugh. Huh? Old Deng, who are those two individuals? It appears that your eldest son and your young wife are present. Could it be that I am mistaken, or perhaps seeing things that are not there? Which adorable little one sent this video? What distinguishes it from a live broadcast? Truly splendid work. Gu Chuyun, Xiaoye, you have not misread. It is indeed those two. Uncle, did you not claim that Xiaoyan's love for you is genuine, devoid of any desire for your wealth or status, but solely for your being? Old Bai was just clamoring to teach Xiaoye a lesson, yet he himself has failed to raise his own son properly. What audacity does he possess to presume he can educate another child? Gu Haokuan, with a stern expression, emphatically declared, you have brought disgrace to the reputation of the Gu family. My dear brother, your esteemed son, raised by an elderly matron, has turned out in this manner? Gu Haokuan is not even a scion of the Gu family, so there is no need for me to show him any courtesy. Su Yi scoffed with derision. Elder brother, you truly possess a remarkable sense of leisure. Your own son has pilfered from Xiaoma, yet you still solemnly pledge to assist us in raising our children. How audacious! This elder brother, reflecting on the past, found his own gaze repulsive. Out of respect for old Gu, he had chosen to avoid confrontation whenever possible. However, now Xiaoye has revealed that Gu Haoqian is not of the Gu lineage. Thus he feels no obligation to extend any courtesy. As Gu Haokai observed the Gu Haokuan family, a sudden clarity washed over him. It became evident that they too had perceived Xiao Ye's unspoken sentiments. Or rather, recently, Gu Haokuan has reaped the benefits solely due to having heard Gu Ye's heartfelt sentiments. Why is it that the sixth brother possesses such a remarkable son? One who can bring immense wealth to the family, while my own son? Sixth brother, I was mistaken. I truly erred. Quickly, extricate me from this situation, for I must return to confront that pair of scoundrels. Rest assured, henceforth, all of my assets will belong entirely to Xiao Yi. After all, being a seasoned old fox, he knows precisely which golden leg to cling to at critical moments. He is not one to prioritize family. This matter must remain concealed from everyone. Should it be leaked, given his age, would it not be akin to courting disaster? The sole means to preserve one's wealth and status is to relinquish one's own possessions. To whom shall one bestow them? Nature is indeed a gift bestowed upon Gu Yi, this golden pillar of support. His discernment in recognizing individuals is infallible. Everything belonging to the Gu family undoubtedly belongs to Gu Yi. Contemplating this, one's position feels assured. The Gu family of three exchanged glances, each offering a subtle nod, and instructed the attendants to extricate him and ensure his departure. Alas, it appears that only Gu Yi has reached a state of bewilderment in this world. Is it true that old Dang departed just like that? Didn't Tiu just intend to reprimand me and expel me from the Gu family? In the blink of an eye, he is prepared to bestow his fortune upon me, yet I am not his son. Sister Bauer's efforts, though valiant, are ultimately ineffectual. Mere burial is insufficient. It must be genuine entombment to yield results. Feng Baobao narrowed her eyes, realizing that Gu Haoqian is indeed a cunning old fox. To safeguard the opulence of the Gu family, he is willing to sacrifice his own flesh and blood. That fellow Gu Yi, with aspirations of soaring far and wide, remains oblivious to the fact that by staying here, he could bask in untold wealth. Before long, the matriarch of the Gu family was returned to the ancestral home, accompanied by the family doctor. Gu Haokuan and Su Yi followed suit, determined to confront Gu Yi and ensure he is not bullied. Gu Chuyun returned to the company to manage matters concerning Gu Haoqian. The once grand Gu family was now reduced to just Gu Yi and Feng Baobao. Guye, shall we dine out? Feng Baobao suggested, eager to explore. However, Gu Yi, disinterested, replied, I wish to sleep. You may do as you please. Dining out is quite dull. During such splendid times, the second generation must prioritize their beauty sleep. This slumber extended until night enveloped the sky, only to be interrupted by heart-wrenching wails emanating from the Gu residence. Gu Yi was roused once more, his irritation palpable. Who could it possibly be? In the dead of night, is there no respite to be found for a weary soul? During those years as a corporate drone, he tirelessly adhered to the grueling 996 and 007 work schedules. After finally experiencing a brief respite as a so-called useless second generation, all he wished for was to indulge in idleness. Frustrated, he reached the edge of the stair railing and glanced down, only to see a crowd gathered in the lobby below. Gu Yi had no desire to descend. Guzi, what is the situation over there? The system. Old Gu has returned. Gu Yi was suddenly invigorated. His long legs propelled him hurriedly downward. Upon reaching the second floor, he glanced down and momentarily thought he was still in a daze, his vision blurred. Was that woman kneeling on the ground, drenched in blood and flesh? Truly Gulao? Is it truly happening so soon? I had anticipated it would take 3 days. I cannot believe the grand performance is commencing already. The system declared, Young master, you are not mistaken. That woman is Gu Lao the illustrious female president of an entertainment company, a formidable figure who has dominated the industry for years. Gu Yi could hardly suppress a smirk, nearly bursting into laughter with a hint of schadenfreude. In the hall, Gu Qiu knelt on the floor, weeping uncontrollably, exclaiming, Ugh, Mom and Dad, big sister, you must avenge me. Su Yi was taken aback. Xiao Yu, how? How did this happen? You have only just celebrated your wedding today, and yet within mere hours, you find yourself in such a state. Although my second daughter is often disobedient, she is nonetheless my own flesh and blood. Witnessing her face and body smeared with blood, with wounds still oozing, has shattered my heart into countless pieces. Gu Qiyu weeps uncontrollably, overwhelmed by an unbearable sense of grievance. Go Chuyun clenched her fists, gazing at her once vibrant sister. In less than 2 days, appeared to have aged a decade. Her heart ached, torn asunder. Yet she also felt a profound sense of relief at having narrowly escaped a similar fate. It was a close call, just a hair's breadth away, and her own destiny might have mirrored this one. But no, according to Xiaoya's innermost thoughts, her end would have been that of a madwoman, taken in by a benevolent soul in the mountains, ultimately bearing children for him. In comparison, her fate seemed even less fortunate than that of her second sister. Mother, it was that scoundrelly Defa who did this. He made a mistake and was dismissed. Now he is nothing but a destitute wretch with nothing to his name. I do not disdain him. I even married him, yet he shifts all the blame onto me. He has struck me, wished for my demise, even demanded that I relinquish my company to him. Mother, elder sister, I wish to divorce him, right now, without delay. Nul shu nul, geu lo ar felt remorse, pleading for forgiveness. Gu Chuyu, in tears and anguish, accused her newlywed husband of his atrocities. Overwhelmed by emotion, her wounds reopened, and blood gushed from her body. Gu Haokuan, filled with fury, shouted, La Oya, how do we initially communicate with you? And what was your response? Now that you have faced adversity, you dare to return. She clearly heard Gu Ye's innermost thoughts, and everyone around her was earnestly persuading her. Yet what about her? With unwavering determination, she vowed to demonstrate to everyone that her judgment of character was infallible. Moreover, she even intended to confront Gu Yi. This is the remarkable achievement of a shrewd and astute president of an entertainment company. Although witnessing his beloved daughter endure such torment deeply pains Gu Haokuan, his heart swells with anger as he recalls her relentless determination to marry that scoundrel. Gu Chuyu's tears cascade uncontrollably, a torrential downpour of sorrow. Father, I too never anticipated this. We have known each other for over a decade, and I believed I understood him better than anyone. Yet, I could never have imagined that on the very night of our nuptials, he would shed his facade. He struck me with a ferocity that threatened my very existence. Had he not received a call from a beautiful woman and rushed out in haste, I might have already succumbed to a fate worse than death. Guccian scoffed him. You never saw this coming? You once proclaimed that your discernment regarding men was unparalleled, and that he was your savior, deserving of your eternal gratitude. The obsession of being infatuated in love can indeed be terrifying. However, despite our earnest pleas, you insist on leaping into the abyss. Just the thought of that moment leaves Gu Chuyun utterly speechless, as she even adopted a posture as if she were poised to rescue everyone in the Gu family. Gu Chiyu lay on the ground, weeping softly. Gu Yi approached, standing at the periphery of the crowd. Upon witnessing Gu Chuyu's pitiful state, he maintained a cold expression. Yet internally, he was elated. She can still speak, still complain, still cry. She hasn't been harmed too severely. Whatever happened to the threats to beat me? The moral coercion of a so-called elder sister? Is it truly the case that just a single beating could lead to such an outcome? If days like this become commonplace in the future, it will be merely a routine affair. System, my dear, she no longer has any chances left. Valley Defa has purchased a life insurance policy for her, and upon her demise, he stands to receive a staggering 80 million in insurance payouts. Gui, good heavens! It is inconceivable. This fool is surprisingly valuable. However, it is her own choice. Li Defa is her savior, and she's acting out of gratitude. The unified voice of the crowd resonated in the ears of the Gu family. At that moment, the entire family was left in utter shock. That beast, Li Defa, not only mercilessly assaulted Gu Chiyu, but also took out an insurance policy. How could he be regarded as a scoundrel? He is nothing short of a beast, inferior to one. Gu Chiyu once again heard Gu Ye's innermost thoughts, and she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Her entire being chilled from head to toe. The man she had loved for so many years, actually, was willing to barter her life for money. Xiao Yi, my dear younger brother, I acknowledge my mistakes. I truly recognize my errors. In the past, I failed to appreciate your good intentions and squandered your kindness. Gu Qiu suddenly stood up, kneeling as she crawled to Gu Ye's side, desperately clinging to his legs, weeping as if her heart were being torn apart. Where was the fierce demeanor she had just displayed upon their first encounter, when she had intended to strike him? There is no longer an aggressive demeanor, ready to deliver a resounding slap to Gu Ye's audacity. Xiao Yi, you speak of the misfortune that befalls the Gu family, yet you are truly their blessing. Second sister has failed to see your worth and has wronged you. As for Li Defa, he is indeed a nefarious character. He does not merely toy with women, but rather indulges in both genders. The phone group merely expelled him because he squandered all his wealth in pursuit of a resolution. In the past, he purportedly saved me. Yet that too was part of his cunning scheme. On the day I was buried alive by Feng Bao Bao, his timely appearance was no coincidence. It was orchestrated by him. Furthermore, the wedding held earlier was meticulously arranged by him in advance. I have been thoroughly deceived. The realization strikes me profoundly. The first time I encountered Gu Yi, it was with the intent to confront him, and now I am consumed with regret. Eldest sister was correct. Forsaking one's own brother for a counterfeit is an utter folly. That imposter, Gu Zhe, may very well be in league with Li Defa, considering their previous acquaintance. Regardless of the circumstances, I must secure a divorce. I cannot remain entangled with someone of that ilk. Xiao Yi is aware of Li Defa's true nature. He must surely devise a means to facilitate my divorce. Now I have come to realize that Gu Yi is indeed my savior. None of Gu Haokuan and the others have spoken in favor of Gu Qiu. They harbor no desire to utter a single word in her support. It is futile to offer kind words to a wretched spirit. Initially, they implored her with heartfelt persuasion, yet she insisted on plunging into the abyss herself. Now, they're expected to plead with Gu Yi. They cannot open their mouths. Gu Yi sikit, Gu Laer. Please do not attempt to claim kinship with me. I cannot afford such pretensions. You once declared that I am nothing but a wild seed raised outside, a harbinger of disaster. Ever since I returned, the Gu family has been plagued with misfortune. You also mentioned that Gu Zhe was sent to the police station due to my machinations. I, the calamity, have hindered your husband's career. In essence, you only regard Gu Zhe as your true brother. To you, I am nothing. Whatever grievances you face or blows you endure, those are the choices you have made. At the outset, you insisted on marrying that man, urging me not to intervene, and I honored your wishes. We are all adults here. One must take responsibility for one's own actions. Moreover, have you not known each other for over a decade? He is your savior, and such a debt of gratitude naturally demands a reciprocal commitment. After uttering these words, Gu Yi forcefully kicked Gu Qiu aside and disdainfully wiped his robe. How disgusting. This newly acquired robe is now tainted. At that time, she thought I would cause a scene at her wedding, even reinforcing security measures by several layers. I did not attend. Why should I? A so-called elder sister who has yet to meet me desires to teach me a lesson. Who truly cares? I certainly do not. If she is so infatuated with that man, willing to sacrifice everything for him, then let her proceed. It cannot be that she is now hesitant, as her previous declarations were mere words. Gu Qiu was utterly bewildered. Gu Yi appeared to know everything. Indeed, I had fortified security measures to guard against him. However, at that time, the scoundrel had masked his true nature so well, showering me with kindness and consideration, while I remained oblivious to his real character. The CEO of the entertainment company? Is it me? The entire Gu family gasped in disbelief. No one anticipated that Gu Qiu, at her wedding, would enhance security measures solely to prevent Gu Yi from causing a scene. Gu Haokuan fixed his gaze on his daughter, marred with wounds and blood, trembling with rage. How foolish! She had already heard Gu Ye's heartfelt sentiments, yet remained obstinately unconvinced, even taking precautions. Had Gu Yi attended her wedding, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. Su Yi was so infuriated that her tears ran dry. How could she have given birth to such a dimwit? Gu Chuyun, however, was perplexed. Gu Zhe, that imposter, was absent, indicating that no strange force was exerting control over Gu Qiu. Yet why? Why did she persist in her folly, refusing to trust Gu Yi? It was that peculiar force that had once compelled her to act irrationally. Gu Qiu observed her parents and sister, all wearing expressions of utter disappointment, and her heart plummeted. This time, She had truly gone too far. Her family was completely disillusioned, and no one was willing to assist her. What was she to do? How could she possibly enlist Guye's help? As the president of a prestigious entertainment company, if this matter were to leak, not only would her reputation be tarnished, but the entire Gu family would also suffer significant repercussions. At that moment, the butler rushed in, flustered, exclaiming, "Sir, madam, a man named Li Defa has arrived, accompanied by over a dozen media reporters. He claims he intends to take his newlywed wife back. They are currently outside the villa, and he insists on only giving us 10 minutes to hand her over. Otherwise, he will force his way in." Gu Qiyu screamed hoarsely, "I won't go with him. I refuse to leave. He will kill me. He seeks my life." Gu Haoku sighed. "What shall we do now?" Su Yi turned to Gu Chuyin. "Xiaoyan, think of a solution." Gu Chuyin glanced at Gu Yi, who was seated leisurely, nonchalantly crossing his legs, appearing entirely like a casual bystander. This situation was manageable. It merely depended on the second's performance. Grasping at straws, Gu Chuyin urgently stated, "Eldest sister, I will heed your every word." At this juncture, did she possess any choice? As long as she could preserve her life, she would willingly relinquish all her possessions. Relinquish everything? Upon this realization, she abruptly turned her gaze to Gu Chuyin. After all, they were sisters united in purpose, both being formidable female executives. Achieving a silent understanding in this critical moment, Gu Chuyin subtly signaled Gu Yi with her eyes, and he nodded slightly in response. Gu Qiyu also looked over, perceiving not her father, but a radiant deity emanating golden light. Gu Yi is indeed the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family, and everything belonging to the Gu family shall ultimately be his. It must not be a counterfeit. In light of this, it seems only reasonable to transfer the company to Xiao Yi, does it not? Gu Yi noticed that everyone was gazing at him, and he furrowed his brow in displeasure. "What is the matter? I have done nothing, have I? Why are they looking at me? Could it be that they intend to blame me again? Accuse me of being a calamity, of having attracted that scoundrel? Oh dear, don't say that. If that were the case, it would indeed be quite fortunate. It would save me from intervening again. Bring it on." Gu Qiyu remained silent and bowed thrice before Gu Yi. "Xiao Yi, I wronged you in the past, and now the fate I suffer is my just deserts. However, Xiao Yi, I now realize that you are the rightful heir of the Gu family, and everything should rightfully belong to you. I am willing to gift you the company, without any strings attached." Gu Chuyin immediately produced a contract and remarked, "Second brother, mere words lack sincerity. Please sign this." Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qiyu affixed her signature to both copies. Gu Chuyin presented the documents to Gu Yi, declaring, "Xiao Yi, Xiaotian Entertainment is now yours." Gu Yi was utterly taken aback, staring at the papers thrust into his hands, momentarily bewildered. "Am I, a slacker second-generation heir, now the head of the company? Is this not a counterfeit? When I acquired it, the company was on the verge of bankruptcy, and it was handed over to a mysterious individual. Now, could it be that the entertainment company is about to collapse? System, young master, I have verified the situation. The company is operating well, with no signs of distress, so you may accept it with confidence." Gu Yi, my goodness, it can truly be played like this? System, these individuals have become quite astute, and many things have changed. However, young master, after all, one must be mindful of the favors received. Gu Heir may have given you the company in hopes of securing her own safety. Gu Yi glanced at the contract and then at the kneeling Gu Heir, a slight smirk forming on his lips. What a female CEO of an entertainment company. Is she not merely a woman? Faced with such a scoundrel, she is left without recourse. As for me, I am not entirely devoid of compassion. Is it not the duty of every dashing gentleman to lend a hand when witnessing injustice? System flatteringly replied, "Indeed, indeed. Young master is the most benevolent person under heaven, and his intervention is certainly not motivated by financial gain." Gu Yi nodded slightly. "Of course. System. After all, the compensation offered was rather generous." The entire Gu family collectively exhaled in relief. That was close. The esteemed reputation the Gu family had built up nearly faced ruin. Gu Qiyu felt as if she had been granted a reprieve in critical moments. It must be her younger brother who comes to the rescue. Had it been that counterfeit, he would surely have been weeping and hiding away. I am notorious for my morning temper. When disturbed in the dead of night, my mood deteriorates drastically, leading to severe repercussions. With an air of nonchalance and swagger, Guyi strode confidently to the entrance of the villa. Upon seeing Guyi alone, without Guqiyu, Li Defa's anger flared. That wretched girl. She must think that by hiding away, she can evade my grasp, he fumed. Furthermore, the Gu family, behaving like timid turtles, had the audacity to send a bastard child to deal with him. How utterly ridiculous. Li Defa began, but Guyi swiftly cut him off, stepping forward to seize him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Li Defa, I suppose you wouldn't want to be seen toting a waste bag while attending your 85-year-old girlfriend's birthday celebration, would you? 072, a girlfriend? That would require standing in line. Li Defa struggled desperately, and upon hearing Guyi's words, his pupils dilated in an instant. You, how do you know? How is that possible? This matter, aside from myself, not even my own mother is aware of it. Guyi grinned like a dragon king, chuckling softly. Have you forgotten? The netizens affectionately refer to me as the Grand Master of the Xianmen. Li Defa's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Could it truly be real? Does he truly possess knowledge of everything? Does that imply that he is also aware of any illicit activities he may have engaged in? Guyi loosened his grip slightly, causing Li Defa to fall heavily to the ground. Are you several accomplices summoned by this wanted criminal? At this moment, you are presented with two paths. The first is to expose him as a wanted criminal, thereby achieving great merit. The second is to become his accomplice, leading the entire family to the police station for tea. As Guyi's words lingered in the air, Li Defa erupted into a frenzied outburst, shouting vehemently, Do not heed his words. We must leave. We must leave at once. This illegitimate child of the Gu family spoke in stark contrast to what Guqiyu had conveyed. Or could it be that wretched woman has already defected? After all, he had once told himself that Guyi was nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who associated with him would inevitably face calamity. Yet now, observing the scene, it appeared to be quite the contrary. A dozen journalists, armed with their cameras and microphones, stood bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. What on earth was happening? How did their employer become a wanted criminal? Guyi clasped his hands around his shoulders and cast a sweeping gaze over the leading journalists, proclaiming, The one clad in a red checkered shirt is named Li Dachui. You are the cousin of Li Defa's uncle's son. You assisted Li Defa in the abduction of a 15-year-old boy. That boy was mentally challenged and met his demise at the hands of Li Defa. The individual in tattered denim jeans is Wang Ermao, a former cellmate of Li Defa. When you were both 18, you conspired together to abduct a mentally challenged widow. However, you never laid a hand on Li Defa. He outpaced you in the endeavor. Unfortunately, the widow, gripped by fear, plummeted off a cliff and perished, leaving you both with nothing. And over there, the one in floral shorts, yes, I am indeed referring to you. No need to scratch your head. You were originally a person of two natures, but after a trip to Sawadika, you returned merely a man. You might not be aware, but Li Defa has had his way with you. You were unconscious for 3 days and nights. Yet here you are, still doing his bidding. You truly are. With each individual Guyi scrutinized, he astutely unveiled their most damning secrets. Within minutes, the atmosphere among the crowd shifted from calm to tumult. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, Li Defa attempted to flee but was apprehended by the furious media, who unleashed a tempest of punches and kicks upon him. Aside from his face, which still bore recognition of his identity, the rest of him was unrecognizable. Without Guyi's intervention, the media dispatched Li Defa straight to the police station. Standing at the entrance of the villa, the Gu family wore expressions of astonishment. Gu Qian remarked, Fortunately, my moment of foolishness was fleeting, and I managed to pull back from the brink just in time. My younger brother is indeed my golden asset. Gu Qiyu exclaimed in astonishment. Is my younger brother truly a master of the mystical realm? Entrusting the company to him leaves me with no regrets, even in death. Gu Haoquan. This is my son, my pride. Suigi. If I had not first heard Xiao Ye's heartfelt thoughts, I would surely be the one lamenting now. Guyi clapped his hands, turned around, and beheld his family. Having concluded his tasks, he declared, "I am off to rest. Good night," and vanished like a gust of wind before the crowd. Hurry, hurry. Go check if there are any of my favorite female celebrities at summer entertainment. And those untapped potential stocks, I've already brought them all in. Oh. Gu Haokuen and Su Yi. Did we hear that correctly? Gu Chuyun supported Gu Chuyu and said, "Mom and Dad, I will take the second little one to the hospital. You take care, Xiao Yi." Gu Chuyu's eyes brimmed with tears. "Thank you, big sister." Initially, she had not envisioned such a brilliant solution. Gu Chuyun sighed and tapped her forehead. "You, with your mind clouded, must endure hardships to gain clarity. Do not thank me. Express your gratitude to Xiao Yi instead. However, I must inform you, with so many sisters, he has no intention of forgiving any of them." Gu Chuyu nodded silently. "I understand. Gaining Xiao Ye's forgiveness will be a difficult path. Yet, I believe that with perseverance, even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. My only brother is Gu Yi. Others do not compare." Gu Chuyin sighed, recalling her own past when she firmly claimed that a counterfeit was her brother, only to be sharply proven wrong. Now, when she offers money to her biological brother, he barely acknowledges her. Let unfold gradually. Gu Yi returned to his room and promptly instructed the system to gather information on summer entertainment. In his previous life as a singleton, he traversed numerous worlds without achieving substantial results. But now, he is the president of an entertainment company. He possesses looks, talent, and wealth. My goodness, is this not akin to casually selecting a girlfriend? The system complied with his request and inadvertently uncovered some gossip. Gu Yi spent the entire night listening to one piece of gossip after another and unknowingly drifted off to sleep. He finally awoke as the sun reached its zenith, enjoyed a delightful meal, and prepared to visit the company. After all, a nation, nay, a company, cannot function without a leader for even a single day. However, before he could depart, he encountered an unwelcome sight. "Mom and Dad, big sister, big brother, how I miss you all." Gu Zhe, looking utterly haggard, burst through the door, calling for his family, and tears followed suit. Upon seeing this, Gu Chuyun instinctively opened her arms, ready to rush forward and embrace her dear brother to offer comfort. Yet, she slapped herself across the face, forcing herself to regain composure before stealthily retreating behind Gu Yi. This strategy proved effective. Hiding behind her younger brother dispelled that peculiar pressure. That was close. She nearly succumbed to the urge to embrace him and would have had to shower him with money for his whims. Ugh, from this moment forth, my fortunes shall solely belong to Xiao Yi. Gu Zhe, that counterfeit, shall not have his way. Gu Zhe watched in disbelief as Gu Chuyun approached him, only for her to unexpectedly alter her course and evade him. A tempest of anger and jealousy surged within him. That wretched Gu Chuyun. She has willingly surrendered herself to the police, thrusting herself into the spotlight and becoming the subject of public scrutiny. Now that I have extended her a lifeline, she dares to reject it. And what of Gu Yi? By what means has he managed to earn Gu Chuyun's unwavering trust? Mother, I am wronged. Officer Xu Li has uncovered the truth. I am innocent. At that moment, sob, Gu Zhe turned to Su Yi, lamenting his plight with a heart full of grievance. Upon hearing Gu Zhe's account, the entire Gu family stood in stunned silence. How could this be possible? The police officer mentioned by the counterfeit was likely seething with rage at this moment. Gu Chuyun was so infuriated that her lips quivered and she clenched her fists, yearning to rush over and deliver a sound thrashing to Gu Zhe, the thief she had personally captured and the counterfeit she had delivered to justice. Yet he could turn the tables and escape. Who was the mastermind behind this? How could one possess such formidable influence? Sui remainit motiones. Harboring no intention of embracing Gu Zhe, even feeling a sense of revulsion. Xiao Yi had once mentioned that Gu Zhe was backed by unseen forces. Now that he could extricate himself from the situation unscathed, it must be due to that individual's intervention. Gu Haokuen struggled to suppress the fury swelling within him. He had come to recognize the peculiar power emanating from Gu Zhe. This power not only manipulated the minds of the Gu family members, inciting their blind favoritism towards him and compelling them to provide financial and emotional support, but it could also sway certain narrative elements. The only one capable of altering the storyline was Gu Yi. Thus, it was not yet the opportune moment to expel Gu Zhe from their home, or rather, it was a task beyond their capabilities. As long as Gu Zhe refused to leave, no one could force him out. Gu Yi quietly observed Gu Ze's performance, rolling his eyes in exasperation. The power of narrative truly astonishes me. Gu Ze not only emerged so swiftly, but also secured an acquittal. Gu Ze, you must exert yourself to uncover the identity of the scoundrel behind this system. Rest assured, young master, this system is diligently working on it. Gu Yi nodded slightly, disregarding Gu Ze, and exited the premises. If Gu Ze wished to act, let him. He had no interest in playing along. However, upon seeing Gu Yi depart, Gu Ze abruptly ceased his theatrics and quickly called out, "Brother, where are you going? Could you take me with you? There are rumors circulating that we are at odds. For the sake of the Gu family, I believe we should dispel these rumors." On his way back, he had already received a call. The subsequent task no longer required him to pilfer confidential documents from the Gu family. He was to shadow Gu Yi. The higher-ups deemed Gu Yi enigmatic and wanted him to unearth his secrets. Without turning back, Gu Yi replied, "What rumors? That is the truth. Counterfeit, have some self-confidence. I have never held you in high regard." He approached the car door, settled into the driver's seat, tapped the window with one hand, and glanced at Gu Ze. "And let me remind you one last time, in the future, address me by my name, not as brother, or I shall unleash a thunderous reprimand upon you." He started the vehicle and swiftly departed from the Gu residence. Gu Ze watched in frustration as Gu Yi sped away, stomping his feet in anger. How audacious! He couldn't even be bothered to maintain the pretense? Who gave him such confidence? He turned to Gu Chuyun, but she appeared as if she had seen a ghost, dashing like the wind to the underground parking garage, hastily escaping. Oh no, he had miscalculated. He should have followed Xiao Yi the moment he left. The strange power wielded by the counterfeit was beyond his ability to confront. Su Yi and Gu Haokuan exchanged a glance. Perhaps they were the first to perceive Gu Ye's heartfelt thoughts and believed in their authenticity. The peculiar force of the narrative seemed to have little effect on them. "Mom and Dad, I wish to visit my second sister and ninth younger sister. Please do not be too sorrowful. My elder brother has just returned and encountered such circumstances by chance, which he did not desire." With that, he turned and walked away. Failing to complete his mission would result in punishment. He too yearned to discover whether Gu Yi was truly, as the rumors suggested, a figure of arcane prowess. Su Yi expressed her concern. "Old Gu, should we not intervene regarding the counterfeit? Let him go confront Xiao Yi?" Gu Haokuan replied, "You are overthinking. That so-called power cannot possibly harm Xiao Yi. Just watch. The imposter will only bring disgrace upon himself. We need to return to the old residence. My brother mentioned he wishes to establish a new property donation agreement." Su Yi inquired, "Do you truly believe that my brother is willing to bequeath all his assets to Xiao Yi?" Gu Haokuan nodded solemnly. "My brother is a cunning old fox, and, at his age, one can never tell when he might depart this world. To secure a peaceful twilight in these final years, spending a little money is a worthwhile investment for him." Upon arriving at the summer entertainment venue, Gu Yi was greeted by Gu Chiyu, who approached him personally in her wheelchair. "Gu Lao Air is quite something. Last night, I thought she would not live much longer, but now she appears rejuvenated. Could it be a miraculous recovery?" Gu Chiyu exclaimed, "What miraculous recovery? I am simply blessed with a good fate." The system chimed in, "Young master, Gu Lao Air has indeed suffered no internal injuries. She has genuinely been granted a second lease on life. Though she appears presentable, she is still covered in bandaged wounds." Gu Yi scoffed, "Then why come to the company? Surely she hasn't changed her mind and wishes to reclaim it? I suspected as much. How could she genuinely offer something to me?" Before the system could respond, Gu Chiyu hurriedly plastered a smile on her face and said, "Xiao Yi, I heard from Mom and Dad that you were coming to the company, so I came early to wait for you. Rest assured, I am not here to reclaim the company. I am merely here to support you. Many of the older employees might not be compliant upon your arrival." As expected, the eldest sister was correct. Xiao Yi harbored no fondness for anyone in the Gu family, managing only a tenuous relationship with their parents. Gu Yi nodded slightly. "Oh, Older employees are dissatisfied? Then let's simply dismiss them. Those who work for me should not expect gratitude. They ought to be thankful to my family's ancestors. Gucci was taken aback. How imposing. As expected of the legitimate heir of the Gu family, you possess far more courage than I. The company is convening an executive meeting shortly, and Gucci is introducing Gu Yi to the attendees. The expressions of the 28 executives instantly shift, with some whispering amongst themselves. The true heir of the Gu family has returned, overshadowing the summer entertainment. Previously, it was rumored that this company was to be handed over to Gu Zhe. How could the false heir possibly be compared with the true heir? That is merely a thing of the past. Yet, the false heir has graduated from university, while this true heir is said to be nothing more than a fool. Gu Yi sits in the main seat, his gaze sweeping across each executive. Observing this, Gucci feels a wave of regret and fear. Will Xiao Yi be displeased? However, that was her plan from before when she was misled by the counterfeit. At this moment, Gu Ye's thoughts resonate. Is the largest and most rotund one the vice president? Let's get the scoop on him. Vice President Li Guangming. Who is in favor? Who is against? Gucci heard Xiao Yi's inner voice and immediately turned her gaze towards Li Guangming. She noticed his expression of astonishment as he looked around, seemingly searching for the source of the voice. A sudden unease gripped Gucci. What was happening? Had he truly heard Xiao Yi's thoughts? Was it not the case that only those with blood ties to Xiao Yi could perceive such things? Could it be that Li Guangming was also a member of the Gu family? She instinctively wanted to investigate, but then reconsidered, deeming it unnecessary. With such a formidable presence as Xiao Yi nearby, why waste time and energy? Having finished listening to the system's announcement, Gu Yi looked at Li Guangming, amusement dancing in his eyes. The vice president, Li Guangming, hails from humble beginnings, known for his honesty. He is 53 years old, married with 2 daughters. Gucci let out a quiet sigh of relief. Vice President Li seems unremarkable. No astonishing secrets here. Li Guangming followed the sound and glanced at Gu Yi. The only possible source of such an utterance in the room must have been intentional. However, he sat there, focused on a document, without uttering a word. Thus, what he had heard could only be his own thoughts. Astonishing. No wonder President Gu would willingly hand over the company to the true heir. This fellow possessed considerable prowess. Was he using his inner voice to send him a message? Yet, as Li Guangming took a sip of water to calm his nerves, he caught a glimpse of the others and was immediately choked by the liquid. What? Why were they all staring at him? Had they also heard it? Gu Ye's inner voice continued. As the saying goes, nothing beats dumplings for a good meal, and nothing surpasses a sister-in-law for a good time. Li Guangming, this seemingly romantic type, secretly took a sister-in-law for himself. They're childless, with both daughters being adopted from the streets. Now, the biological families of those 2 daughters are about to come knocking. They can't bear to part with their daughters, willing to raise them for a lifetime. However, those ingrates conspired with their relatives to push the couple off the yacht one stormy night. TSK. This is quite difficult to judge. One who steals another's wife, and the other who abandons their childhood sweetheart. Both believe they were doing good by adopting children, only to find themselves entangled in a tragic fate. Gucci was left speechless. Can it really not be considered karmic retribution? In an instant, Li Guangming slammed the table. You're spouting nonsense. As for Gu Ye's inner musings, he was at a loss for words. The 20 or so people present were all in shock. Was Vice President Li truly exposed? The true heir of the Gu family was indeed impressive, just as rumored online about being a master of the metaphysical. Such matters, he knew, and to express them in this manner, while ensuring others could not divulge them, was indeed a remarkable skill. Each person's thoughts mirrored this sentiment. In the blink of an eye, they could no longer look down on Gu Yi as they once did. Gu Yi exclaimed, "You fat fool, what do you mean? What did I say?" Possessing the ability to chatter aimlessly here, one might as well return home and check on the situation. For the ungrateful wolves have taken advantage of the absence of the couple to bring in their biological parents. The next step in their plan is to administer a drug to them, facilitating their ulterior motives. Li Guangming's eyes widened in shock. President Gu, there's a fire at my home. I must return immediately. Before he could finish his sentence, he turned and fled. Upon reaching the entrance, his legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. Just then, Guze opened the door and witnessed this scene. Vice President Li, you honor me with such a grand gesture. I am unworthy. Please rise. Allow me to assist you. Guze, under the impression that Li Guangming was bowing to him, felt a swell of pride. He even cast a furtive glance at Gu Yi, reveling in the thought that half of the executives here were his own allies. Regardless of Gu Yi's status as the true heir, Gu Yi met Gu Ze's gaze with unpretentious confidence. Ha ha ha, this is quite amusing. Li Guangming suffers from chronic knee issues and sometimes kneels. This imposter believes the old man is bowing to him. How proud he must feel. However, little does Li Guangming know that those two ungrateful wolves could locate their biological parents and orchestrate such a spectacle without the imposter's involvement. What? Upon hearing this, Li Guangming raised his foot and sent Gu Ze sprawling to the floor. You deceitful scoundrel! You possess a heart of malice. Just wait. I shall not spare you. After delivering 3 more kicks, Li Guangming hurriedly departed. Years of servitude to Gu Ze had culminated in betrayal from behind scenes. Today he vowed to eliminate him. Gu Ze, inexplicably assaulted with 4 kicks, was drenched in cold sweat. Second sister, what is happening? It hurts so much. My stomach is in agony. The pain was genuine. He could hardly fathom that Li Guangming, who had always acted as a sycophant, would dare to strike him. Gu Qiyu, seated beside Gu Yi, recalled her elder sister's warning. Never stray from Gu Yi's side, lest one fall under a peculiar influence. Security, take Gu Ze to the hospital. In such circumstances, the imposter's presence is a nuisance. Yet, Gu Ze abruptly rose, asserting, Second sister, I'm perfectly fine. I refuse to go to the hospital. My elder brother is here, and I wish to stay with him. You should go to the hospital. Your injuries are severe. Gu Qiyu seethed, her teeth clenched, suspecting the imposter's intentions were deliberate, exposing her vulnerabilities before so many witnesses. Gu Yi remarked, then feel free to remain seated. If the imposter wishes to linger, let him. The spectacle shall unfold. Understanding Gu Ye's unspoken thoughts, Gu Qiyu refrained from expelling Gu Ze. She reiterated, as I stated earlier, from this day forth, Gu Yi shall assume the role of president of Summer Entertainment. Gu Yi added, who supports this? Who opposes it? Imposters, 8 supporters. Raise your hands quickly. Once you do, I shan't bother with your petty squabbles. I shall deal with you first and then send you off to enjoy a tea session at the station. Considering my recent accomplishments, I believe I might deserve a second-class merit citation, don't you think? Gu Qiyu. Second-class merit. What honor this is. No wonder my parents say that Xiaoya is the blessing of the Gu family. They truly do not exaggerate. However, Gu Ze was utterly astonished. Second sister, what? What did you just say? Gu Yi has been appointed as the president of Xiatian Entertainment? Did you not mention that this company was meant for yourself? After merely being away for one night, it seems as though a multitude of events has transpired. Gu Ye. He must have employed some underhanded tactics to completely bewilder Gu Lao heir. How despicable and shameless he is. Having just returned, he seizes everything that belongs to me. Gu Qiyu regarded him with palpable annoyance. Gu Ze, you clearly heard what was said. Why pretend to be oblivious? I am the president of the company, and I have entrusted it to my younger brother. This was only a matter of time. What is there to make such a fuss about? In the conference room, an audible gasp filled the air as everyone registered the shocking news. Gu Qiyu, the second daughter of the Gu family and president of Xiantian Entertainment, had made it abundantly clear over the years that the company would be handed over to Gu Ze. Consequently, many of the veteran executives had already pledged their allegiance to him, treating him as the prince of the company. Who could have predicted that a legitimate heir from the Gu family would suddenly emerge, revealing Gu Ze to be an imposter? Up until today, President Gu had confidently asserted that her brother was solely Gu Ze. Guye, who was that? They had only seen his name trending online. Gu Qiyu had not even mentioned him once. Yet today, Gu Qiyu had changed her stance entirely. However, these executives were not fools. Their shrewdness had earned them their positions. Just yesterday, Gu Qiyu had hosted a wedding banquet, and today she appeared in a wheelchair, her face heavily made up and dressed conservatively. In a stark departure from her previous favoritism towards the false heir, she boldly declared that the company would be entrusted to Gu Yi. There had to be some underlying scheme at play. Gu Zhe, struck as if by lightning, found himself utterly bewildered. Gu Yi had indeed proven to be cunning, managing to manipulate Gu Qiyu into publicly berating him before so many witnesses. Over the years, she had never displayed such a demeanor towards him. Compared to her older sister's domineering corporate presence, Gu Qiyu had always exhibited a gentle and nurturing affection, akin to a soft spring rain. Yet now, all of that had vanished, seemingly no longer belonging to him. This was unacceptable. He would not permit such a travesty to unfold. Everything that belonged to the Gu family should inherently be his. No one could take what was rightfully his. Second sister, please don't be upset. I understand. He continued to feign vulnerability, hoping to elicit pity and sway her back to his side. He believed that if Gu Qiyu felt sorry for him, she would soften and reconsider her decision. However, this time, Gu Qiyu offered him no such opportunity. Let's commence the vote. Who is in favor and who is opposed? Gu Qiyu sharply interrupted Gu Zhe, her gaze sweeping across the room. She had already discerned that the executives had heard Gu Ye's sentiments. Therefore, they must comprehend the consequences of dissent. Gu Yi cast a triumphant glance at Gu Zhe, unashamedly reveling in the moment. Foolish one, continue your charade of wretchedness. Look at your dear second sister. Does she resemble her former self in any way? It seems that the second son of the Gu family has lost his wits. Speaking to me in front of so many people, insisting on handing over the company to me, Gu Yi mused. But what does she intend by asking them to vote? It's evident that they do not heed the second son. If it were up to me, I would have them all arrested on the spot. Receiving Gu Ye's knowing look, Gu Zhe clenched his fists in rage, wishing he could rush forward and eliminate Gu Yi right then and there. The tension in the room heightened as everyone present was keenly aware of the unspoken conflict unfolding around them. The trending topic still lingers as Gu Yi, during a live broadcast, merely made a connection and accurately identified the wanted criminal on the other end. He is affectionately dubbed the Master of the Mysterious Gate. It is evident that he is not merely a figure of empty reputation, nor is he a character crafted by General Manager Gu. The events during the live stream were indeed genuine. Given this, a female executive raised her hand, followed by a flurry of others doing the same. In mere moments, all the executives present had lifted their hands in agreement. Gu Yi reclined in his chair, a victorious smile gracing his face. These cunning rogues are quite perceptive. Oh dear. They are all raising their hands in support of me. How could I possibly send them to the station for tea? The executives who raised their hands collectively thought. That was close. Just a moment longer, and our reputations would have been compromised. Gu Qiyu nodded slightly. Excellent. Everyone has good judgment. Let us applaud and welcome our new president, Gu Yi. The room erupted into enthusiastic applause. Gu Yi stood, nodding slightly at the crowd, reminiscent of a local leader inspecting his constituency, expressing his satisfaction to all. Gu Zhe observed the scene, utterly speechless, his heart ablaze with anger. These individuals truly know how to shift with the winds. They previously flattered him as the heir, reaping numerous benefits under his guidance. Now, with Gu Ye's return, they have abandoned their loyalties at the mere utterance of a few words from Gu Qiyu, flocking to that illegitimate child. Infuriating. Summer entertainment is rightfully his. Congratulations, brother, but our financial situation at Summer Entertainment is quite strained, and many projects cannot proceed. Now that you have just taken over the company, you may find it overwhelming. If you require assistance, I can help you resolve these issues. You may not yet be aware, but I'm also the vice president of our company, Gu Zhe stated. What does it matter that Gu Yi is the president? He knows nothing. With so many employees in the company, not a single one is unfamiliar with him. They have all benefited from his favors. With just a little maneuvering, Gu Ye's position as president would surely last no more than a month. Gu Qiyu hastily turned to Gu Yi, saying, Xiao Yi, if there is anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me. I will assist you. The company's issues are not insurmountable, and the projects are not urgent. Moreover, I intend to relieve Gu Zhe of his position immediately to spare you the annoyance. Gu Yi settled back down and replied leisurely, It's all right. Isn't this akin to a treasury deficit from ancient times? This is quite manageable. We simply need to bring forth a few corrupt officials, deal with them, and confiscate their properties, thereby resolving the financial issues. Gu Qiyu. Confiscate. Corrupt officials. Brilliant. Why hadn't we thought of this before? It must be Gu Zhe's doing. He has been by my side, preaching virtue and the importance of not disheartening the workers. Bah, those scoundrels pilfer my money, and they have disheartened me. The executives who had just sighed in relief were left in shock. Gu Zhe, that charlatan, may be silent, but no one perceives him as mute. Gu Yi is far from the ignorant wildling he is presumed to be. He simply does not adhere to conventional methods. As a prominent figure in metaphysics, he does not engage with us ordinary folk in a principled manner. What shall we do? Who among us will dare to be the scapegoat? Gu Yi then turned to Gu Zhe and said, "Since you are so capable, you shall take full responsibility for that dating reality show." Gu Zhe is merely a deputy? I see he is destined to become the fool. I must certainly facilitate his folly. On such a grand stage, I shall ensure he makes a monumental spectacle of himself. Gu Zhe replied, "Brother, rest assured, I will execute this splendidly." He exited the conference room with the documents in hand. You foolish wildling. You cannot resolve the funding issue, yet you have bestowed upon me so much wealth. Ha ha, what a simpleton. Just wait, I shall strike you down. After he left, Gu Yi casually pointed to a balding man and said, "Old Deng, what do you think we should do about our funding predicament?" Let me observe this old Deng's reaction. Before he could finish his thought, he was taken aback. In just 10 minutes, a staggering 50 million had been deposited. Before Gu Yi could even begin to savor the unfolding drama, he noticed that the executive he had just named was conspicuously absent. Where could he possibly be? The entire assembly turned their gaze, only to discover that Chun Qian had vanished. How could this happen? In such an expansive conference room, how could a person simply disappear? At that moment, a voice emerged from beneath Gu Ye's feet. "General Gu, I'm right here. I have devised an excellent solution for the funding issue. Within a week, no, within 3 days, I shall surely satisfy you." Astonishingly, the Mediterranean executive was now kneeling before Gu Yi. The system noted, "Master, the Mediterranean executive is the farthest from you. He must have rolled beneath the table to reach you so swiftly." Gu Yi couldn't help but applaud. Is this what they call the extraordinary potential of humanity unleashed in dire circumstances? Truly, he is a notorious chief embezzler who misappropriated 15 million in public funds. The other executives were taken aback. What? 15 million? How could Chun Qian, holding a mid-level position among us, manage to siphon such a significant amount? Those in higher positions, who have not benefited, were visibly displeased. How could he possess such audacity? Gu Qiyu was particularly incensed, seizing the water cup beside her and hurling it at Chun Qian's head. Once a Mediterranean figure, he now howled in agony like a wounded animal. "Chun Qian, you possess such audacity. What will you do to make amends?" In her fury, she found herself at a loss for words regarding Gu Ye's unspoken thoughts. Perhaps it was for the best, sparing Gu Yi from realizing that she had eavesdropped on his sentiments. Chun Qian clutched his throbbing head, writhing on the floor. In response to Gu Qiyu's interrogation, he stammered, "Rest assured, General Gu, I will make amends, even if it costs me everything. Please grant me another chance." Damn it. He had been a moment too late and allowed Gu Yi to witness his own folly. Gu Qiyu, however, was infuriated. Another chance? Are you dreaming? Everyone looks up to you. And what about the company? Am I to remain blind to the thief lurking beneath my very nose? Gu Yi, arms crossed, observed the spectacle with amusement. The Mediterranean executive embezzled 15 million, and that is merely one of the pests in our midst. If Gu Qiyu is this agitated over one, what will happen when I catch 10 more? Gu Qiyu was taken aback. What? There are 10 more. She was not naive to finance. How could she have overlooked such a substantial amount? It must be some strange force that clouded her judgment, allowing Gu Zhe, that imposter, to exploit the situation. Other executives were trembling in fear, particularly the 10 parasites that Gu Yi had mentioned. At this crucial moment, they did not wait for Gu Yi to apprehend them one by one. They hastily confessed, "Mr. Gu, I borrowed 10 million from the company, and it was signed off by Vice President Gu Zhe. I am here to return it now." Gu mused, this old by tongue is truly a cunning fox. He clearly misappropriated funds, and yet claims it was a loan. Nevertheless, returning 10 million with an additional 1,500,000 in interest is quite a windfall. Upon hearing such sentiments, those who had yet to confess immediately understood the implications. Offering more money could indeed safeguard their lives. Thus, in less than 10 minutes, Summer Entertainment's accounts swelled by 85 million, not only rectifying previous losses, but also yielding a surplus of 10 million. Gu Qiyu was astounded. This is quite remarkable. After years in the industry, she had witnessed numerous bad debts and unscrupulous companies being devoured by parasites. Yet, it was the first time she had seen parasites willingly return funds and even pay interest. Little Yi is indeed a lucky star. With him around, Summer Entertainment will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the industry. Gu Yi was equally surprised. How these old foxes sensed something amiss, prompting them to spew forth their money all at once. Or perhaps Gu Lao Air's roar had a profound effect, scaring them into submission. Gu Qiyu chuckled helplessly. My foolish brother, even if I emitted a dolphin's sound, it wouldn't have such an effect. The credit for this, of course, belongs entirely to you. Chun Qian, you may leave now, and everyone else disperse. Gu Qiyu urged them to leave promptly. Since Gu Yi had not suggested their dismissal, they must still hold some value and could be retained for Gu Ye's practice. The others felt a sense of relief and hurriedly returned to instruct their subordinates to treat their new master, Gu Yi, with utmost respect. If they were to provoke him, they would be left with nothing but the clothes on their backs. However, Chun Qian knelt before Gu Yi, his voice trembling. Mr. Gu, I would like to ask for your assistance in divining my fate. My wife has been fixated on me for a long time, but recently, she has suddenly become docile. Is she plotting to seize my wealth? I will transfer 500,000 to you first. What do you think? Gu Yi replied, what the? No wonder this old fellow is bald. He truly is a character. But 50,000 for a fortune-telling. Chun Qian quickly made the transfer, fearing that Gu Yi might change his mind. Upon receiving the payment, Gu Yi pretended to calculate. Your wife is not scheming for your wealth. She has abandoned you, along with your 2 children. Tomorrow, she will vanish completely from your life. Rejoice in your newfound freedom. Chun Qian was momentarily stunned. Having heard no further words from Gu Yi, he fully believed him. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you. Old Deng repeatedly bowed and then scuttled away in haste. Gu Qiyu, skeptical, inquired, Little Yi, were your words just now true? Gu Yi affirmed, indeed, as genuine as can be. Of course it's true. It turns out his wife was merely an orphan, a mere shadow of old Deng's wife. Now that they have wealth, life has improved, yet the entire family looks down upon her. They are destined for divorce soon, and old Deng's children will sever all ties with that woman. However, old Deng's family will undoubtedly regret their choices, for she is the granddaughter of a foreign tycoon, returning home to relish in luxury. Gu Qiyu, old Chun spent 500,000 just to acquire 2 phrases, a decision he will lament for the rest of his life. He truly deserves it. Xiao Yi is indeed a clever one. Just as the sibling bond deepens, Gu Zhe arrives. Elder brother, I have arranged the dating variety show project. However, we are currently lacking a male guest, and our company has no suitable candidates. I wish to ask you for assistance in this urgent matter. Would that be possible? For someone who has never seen the world, isn't he quite fond of seeking the spotlight? What is a mere live stream? Let him make himself a sensation across the internet. The facade has been completely shattered. Without directly addressing Gu Zhe, Gu Yi wrapped his fingers on the table. This counterfeit thinks I am Navi. He assumes I am inexperienced and wants me to humiliate myself on a dating show. Then he will leverage public opinion to force me out of the Gu family. He is determined to seize the vast fortune of the Gu family. Gu Qiyu overheard Gu Ye's thoughts, and her anger flared instantly. Gu Zhe, Little Yi has just joined the company. He is unfamiliar with the situation here. Am I not aware? There are plenty of newcomers in the company. Can't you just assign a few of them? Little Yi is our new president. How can you expect a dignified president to engage in frivolous antics with a bunch of rookies? Do you not realize you are slapping the Gu family's face? This counterfeit is truly infuriating. I was blind before, treating him with kindness, and he has colluded with the parasites in the company to undermine me. Now, with my younger brother taking the reins, he dares to send Little Yi to participate in a show? Little Yi is not an employee. He is here to enjoy life. Why should he suffer? Gu Zhe had not anticipated that before Gu Yi could speak, Gu Qiyu was already empathizing with him. Why is this happening? I had previously mentioned wanting to join a dating show, but Gu Qiyu did not express such concern then. She even encouraged me to gain experience. Now, when it comes to Gu Yi, suddenly she is sympathetic. What a hypocrite. Her mind is filled with thoughts of men, yet she has the audacity to think critically. Second sister, please do not be upset. It was not my intention. I am also at my wit's end. Our company is financially strained, and sending those newcomers to a dating show requires considerable expenditure. I thought since the eldest brother is the president, he would excel in every aspect and would not fear such a program. Second sister, it is all my fault. Do not blame the eldest brother. He has never encountered such a situation before. I will rectify this. I will find a few newcomers, even if I have to use my allowance. I will ensure they are included. Gu Zhe resorted once again to his old tactic of retreating to advance. In the past, whenever he spoke like this, the whole family would empathize deeply. Gu Qiyu would embrace him tenderly, soothing him and providing him with money to go out and enjoy himself. However, Gu Qiyu was no longer the person she once was. Spare me your theatrics. Do you think I cannot discern your intent? You are mocking Little Yi for his lack of experience. Gu Zhe, on what grounds do you belittle him? If it were not for you occupying the position of the true heir of the Gu family for so many years, would Little Yi have endured so much hardship outside? How dare you mock him? Your audacity is astounding. The mere thought of how she had been brutally beaten by Li Defa, with Gu Zhe's influence behind it, filled her with an overwhelming desire for vengeance. If not for Gu Yi, her life would have been utterly ruined. Now that she had uncovered Gu Zhe's true nature, she would no longer indulge him with kind words. Gu Zhe was utterly stunned by the scolding. Had Gu Qiyu truly severed ties with him? How could she speak to him in such a manner, her heart and eyes brimming with hatred? How could this be? Regardless of the circumstances, Gu Qiyu is the female president of the company. Her manner of speaking and acting would never be so straightforward. She would undoubtedly be much more diplomatic. Yet, she has openly spoken of herself in such a manner for the sake of Gu Yi, disregarding their past affections entirely. Second sister, how can you speak of me in such a way? The mix-up with the children was beyond my control. If I had known earlier, I would have left home long ago. Woe is me. Brother, please speak some words of fairness on my behalf. I truly did not mock you. I am a loss as to what transpired just now that provoked second sister's sudden ire and her palpable hatred towards me. Gu Zhe redirected the conflict towards Gu Yi. Why, when their relationship had soured, did he appear to relish the spectacle? Gu Yi curled his lips into a mocking smile. A counterfeit? Do you take my word for mere nonsense? No sooner had he spoken than he delivered a forceful kick, propelling Gu Zhe across the room. Gu Zhe collided with the door, then slid down to the floor, the pain overwhelming him to the point where he felt he might vomit blood, though he did not. Gu Yi, are you intent on killing me? You wretched scoundrel. You and Gu Qiyu are equally insufferable. Gu Yi looked down upon him with an air of superiority, stating, that may not be entirely out of the question. This insufferable brat, this counterfeit, always whining in my presence, driving me to distraction. Just look, can I dispose of him now? Gu Qiyu's eyes sparkled with interest. Little Yi, is it possible to eliminate the counterfeit? If this were to come to fruition, the tragic fate of the Gu family would be avoided. As for the legality of murder, that concern barely crossed her mind. After all, this is the realm of a novel, and Little Yi seems to exist beyond the confines of the plot. If he could dispose of Gu Zhe, surely he would remain unscathed. Unless, the system's voice interrupted. Not at this moment. Gu Yi, uninterested in further conversation, delivered several sharp slaps to the counterfeit. I have said it before, do not whine in my presence like a woman. From now on, do not call me brother. Refer to me as President Gu. Do you understand? Gu Zhe trembled under Gu Ye's gaze, nodding incessantly. He felt that if he hesitated even momentarily, he might lose his life. Damn it, this bastard. How dare he exude such authority? That is the demeanor of one in power, not something he should possess. How infuriating that he was momentarily intimidated. Gu Qiyu sighed. Indeed, Little Ye's current capabilities were still insufficient to eliminate the counterfeit. But that was of no concern. She would continue to protect him. Guyi adjusted his attire and declared, "Is it not merely a romantic variety show? This matter is settled. Second brother, arrange for a straightforward female celebrity. Surely that can be accomplished?" Gu Qiu snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously. "Of course. I will take care of it." As Guyi turned to leave, Gu Qiu hurried to follow. The eldest sister had insisted she must stay close to Gu Yi or avoid Gu Zhe entirely. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Once the siblings exited the conference room, Gu Zhe dared to rise from the floor. "Damn it! Xiaozhang, what just transpired?" The secretary reported the company's situation with trepidation, revealing that several executives had returned embezzled funds under the guise of loans. "What? Has Gu Qiu discovered their misdeeds?" Gu Zhe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The secretary shook his head. It appears that General Manager Chen Qian was the first to be exposed, prompting the others to fearfully come forward. Gu Zhe, in a fit of rage, demanded, "Bring Chen Qian to me. How dare he surrender before I even had the chance to act?" The secretary replied, "Chen Qian has already been dismissed and has gone home to attend to personal matters. The latest news is that he is seeking a divorce from his wife." Gu Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who authorized him to divorce? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau at once and stop him." In a rather tragic turn of events, the so-called young master, with his counterfeit visage shattered and his false nose bleeding not a drop, found his attempts to reach Chen Qian futile. By the time Gu Zhe arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, the divorce proceedings had already been finalized. Chen Qian's wife had already boarded a private jet, leaving for good. "Chen Qian, you wretched scoundrel, why are you not answering your phone?" Gu Zhe erupted in a tirade upon seeing Chen Qian. He had long uncovered the truth. Chen Qian's wife was no orphan. Rather, she was the estranged daughter of a wealthy foreign magnate. Gu Zhe harbored no intention of reconciling with his biological parents. He sought a wealthy matron for himself and had set his sights on Chen Qian's spouse. Yet, he could not have anticipated that his well-laid plans would unravel so spectacularly. "Gu Zhe, you pretentious fraud. How dare you berate me? I was duped by you initially. Of the 15 million, I received only 5 million, while you pocketed the rest. Now, I am the one compensating for this loss. You owe me." Infuriated, he charged at Gu Zhe and delivered a punch. Gu Zhe, already reeling from a kick from Gu Yi, was struck again and felt every ache in his body. Having indulged excessively, his physique was in a state of frailty. Chen Qian's blow sent his nose askew. "You old fool, I'm still part of the Gu family. I am a second young master. Dare you strike me? I will ensure the annihilation of your entire clan." Gu Zhe collapsed to the ground, gingerly attempting to realign his nose, which had just undergone a 20 million transformation in South Korea. "Huh, a mere counterfeit dares to flaunt itself before me? You lot, come at me." Chen Qian, accompanied by 5 bodyguards, swiftly incapacitated Gu Zhe and his secretary. Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, a long queue of individuals seeking divorce had formed, already in a foul mood. Now, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, they eagerly began recording videos, promptly uploading them online. Within 10 minutes, Gu Zhe had ascended to the top of the trending list. Fake young master Gu Zhe brutally assaults former employee. Fake young master Gu Zhe causes former employee's marriage to crumble. Fake young master's facade shattered, nose unscathed. Rushed to hospital. Meanwhile, Gu Yi was at the company, listening to a report from the second young master, when his phone suddenly pinged with such headlines, causing him to sit upright. The fraud is trending. He went to confront Chen Qian, attempting to thwart the divorce. What is happening? Ergo. The system chimed in. "Young master, our investigation reveals that Gu Zhe was aware of Chen Qian's wife's true identity and intended to secure a wealthy matron for himself. When his scheme unraveled, he lost his temper and engaged in a brawl with Chen Qian." Upon hearing the system's report, Gu Yi doubled over with laughter. "Ha ha. Ergo, look at your dear brother making headlines. His false facade has been knocked back to reality. This fool must have a brain full of nonsense. He has long despised his biological parents, fearing rejection from the Gu family. Yet he is prepared for all contingencies, determined never to relinquish the title of young master." Gu Qiu, upon hearing his heartfelt thoughts, swiftly took out her phone to check, and to her astonishment, she found herself at a loss for words. This pig-headed face truly belonged to Gu Zhe? The secretary beside her nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is Gu Zhe. Such an impressive young master. Even the dog he raises can speak. Gu Chiyu's lips twitched as she promptly called her parents to share this revelation. Gu Yi remarked, "Shouldn't old Gu and old Su rush to the hospital? That is their precious little darling after all. Performing for me is one thing. But now that their beloved son is hospitalized, they ought to visit him post-haste." Gu Chiyu replied, "Little Yi, Mom and Dad say they are quite busy and have no time to visit the hospital. They asked if you wish to go. If so, they would offer 100,000 as a fee for the errand." Gu Yi exclaimed, 100,000 for running an errand? Who wouldn't jump at the chance? Yet, he still needed to review the script, as he was to participate in a variety show tomorrow. Internally elated, he maintained a facade of indifference. Gu Chiyu reassured him, "What is the worry? Little Yi, you are so clever. You can read the script in the car. If you forget your lines at the venue, there is always a teleprompter." Before Gu Yi could respond, he noticed 100,000 had been credited to his account. "All right then, as a diligent young man devoted to my work, how could I possibly slack off? Furthermore, as a caring brother, I must pay a visit to that imposter." With that, he stood up, wearing a stern expression as he made his way outside. Gu Chiyu, seated in her wheelchair, hastily followed, her heart swelling with pride as she admired her brother's upright figure. A true brother indeed. He was now willing to converse with her, not just uttering a single word, but stringing together several. It was wonderful. She resolved to work harder and earn more, all for little Yi. At the hospital, Gu Zhe's face was heavily bandaged, revealing only one eye in his mouth, while numerous tubes adorned his body, some containing blood and others for intravenous fluids. Gu Yi, arms crossed, looked down at him disdainfully. "TSK. Imposter, I know your identity is false, but who would have thought your entire face is a facade? I must commend you. How unfortunate must one be to resort to altering their entire visage. Guzi, do you have any pictures? Send me a few to examine." The system responded, "Please wait a moment." Gu Chiyu hid behind Gu Yi, peeking out to observe Gu Zhe, her face a mask of contempt. "Gu Zhe, you truly are repugnant. Chun Qian embezzled 15 million, and you took a staggering 12.5 million of that. You claim not to covet the Gu family's wealth, yet you are nothing but a thief within it." Little Yi was right. Gu Zhe had been quite unattractive as a child. Despite the Gu family spending considerable sums on him, he remained unappealing. At the age of 12, he secretly traveled abroad and underwent surgery. However, at that time, he only had his eyes operated on, without making a grand announcement. The family felt a pang of sympathy, knowing he cherished beauty, and thus allowed him to pursue his desires. Gu Zhe was rendered speechless, forced to endure the scornful remarks of Gu Yi and Gu Chiyu in silence. His heart swelled with sorrow and indignation, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. Damn it! It was Gu Yi who truly deserved contempt. Had he not returned, Gu Zhe would have remained the sole cherished treasure of the Gu family. In Gu Chiyu, she was utterly devoid of pretense, daring to address him in such a manner. Just wait and see. The last time he had managed to turn misfortune into fortune, his leg had healed perfectly, leaving no lingering effects. This time, he would prevail once more. A counterfeit could not speak, only shed tears, which appeared rather grotesque. Take good care of yourself. Tomorrow I shall participate in a variety show, and you may watch the live broadcast. Gu Yi found the situation uninteresting and turned to leave. Gu Zhe clenched his fists tightly. That damned Gu Yi even now. He was intent on seeking the limelight. He would surely end up begging me on his knees. The following day, the romantic variety show Only for You premiered. The production team revealed only 2 guests, with the identities of the others kept under wraps for the time being. Like other shows, it featured real-time streaming, allowing netizens to send comments as events unfolded. The program 079, Are Men Not Human?, commenced with an immediate surge in viewership. The anticipation was palpable, with reports indicating that 8 guests had been invited, including the acclaimed actress and a rising star, alongside several affluent heirs and heiresses. It was no wonder that the show's popularity skyrocketed upon its premiere. The allure of wealth was undeniably compelling. However, the guests adorned themselves with peculiar makeup and donned bizarre attire, leaving viewers perplexed. Was this an attempt to be overly relatable? After all, it was a romantic reality show, and one would expect participants to embody a certain affluence. The production team had unexpectedly replaced the chief director, resulting in a complete overhaul of the show's aesthetic. Each of the 8 guests sported outlandish makeup and utilized voice modulators, obscuring their true identities, proud physiques, and appearances. This director was indeed a unique character. The male participants were attired in security uniforms, blue delivery outfits, yellow errand costumes, and tattered ancient garb. Their makeup ranged from bruised faces to bandaged heads, with some exhibiting battle-damaged looks. The female guests included a popular host, a domineering CEO, a landlord, and a tree planter, each with corresponding makeup styles. Notably, the Ancient Warriors ensemble stood out dramatically. Viewers erupted in laughter upon witnessing the spectacle. Ha ha! What on earth is that ancient general doing in a modern show? What a talent! I am particularly curious about his background. He must be some irrelevant newcomer trying to gain attention. What a crafty fellow. The CEO's stockings have a hole in them. The tree planter is wielding a shovel, radiating an impressive aura. She must be the acclaimed actress. The barrage of comments quickly began to unveil the identities of the guests. The host gathered everyone together and employed a lottery system to form groups, which would determine their designated dating locations. The chat erupted in fervor once more. The actress Su Yuan and the heartthrob Gu Qingmu. Aren't they supposed to be a couple? They should be placed in the same group. They must be grouped together. Otherwise, I won't watch. But how can we even determine who pairs with whom? To the person above, have you graduated elementary school? There's a concept called backroom dealings, you know? Oh, I don't care. They must be in the same group, or I'll command my 18 nephews to boycott the show. Amidst this chaos, Gu Yi, dressed as the battle-damaged general, subtly smirked. In the original storyline, a similar show had occurred, but the original character had never participated. Instead, an imposter had taken their place. Within the show, he had developed an interest in the actress Su Yuan, the most favored granddaughter of the Su family. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Su Yuan was already in a secret marriage, while he persistently pursued her. Rejected, he resorted to desperate measures, attempting to force a situation that would lead to an inevitable conclusion. However, Su Yuan was no pushover. She nearly turned him into her subordinate. Why nearly? Due to counterfeit goods, a devoted admirer has received a package, specifically the granddaughter of the lesser-known Sun family among the 8 prominent clans. Gui is rather curious to see if the narrative would differ had Gu Zhe participated in the program. The results of the drawing were swiftly revealed. Group 1, a courier and a popular streamer. Group 2, a security guard and a landlord. Group 3, a delivery person and a female tree planter. Group 4, an ancient warrior in costume and a domineering female CEO. With the groupings established, the guests proceeded to their designated meeting locations. In truth, these so-called venues were merely makeshift green screen settings erected by the production team. Group 1 found themselves in the streamer's live broadcast room. The courier wore a stoic expression, seating himself in silence. The popular streamer mirrored his demeanor, sitting apart and nonchalantly commenting, "Your gaze seems rather poor." Each guest was provided with a voice modulator by the production team, rendering their tones indistinguishable. The courier adjusted the bandage on his head, retorting, "Your observation is astute. This contraption is obstructing my vision." The audience erupted in laughter. Group 2 convened in the tenant's room. The landlord reclined in her chair, hands on her hips, inquiring, "Have you paid your rent?" The security guard paused momentarily before sitting down and crossing his legs, responding, "This entire area is my territory." Group 3 gathered on a barren hillside. The female tree planter, shovel in hand, paced back and forth, surveying her surroundings. They really skimped on the set design, didn't they? The delivery person attempted to approach but narrowly avoided a shovel to the face. "Could you put down the shovel? You nearly took my head off." The tree planter regarded him with a challenging expression, asking, "Are you certain?" Group 4 assembled in the CEO's office. The ancient warrior, bearing the marks of battle, pushed the CEO aside, entering first and taking a seat. He picked up the sole water bottle on the table, drinking it without hesitation, and inadvertently finished it all. Following his drink, he proudly belched. The system remarked, "Did you not see my exaggerated eye roll? No wonder you remained single for so long. Lady first, do you lack manners?" The domineering female, CO, exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she stamped her foot. "We are on a date. I am your girlfriend. Is this how you treat your girlfriend?" Guyi tightened the cap of the empty bottle and tossed it into the trash. "Apologies. This is my first experience pretending to date. I lack proficiency." The domineering CEO smirked. "Fine, I am not angry." Guyi then noticed another bottle of water beneath the table, still 500 milliliters, and began to drink from it. The CEO's fury ignited instantaneously. "Is this how excessive you can be? Are you even a man?" Guyi extended his long legs, toppling a makeshift table. "Is a man not human? Why are you shouting? Do you wish to fight? Come on. Hey, check her out. I want to enjoy this drama." The domineering CEO exclaimed, bewildered. "What? 080? Shall I be the last to make my entrance?" The barrage of comments momentarily paused in shock before erupting once more. "My goodness, this is even more intense than the tree planting team next door. Ha ha, is this his first attempt at a faux date? He must have never dated before. Men are human too. For that statement alone, I would support him for a lifetime. An arranged marriage show? This is a violent matchmaking program. For heaven's sake." The domineering female CEO was flustered. "What did you just say?" Words failed her. The very sounds she heard were inexplicably muted. What sorcery was this? The male contestant's subsequent words were left unspoken. Yet she had indeed heard them. Was it merely an auditory hallucination? And that air guzzi? What on earth was that? Here, aside from herself and the male contestant, there was no third party. Could it be a ghost? The system's voice resonated. "Her name is Sun Jiejia, the youngest granddaughter of the Sun family, the least favored among the 8 great families. She typically cultivates the persona of a pampered little granddaughter. In truth, her mother is a minor figure, having given birth to her alone without ascending to prominence. However, her mother is ambitious. She sought out a master and employed certain methods to convince the Sun family that Sun Jiejia is a lucky star, which is why she was brought back into the family. This time, her mother arranged for her to appear on a dating show, aiming for her to ensnare the sons of other prestigious families. Ideally, she would create a situation that would lead to marriage, thereby elevating her status within the Sun family." Guyi cast another scornful glance at Sun Jiejia. Not even a proper mistress, just a child of a minor figure. What audacity does she have? It's a pity the counterfeit didn't show. Otherwise, they would truly make a perfect pair. Sun Jiejia, that ghostly air guzzi actually knows her secrets, and with such clarity. Who is this male contestant? Who on earth is he? The two locked eyes, the tension palpable. Observing the live broadcast staff rushing to report. "Director, it seems Group 4 is about to come to blows. Director, the atmosphere in Group 3 is also off. Should we pause the live stream?" The director, a portly old man with white hair and a beard, glanced at the live data and grinned. Youngsters, making a fuss over trifles. They needed before he could finish. He leapt to his feet, eyes bulging at the broadcast room. "Quick, cut the live feed now." At his age, he thought to venture into filming a dating show, hoping to experience something novel. Yet, this crew had turned it into a chaotic brawl. How would he face his peers after this? The staff, upon witnessing the live footage, turned pale with fright. They were here to work on a dating show, not a peculiar martial arts spectacle. In the third live room, the tree planter had practically buried the male contestant alive. The speed was as swift as a gust of wind. In the fourth live broadcast room, the ancient general did not strike the female guest, yet she feigned injury, collapsing to the ground in an act of pretense. The first and second broadcast rooms were hardly any better. This is truly exhilarating. The comment section erupted in a frenzy. Haha, I, who have never watched variety shows, surprisingly clicked to follow and am determined to keep up with the updates. I am in stitches over the segment where the tree planter buried the courier alive. I have recorded it and must watch it repeatedly, for I am a proud tree planter. To the one above, you won't be able to replicate that. That is Feng Bao Bao from the Feng family, who has been mastering this move since childhood. Did anyone watch the fourth live room? The ancient general was wrongly accused. he merely slapped in passing, and the female guest pretended to be lifeless. Surely, you have heard of the ancient general. He is no ordinary figure. What do you mean? Do you know who he is? He carries an air of nobility, likely a young master from a prominent family. I heard that the true heir of the Gu family, recently reclaimed, will be participating in the show. I suspect it is him. Is the true heir of the Gu family the one rumored online to be a master of metaphysics? Gu Yi and Feng Baobao both surged on trending topics. Feng Baobao was ridiculed as the most difficult heiress to marry, while Gu Yi was the subject of curiosity, as everyone wanted to discern whether the ancient general's actions were intentional. If it is indeed Gu Yi, what power did he wield in that seemingly casual slap from afar? The live broadcast was halted, and viewers were compelled to migrate to other platforms to continue their imaginative musings. Within the program, the director urgently called for a stop, and the guests ceased their FA-aids, eager to remove their makeup. There was initially a segment intended for writing heartfelt notes, but it was unanimously rejected by all guests, as dissatisfaction loomed regarding their assigned partners. The director felt a profound sense of defeat, pondering whether this genre was truly suited for him. As the identity revelation segment resumed, the live stream reopened, and viewers were 100 times more excited than the guests themselves. While others fall back, I must see the battle-worn general. Who is this remarkable figure? As a professional editing blogger, I can assure you that the ancient general undoubtedly possesses an advantage. I've also noticed he merely slapped from a distance, yet the force was palpable. To the two above, are you awake? That female guest is merely playing the victim. Gu Yi. That general is Gu Yi. I have reliable insider information. He is the true heir recently reclaimed by the Gu family, and ever since his return, chaos has ensued within the family. Mark my words, this program will not end well. What is this intrusion? If that is Gu Yi, then he's my idol. Suddenly, a wave of trolls infiltrated the comments, launching vicious attacks against Gu Yi. The director, observing this scene, narrowed his eyes and decided to position Gu Yi as the final reveal. Director, it appears there are some controlling the narrative. Is this truly advisable? The staff members felt uncertain, as the number of those attempting to sway opinions was increasing, raising concerns about potential complications. The director casually waved his hand, saying, "Relax, it's all trivial." The staff member replied, "He just said the same thing." Yet the live broadcast was still halted. Wasn't he it? Sigh. Well, the director has the final say, and we are powerless to change that. Gu Yi had just removed his makeup and changed into his own attire, donning a casual t-shirt, floral shorts, and luxurious flip-flops. Upon receiving the notification that he was the last to perform, he felt no urgency whatsoever. However, the system interjected, "Young master, a wave of counterfeiters has sent a multitude of trolls to tarnish your reputation, and the director intentionally placed you last." Before the system could finish, Gu Yi had already rushed out. The system continued, "Young master, please remain calm. You must keep your composure and avoid being impulsive." Ha ha ha. The host finally took the initiative. How delightful. The young man, adorned in a casual suit, presented his strikingly handsome visage to the audience. With a slight smile, he introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Gu Qingmu." "Oh, Gu Qingmu. I have perused his credentials. He is the grandson of the esteemed Gu family patriarch. Merely 18 years of age, he is remarkably erudite, having graduated from a prestigious foreign institution with 2 doctoral degrees. The production team is truly remarkable to have secured such an academic prodigy. Who is he here for? It cannot be that he is the liaison for the union between the Gu and Su families. Is he here for Su Su?" The popular streamer of the group sauntered forward, and many netizens began to surmise that she was none other than the acclaimed actress Su Yuan, the most cherished granddaughter of the Su family. No introduction was necessary. Those who knew, knew, and those who did not could inquire with their neighbors. Before Su Yuan could complete her thought, the comments section erupted. "It is truly Su Su, I guess correctly?" The moment they were grouped together, it was clearly destined fate. Nonsense. Our leading actress is paired with the trending heartthrob Gao Yu. The identities of the other guests were gradually unveiled. The security personnel for Group 2 was the popular heartthrob Gao Yu. The landlady was a commoner named Wang Manman, who introduced herself as an orphan hailing from the Green Grassland Orphanage. As for the courier in Group 3, he had yet to commence his self-introduction when a figure suddenly burst onto the scene. I am the ancient General Gu Yi, the one recently involved in an unfortunate incident with a woman. Allow me to clarify. At that moment, she attempted to strike me, and I pretended to slap her, leading her to theatrically fall to the ground. Everyone must trust in science. Those who understand, understand. All right, I must excuse myself for a moment. I shall return shortly. After Gu Ye's introduction, he playfully blew a kiss towards the camera before vanishing at lightning speed from the frame. The comments section was momentarily stunned before erupting into chaos. Oh my goodness, what has happened? I have suffered a cataclysmic blow to my aesthetic sensibilities. Who was that? The legendary Master Gu Yi. He encourages everyone to trust science, yet he possesses an ethereal glow. Does that not suggest an extraordinary skill from the master of Longhu Mountain? My goodness, with such a dashing figure, who would dare to criticize him? Haters, you ought to reconsider. Oh, I must know where this show is being recorded. I want to be there in person. I am willing to pay any price. The viewers were utterly beside themselves. Initially, they praised Gu Ye's stunning visage, but as the excitement grew, their requests turned absurd. Some sought sons, while others desired twin daughters instead of sons. And there were even those asking for 8 treasures in a single birth. Some even offered to invite Gu Yi to their homes for spiritual cleansing. Moreover, a few self-proclaimed practitioners from the Northeast expressed their desire for him to assist as a guide. Meanwhile, the Gu family, gathered before the large screen, stood in unison upon witnessing the spectacle. Gu Chuyun was utterly astonished, wondering if it was possible that Xiao Yi had truly employed some form of inner strength to strike that female guest. Gu Chubbing nodded vigorously, affirming, "Sister, you did not misinterpret. There was indeed a palpable force at play. The guest does not appear to be merely seeking attention." They both laughed heartily. However, Xiao Yi executed it splendidly. Individuals like her deserve to be reprimanded. Gu Chuyun, unable to contain her amusement, added, "And those detractors who sought to disparage Xiao Yi, how are they faring now? They portrayed Xiao Yi as a master, and I suspect many are kneeling before their screens in reverence." The two sisters delightedly shared in the moment, feeling a swell of pride at their younger brother's performance on the show. As for Gu Zhe, the imposter, he left no impression in their minds whatsoever. Gu Haokuan remarked, "There were individuals deliberately attempting to tarnish Xiao Ye's reputation. Now that he has clarified the situation himself, we must investigate who that woman is, who sent her, and what their intentions were." Su Yi dialed a number, instructing, "Second brother, please look into who is orchestrating this smear campaign against Xiao Yi. And who is the female guest paired with him? What gives her the audacity to besmirch Xiao Ye's name?" They were resolute in their commitment to defend Xiao Ye's honor, refusing to remain passive bystanders. Gu Chiyu, still in a hospital, was simultaneously receiving an infusion and watching the live broadcast. Upon witnessing Xiao Ye's own clarification, she felt a surge of anger and immediately dispatched her secretary to conduct an investigation. Before long, the results emerged, igniting her fury. It turned out to be Gu Zhe. That charlatan. Wasn't he supposed to be confined to the hospital? How could he find the time to meddle in such affairs? Gu Chiyu continued her inquiry, which once again shattered her understanding of the situation. She quickly contacted her parents, exclaiming, "Mom and Dad, it is Gu Zhe controlling the comments. He has miraculously recovered, just like last time, as if nothing ever happened. I am tempted to hire someone to push him away and see if he can bounce back once more." What kind of power allows Gu Zhe to so effortlessly evade calamity? The entire Gu family was taken aback by this revelation. They decided to relay this information to Xiao Yi and await his guidance. The family refrained from any rash actions, fearing for Xiao Ye's well-being and the potential for further complications. On the show, after Xiao Ye's departure, the remaining guests, despite their introductions, saw their popularity significantly diminish. The male guest from Group 3 was Jin Zhongxua, the sole heir of the Korean automotive conglomerate. The female tree planter was Feng Baobao, the cherished daughter of the Feng family. The remaining female guest from Group 4 was Sun Jiajia, the beloved granddaughter of the Sun Group, and a formidable businesswoman. Due to Xiao Ye's unexpected intervention, which shed light on the situation, Sun Jejia found herself at a loss for words, defensively asserting, I am not seeking attention. I merely felt lightheaded and fainted. In truth, she was seething with indignation. Although Xiao Ye's slap had not physically struck her, the impact left her feeling utterly dazed. Who exactly was he, possessing such extraordinary abilities? Amidst the deluge of comments flooding the screen, the multitude of remarks about them pales in comparison to the overwhelming barrage of comments directed at Gu Yi. The director, with his shiny bald head, felt a resonating buzz throughout his mind. It was his first encounter with such a formidable presence. That so-called metaphysical expert, the true heir returned to the Gu family. Why does he not adhere to the expected norms? Yet, despite his irritation, the show must go on. In the forthcoming segment, the production team would divide the guests into groups, splitting them into pairs. Together, they would devise a plan for their lunch, with the victors granted the privilege of selecting their accommodations for the evening. Upon Gu Ye's return, he noticed the peculiar glances directed at him from the others. Gu Yi, what are you staring at? I just emerged from the restroom, but I did wash my hands. In a curious twist of fate, it was that master who had administered the drug. To ensure fairness, the director employed a method of random grouping. Gu Yi, Gu Qingmu, Sun Jejia, and Wang Manman formed one group, while Jin Zhongxua, Feng Baobao, Su Yuan, and Gao Yu comprised the second. The production team allocated a mere 40 yuan as initial funding for each group, allowing them the freedom to utilize it as they saw fit. The success or failure of their lunch arrangements would directly influence their living conditions for the ensuing 3 days. Feng Baobao felt discontented at not being grouped with Gu Yi. Sun Jejia, Wang Manman, would either of you be willing to switch with me? She directly approached the 2 female contestants, promising them a token of gratitude once the show concluded, should they agree. Her unprecedented participation in this so-called dating show was solely for the sake of Gu Yi. Not being in the same group fueled her determination to find a way to join him. Wang Manman, fidgeting with the hem of her garment, hesitated. Feng, Sister Feng, it's not that I don't wish to switch, but this is a live broadcast, and I fear it might compromise the fairness of the program. She was not genuinely concerned about any reward. As an ordinary participant, her very presence on such a show implied she had already received compensation. Moreover, being grouped with Gu Yi was one of her objectives. As the beloved heiress of the Feng family, Feng Baobao was not someone to be trifled with, not wanting to see her bask in triumph. Wang Manman resorted to a subtle display of feigned innocence. Sun Jejia cast a sidelong glance at Wang Manman and remarked, I share her sentiments. Feng Baobao was undoubtedly the cherished darling of the Feng family, a status that was genuine, unlike the mere facade that others, including herself, had constructed. Yet, she was curious about the secrets Gu Yi might harbor, questioning why he would concede to Feng Baobao. Did her wealth elevate her above others? After all, this was a live broadcast. How much could she truly manipulate the situation? Feng Baobao shot a look at the 2 of them and inquired, Are you certain? Rather than extending a friendly invitation, it seemed more like a threat, as if she were contemplating burying them alive. A nearby hill provided an ideal location. With an inscrutable expression, Feng Baobao's demeanor hinted at impending action, sending a wave of trepidation coursing through Sun Jejia and Wang Manman. They took a step back, ready to summon the production staff to expose Feng Baobao's true nature to the viewers. At that critical moment, Gu Yi arrived. Gu Yi, your timing is impeccable. These 2 are being rather uncooperative. Feng Baobao gestured towards them, her intentions clear. Gu Yi intervened, saying, Sister Bao, let us not act rashly. Such cruelty. To contend for a spot in my group, Feng Baobao is ready to enact a gruesome scene, he mused. Yet, this is unnecessary. It's merely a show. I am here for enjoyment, and frankly, I hold no interest in either of them. 2 scheming girls under my discerning gaze, what havoc could they possibly wreak? Upon hearing Gu Yi's thoughts, Feng Baobao gazed intently into his eyes, and, upon sensing his sincerity, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She wrapped her arm around Gu Yi's shoulder and said, Gu Yi, for your sake, I shall let the 2 of them off this time. If you ever feel wronged, do not hesitate to call for me. I am always at your service, understood? Gu Yi nodded, responding, agreed. Sister Bauer truly values her connections. My influence is indeed quite precious. Standing not far away, Sun Jejia and Wang Manman were taken aback. Is Guyi actually reprimanding them? Is he really a man? He doesn't even know them. On what grounds does he scold them? The two groups split their paths, with Guyi's team heading east. The production team had deliberately chosen a quaint village, characterized by its simple folk customs and picturesque scenery. The villagers, wearing smiles, clearly enjoyed a good life. In a live broadcast room, viewers commented, "The production team knows how to choose locations. This must be the fabled peach blossom spring." Indeed, this is an ideal spot for a romantic outing. A date here for young couples feels like a dream, increasing the success rate by 50%. In Guyi's group of 4, both girls are trailing behind him. What does that imply? ISN T Gucci Mua man? At the event site, Guyi paid no mind to the 3 trailing behind him, resulting in a complete lack of communication throughout. After years of living a corporate life, had he ever traveled so carefree? Wouldn't it be more delightful to appreciate the scenery rather than engage in trivial chatter? He strolled leisurely along the village's concrete path, one hand in his pocket, almost humming a tune. In the distance, he spotted a man carrying a large yellow dog, stopping intermittently to greet villagers, explaining that the dog had an upset stomach and he was taking it to the vet. As the man passed by Guyi, he noticed the production crew's camera and offered a polite smile. Meanwhile, the poor yellow dog weakly barked at the camera, "Woof woof. Woof. Woof woof." Guyi chuckled. "Hey, buddy, your kind is having a rough time, huh?" The yellow dog's head instantly turned towards Guyi, barking a few times. "Woof woof woof woof," Guyi exclaimed. "Hey, buddy, is it talking to me? Hurry, translate for me." The system replied, "Poor yellow dog. It's not that it ate something bad, but rather that its owner has drugged it." Guyi was taken aback. What does that mean? Does that man intend to eat dog meat? Sun Jejia lowered her head, rolling her eyes in silence. That buddy could understand dog language. How absurd. Why was Guyi more concerned about a dog than people? Wang Manman fixated on the yellow dog, salivating at the thought. She had a fondness for dog meat and recalled how, in her impoverished days, she had once stolen a neighbor's puppy to cook. The system clarified, it's not about eating dog meat. The pet doctor is involved with that man, and to ensure daily visits to treat the dog. The man gives it croton seeds to induce diarrhea. The dialogue between them was seamlessly absorbed by the yellow dog. Tears streamed down, accompanied by heart-wrenching sobs. The system translated once more, leaving Guyi utterly astonished. Poor Huang, its owner feeds it with croton seeds. Each time it is taken to the doctor, it merely receives an injection, causing it to faint away. The two of them conceal themselves in a small room, indulging in laughter. Da Huang's mistress attends to her paralyzed grandmother, leaving no time to care for it. Alas, by the time the mistress returns, it is likely that Da Huang will have passed away. At that moment, a stout woman suddenly appeared, seizing the man's hair with one hand while delivering a sharp slap to his face with the other. "You scoundrel! You fed Da Huang croton seeds and shared a bed with that female veterinarian. You ungrateful wretch! While I tend to your mother, you go off to serve another woman's needs." A sum of 83,500 yuan. Guyi exclaimed, "Da Huang, I wish to partake in a feast. Could you guide me?" The couple engaged in a fierce altercation. Regrettably, the man was as slender as a lightning bolt, while the woman was a hefty mass, weighing 200 pounds. The disparity between the two was so evident that one need not ponder to ascertain that triumph would undoubtedly favor the woman. The hefty woman had just overheard Guyi's heartfelt thoughts, and she paid no heed to whether he had spoken aloud. She had heard him nonetheless. Initially suspecting her husband, the confirmation from another was all she needed to unleash her fury upon him. Amidst the chaos, Da Huang broke free from the man's embrace, clinging desperately to Guyi's leg. Weeping pitifully, Guyi, fond of dogs, immediately lifted Da Huang into his arms. "Da Huang, do not weep. Your master has returned, and he shall heal you. Guzi, please examine Da Huang's condition. Is there still hope?" In Guyi's embrace, Da Huang rested his little head against him, resembling a delicate young girl. The system chimed in. Da Huang's health is in grave jeopardy. That wretched man did not feed him the proper food, but rather moldy leftovers and sprouted potatoes, both of which are highly toxic. Da Huang has but 10 minutes left to live. Oh, the poor creature. Da Huang pondered. I'd perish? Stop. To meet such a distinguished figure before my demise, I can depart in peace. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi was genuinely enraged. That despicable man, the goddess of war, shall crush his manhood. It would be best to sever ties with him, divorce him. Meanwhile, the hefty woman, having caught wind of Gu Ye's thoughts, directed her blows downward. A howl erupted from the man, a piercing scream that echoed throughout the village. The spectators online, witnessing this spectacle, began to flood the comments with excitement. What is happening here? What has Gu Yi done, and why does he still hold the dog? Ha. Newcomers, are you not aware? That hefty woman is catching her husband in the act. This is utterly hilarious. I merely tuned in for a dating show and was unexpectedly served a juicy scandal. Can someone explain this juicy tale? I'm lost. I haven't graduated yet. The man took Dahuang to the vet, but in truth, he was rendezvousing with the female veterinarian. His wife tended to the ailing elderly, while he attended to the female vet. Wow, this is quite the scandal. Let's take him down. Just moments ago, a few were dissatisfied with the lack of interaction between the male and female guests, but now the tide had turned, and everyone flocked to witness the drama unfold. Gu Yi remarked, Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri, Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri, Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri. The goddess of war truly is commendable. That scoundrel is indeed vile. His infidelity nearly cost Dahuang his life. The system observed. The young master performs a good deed, rewarding him with a pet elixir. Shall it be administered to Dahuang immediately? Gu Yi replied, Yes. As his words resonated, the elixir transformed into a radiant light, descending into Dahuang's mouth. With breath becoming labored, Dahuang swallowed the essence, and in an instant felt revitalized, brimming with newfound vigor, even going so far as to lick Gu Yi's face in gratitude. Gu Yi, sikopant. Egutsi. Is it done? System. Indeed, my lord saved Dahuang's life, adding one deed to the tally, rewards accumulating. Meanwhile, after the chubby woman had vented her frustrations on a man, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Upon hearing Gu Yi and the system mention that her beloved Dahuang was on the brink of death, tears welled up in her eyes. When she learned that Gu Yi had rescued Dahuang, it felt as though the sky that had fallen upon her had been lifted. Little brother, thank you for saving my Dahuang. I'm currently not in a position to care for him anymore. May I entrust Dahuang to you? I understand you are here to record a show, so here, take 50 yuan. I need to go and divorce that scoundrel. When I return, I shall treat you to a meal. And thank you for revealing the true nature of that wretched man. Without waiting for Gu Yi to respond, the chubby woman thrust 50 yuan into his hands. She gently patted Dahuang's head, reluctant to part with him, yet ultimately resolute, turning to seize the man and head back. Following that big star was far superior to clinging to her own misfortune. This time, she would sever all ties with the scoundrel, leaving him no opportunity to redeem himself. Gu Yi, sister, if you need any assistance, please do not hesitate to let me know. Rest assured, I will take good care of Dahuang. This sister is commendable. She exhibits zero tolerance for scoundrels and knows when to divorce. The live chat room erupted in excitement. What did Gu Yi do? Why did Dahuang go to him? Gu Yi saved Dahuang. What happened to Dahuang? Can the production team really do this? Why was such a script added for Gu Yi? It's unfair. What are you talking about? I was there. I inquired, and Dahuang was on the verge of death, but Gu Yi healed him. Moreover, Dahuang spoke to Gu Yi, revealing that the male owner was indeed a scoundrel. When the female owner learned the truth, it was only natural for her to retaliate against him. Thus, he saved the dog and defended a vulnerable woman. He is indeed a good person. To the one above, what nonsense are you spouting? Gu Yi merely stood by, not uttering a word. He couldn't possibly understand what Dahuang was saying. He is not a veterinarian. I was there and wow. I can't even describe it. Just know that the master of metaphysics is not merely a title. He possesses genuine skills. In a matter of moments, the barrage of comments had escalated. Initially at a disadvantage, Gu Yi suddenly saw a surge of attention, his reputation improving, even landing atop the trending list. The other three guests present were left utterly speechless. Wang Man, I must not be hearing things, right? Guze claimed that Gu Yi was up to something. Could that be the truth? Sun Jiajia, can one really profit from this? That's 50 yuan. In this small village, it's hard to find anything to eat. Gu Qingmu gazed at Gu Yi, her eyes shimmering. The old man had given all his fortune to this fellow, not a single cent for himself. Why was that? She had come to participate in the show entirely for him. As the event commenced, he effortlessly captured the attention of all present. He must have been acutely aware of his purpose for being there, deliberately acting in such a manner. He presumed that with public opinion swaying in his favor, he would remain untouchable. What a delusion. The director, observing the live stream of Gu Ye's group, felt his mind spinning in circles. This was supposed to be a dating reality show. A script had been penned for them, and a teleprompter set up. Apart from Gu Yi, the other participants were relatively cooperative. However, that true heir. He seemed to dismiss the script entirely, genuinely believing he was there merely for leisure. What was happening over there? Keep the teleprompter rolling. Stop fixating on that big yellow dog. The director's furious voice echoed through the intercom. The crew, engrossed in gossip, had momentarily forgotten about recording the show. It was only when the director's voice broke through that they regained their focus, hastily raising signs to prompt the guests. Gu Yi, naturally noticed, and cradling the big yellow dog, exclaimed, "Big Yellow, I wish to dine. Could you guide me?" In the depths of a picturesque landscape, where mountains kissed the sky and waters whispered secrets, Gu Qingmu could no longer restrain herself. She turned to Gu Yi and expressed, "This place is blessed with natural beauty and extraordinary individuals. Even the elders here seem destined for longevity. Is it truly wise to utter such words? And as for dining, have you no sense of decorum?" Her remarks, delivered live, threatened to diminish his standing as the audience's perception could swiftly turn unfavorable. Sun Jie nodded vigorously, adding, "Indeed, that kind lady just gifted us 50 yuan, and with our original 40, that totals 90. We could buy ingredients, or perhaps seek a home-cooked meal. Isn't that splendid?" She pondered how adept Gu Yi was at navigating the complexities of social interactions, yet he seemed oblivious to the discerning ears of their online viewers. No matter how he attempted to manipulate the situation, it would be in vain. Wang Man shared a similar sentiment, merely nodding in agreement, mindful of her role as an ordinary person who should speak only when necessary. Her primary mission was simply to observe Gu Yi. As anticipated, the comments section erupted in condemnation of Gu Yi, echoing sentiments of disbelief and disappointment. How could he utter such disheartening words? This is utterly damaging to his reputation. Who would still admire him? Just wait and see. Once this episode concludes, he will be eliminated. Meanwhile, Gu Haokuan's family was left in a state of shock. Su Yi interjected. When Xiaoyi mentioned dining, he surely referred to a celebratory feast. Those individuals lack understanding and misinterpret his words. Gu Qian affirmed, "Exactly. They cannot possibly grasp what Xiaoyi has planned." Gu Haokuan instructed, "Let our second son continue to manage the comments. While they may find critics, we too can gather supporters." Gu Chubbing, puzzled, questioned critics? Supporters? Father acts as if this were a chess match. Laughter erupted among them. At the program's venue, Gu Yi cast a glance at them and remarked, "Your shamelessness is such that even acupuncture needles would struggle to penetrate your facades." Gu Qingmu, agitated, retorted, "Gu Yi, please choose your words with more care." Sun Jiejie, retreating behind Gu Qingmu, whispered, "What is wrong with him? Does he possess no manners?" Wang Man, her expression darkening, refrained from speaking out. Gu Yi continued, "You claim to have decorum, yet you shamelessly appropriate the money given to me by that kind lady. If you are so refined, then do not partake in the feast." His frustration boiled over. "Am I mad? I saved a Huang and helped that lady recognize a scoundrel. The gratitude she bestowed upon me, and you all dare to claim it as ours. How preposterous!" Sun Jiejie, her face flushed with indignation, had not anticipated Gu Ye's pettiness, as he had no intention of pooling their funds. Wang Man, sensing the gravity of the situation, feared that if Gu Yi refused to share, they would be left with a mere 10 yuan. In this small village, what could they possibly acquire? Astalnud? Gu Qingmu, regaining her composure, felt compelled to assert, "We are a team. We ought to unite. Gu Yi, do not act so selfishly." It is said that Uncle Lu dotes on him excessively, elevating Gu Zhe's status significantly above his own. The Gu group has rescinded all of Gu Zhe's positions, even transferring the summer entertainment to him. How infuriating. He possesses so much already, yet he still resorts to underhanded tactics to persuade the elder to bequeath the family fortune to him. Now, as he participates in this program, he is quibbling over a mere 50 yuan. Guyi gazes at him, wondering if he is illiterate. Is it not a rule set by the director that everyone must contribute if they wish to partake? Such a lack of effort indicates a desire to exploit the situation for free. Does he not comprehend this? Gu Haoqian is not a true member of the Gu family, nor is his son, and surely his grandson is not either. To flaunt oneself before me, as if I am unaware, when your entire family should be expelled from the Gu clan. Gu Qingmu initially intended to continue his pursuit, but upon hearing this, his pupils dilated in shock. Guye. Guyi has not uttered a word. However, he has audibly perceived his thoughts. What is this? He claims that he is not of the Gu lineage, that his father is not, and neither is he. In a rush, he glanced at the two women beside him, discovering they too were equally astonished, evidently hearing Gu Ye's inner voice. He then turned his gaze to the staff nearby, who bore expressions of utter disbelief as well. Ah, Gu Ye. How dare you assert that none of us belong to the Gu family? Yet, no matter how he strained, the words would not escape his lips. Even when he attempted to articulate it differently, the sound was muted. Guyi retreated several steps, as if fleeing from a contagion, shaking his head in exasperation. What is this? Such emotional instability. Who would dare to date you? It would be a matter of life and death. Da Huang, lead the way. Let's go dine. Gu Qingmu's parents must have some mental afflictions, for otherwise, it is merely a matter of refusing to spend a few dozen yuan, and he has gone mad. TSK, TSK. Indeed, one must dispel illusions about people. Some merely appear human. Da Huang raised his little head and barked. The young master is correct. We dogs are not human, yet some humans fall short of dogs in worth. Gu Yi comprehended this time. He bent down and patted Da Huang's head. Such a good dog. Come, I shall buy you a chicken leg soon. Da Huang, pleased, trotted ahead with pride. Gu Qingmu trembled with rage, while Sun Jieji recognized this as an opportune moment and hurried over to express her concern. Gu Qingmu, are you all right? Do you need a rest? Do not let Gu Yi get to you. It's not worth ruining your health over. Although Gu Ye's thoughts indicated that Gu Qingmu is not of the Gu bloodline, this revelation has yet to surface publicly. Thus, their situations are quite similar, making them somewhat compatible upon reflection. Gu Qingmu, oblivious to Sun Jieji's reasoning, found solace in her comforting words and soon regained his composure. Thank you, Jiejia. I'm not angry. I simply misjudged Gu Yi for a moment. Let's go. During the live broadcast, it is essential to leave a favorable impression. Moreover, this statement might incite disdain towards Gu Yi and elicit sympathy for oneself. A flurry of comments cascaded through the screen. Wow, is Gu Yi truly that selfish? Since they are divided into groups, they should naturally strive together to earn and share. However, Gu Yi did not err, did he? That woman had given him the money. Why should Sun Jieji claim it as her own? Gu Yi is a master of metaphysics. When he states that a banquet will take place, it undoubtedly will. If Gu Qingmu dislikes it, she need not follow. Why be so confrontational? As for Sun Jieji, I believe they are indeed a match made in heaven. They should be together, that green tea bimbo. Enough of the bickering. Look, Gu Yi has stopped in front of household, yet they have not set up a banquet. It's going to crash. There's no doubt about it. What a master of metaphysics. This persona is collapsing. In the courtyard, Gu Yi stood with his loyal companion, the dog Da Huang, following closely behind him. At the entrance, Sun Jieji and her companions paused, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Wang Man remarked, I just overheard the villagers say this is the village chief's home. The elder lady is merely suffering from a cold. Nothing that can't be cured. But if we don't step inside and Gu Yi ends up feasting, what will become of us? Are we to stand idly by, missing out on everything? Sun Jieji scoffed, just wait and see. Gu Yi will surely be thrown out soon. Some people, despite their privileged backgrounds, mistakenly believe themselves to be the center of the universe. What nonsense about being a master of metaphysics. He merely seeks to create a spectacle. Gu Qingmu suggested, we should enter as well. Although Gu Yi looks down on us, We are a team. What if something goes awry? We must show my father that the wild child from sixth uncle's family is nothing, despite his inheriting the family fortune. That would be a grave mistake. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was far from oblivious. Many keen observers were present, clearly wanted to join the feast, but putting on a brave face. I stand with the metaphysics master. If he says he can feast, then he surely can. Before nightfall, I must reach the recording location. I demand a divination from the master. Gu Haokuan was fixated on the comments, noting that the white-clad assistant was fervently supporting Gu Yi, which lifted his spirits. The others lounged comfortably on the sofa, their previous anxieties dissipated. Once little Yi made his move, it would undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold, nothing to fear. In the program's setting, upon entering the courtyard, an elderly man with a protruding belly hurried over to greet them. The entire village was abuzz with the arrival of a city program crew. With a celebrity and notable figures gracing their home, it was imperative to extend a warm welcome. However, Gu Yi was blunt, stating, "Let me be frank. Your elder's time is up. You ought to procure funeral garments and a casket without delay. Prepare for the inevitable, lest you find yourselves in disarray when she departs." Sun Jiejia, stepping in, was taken aback. Wang Man was left speechless. Gu Qingmu gasped. The barrage of comments paused for a brief moment before erupting into laughter. "Ha ha! Our metaphysics master is truly a forthright boy." The old man warmly welcomed him, and he retorts with, "Prepare for the fortune at the casket." "Ha ha! This is priceless. What kind of script is this? The dialogue is splendid. What kind of bots are these? Is Gu Ye's excrement truly fragrant?" The sensible ones call him the metaphysics master. Don't blame it on him if he checks the comments and offers you a free divination through the internet. Wow, who does the master think he is? ISNT life and death unpredictable for anyone. Gu Zitong was likewise engrossed in the live broadcast. He lay on a hospital bed, though in truth, he had recovered remarkably. Yet, in a bid to elicit the affection and concern of his family, he continued to feign illness. As the program featuring Gu Yi commenced, the hired online supporters he had engaged sprang into action. However, their impact was minimal, as Gu Er's associates swiftly manipulated the reviews. Observing the unfolding scene, he narrowed his eyes. Gu Er had evidently invested heavily, enlisting even more formidable supporters to fervently promote Gu Yi, that illegitimate child. Ha ha! Nevertheless, it mattered little. No matter how impressive Gu Yi appeared, he remained merely a paralyzed individual on the verge of demise. Gu Zitong had prepared for this, contemplating a more audacious move should the online campaign fail. Gu Yi was known for his unscrupulous methods. He was curious to see if, in a critical moment, those very methods could save his life. At the program's setting, the elder welcoming Gu Yi was named Su Erfu, 56 years of age, with 3 grandchildren. His previously jovial demeanor instantly turned sour. Su Erfu erupted in anger, having intended to graciously invite them in for tea and a meal. He was met with the shocking news that the elder's mother was on her deathbed. Who could endure such news? Gu Yi appeared unperturbed, as he casually fiddled with his ears. Su Erfu, at his age, should surely perceive the nuances of life, he mused. I may be blunt, but my intentions are genuinely for his benefit. His mother was misdiagnosed. She is, in fact, gravely ill, far beyond mere headaches or fevers. Let him rant for a few minutes. It won't take long. The system interjected. My lord, perhaps you should clarify matters? After all, if that elderly lady could receive your assistance, her suffering might be alleviated. Gu Yi gently shook his head. With my current status, how can I be the one to initiate such discussions? Don't I have any pride left? Moreover, what should I say? That he ought to consider whether his father has come to him in a dream? If a young man were to appear and advise him on how to handle the elder's funeral, and if I were to partake in the banquet, especially a special seat, I could ensure the elderly lady's peaceful passage to the afterlife, sparing her the fate of being reborn as a pig? Who would believe such words if they were spoken aloud? At Gu Yi's feet, De Huang looked up at him. Woof woof, I believe you, my lord. I believe everything you say. Gu Yi understood him, raising an eyebrow with a smile. De Huang, you truly comprehend me. Meanwhile, Su Erfu, watching Gu Yi, was taken aback, realizing that the young man had silently conveyed profound insights. Furthermore, the mention of his father's dreams turned out to be entirely true. Could it be that he was the extraordinary figure spoken of in those dreams? Just then, Gu Qingmu approached, her expression earnest. "Gu Yi, your lack of manners is quite unbecoming. We have all heard that the old lady merely has a cold, nothing more." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Erfu suddenly bellowed, "Silence." Gu Yi was taken aback, thinking, "I haven't uttered a single word." Gu Qingmu chuckled softly. "Do not worry, sir. This gentleman is my friend. He tends to have a few quirks, but I shall speak on his behalf." However, Su Erfu fixed an intense glare upon Gu Qingmu, his tone laced with palpable hostility. "I command you to be silent." Gu Qingmu was taken aback, stammering, "Why you want me to be silent? Has this old man lost his senses? How can he demand my silence? Was it not meant for Gu Yi?" Yet, Gu Yi had only spoken a single line and had remained otherwise silent. "I am old, yet I am not foolish." Sun Jieja swiftly approached, defending Gu Qingmu like a hen protecting its chicks. "Old man, how can you fail to discern between good and evil? We are here to speak on your behalf, and yet you show such rudeness." Wang Manman echoed, "Old man, our teammate has been disrespectful to you. We are assisting you. How is that our fault?" With that, she shot a glance at Gu Yi. That imposter truly was a harbinger of calamity. Wherever he went, trouble followed. Back when he was at the Gu family estate, he must have employed some sort of mind-reading trickery to be mistaken for a thief. Young Master Gu Zhe had promised to find him, but now he was being targeted and could only hide in the urban village, too fearful to venture out. Su Erfu glared at the group, declaring, "I may be old, but I am not a fool. You lot are the real disgrace." After saying this, he turned back to Gu Yi, a smile plastered across his face. "Ah, young master, I was just being muddled. I failed to recognize your greatness. Gome, let me take you to see my mother. She is suffering greatly." Having lived a long life, he had encountered many extraordinary individuals. But this young master was unlike any he had ever seen. Indeed, the more formidable the person, the more refined their methods. He did not even bother to speak. Whether one could grasp the subtleties of a master's hints depended solely on one's own insight. Gu Yi nodded slightly. "Just call me Gu Yi." This old man possesses keen discernment. He must have seen my live stream and knows I am the most beloved metaphysics guru among netizens. This meal is certainly secure. Soon, I shall give his mother a proper look. Su Erfu was increasingly astonished and filled with admiration. Such a master, performing good deeds merely for a meal. Over the years, he had witnessed countless strange occurrences and had summoned numerous masters, priests, and monks. Yet, each time he called upon such experts, it came at a significant financial cost. Especially, the prices were exorbitant, with some nearly leading him to financial ruin. But this master was different, young. With clear eyes, he regarded wealth as mere refuse. A truly good person, young Master Gu Yi was undoubtedly the kindest soul in the world. As Su Erfu pondered this, his attitude towards Gu Yi grew increasingly respectful, even extending favor to Gu Ye's large yellow dog. After all, Su Erfu Muset, this dog resembled the celestial dog of Erlang Shun. Although the celestial dog was black, this one was yellow. Oh, how times have changed. Black has transformed to yellow. Yet they remain the same. The comments were in an uproar. What the heck? Is this old man truly not ill? What illness? He must have been initially blinded by age and failed to recognize Gu Yi. After realizing, his demeanor changed. Is that not normal? Ha ha. Am I the only one noticing? Gu Qingmu and the others are merely preparing for both outcomes. They look down on our metaphysics guru, but are unwilling to miss the opportunity for a feast. Indeed, the conduct of those individuals leaves much to be desired. What kind of romantic variety show are they participating in? Who would choose to be in relationship with them? Are they blind? Gu Qingmu and the others exclaimed in disbelief. What is happening here? Gu Yi thought to himself, has that old man taken it seriously? Wang Manman pursed her lips, feeling aggrieved, and remarked, surely the old gentleman has misunderstood? Sun Jiejia, incensed, stomped her feet. What kind of person is this? He just scolded Gu Yi, and after we helped him, he insulted us in return. Gu Qingmu suggested, let us go inside and see. There seems to be a significant misunderstanding that we must clarify. If Guyi truly secures a seat at the table because of this, and we are left out, it would certainly be a slap in the face for us. Conversely, should Guyi botch this situation, we would relish in his embarrassment, ultimately leading him to be ousted from the show. The production team's staff exchanged glances. But in the absence of further instructions from the director, they continued the live broadcast. Inside the room, Guyi encountered the elderly Mrs. Su, who was dressed in simple sleepwear, her eyes firmly closed and breathing steady, resembling a peaceful slumber. Su Erfu led Guyi into the room, where all eyes turned toward them. Please make way. This young man is a master of metaphysics. Our esteemed matriarch has a special connection with him, which is why such an encounter is possible. He extolled Guyi, even mentioning the old gentleman's dream message. Surrounding the matriarch were her most cherished grandchildren, including her great-grandson. However, they now gazed at Guyi with faces full of disbelief and confusion. A master of metaphysics? Such a young master? Guyi paid them no mind, merely nodding slightly before taking a seat by the matriarch's window. He placed one hand on her pulse, softly murmuring, Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su, originally named Zhang Dihua, had set her sights on Mr. Su at the tender age of 16, but alas, he had a fiancée and did not regard her. Mrs. Su was known for her tenacity. The man she desired was one she would not let slip away easily. Thus, on a moonless and windy night, she succeeded in her pursuit, eventually marrying and bearing children. Over the years, she remained vigilant, and it appeared she had managed to do so quite effectively. Su Erfu exclaimed, "What is happening? My parents said they were childhood sweethearts. How did it turn into an act of force?" Others chimed in, "Is there really such a story? Grandmother was quite the flirt in her youth." The comments flowed. Taking the pulse? I've heard that medicine and divination are intertwined, and it turns out to be true. Master, I suffer from a nervous skin condition. Could you possibly cure it? Could you please finish your thought? I almost believed you were losing your mind. Ha ha! Guyi can also practice medicine? I must catch a flight tonight. My father is afflicted with dementia, and I have a 20-year ailment that cannot be spoken of. What ailment cannot be spoken of? Please share. Let us all have a laugh. Within the Su household, Guyi continued to close his eyes, maintaining focus on the pulse he was examining. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the whispers of Guyi's heart. It was truly unexpected for old Madame Su, at this juncture, to realize that her companion was more guarded than she herself. A forcibly harvested fruit may quench one's thirst, yet it remains devoid of sweetness. During the lifetime of old man Su, she had already been afflicted with cancer. However, he resolutely withheld this grave news from her, as did the entire family. They even went so far as to consult every informed physician, leading the family to believe that the elderly lady merely suffered from severe cold. Just a month prior, old man Su had gone to great lengths to seek the counsel of an aged Taoist priest from Qingyan Temple, bestowing upon him a sum of money to ensure that he would attend to her affairs posthumously. In truth, 087. The white moonlight sold him for a staggering sum of 5,000. Just as Guyi was savoring this revelation, the seemingly slumbering matriarch Su abruptly sat up. Mother, grandmother, great-grandmother. The entire Su family was taken aback, their exclamations filling the air. As Gu Qingmu and her companions entered, they were met with this astonishing scene. Sun Jia scoffed, muttering, "Guyi is merely putting on a show. The old lady appears perfectly fine." Wang Manman nodded in agreement. Guze had anticipated some remarkable skill from Guyi, yet this was the outcome. Gu Qingmu stifled a laugh, unable to contain her amusement. How laughable! After being raised outside for so many years, he had so little to offer. He could hardly expect to partake in a banquet, let alone his own. She had truly overestimated him. The live stream's comments exploded. My goodness! A true master reveals their prowess instantly. Yes, yes, yes. Astounding. He merely took her pulse, and the ailing matriarch was jolted from her stupor. A divine doctor. I bow before this divine doctor. To those upstairs, even your hired commoners ought to exhibit some finesse. Your lackluster efforts have been exposed. The Gu family members gaped in disbelief. Gu Haokuan remarked, "Little Yi, can he actually heal?" Su Yi wore a proud smile, exclaiming, "My son is indeed a prodigy. Gu Chuyun and Gu Chubbing exchanged knowing glances, both stifling laughter. Their parents were truly amusing. Little Yi's talents were his own, unrelated to them. Meanwhile, Gu Chiyu in the hospital was also watching the live stream, her heart swelling with pride at this moment. Little Yi is truly remarkable. I am proud to have such a brother. Just then, her phone rang. Upon answering, she discovered it was her younger sister. Second sister, what's this live stream about? The guy named Gu Yi, is he really our brother? Clearly, she was out and about, surrounded by a cacophony of sounds. Gu Chiyu's elation was disrupted. Gu Chu Shuang, have you forgotten what I told you? Little Yi is our family's blessing. He is indeed our brother. How can you speak of him this way? It's exhausting. Her younger sister, the biggest fool of the family, was infuriating. She had elaborated on Gu Ye's situation the most, yet she was the one who believed him the least. Gu Chu Shuang, however, was dripping with sarcasm. Second sister, spare me. What brotherly bond are you talking about? I've already investigated. He's just a pretentious fool. As for being a master of metaphysics, I found his show revolting. If you're scripting for him, it ought to align with his true nature. If this gets out, what will become of our family's reputation? I can't discuss this further now. I'll return home in a few days and will elaborate then. I have unearthed even more scandalous information about him. Without waiting for Gu Chiyu to say anything, the fourth sibling, Gu Chu Shuang, abruptly hung up the phone. Oh dear, has her mind been devoured by a donkey? Gu Chiyu shouted furiously at the phone. As for the production team, Gu Yi found himself squeezed aside by his entire family. My heavens, if I hadn't been quicker, they would have launched me into the sky. The system remarked. Old Madam Su appears to be experiencing a moment of clarity. It is understandable that they wish to converse with her. Gu Yi also deemed this acceptable and settled down on the other side to wait. Before Gu Yi could utter a word, Old Madam Su pushed her relatives aside and directly approached him. Without hesitation, she bowed deeply before Gu Yi. Master, I beseech you, unveil the truth. I haven't merely caught a cold. I am afflicted with cancer, am I not? That old man, he truly concealed this from the entire family, intending to torment me into a living hell. She had just closed her eyes and was unaware of Gu Ye's true thoughts, mistakenly believing they had been expressed aloud. Gu Yi nodded. Ah, old madam, take it easy. In your next life, do hone your judgment of men. He had instructed the Taoist priest to send old Madame Su's spirit into the realm of beasts, ensuring she would never transcend this fate. Before her departure, he would come to mock her, claiming that her actions had prevented him from uniting with Bai Yue Guang, leaving him with eternal regret. Old Madame Su gazed intently at Gu Yi, finally realizing that this individual was indeed a genuine master. She had heard his innermost thoughts. Su Kiatzi when have I, Zhang Daohua, ever harmed your Bai Yue Guang? My success was facilitated by your Bai Yue Guang herself. She extorted 5,000 yuan from me, and after selling you to me, she ran off to meet with another man. Ha ha, how blind I've been. Old Madam Su tilted her head back, as if she could see her husband. Su Kiatzi in the void. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret. If given another chance, I would never pursue such an ungrateful being again. I devoted myself wholeheartedly to him, even raising his 8 younger brothers and 5 younger sisters to become accomplished individuals. Yet, he harbored resentment towards me. He even wished to cast me into the realm of beasts. Beasts? It is Su Kiatzi who is the true beast. Kneeling on the ground, old Madam Su recounted the hardships and burdens she had endured over the years, all her kindness towards men, her voice trembling with emotion. By the end of her lamentation, tears streamed down her face. Gu Yi was left speechless. It turns out there was such a hidden narrative. How tragic for the old lady. Throughout history, many passionate souls have been betrayed. Old Madame Su's sacrifices have led to such an outcome. What is love in this world? When the heart is devoid of men, the sword is naturally drawn. The entire family stood in stunned silence. They had never realized that in their youth, old Madame Su and the old man had such a tumultuous love affair. Mother, you have suffered so much. Su Erfu wept bitterly, embracing his elderly mother. Others joined in the lamentation, their cries echoing through the air. They could sense Gu Ye's innermost thoughts and were acutely aware of the debts Su Laotai owed to his wife. At this moment, They collectively recognized the injustice suffered by Su Laotai. The live broadcast was in an uproar. Oh, how pitiable the old lady is. Only at the end of her life does she uncover the truth. Her husband is truly a heartless wretch, regardless of circumstances. He should not demean her in such a manner. The old lady has been afflicted with cancer, while her family remained oblivious, believing she merely had a cold, subjecting her to untold suffering. Who is that white moonlight? Where is she now? Surely she hasn't met her demise as well? Support the old lady. She must not be buried alongside that wretched old man. Aware that her time was fleeting, Su Laotai gently pushed aside her youngest son and gazed at Gu Yi, imploring, "Master, I beseech you for assistance. I promise I shall offer my profound gratitude." 088. Oh my, has he truly consumed the banquet? Gu Yi feigned humility, stating, "Madam, you flatter me. One must trust in science. I am no master. In life, from birth to death, we must adhere to the natural order of existence. I have little to offer you. I merely hope you embark on your journey with a light heart, free from excessive attachments. How can I assist? I am no ferryman." If I suggested she recline now to commence her journey shortly, would she believe me, even if the old lady were to trust my words? Would her children and grandchildren do the same? Should her offspring insist on rushing her to the hospital for resuscitation, it would only inflict more suffering upon her. That insufferable Taoist is nearing. Soon it may be too late to intervene. As for the old lady's promises of generous recompense, I shall simply take it as a courtesy. Our paths crossed by chance, and I only seek a meal. System, do not presume I am unaware. You disdain the trifling offerings from the old lady. In recent days, the Gu family has been engaged in transactions amounting to hundreds of thousands, even millions. How much more could the old lady possibly provide? A mere 10 or 20,000 would be the utmost. For the current host, such sums scarcely constitute pocket money. One might even be subjected to ridicule from Xiao Haizi. Old Madame Su regarded Gu Yi, fully comprehending his thoughts. She was taken aback. The old Taoist. The wretched old man had indeed sought out a Taoist to condemn his soul to the animal realm. She must not allow him to succeed. "Master, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance." Old Madame Su respectfully bowed thrice before Gu Yi. Subsequently, she instructed her family that upon her passing, her remains should be cremated and scattered into the sea, and that the old man's coffin should also be exhumed, cremated, and similarly cast into the ocean. Gu Yi. Madame Zhang truly possesses audacity. This maneuver is exquisitely executed. Old Su could never have anticipated that in his desire to condemn the old lady to the animal realm, he would be outmaneuvered by her. Ha ha! Gu Qingmu and the others were equally astonished. That old lady, had she truly awakened from her dire condition? Moreover, had she comprehended every word Gu Yi had spoken, believing it wholeheartedly? Had she lost her mind? Now, she was making such a decision, and her children were willing to cooperate? The livestream's comments flooded in. Wow, the protagonist of a historical novel has come to life. Old baby executed that beautifully. Major applause. A master is indeed a master. With just a few simple words, old baby has attained clarity. "Master, wait for me. I shall arrive shortly." The Gu family stood up in unison, their faces reflecting astonishment. Gu Qiyun's eyes sparkled. "Little Yi is truly remarkable." Gu Chubbing nodded vigorously. "Absolutely incredible. My brother is just phenomenal." Su Yi. Could it be that the old lady has heard Xiao Ye's innermost thoughts? Otherwise, how could she grasp everything from just a few words? Gu Haokuan. The number of individuals capable of reading thoughts is increasing, and Xiao Yi is accumulating points at an accelerated rate. That dog servant must be nearing an upgrade as well. The others, having regained their composure, eagerly anticipated the upgrade of Air Guzi, which would undoubtedly bring more benefits to Gu Yi. Production team. Elder Su finally reminded the entire Su family. "You must treat Master Gu Yi with utmost respect. Even in death, I shall protect him and ensure his every wish comes true." After receiving repeated assurances from the Su family, the old lady departed with a serene expression. The Su family was engulfed in grief, weeping sorrowfully. Yet, beyond their reluctance to part with her, there was a prevailing sense of joy for her. She had labored tirelessly her entire life and was now finally liberated. Su Erfu rose and approached Gu Yi, bowing 3 times in deep reverence. Master, thank you for saving my mother, and indeed for saving our entire family. We're grateful for your presence today, otherwise, our mother. Master, please. The banquet will soon be ready. You must take the seat of honor. The plump old man, overcome with sorrow, resembled a deflated balloon. Gu Yi, no problem. Su Erfu guided him towards the backyard, a tranquil space free from disturbances. Gu Qingmu and the others finally emerged from their shock, their faces etched with disbelief. Indeed, Gu Yi could truly partake in the banquet. As he had expressed in his thoughts, he was to be seated. Gu Yi, wait for us. Sun Jiejia shamelessly trailed behind. Wang Manman followed closely. We're coming too. They were a team destined to share in the fortunes. The Su family, being villagers of the same community, undoubtedly recognized that the 4 of them were prominent stars in the show. They would not dare offend such esteemed figures. Gu Yi paused, casting a glance at the trio. I did not summon you. There is no need to follow. You possess hands and feet. Earn your own living. Surely, you will find it more satisfying. What was I rambling about earlier, claiming I wish for the old lady's demise? How immoral of me. With so many viewers in a live stream, I must have attracted a wave of criticism. Now that they see I can partake in the feast, they scurry over with eager faces. Their audacity is truly remarkable. Wang Manman instantly felt wronged and began to shed tears. Gu Yi, you cannot. Gu Yi interjected. I can. If I recall correctly, you entered the orphanage at 6 years old, stating that you had been begging on the streets prior. The skills you acquired as a child are not easily forgotten. Did she think I wouldn't recognize her? She is the thief who pilfered the 80 million necklace from old Su. When the truth emerged, the counterfeiters sought to eliminate her. Who would have guessed she would stumble into good fortune, not only escaping with her life, but also gaining a chance to redeem herself on this show? Wang Manman fixed her gaze intently on Gu Yi, her heart struck by his unspoken thoughts as if by a thunderbolt. Could it be that Gu Zhe had once wished her harm? How could that possibly be? Master Gu Zhe was the true heir of the Gu family. He had always held her in great affection and even expressed his desire to wed her. How could it be? At that moment, Gu Qingmu seized the opportunity and approached swiftly. Gu Yi, how could you? Yet Gu Yi remained unyielding, indifferent to his reproach. What is it that I cannot do? You all have the audacity to insult me openly, and now you come before me, shamelessly begging for favors. Should I then offer you my goodwill? We are all adults here. We participate in this program to seek companionship, not to find surrogate parents without any blood ties. Born of a wild seed, how dare one compare themselves to me? The rightful heir? Ha! 089, what a dreadful program. Gu Qingmu was furious, her face flushed with anger. Gu Yi, the rest of her words were lost in a flurry of frustration. She was seething, wishing she could devour Gu Yi whole. Su Erfu had also caught a glimpse of Gu Ye's true feelings, and he had grasped the situation. The 4 stars participating in the recording were all part of the same group, each one compelled to fend for themselves. Master Gu Yi had astutely discerned the presence of a funeral in his family, thus gaining entry to the feast. His teammates looked down upon him, feigning kindness while harboring disdain. Now that Master Gu Yi was welcomed to the banquet, his teammates shamelessly sought to attach themselves to him. It was made clear by my late mother that Master Gu Yi must be well treated. Furthermore, without his arrival, I would have been. In any case, Gu Yi is the savior of the Su family, while the others can stand aside. Enough of this shamelessness. You should leave at once. Our Su family only welcomes Master Gu Yi. We have no regard for freeloaders. With a wave of his hand, his sons and nephews rushed over to expel the 3 intruders. This was the first time in her life that Gu Qingmu had been treated so rudely. Let go of me. On what grounds do you speak to us like this? Sun Jiejia yelled. We are not merely ordinary guests. You will regret treating us this way. Wang Manman remained silent, her eyes red, glaring intently at Gu Yi. Yet, he did not even spare them a glance as he walked away. Cut. They scorn the villagers here, yet desire to partake of their food, even expecting the villagers to beg them to eat. What audacity! The Su family was incensed upon hearing this, and unleashed a torrent of rebuke upon them. Gu Qingmu and her companions were laid bare, their true thoughts exposed. leaving them utterly ashamed. Sun Jiejia burst into tears. Woo-woo. Gu Yi is too much. How could he? The revelation of their innermost sentiments left Gu Yi speechless, infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. Gu Qingmu felt humiliated and decided to return to their base camp, declaring she would no longer participate in such a wretched program. Gu Yi had gone too far, and she vowed he would pay for it. Wang Manman followed suit, feeling exposed by Gu Ye's revelation of her true self in front of everyone. Yet, she could not withdraw from the show. She needed the money and had tasks assigned by Gu Zhe yet to fulfill. Now, she was consumed by her own curiosity about the truth behind Gu Ye's words. Were they genuine or mere fabrications? Did Gu Zhe truly wish for her demise? If so, why should she continue to serve him? At that moment, the live stream's comments surged. Gu Qingmu and her companions are utterly shameless. Initially, they mocked Gu Yi, yet now that he can partake in the feast, they cling to him. How despicable! I had long asserted that if Gu Yi claimed he could partake in the banquet, he certainly could. Those naysayers earlier should come and kneel before me. The Gu family was equally incensed. Su Yi inquired, "My dear, what is the matter with Gu Haoqian's grandson?" His father did not lay claim to the family fortune. Yet this grandson seems quite discontented. Gu Qian replied, "Father, should we dispatch someone to protect Xiaoyi?" I sensed a rather ominous look from Gu Qingmu just now. It could bode ill for Xiaoyi. Gu Haoqian nodded. "Very well, I shall make arrangements." However, he was not genuinely concerned. The abilities of Xiaoyi surpassed those of all the family's bodyguards combined. At the hospital, Gu Zhe, having just indulged in a lavish feast, was on the verge of overturning the dining table upon witnessing this scene. Why was he nearly so enraged? It was due to the fact that he had not savored such exquisite cuisine in days, and having been left waiting for the Gu family to visit, he feared that should he flip the table, there would be nothing left to eat. Cursed Gu Yi! He was indeed up to some trickery. To cultivate his image as a metaphysical master, he had spent a considerable amount of money. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting him to dial a number. "Fourth sister, did you see that? Gu has gone too far. He has utterly disgraced our family." Fortunately, there was this Gu Laosi. Initially, Gu Zhe believed Gu Er was easily manipulated and that he possessed a substantial company to be handed down to him. However, that wretched individual, after losing his senses, paid no regard to his own interests, fixating solely on Gu Yi, that illegitimate child. Thus, he had to settle for Gu Laosi. She was the pinnacle of foolishness within the Gu family. He could guarantee that regardless of Gu Ye's tricks, she would remain impervious to deception. Upon hearing Gu Zhe's plaintive voice, Gu Chushuang's heart tightened. "Little Zhe, do not be disheartened. Fourth sister understands your plight. Just wait. I assure you that I will not allow the family's reputation to be tarnished." Cursed Gu Yi! He must have fed the entire family some sort of sedative to subject Gu Zhe to such indignity. With Gu Chushuang's assurance, Gu Zhe finally revealed a satisfied smile. Although Gu Laosi lacked wealth, her foolishness was indeed remarkable. Furthermore, she would soon fulfill her task and face her demise. Even if the Gu family discovered something amiss, it would not concern him. The three sisters, Gu Chuyun and her siblings, had all lost their wits. He was determined to devise a way to have them resume their previous roles as his sycophants. Delighted by this thought, Gu Zhe leisurely continued to savor his sweet soup. Meanwhile, in the production team, the director, upon witnessing this scene, stood up in a frenzy. What was it about Gu Yi that displayed such a lack of team spirit? Alas, had he known it would unfold this way, he would never have allowed him to participate in the show. What to do now? If Gu Qingmu were to withdraw from the program, a replacement guest would be required. Where could he possibly find one? The director was as agitated as an ant on a hot pan. The assistant director beside him remained silent, merely fixated on Gu Yi, contemplating the moment he would approach him for a divination. As for the director, it seemed he was intent on self-destruction, so let him be. Once he stepped down, he would assume the role of director himself. Meanwhile, Gu Yi was utterly unconcerned, indulging in a lavish feast. His table was graced by the esteemed elders of the Su family, each personage treating him with the utmost reverence, presenting him with the finest delicacies. Gu Yi savored the food with a smile, his heart brimming with joy. These venerable seniors truly know how to treat a guest, They genuinely offer me their best. What about the gossip, dear friends? I will be delighted to partake. The elders gasped in shock. Eat gossip? At their advanced age of 80 or 90, would he truly consume their tales? However, indulging in the stories of others, that would indeed be delightful. She wouldn't TB try and pull a stunt, would she? A few elderly individuals exchanged glances, hastily searching for a topic to divert attention. After considerable effort, they finally managed to pacify Gu Yi, thus avoiding any potential gossip. The results from a neighboring group were rather mediocre. Feng Baobao, reluctant to beg for food, yet desiring a delectable meal, ventured into the mountains and returned with wild chickens and rabbits. Su Yuan, skilled in the culinary arts, made their collaboration quite delightful. The two female guests disregarded appearances, indulging themselves with greasy delights. In stark contrast, the two male guests were in a dismal state. Jin Zhongshuo was munching on a 3 yuan bread and a 1 yuan bottle of mineral water, with only 6 yuan remaining. Gao Yu was consuming a bowl of instant noodles for 3.50, a gourmet sausage for 2 yuan, and had treated himself to a 1.50 marinated egg set, leaving him with 3 yuan. As they sorrowfully dined, they spotted Gu Qingmu and the others returning with grim expressions. "Teacher Gu, why are you back so early?" Gao Yu inquired, still swallowing a mouthful of noodle soup. Gu Qingmu remained silent, dragging his suitcase away. Instantly, the 4 guests from the second group were taken aback. Sun Jiejia returned without uttering a word, also wheeling her suitcase towards the exit. "Gu Dage, wait for me, I'll go with you," she exclaimed. She had given up on filming. Her mother had sent her to find a wealthy husband, but she had long realized that these true scions of prestigious families would never look her way. However, the situation had changed. Gu Qingmu was not a child of the Gu family, yet this matter could never be made public. Thus, a union between herself and Gu Qingmu seemed quite fitting. She had no other options, and he was significantly superior to her. Wang Man bit her lip, eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Feng Baobao and Su Yuan, while the two male guests were consuming junk food from the convenience store. Feng Baobao and Su Yuan feasted on wild chicken, a delicacy she was intimately familiar with, having stolen it in her youth. Now, her stomach growled with hunger, yearning for a taste, yet she understood her lowly status. Even if she spoke up, they would not share with her. Thus, she resorted to this method. In her pitiable state, surely they would feel sympathy for her. Yet Feng Baobao glanced at Gu Qingmu and Sun Jiejia, stating, "Since you're no longer filming, don't forget to pay the penalty." Su Yuan nodded. "Don't worry, Bao, they're not fools. They surely understand the rules." As Gu Qingmu reached the door, he overheard their conversation, which only fueled his irritation. "Don't you want to know why we're leaving?" he retorted. Feng Baobao continued gnawing on a chicken leg. "Not interested." Su Yuan gulped down her chicken soup. "I'm not interested in you, so if you're not filming, just leave." After finishing her chicken leg, Feng Baobao added, "Why drag this out? If you're not filming, just scram." Gu Qingmu was utterly taken aback by their remarks. "You are so uncouth." He was aware that 2 of the 4 female guests from his group were not suitable. Unexpectedly, the quality of the 2 individuals from the neighboring group was quite concerning. Sun Jiejia, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Isn't it rather impolite of you? Even a modicum of courtesy would be expected." Feng Baobao shook her head dismissively, stating, "There is no need for that. I, Feng Baobao, never engage in pleasantries with those I find disagreeable." Her presence on this program was solely for Gu Yi. Everyone else was inconsequential in her eyes. Su Yuan wiped her mouth and remarked, "Sun Jiejia, do you perceive me as an easygoing person, hence addressing me in a senior's manner?" Her temper was notoriously explosive, akin to a grenade ready to detonate. Did Sun Jiejia truly miscalculate and dare to speak to her in such a manner? After a few exchanges, Sun Jiejia found herself utterly embarrassed, her confidence waning. "You, Gugu, let us depart," she urged, pulling Gu Qingmu away. Feng Baobao quipped, "The sycophants will end up with nothing." Su Yuan chuckled, "Zista Baoya. Your words are quite astute." The 2 shared laughter as they tidied the dining table before leisurely taking a stroll. Throughout this, Wang Man was treated like air, completely disregarded. Unable to contain herself, she gazed at Jin Zhongshuo and Gao Yu, tears streaming down her face, as though she had suffered the gravest injustice. Jin Zhongxue sought refuge by Gao Yu, pondering whether she intended to fabricate a grievance. Gao Yu, cradling instant noodles, distanced herself further, thinking, I must escape. I'm famished. Having devoured all my broth. The two fled like a gust of wind, leaving only Wang Man in her world of solitude and injury. The live stream's comments erupted in amusement. Ha! What is this absurdity? Wasn't there supposed to be some compassion? Isn't Wang Man a girl? She's just a white lotus, wealthy yet refusing to buy her own food, instead attempting to extort Su Yuan and Sister Bauer. I can see through her. Indeed, it's a pity our Sister Bauer and Su failed to notice, having finished their meals. The director felt a surge of frustration upon witnessing this. They completely disregarded my cue, running rampant throughout the scene. Well. My dating show has lost all semblance of romance and instead is rife with hostility. Assistant director, I had warned you that you were ill-suited for this, yet you insisted on showcasing your prowess. If it weren't for Guyi, this program would have faltered long ago. Useless director. Emerging from the Su household, Guyi carried 2 large black plastic bags. Each contained numerous smaller bags filled with meticulously packaged meals. What was supposed to be leftover food was, in fact, a feast prepared by Su Erfu for him. Guyi ambled away with a smile, while the elderly couple stood at the door, watching his retreating figure until he was out of sight before they finally returned indoors. Thank the heavens, the living ancestor has finally departed. Just a hair's breadth away. I nearly compromised my integrity. Each felt a profound sense of having survived a calamity. Guyi hummed a cheerful tune as he wandered along the village path. Before long, he encountered Feng Bao and Su Yuan approaching him. Guyi, what is it that you're holding? Where did you dine? Feng Bao's keen nose twitched. She sensed a sumptuous feast within. Su Yuan, equally intrigued, remarked, Guyi, you carry the scent of tobacco, specifically that of welding, and the aroma of a banquet. Is there still a celebration happening in this village? Guyi chuckled. You two are truly perceptive. I just indulged in a grand feast, indeed a banquet. What? Both Feng Bao and Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, their mouths agape. They had toiled to savor